Бакири стреляет, Винсента забирают, остается только Ликрит.
後ろナイスとが裏には完全に歌ポンが入りきっているどうぞがきれいに守る感じアメリス選手も一度前に出ましたが
porque siendo corrido de parte de todo que el Wild Lotus que va a cargar a otro más asesinato doble para esa Bane.
Şimdi Lotus hasar vermeye devam ediyor. Yalnız Şınaman'ın kaybetken bunu oraya giriyor. İşte Şınaman.
ทุกไฟซื้อโดนเก็บไปก่อนแล้วคุณผู้ชมครับพร้อมประคองทีของมีนาจิงกี้โดนผลักติดเข้าไปไป3ครับในขณะที่ทีโป
From the back line with the hero play, but he's going to die. Double kill for Radiant. Can he get any more?
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the International Wildcard All-Stars Tournament in the Margaret Court Arena live from Melbourne, Australia. I'm IWCA, joined here by Jacob, Yamato Cannon, Mebdi, Jake, Spawn, Tiberi, and Trevor, Jason, Henry. We're all very excited to be here, but Spawn, you're probably doubly excited.
Yeah, certainly I am. G'day, ladies and gentlemen. Here in beautiful Melbourne, Australia, you know, we've seen all the Melbourne weather in the last couple of days, and such a famous arena to be in. It's going to be so much fun.
Yeah, before we get started, though, we got to get one thing straight. What city are we in?
Melbourne, mate.
I thought it was Melbourne.
It is not Melbourne.
You've been watching too many Matt Damon movies. Come on, man.
Today I learned.
Well, in any case, there's a lot of action coming your way. This is the wildcard tournament. That means that the fans from the regions have voted in their favorite players to represent their region here in both 1 versus 1 and 5 versus 5. And that means that we've got some real superstars here, honestly.
Well, the first name that comes to mind is BRTT, double lift slayer. Well, of course, he was playing Draven into Vayne, so you could kind of question. But I'm going to call him double lift slayer because I'm channeling my inner Tomato Canyon. You know?
It certainly still counts. And he also had the most successful proposal we've seen to date on the world stage, so you have to chalk that up to a pretty good world.
Well, it was. And, of course, Pen really showed up. But I think if you look at all the other regions that are going to be represented here, Latin America, Brazil, Oceania, Japan, the one that I'm the most excited about is actually going to be Turkey, because they're the only team of the lot that all of their #1 choices for each role got voted in. So here we actually get to find out, do the Turkish Turkish fans know best because they've sent their most popular or most famous or best players.
Yeah, and Oceania, of course, they've fallen over a couple of times in the international wildcard tournaments. Yeah, every time this year. Thank you very much for that. But we've got a couple of new faces in there. Ryu on the top lane. I want to see if this Oceanic lineup can do something different.
Do you believe?
I'm going to go with no.
Oh.
What? Whoa.
Well, maybe they can win your trust over the next couple of days.
I hope so.
We will see. Let's take a look at the schedule for what we have going on today, at least a full packed schedule. We will start with a couple of 1v1s, then we go into 5v5. We will have Brazil, Latam as the first one up. And in the middle of the day, every day, we'll have our Ultimate Bravery show match, which Trevor is so excited about.
I love Ultimate Bravery. It's probably one of the oldest challenge game modes that you could play, and it's a fairly simple concept. You pick a champion, there's a predetermined build that you have to follow from left to right in the determined order. The mad scientists here in Oceania have put together some ridiculous builds, like mana-riven builds that will unveil as the week goes on, but I'm very excited to see these guys play.
Yeah, and Ultimate Bravery will not be giving the teams points, but the 1v1s and the 5v5s will, because there's a new system that we've introduced to determine the winner.
Yeah, there certainly is. There's a point system. So as the event goes on, the winners of the certain tournament, so the 1v1 and the 5v5, will get points based on where they finish. So you can see on your screen, it's 90 points for the 5v5 tournaments, 50 for the 1v1, all the way down.
Yeah, and of course, the one thing just to remember for the 1v1s, if multiple players from the same region rank in first, second, third, it'll only be one set of points for the highest ranking member. So they will be distributed around the rest.
Looking at you, Brazil. Do not win all of it.
I think it's a great system simply because the teams are built around players that are facing each other. So you can't really expect perfect synergy. So I really like that it's putting some focus on the individuality as well.
It definitely is very important because who ends up winning the whole thing after day 4 will be going to LA for the main event straight after. So very important for them as well. And throughout these 4 days, we of course always want to hear from you. You can always tweet at LOLOceania with the hashtag IWCA. And on top of that, we'll have a special social media challenge for you every day, starting today with the Warwick challenge. Send in your video of your best Warwick impression. We have actually already done a couple. I think mine and Trevor's went out. I don't know if Jake's and Jacob's went out.
I know my Warwick one will end up out there, so I'm just letting you know at the start of it, it is very bad.
It can't be worse than mine. I held a drill and a roll-up banner as Jinx weapons yesterday.
Yours was funny, man.
It's I am pretty proud of my Warwick design. I channeled my inner Michael Jackson for that one.
All right, well, we will see, but we want to know what you guys do, so send all those videos in because you can win heaps of cool prizes as well, and just tweet to us with whatever you think of the desk of the competition and in general. But now we're going to dive into the action, take a look at the bracket for the 1v1 portion we have going on today, and immediately, game 1, one of the probably biggest superstars that will be attending here, Kami.
At Worlds, great performance. This is a mid laner that has really actually shown up multiple times on the international stage, has been in multiple IWC events, and I'm very excited because he's my #1 horse to actually win the entire 1v1 thing. So I'm hedging no bets as soon as we get out the gates.
Brazilian Faker. I'm looking at his teammate, actually, Revolta. You don't necessarily think junglers will do well in these, but I've seen Revolta take over so many early games, especially on champions like Lee Sin and Elise. They can 100-0 champions if they get on top of them. So really looking forward to this jungler maybe showing up.
It's the person I'm looking at, though, is Naru. To me, Naru is the Turkish Kami in a way. He's the superstar from Turkey, and he has shown a lot of prominence in the European ladder. He's very, very good in 1v1s. Sure, he hasn't really had that much success as Kami in 5v5s, but it's all about the 1v1 in this one.
Yeah, we'll see. I'm very excited to see 1v1 again because it actually has been a while. Remember the fantastic competition at All-Stars Shanghai, which was in 2013. So to refresh the rules, it is the first one who gets to 100 CS wins or kills the opponent or kills the enemy tower. It's blind pick in 3 bans each. And on top of that, we are playing on patch 5.23 for the 1v1. So I'd love to know what you think the biggest implications are.
Yeah, I think you have to hit the masteries first because we overhauled them, and everyone at home's been playing at them for quite a long time now, but this is the first time we'll see them in an IWC tournament. So I'm looking at Fervor of Battle, that Keystone Mastery that is so easy to stack up. For example, Caitlyn, 1 Piltover Peacemaker, 6 stacks. That's an extra 6 damage at the start of the game.
Please no,
Caitlyn. Should really help these AD carries out.
And of course, if you want to go the other direction, look for the kill. Go for a bursty mage or an assassin type champion with some execution ability. Thunderlord's Decree. That's where it's at. Bonus burst damage. Going to stack that up. But what I like about each of the mastery trees, they speak to each of the different challenges. So if you want to go for the kill, the tower, or the CS, there's sustain options, there's DPS options, there's burst options. So it can define your play style, and I'm excited to see it here in 1v1 and later in 5v5 as well.
So we have burst and we have consistent DPS, and if you want to lose, you go for the result tree, because the result tree, sure, I'm thinking Grass of the Undying. It is kind of designed for these beefcake champions like Malphite, like Maokai, and I'm really hoping nobody's going to pick these in 1v1.
Well, we'll see what happens. What outside of the Masteries are you keeping an eye on in the 1v1?
I'm feeling like the Keystone Masteries is pretty set for specific champions, but I'm interested to see these combinations for example, 18-6-6 or 18-12-0. There's so many combinations you can do because there's value masteries in every tree for every role.
Yeah, there certainly is. And there's also the new potions. And I want to see, normally this is just Doran stacking contest, but like the Hunter's Potion, the Corruptor Potion, they could give you a little bit of a surprise edge in these maps.
All right, we will see what happens in the first game. Lex versus Kami is a very big one, so I can't wait to get into that one. And we're going to meet our casters to get the action underway.
Thank you very much, Shox. My name is Julian Pastrytime. Very excited to be opening up here for the International Wildcard. Joining me is Zach Rusty Pie for our first round of 1v1s. And what a way to start such a fun tournament on the Snowdown Showdown map, but with Lex taking on Kami.
Yeah, definitely. Both players regarded as the best in their entire region. So the first game for them, they've got a very unfortunate bracket to get each other in the first round. And just quickly before we go any further, Spawn, you should believe, mate, we have a chance.
We do. That's true. We do. But we'll have to see, of course, to have different representatives playing to start things off. And AD Carry, Lex, of course, one of the best players from Latam versus Kami, the big Brazilian mid laner. Again, like you mentioned, a best player here. For me, I want to see just happy about what's going to happen with the draft, because it's such a cool format.
Yeah, it's definitely a really cool format. I like that they touched on pots, and we'll get back to that when they're in game. But in regards to the champions, they're mid and AD players.
Yeah.
So will they actually stick to their role? That's the big question. Or will they go to something different? Do they have a cheese planned? We know every single mid laner has a cheese ready to go.
I mean, you have to think Kami's definitely prepared.
Yeah.
He's got a really deep champion pool. He does love Ezreal. Likely to see a ban there actually as well. But I feel like mid laners in general, they're built for this, right? They already 1v1 people in Summoner's Rift.
Exactly, and the biggest detrimental factor to mid laners in 1v1s is generally the jungler, who does not exist right now. So they can be aggressive, they can make it work, and they should be able to bleed their opponent out just from the raw aggression, which an AD carry, they usually have a support ready to go to protect them if something goes wrong.
Yeah, and we did hear this already from Shox, who screamed, "No, Caitlyn, I don't want any of that."
Yeah.
Could be a tactic that someone goes for. Remember the win conditions. First tower, 100 CS, or first blood. Takes a while to get 100 CS, but you can win that way if you want to.
Yeah, definitely. There's a lot of tactics to put in play here, and this is the big question. We haven't seen the 1v1s in such a long time. We've got the new masteries, there's new items, and the champions are all completely different. So which win objective or win condition will they be looking for in these particular games? Perhaps the AD carry will go for the level 2 all-in kill with like the Tristana as an example, or maybe he just wants to be Caitlyn, farm to that 100 CS and threaten the tower as well while we're going.
Well, we'll have to see, but of course you have to expect Lex does have other champions built up there as well. Everyone's got a pocket pick, you have to think. So whether it's Rengar, Riven, or just something even crazier than that, everyone's got something, and I wonder if Lex is going to stick to what he knows and play an AD carry, or really just be like, you know what, Carmen, I'm going to try and match you 1v1 mid laners.
We've had a couple conversations with a few of the pros, and they all seem to really like Jarvan. So whether the AD carries want to play it or not, I think they'll be afraid of it enough to maybe warrant the ban. I think of all people, Kami will bring out something different. Lex might stick to his guns, and what we can say is we won't see Jinx.
Yeah, probably not. Little too much ramp-up time there on the 1v1, but I have to agree, very exciting stuff. And what's the metagame going to be like? Again, it's single elimination. It's a brutal 1v1 format because you have so many matches to play, and there's so many good matches, even just starting with this one. I just don't know where the bans are going to go, and you have to think as the tournament continues on, players are going to start to adapt, and we'll develop a little metagame here as well.
Yeah, definitely. In the desk, they've touched on all of the strong masteries that are going to be revolving around these 1v1s, so if you want to take into account the support-based mastery, the increase to healing and shield amounts, champions like Sona, I honestly think will be very good in this 1v1. That brings about the question of, do you go tank into the Soda to sustain through all of the poke that she's going to put out? Do you go for something that's just going to be all in and try and blow her up and run the risk of making the mistake? I think what we will see is ranged champions.
Yep.
If you're not an assassin melee champion, you have to be ranged, or you run that risk of just losing straight away.
I mean, you mentioned this already as well, but what about itemization? It's pretty hard to get gold. You are farming a little bit. You do get gold, of course, and you can recall, which is sort of a feature of the 1v1 map, but it's pretty hard to go back and get an item. You'll lose CS, you'll start taking tower damage, but if you can get a key item spike, that can really help you as well.
Yeah, definitely. If you manage to get an item at all, you will actually feel significantly stronger than you possibly could be. You mostly will see one all-ins, maybe level 1 or 2. If it doesn't get a kill, then they will buy their items, and we'll probably see just whatever they can afford with economy.
Well, let's let the players sort it out now, as we do have the bans underway. Lex versus Kami for our first 1v1. Lulu Lucian banned up by Lex, actually, so an AD carry banned banned away, and Caitlin Urgot banned by Kami.
Urgot is a very impressive champion, to say the least, so take him off the board. Actually a smart decision against the AD carry that is Lex. Caitlin, not really a surprise either, but the Lucian being banned away from Kami clearly has a pocket pick there, and or it's just overwhelming.
I mean, he's a big Ezreal player. You have to think Kami's got a pretty deep champion pool as well. Wukong eats the last ban there for Lex. Kami now only has one ban left. And it seems like both these players, honestly, have actually done quite a bit of homework on each other.
Banning a Wukong definitely indicates that, to say the least. That is a pocket pick if ever I have seen it. I will admit, would be very good on this because you've got invisibility. You can actually just go in burst and run away until they're poked down. This champion that Lex is hovering, I did expect to see. I would be surprised if he goes to something else.
Well, we do have misfortune, of course, the last ban from Kami, so a couple of AD carries being banned out there against the Latin American AD carry player. And again, what's he going to go for?
Wow.
Kami right now is hovering the cannon. Renekton, though, is locked in for Lex.
There it is. We weren't sure if he was going to go with a marksman. It runs a very big risk of being cheesed by a mid laner. He has gone for the Bruiser with the best summoners in the world.
Yep, Exhaust Ignite. That's the other fun thing about 1v1 is you want to get aggressive and just all in, especially with a champion like Renekton, so could get aggressive. But what Kami's hovering, it is blind pick, remember. You get bans, but you do not get to see. You get to change a couple things if you have them prepped up, but you don't get to see the champion until it's almost too late.
Yeah, that's right. The double draft, but the blind picks Kami just hovered it the entire time. Yep. He wants it.
It does go for the cannon. Flash ignites so far as the summoners. See if Lex wants to change anything up, but this is a top lane matchup we actually started to see a little bit towards the end of Worlds.
It is interesting that it's a very short lane, but it still has the same bushes essentially as a top lane would. So champions like Renekton and Kennen can use those to poke people down. So very smart decisions in terms of what the map is shaped like. It is very similar to a top lane, and thus they have gone for top lane-esque champions.
Yeah, and I think Kami, he knows all he has to do is keep Renekton at arm's length on this cannon, and he should be able to win the game eventually. If he has to go CS, he can, but he can also all in. On the other side, though, Lex, especially with those summoners, very aggressive.
Yeah, he's going for the exhaust and ignites. A very dangerous Renekton. Actually, Kami has gone for the same summoners as well.
Oh, swapped it for the last minute.
1 second left, so we're going to see a lot of action. Who will use the exhaust first, and will they waste it? That's the big question.
Well, you did mention some of the potential strategies on the map. All-ins early on at level 1 and 2 was something you highlighted. Feel like we're going to get some of that here in this first 1v1 game.
We certainly should. The Renekton, of all people, has got the feature of being able to go all-in with that W. You can even max it if you wanted to do more damage with the Ferocity once you get those stacks up. The Cannon, on the other hand, very good at poking people down. He's got that range advantage as well for sieging. So there's a lot of extra ways that Kami could come out ahead in this 1 versus 1, whereas Lex runs the risk of being whittled down to no health or no turret or losing farm.
Yep, and it's going to be potentially an uphill battle here for Renekton, but we'll see if these players want to get nice and bloodthirsty early on as Kami does sneak into a bush, but trinkets are allowed, of course, and there is good vision in that front bush as Kami, he's just waiting out here and Lex is saying, come at me, under his turret. Kami, though, is going to sit there and dance.
Having a dance battle, basically, right now. Both breakdancing. That's great. So the interesting thing here is they've both gone for the Doran's Blade, didn't go for the Corrupting Potion, which is a lot of extra damage and some added sustain. So if you're looking to poke down the turret, maybe siege it, then you would go for the Corrupting Potion. But the Doran's Shield is just raw damage output. They've got a bit of sustain from it. It's going to be a pretty heated one-on-one.
Well, we'll see as the minions do actually first hit it out. How aggressive these players want to get. Kami, you expect to have an edge early on here, being the range champion, of course, but things could happen very quickly in a 1v1.
Yeah, they certainly could. Lex, very volatile champion, but he is resigned, as you mentioned, sitting back, doing whatever he can until maybe level 2 or 3. So Kami's going to find himself reasonably ahead this early into the game. The question is, can he push that advantage?
Yeah, I guess that's the question. He's holding that passive for as long as he can. Nice poke there out with the W as well. Lex has to be careful not to get stunned here, and Kami might be close to level 2. You can see him now starting to zone him away.
Yeah, a lot of power coming out of the W level 1 for a cannon. Used it already, though, that auto attack, so pokes a bit less, but there is nothing that Lex can do. Doesn't have a flash to engage. It's just sitting back.
Yeah, getting denied a little actually is Renekton, particularly inexperienced. Does finally hit it. Now going to go in for it. Does get stunned up. Ignite is down. Exhaust bomb there by Lex. Kami going to get ignited as well. We're going to move it back. The exhaust is there. Kami needs it and does get first blood.
The Poro explosion comes down. 2 minutes into the game is all it took. The cannon pocket pick. far superior to that of the Renekton because he could do nothing at level 1.
Exactly, so hard for Lex, just getting zoned out, and effectively the melee versus range matchups, the players will move over. Kami with a nice smile there, shakes his opponent's hand, and a tough round 1, like we've said for both these players here, but Kami will move on now to round 2, and he's a player that not is only one of the strongest players in the tournament, like we've heard the desk say, but 1v1, mid laner, has to be good.
Exactly. He was one of the favorites by far coming into this 1v1 bracket. It's just in saying that he's against Lex, who's regarded as the best AD carry in his region, and to win in 2 minutes, that's a real stamp of authority right there from Kami, and he means business in this 1 versus 1.
Certainly is. I like the last second change as well to Exhaust. He's like, you know what? Let's do it. Let's actually have a fight here. And you saw what happened. Lex did hit level 2, went for the all-in, and Kami just had his number.
Yeah, exactly right. He was actually just entirely mind game, to say the least, in terms of that draft. Lex, he wanted to go for the Bruiser build, wanted to kind of just give it all he had at level 2, but didn't even make it to level 2 before he was zoned, too far behind, and adversely losing the game.
Yeah, and there's so much we can talk about in 1v1s. That's kind of why they're so exciting. But I guess if you have to look, even at another level there, how big of a part of minions in a map like this? Because you saw Kami had so much control of that creep wave.
So this is something that Spawn says religiously, is minions at level 1 can win you a fight. So if you take a fight, especially as Renekton, into a one-on-one, you're going to be tanking the minions, whereas Kennen, ranged, usually only gets 3 of the minions at most hitting him if it's a single wave there, because the ranged ones are the only hyper-aggressive ones. You can kite back the melee minions.
Yeah, and with that, we do have 2 minutes in our first 1v1 down, as we are going to throw over to the stage for an interview.
Thanks very much, Atlas. I am Paul, standing here with Kami after that first 1v1. And first up, Kami, got to ask a little bit about your experience at Worlds and now coming into the IWCA. How do you think that experience has helped you in these 1v1s? Because clearly in that last game it helped out.
Oh yeah, I was really nervous going into this because I'm so bad at 1v1. I'm known for being bad at 1v1 specifically. But yeah, Worlds help a lot because the experience is amazing you get when you play against all these regions. So yeah, I'm really happy with it.
Do you mind if I ask you a little bit about your preparation? Because we looked at those bans and they were very specific, not only to patch, but also to player. Have you researched every single person you are potentially going to go against in this tournament?
Not yet, but we were discussing, I was discussing with my teammates because we were all really not really sure what we're going to do in this. So we were like, okay, what do we ban or what do you think is better? But yeah, it worked out, so I'm happy with it.
Right. Were you also expecting the Renekton as well? Because we saw the Cannon come out. Are you expecting Bruisers to come out, or is it just a mix of everything in this new patch?
I was expecting a melee champion, that's why I went with Cannon, and I was really happy that he went with Renekton. So yeah, good matchup for Cannon.
Well, perfect. Thank you very much for the interview, but we are going to shoot it back over to the casters for the next game.
Thank you very much, Pulse and Kami. And unfortunately, Kami kind of saying, you know what, I'm not that good at 1v1s, but he looked just fine there in the first round.
Well, you know what they say, if he was the jungler for Pain Gaming, they make their mid laners look good. Maybe that's what Kami's indirectly saying right there, but says he's not good at 1v1s. I beg to differ based off the first result. We'll see how he goes further on, because he's going to be playing the winner of our next game.
True, did like his matchup, of course, but let's talk about our next game. Dimashk versus Carbon, so the CIS representative versus the Oceanic jungler. This is just a funny matchup to me.
It's just a jungle battle. Like, you don't know what's going to happen in this particular 1 versus 1. They'll stick to Bruisers, no doubt. We might get double Renektons as an example this time. They might go Lee Sins. We don't know. Kindred, I still think, is very good in a 1 versus 1.
Yeah, and that's one of the things where it's a jungle champion, of course, but a very different one. Where do you think Kindred shines? Because she's got so much map control on Summoner's Rift. It's a very different element, though, here on Snowdown Showdown.
So it's very difficult to kill Kindred, firstly, because if you get level 6, you have your ultimate to drop down. She's ranged, she's mobile, and she has slows everything. Literally, 3 hits do more damage. Kindred is just like the vein of mobility in jungle early.
Well, we'll have to see how these two jungle players do face off. I know Carbon's a big Nunu fan. Hopefully we don't see that one in a 1v1. It could be quite a long one. But Dimashk from CIS taking on Oceania's Carbon. Oceanic boys, let me talk to them. Weren't too hot on their 1v1 preparation. We'll see what Carbon's got cooked up here for this one.
And no doubt junglers, they have cheese if it comes to anything else. So we'll see what they can bring out, besides maybe supports, who I would say equally as cheesy in a 1 versus 1. The thing with these two, though, in this particular game, Dimashk and Carbon, they have nothing to lose. They're not regarded as the favorites in their region to take out this 1 versus 1 tournament. In fact, they're the ones that can do whatever they would like, give it a red-hot crack and just try their best.
Yeah, and like you said, unfortunately, in some way for the winner of this, does actually have to play Kami now. Kami, not too hot on his 1v1 prowess, at least after one game, but we'll see as the tournament goes on just how good he can be. Because again, he does have so much experience in solo lanes.
Yeah, I think Kami has to go through Arce first, now I think about it in that bracket. So he's got one more victory before he can make it into the winner of this one. So that first game we saw was a round back. And we'll see how that actually goes coming to this one. These guys, though, even moving into the winner of the next one between Arce and Kami, still going to be hard. So these guys, uphill battle, to say the least.
I mean, it's funny as well, just thinking a bit more about what are these junglers going to play. Carbon does have a pocket poppy.
He has a pocket
If ever he
everything.
want to eat, that's true. He does like to play, mix it up a little bit here and there. So I think if anyone's going to have a weird jungle champion to play that he's comfortable in a 1v1, it might be Carbon, but who knows about Dimashk? He could have anything as we get ourselves into Champs League tier. Let's see how the bans are going. Is Urgot once again the first ban here in this draft?
Yeah, Urgot and Caitlyn might be the theme that we're going to see here. AD carries in general, just very good in 1 versus 1 from their extreme amounts of range or utility to stay alive that all AD carries have been blessed with. Besides Urgot, who just does the exact opposite and oppresses you.
Yeah, just all into you at level 2 as Misfortune and Annie are going to be the next 2 bans here. That's twice now that Misfortune's been banned away. We'll see what the CAS jungler, though, does want to take away for his last ban here. He's considering it pretty heavily, actually. It does. Of course, it is blind pick, so they can pick the same champion, but it's a matter of, do I think he's going to play the Lee Sin? Am I afraid of something like Rengar? It is actually Lucian, once again, that gets banned, though.
So they're committing to the AD carry bans, and with 2 junglers in this particular one-on-one, banning the AD carries is questionable, I might say, because they're more prone to making mistakes.
And you can see Carvin leaning back in his chair. Not too sure what to ban. He does ban the Jarvan that you mentioned, Rusty, could be something we'll see. And now the real fun question is, what are these 2 players playing?
Oh my god.
Dimashk's got it locked in, the Heimerdinger.
He had
this could be a
Masteries
longer
ready
game
as well. Everything was ready to go. He locked that in. No hesitation. Exhaust Ignite. He means business.
Certainly does, as he's got that preparation underway. Carbon hovering the cannon. Hasn't quite committed to his pick just yet. And Heimerdinger, very different style of 1v1 champion, Rusty.
He sits in a bush. He places 3 turrets. And he tells you, come in. Have a look at my turrets. They're
safe,
wonderful, aren't
me.
they? Now you're dead. And if you don't kill him, he gets your turret because he is a siege bot.
I mean, there's also the CS metric there as well. So Heimer does attack the 1v1s for sort of a different angle. Is Carbon going to commit? He is going to go for the cannon, and it's exhausting that on both sides for now. Remember, Mark Dash is available, but haven't seen it just out here. Maybe needs a few more all-in style champions for that one.
I do think that the Snowball is a very good spell to use. It has true damage. You don't need the flash then. But compare that to an Ignite, which does a lot more damage, or the Exhaust, which reduces a lot more damage, and you're blind pick. You don't know who you're going to be against. It's very difficult to assume that Mark is going to be a good choice over Exhaust or Ignite.
Yeah, that's true. We saw it in our first 1v1 there between Kami and Lex. Level 2, go all in, use all the summoner spells, and you can see people can die very quickly. Our first game was just over 2 minutes. We'll see if Heimerdinger can make it a little longer. In fact, this could be one of the longer 1v1s, depending on how it's played.
So the strategies between both of these guys are very different right now. Carbon playing the Cannon wants to poke people down and actually kill them, but it's very difficult for Cannon a lot of the time to actually get the farm that he's looking for. If he's ever pressured, it's very difficult. And the showdown turrets do seemingly a lot more damage. You can't let them just hit it once and then you can last hit the minion. It's very difficult to predict.
Yep, certainly can be here. And like we've seen, 100 CS is a lot. I don't know if try to get that. It's a pretty hard condition to meet here. So we'll see what the players are going to look for. Heimerdinger already a champion that I think we expected, but it's funny to see it out so early as we are back on the Snowdown Showdown. As Carbon with the Doran's Blade going to move out against the Doran's Ring. Lots of Dorans, kind of as we expect here, 1 versus 1.
Yeah, definitely. A very strong early game item should be what they go for. And of course, the warding trinkets. No one going for any vision denial, just to get vision themselves. And against the Heimerdinger, I do not blame Carbon one bit.
No, has to make sure he's got those brushes in vision, because those turrets, if they stack up, are going to be very annoying. Well, that's 2 cannon picks in a row as well. But it's going to be a very different matchup here. Like Kami said, he got a good matchup blind pick there, Renekton versus Cannon.
That's exactly right, as there's a bit of banter going on between both of these guys.
You can see them smiling.
Some more dancing.
Having some fun.
Carbon could actually breakdance better than Dimashk can right now, just saying. All he's got's a rocket. It's cheating.
Well, it's spinning around there as minions are going to crash into each other, and the first turret does go down. Going to ward that back brush there as well. And again, it's different again. 2 range champions this time.
So there's actually a slight overthought, I guess, there from oversight from Dimashk, where he didn't actually place turrets at level 1 at all the second he could get to the lane. So Carbon had placed that turret to prevent it from happening, and instead of placing one, he waited until the minions got there, and it has a very long cooldown.
Yeah, and that's the other thing. You put them down, you get ammo back so you can place more, but Dimashk has to wait a long time now. He does put down that second turret. Carbon will back away from a bit of his aggression, but he's got some good hits down already. Does juke the laser as well. Carbon looking good right now. Did take a bit of damage though.
Carbon definitely having a lot in towards the offense tree. You can see the amount of health he gets back from not just the Doran's blade. So very smart play from him trying to get through the poke of Dimashk on this Heimerdinger. Difficult to say the least right now for Dimashk because he hasn't been allowed to set up. He's been prevented.
No, and that's the strength of Heimerdinger. Carbon instead now the one starting to push the wave a little bit more towards his turret. And going to keep poking. Nice grenade though actually just tags him on the end. But another turret's going to go into Dimashk holding fast against the early aggression.
And we've already passed the game time of that last 1 versus 1. So you can see how quickly the first one was. This one does not look like Dimashk wants anything to do with the cannon.
Carbon actually takes turret aggro. They're going to take a lot of damage. Gets stunned as well. Really nice trade there despite the level advantage for Cannon.
If I was Carbon at this stage, I would consider pushing it to the turret before recalling and maybe getting another item because he is almost towards that Doran's blade. One more wave should give him enough gold to do so, and he can be a little bit more aggressive with the full health again, a little added sustain, but we'll see what he wants to actually go for. Very hard to push a Heimerdinger to the turret for the most part.
You can see Dimashk just, again, keeping the minions here. Carbon trying to go for the Q, just missing there, and will not connect for the stun, but he has finally pushed it all the way out, it seems. So we might see our first recall. We've seen our first level 3, our first health relic here on the 1v1 map, and maybe a recall coming in as well.
Maybe. We will see what Carbon wants to do. Dimashk has taken a bit of poke himself, but has the biscuit as well. Carbon hasn't used his pot, to be honest, either, so they might not even look for the recall. They might look to sustain their way through.
Nice juke there from Carbon as well. Does dodge the Rocket Storm. Is Carbon going to keep farming things away, maybe waiting for a certain item, then to come back and try for an all-in here. We could also see an ultimate. Carbon getting low, though. Does have his potion, does pop it. And Dimashk doesn't.
They banned Annie away from Dara, so we'll see if it's banned away from him now, or if he gets that chance to pick it and actually give it to Naru.
Well, you have to think he is going to pick it if he can, as we are into our next champ slate. Now, Fizz actually the first ban there, so he's taking away a champion that Naru is known for, kind of like the other 50 champions he plays. He's got a really deep champion pool.
An immensely deep champion pool. He's got a very strong Azir as well, as he takes his first ban there.
And AD carry is getting ignored for now. Cassio Pantheon, our next few bans here, and they're flying through this one. Dara, he knows exactly what he doesn't want to play against.
And the trick here is it's still blind pick after the banning phase. No one gets a first pick advantage. Caitlyn's still available. Urgot just got banned away. I was going to say is still definitely available, as well as an abundance of AD carries in general.
Well, Dara now slowing down after his lightning fast first 2 bans. We'll see exactly what he wants to take away, and it is going to be that Caitlyn. So 3 games now, and nobody wants to play against either Urgot or Caitlyn.
A very smart decision. Caitlyn with the new traps, of course, being able to place 3 at level 1 if you want, and getting the headshot from it is gross.
And there's a Kindred ban, actually, so a champion you did expect to see here, but it does leave open the likes of the Lucian we've seen banned away, MF, and of course Darazani, if he wants to play it, will be available here.
Yeah, these 2 champions, by the way, are going to be ridiculous if they're locked in.
And Dara does lock it in. He's going for a support champion. It is Karma.
If you can define Karma as a support champion, she's about as support as Brand is in that bottom lane, which means they carry their lane for their AD carry and they put them on their shoulders. In a 1 versus 1, Karma, very good, has the option for damage, sustain, or shield. Can do it all, and it comes down to who you're against. So a very adaptive champion as well. So a smart pick here from Dara.
Certainly is, as Naru considering his pick now as well. Hovering that LeBlanc. Only has a few seconds left if he wants to swap things up here. And of course, we'll check in on summoner spells once they do lock them in. But they will see the champions. Naru is going to go for LeBlanc. And there, of course, Exhaust Ignite once again. Dara, though, right now, does have the flash.
Certainly does. That's interesting to see if he wants to actually keep that. He doesn't know he's against the LeBlanc just yet, so might actually want that flash. Could come in very handy for him moving into this one-on-one game. And most interestingly, no cannon.
Yeah, no cannon.
Yeah.
It's open, of course. It's been open every game. It won the last 2. But this is fun. I like it. They're kind of picking their champions for their role. They're technically a support, I'm going to say, with Karma. Although, like you mentioned, a little closer to Brand than Sejana. And then, of course, LeBlanc for Naru. Just a classic mid lane pick.
Yeah, and of course, Naru, as we mentioned, having that exhaust. We said how good flash could be for Dara. Well, the exhaust is actually a very big deal, as Karma's burst. That's all Karma can be. She has the tether to keep you in place, and then she hits that mantra'd Q to completely blow your health bar up. And if the exhaust is there, maybe LeBlanc can just say, well, I'm just going to burst you instead.
Yeah, it's almost a mind game at that point, right? You have to hope they don't use the Mantra Q and exhaust at the right time here. So we'll see as Dara does actually swap over the summoner spells. He's gone for exhaust, which against LeBlanc, very important.
Yeah, thankfully. They're just baiting us into saying Flash over and over
One
again.
day
With
someone
1
will take
second
Flash.
left, they change it back. I want Mark more than Flash, to be perfectly
That's
honest.
true. I would like some snowballs, but none just yet. Here's we are going to move out for our third 1v1 of the morning. And Dara from the Japanese LJL taking on Turkish mid-lane superstar Naru. Summoner spells have remained the same, but these are two very different champions once again.
I've got it, pastry time.
What?
Mark Garen. If he ever
Oh
gets
my
on you,
God.
Garen is gross. So if you get Mark, you hit the snowball, it's over.
That sounds like all of my nightmares. There are even brushes in this map as well, just to make it worse. As we do see yellow trinkets again. Dara, though, staying very far away from the brush. Maybe didn't get there early enough. Naru, plenty of vision with that early yellow trinket down.
Yeah, if you ever question what you're going to buy in this map, you lose bush control because by default, as you can see, Naru has the ward trinket, places it in that bush. In saying that, the advantage will be in Dara's hand for bush control when his ward is placed down, as Naru's is going to end very soon.
Saw the vision toggle there, actually. Dara doing a nice job of skirting around that radius as well. But he's going to keep that trinket a little later, as we are going to see the first few waves go down. And like we've seen, level 2 is so important. Naru going straight in at level 1, though.
Yeah, a bit of aggression. He is an AP LeBlanc after all, and starting with that W. Difficult for a Karma to hit the Q if you go immediately back and you've got a minion wave to block it to begin with. So actually a very smart decision from Naru to level that one up first on the assumption that, as per expected, Dara will go for Q first.
Ooh, nice little Q, but he's going to dodge it out. Might give him a bit more control over the wave, though. Level 2s are very close, and Naru moving in forward. He wants it, he's got the distortion, and it's just a good amount of poke.
And the perfect dodge one more time. The second the W, the distortion connects, you go back, you run away. Karma has to react and make a guess immediately, and if it doesn't go the way she wants, it misses.
Nice juke there from Naru, as Dara does have that shield, puts it up there for a bit more trades. As you do see the levels come out, this could be a little bit better for Karma moving towards 6, but Naru is likely going to keep up that aggression.
So at level 6 in particular, it definitely does favor Naru by having the Mimic available, whereas level 5 and level 3, I would say favor the Karma indefinitely, because then you've got all 3 spells, and they're going one more time with that poke.
Nice shield though from Dara, actually shakes off a lot of that damage. Have a couple of biscuits left either way as well. Nara, I believe, maxing that distortion first. He doesn't have the chains just yet, but he's getting that poke down as the relics do spawn. But honestly, 2.5 minutes in, these are very healthy mid laners.
Very hard to kill a Karma. I will say it that way. LeBlanc, more volatile.
Nice tether. Good chains though. Naru did have it up, but he's low on mana now. Gonna have to run back to that relic, you have to think. And Dara doing a great job of shielding these distortions.
And this is the matchup where they're going to have 2 chains on top of each other every time they try and engage. It's who can out mind game the other one. And right now, both starting to run out of mana a fair bit. Will they go recall or will they just get the relics?
Well, Naru does go back and grab his relic. Dara actually only loses 1 minion there to the turret, so going to keep these clumps up here. Getting pushed in a bit, but keeping up nicely on CS. Naru only a few ahead. You can see that tower damage, just so hard to last hit under turret.
And of course, credit where it's due for Dara. Wow, he's just getting some health back from the tether. That was cheeky.
Very smart there. Clearly knows the limits of Karma here, being a support player. But Naru looking to be aggressive again. Poke does land there just for the edge. The shield's down. Naru pops again for a big amount of poke.
Yeah, has 2 levels in that distortion now, so it's starting to hurt if ever the sigils connect. Very good play here from Naru. Should be able to out-sustain Dara, you would imagine, who's already used the mantra on just the W instead of putting damage down.
And runs out of biscuits as well. So no regen as Dara actually just ate his last one. Good relic timing there. He's going to pick that up for a bit of extra health and mana. But we'll see if these players want to just keep it here. I think Naru at this point, he's happy to take the level 6 all-in if he just has a Doran's Ring.
And he's already found himself 6 CS ahead. If they ever want to take it all the way, he will have himself an entire wave as an advantage.
Yeah, would have to miss quite a lot there to fall behind as the health is staying up here. Dara, I think, just baiting Naru into trying to get aggressive, and Naru kind of reads that, just pokes him, doesn't use the distortion, and baits out the shield.
Yeah, lots of bait. Still, again, so hard to kill a Karma ever. So in this particular matchup, they have to go beyond all in to make anything work. Good Naru has the Thunderlord's Decree.
Ah, so I know one of your personal favorite masteries, something we were expecting from some of these assassin picks.
Yeah, so it's got that extra strength in the early game because of the base damage if you get 3 off. So every 30 seconds, I think it's 20 seconds because we're on 5.23 and it has been changed to be reduced by 10. is a very good pickup, but something that Yamato has always said in response is you do lose a bit of strength from penetration masteries if you go for that Thunderlords.
Yep, the tree maybe just not as offensive as some of the others, but Naru really sticking to that Keystone Mastery here for this one. Good poke though from Dara. Starting to push back actually, catch up ever so slightly on CS and Naru. He's gone in, he's popped the exhaust. Ignite is down, good exhausting response, and Naru cannot finish that off.
Dara very low, no choice but to recall unless he wants to be over-aggressive and take the Relic and stay.
Oh, Dara level 6, but I don't like it. Naru's got 6 as well. Remember, Mimic does not cost mana. Naru does not need a lot for a kill here.
He's actually just going to deny the Relic and then go back to base himself. So actually, we're going to see a recall.
Oh, no. And now Dara's actually staying.
What are they doing?
So there's mind games everywhere. He wants this CS. He knows he has to try and keep that up.
The damage that the tower is doing is so not the same as someone who's rifted. It puts you off your game entirely. You can see the cannon being missed there by Dara as well.
And our first recall and shop in a 1v1 as we've got Fiendish Codex and Forbidden Idol actually. So normally we'd build in towards a Morellonomicon, but unlikely to see us get all the way there.
Yeah, and a 300 gold advantage for Naru gets him that extra item as well. So they've gone for the boots option instead for Dara, being a little bit more efficient with his early game, but potentially missing out on some power with that first item spike that Naru will get.
And fairly all in here, honestly, from Dara. A smart choice in general against Karma from Morellonomicon from a bit of that tether healing, but Amptome second Doran and a pair of boots. Dara wants it. Naru though, big damage. Nice trade lands as well. Syndrill's gonna proc. And that trade actually quite even.
The trade is even and the Ignite is still available for Dara. So if he can freeze this and put some pressure down onto Naru one more time, there's a chance with the next Mantra power spike that he will get.
Oh, Naru, nice play. Does steal that out and gets the Relic.
Yeah, very cute play from Naru. Would actually be very low on mana if he didn't get that one for himself. So this matchup, the CS lead is actually creeping fairly far ahead for Naru.
And now a good shield again with Dara trying to get aggressive. You can see finally 50 minions completed there for Naru. 100 CS is the mark you look for as your, I guess, final victory condition. But Naru's going to go back all in. Dara looks dead here. The Ignite is down, but the auto should be enough. Dara very nearly gets it, but Naru will claim the kill.
A crazy amount of damage from Dara just there. Actually made that so much closer than we expected it to be.
I agree. That was excellently played from the Japanese support player, but Naru, strong mid laner, expects to be good here in these solo situations and clutches it out. There's some really cute stuff from that LeBlanc.
Yeah, Naru had the advantage, and you have to say it came down to stealing that Relic away because that was the difference in health between the two in that last trade.
And again, Dara had the Ignite, he saved his cooldowns, he knew he could maybe just survive an all-in, and Naru, who was honestly starting to have mana problems because Distortion's so expensive, did pull it out there in the end.
Yeah, I thought he was just going to go all in. By the time he bought the boots and that second ring, it said, I have to win this before the next recall. I'm already behind in minions. I'm starting to get behind in health. This is my chance, and this is my moment to do it. He just couldn't get it done in time.
And that's a cool element, I think, of this map as well. We saw the differences in items. A potential completed item, as Naru can just sit on those components and maybe go for Morellonomicon. And Dara just goes all in. He's like, fine, boots, Amptome, Dorans, go. I have to win now.
Yeah, and the best part is the only reason that happened is because they were so far behind in CS. There was about a 300 gold advantage for the LeBlanc.
Certainly was there. As it can get a little awkward. We're going to line up our next 1v1, of course. We've got 5 of these to kick off our morning here in the International Wildcard. As we are going to see another fun matchup here. I believe that's Revolta on the left, of course, from the Brazilian All-Star team. And junglers, I have to say, he's going to take on White Lotus here, the AD carry from the CIS squad. This could be fun.
This is definitely going to be an interesting game. Revolta is absolutely the best jungler in his region. That is what I have been told. Absolute. And going up against White Lotus is an AD carry. Naturally, they've got the mechanics to perform well, but can you get out mechanics by a jungler that is this good?
I mean, that's the thing for Revolta, is he is known for being mechanically excellent on the likes of Lee Sin. He's a big Jarvan player as well. We already saw one ban, so we could see that come out here as well. I just love whenever junglers play in a 1v1 tournament because I just don't know what to expect.
Yeah, well, we saw Kennen from the last one and Heimerdinger as well, so they could pull out absolutely anything here in this.
Oh, we are going to get straight into it, though, as Revolta is going to be taking on White Lotus. Caitlyn there, of course, another ban, very consistent here for these two teams, as it is going to be taken out as White Lotus going to consider his first ban here. We've seen a lot of Urgot, a lot of MF, a lot of Lucian bans, and there's the Urgot once again.
We've also seen Kennen win twice, and now a LeBlanc as well. So will they be targeted at all, or do these guys not even know that they can play those champions because they don't have that role in them?
I believe Revolta also has Rengar in some of his played champions, so could see that be quite brutal potentially with all the brushes here on the map, but 5 seconds left. What's Revolta's second ban going to be? It is Misfortune, but the AD carry bans do continue.
So I do like the AD focus against White Lotus in particular. He's been referred to as Imp. It's his idol. It's what he looks towards being like as a player. Exactly. That means he is overly aggressive. If he has Flash, which I hope his coach said don't take Flash, he will use it in their face. He won't flash away ever.
Doesn't like it, as he is going to look for his second ban. Nidalee actually, I mean, was a jungle champion for quite a while this year. Certainly something that Revolta's got in his playbook. Look at that smile. I think he knows. Maybe he got scouted just a bit, or maybe he doesn't play it. And he's just having fun, as Kennen does get a ban there.
Yeah, nice to see Kennen taken off the board. The Nidalee ban definitely did warrant the smile. I don't think Nidalee is very good in a 1v1 if you can play the appropriate champion into it. The question then says, does White Lotus have something up his sleeve that would do bad against Nidalee? That he wants to play himself?
Well, there is LeBlanc actually banned away by White Lotus, so Revolta going to consider his pick along with the Latam AD carry. And Revolta, nice hover to start things off here. And I think understandably, White Lotus, you mentioned, Imp is a big idol there. Does look for AD carries first off.
Yeah, definitely should lock in an AD carry. If he goes Vayne, I'd be very surprised. He's against the jungler. There is a lot of chance for cheese.
Yes. I think you should know, generally when you play Vayne against the jungler, you're trying to keep them off you the whole time. So White Lotus probably has that in the back of his mind, as they are hovering so many fun champions here.
Yeah, I really hope Revolta does go something outrageous. Okay, that's look,
I get your wish.
There's limits. I want outrageous. This is disgusting. No.
Quite literally, Yorick the lock in there for Revolta. He's got a big smile on his face, and a Kalista actually for White Lotus there. Very different pick. Not a bad 1v1 champion, but he gets so many benefits from having a support. And White Lotus, unfortunately for this, cannot bring his support with him to this 1v1.
Yeah, you can't connect to a Poro with your passive either, White
That
Lotus.
would be amazing.
I guess he has to sell the spare item slot if it ever comes down to it. It'll be interesting to see how this Kalista does go into a Yorick who is very kiteable, to say the least. Has a slow, has a move speed if he's in melee range already, and just has a lot of sustain, and is probably going to be the most annoying person in the world to play against if you're Kalista.
And I love this pick from Revolta. You said it already. Disgusting was the word I believe you used to describe it. We expected maybe something like Lee Sin, Jarvan. Rengar honestly was on the list for me. And we saw the Aatrox, and you can kind of see the theme developing, where it's like, okay, let's play these very aggressive jungle champions. And then just bails out and goes for Yorick.
Yeah, they were going all in. We've got that kick at level 6. We've got the Aatrox level 2. And now he just wants to sustain and, I guess, tilt White Lotus until he loses.
Well, we'll see how White Lotus can hold up here 1 versus 1 on Kalista of all champions. But again, a fine, strong early game champion. He's going to be a little weaker without the support there, of course. That poor spear just sitting in the inventory. But Revolta will shamble out of the base here as well. A little late actually out of the gates, but Doran's Shield Potion versus Doran's Blade with Exhausting Knife for both of them. Revolta might be on the farm train.
He has a strategy, doesn't he?
Certainly does.
Farming against a Kalista is very doable this early. Not a lot of attack speed, not a lot of sustain. You can kind of poke White Lotus out of this lane. And with a Doran's Shield, sure, why not do that?
You can see the Emax already there for Kalista. Does get a bit of rend damage. Revolta, he's going to sit there with his Doran's Shield. He does not care.
Both Yorick and Revolta are laughing at that exact scenario. So I don't think he's going to be too worried. See, has the E ready. That's the life steal.
Yep, and that to me seems like the max as well here. So could be tricky to CS here. Kalista, of course, very good at picking up creeps with rend as well. He's going to be hopping around, trying to keep control here. Revolta trying to slap down his first minion, will get it, but White Lotus going all in on that aggression.
So there was actually a fairly big misplay from White Lotus there at level 1. The Ren didn't kill the minion when he was trying to just poke Revolta down. So a lot more damage could have been placed onto this Yorick that has now gone completely awry.
And look at all this health he gets back. I mean, Revolta might struggle to get the CS here against White Lotus early on especially, but he is probably not going to die.
Yeah, roughly 30 back every auto.
Well, that was a huge amount of damage as Revolta will hit level 2 and get a bit of extra health back. White Lotus looking very aggressive on this champion.
As he needs to be, because if you ever give Yorick a slight advantage, you're throwing away the game potentially, because the poke, it's just gross. I mean, look at it. He has to kite back ghouls, and they're so hard to click.
And we didn't think about this, but we talked about 100 CS. Yorick actually unfortunate in this game mode.
Losing himself the game potentially. He's got 2 CS, 3 now himself. He's now out of mana, and a very mana-heavy champion against what is basically free CS.
Yep, every ghoul he kills does count towards the total. So I believe White Lotus can also get 100 CS by killing ghouls as well. White Lotus getting a little low, but does have a potion spare. Going to deny that relic as well. Ignite though, he's going to go all in for it. Damage is down, Revolta getting kind of back, but he's so low and just can't quite finish it off.
We said it about a minute ago now. He has no mana. He can't afford to do this. He can't afford to stay right now. He's just going to hang at the turrets because, again, White Lotus is pushing him in.
And that's all the summoners down as well for Revolta. Ignite still for White Lotus. Can deny some of that healing. And level 4 now as Revolta's going to get pushed back into his turret. 20-5 is the CS differential.
This Latin American AD carry is showing he has the mechanics up against Revolta, who, look, he's cheesing. He's definitely cheesing. And it's backfiring right now.
Certainly is for the moment. Revolta will see if he can sneak in a recall, but is dangerous with the creep wave this far pushed up.
He has nothing to buy. He has 390 gold. He wants a tier, I would imagine, for the money. Get a crystal.
Might just want help at this point. But none of this going to come quickly, at least, for Revolta. White Lotus continuing to hammer down these minions. Kalista does push very quickly.
Now, Carbon did say earlier that nobody should ever get to the 100 CS mark. Well, I feel like Revolta is taunting him into going for it.
Yeah.
Just by being Yorick.
And there's a longsword. Potions there as well coming out for Revolta, so he's just going to stick to the early game aggression. White Lotus should be able to deny this relic as well. Just building up the CS now, going to render away, start getting tower damage down as well. And he has so much CS for this point in the game.
Yeah, he has a lot of gold here, White Lotus. 975 for himself. Will he just go for some more Doran's Blades? The question, does he want to go pickaxe with some potions? There's anything that he can do, whereas Revolta, he was limited to a single sword.
Yep, and a couple pots, and that's all to get. Vamp Scepter actually for White Lotus. Gonna keep it safe. Doesn't have any extra money by the looks of things. So walks his way back. Left his relic there as well, so potentially could get denied here, but Revolta hasn't pushed that far up yet.
So I do like the call from White Lotus. He's basically had a win condition thrust upon him, and he now says, well, I can just farm. Let's get some sustain so that Yorick cannot push me out of this lane. Not only that, he saw the longsword from this Yorick, who doesn't have a very large mana pool.
I don't think White Lotus is going to be leveling that ulti either. I don't know if he can, because he can't use it. But with all the Ren stacks that are happening here, and the lead he's gotten on CS in particular, it might not matter here as Lotus just missing that Q out. As the ghouls are going to come back in, but again, going to just happily take the CS here. Oh, misses both ghouls.
Yeah, absolutely no benefit for White Lotus leveling that ultimate. Revolta smartly going to go back to base again, but he didn't get it all the way to the turret. So every single last hit here from White Lotus, except that one, should go to him.
Yeah, Kalista, of course, can't cancel those autos, so it can be tricky once you commit, but Ren makes it relatively simple. And you can see 3 points in the Ren, 2 in the Q. Don't need the W either, really, on this map. No partner to help get extra soul mark damage with. So White Lotus, again, Kalista sort of a different 1v1 champion, but working out nicely here.
Yeah, super mobile, and just happened to be put into a game where he's against someone who he can kite endlessly, and it's just working out very well for him, as he is almost halfway.
He has so much CS here in this game. About 1050 as he does just ting it there. Revolta, ulti himself, I guess. That'd be hilarious, by the way, if he gets the first blood from Yorick ulti.
It's like a Shaco clone, but a little bit different because it's not as good. Doesn't blow up.
Well, you can see just continuing to take damage. Ghoul does live there. Revolta does have a mana crystal, so going to have a bit more here as the AoE's down that wave. Actually, 2 points in W and 3 in the E. So ignoring the Q for now. Probably thinks that he can't get in range to slap her.
This is just such a guilty pleasure type of game right now from White Lotus. Every single ghoul, he just says, well, I'm just going to kite them back, try and rend them if I can. And even if I don't, I am still that far ahead in farm that it does not matter whatsoever.
60 CS now at 6 minute 20. I mean, 100 CS does take a while on this map, but White Lotus moving at a very quick clip as he just kites the ghouls back, doesn't get the second one, collects the relic though, and he'll continue applying pressure. Revolta's got to do something here. He is so far behind in CS.
He's got his summoners back up again, ready to go now. You can see he's gone for the mana crystal to try and sustain a little bit more, get maybe a prolonged trade in there. And he's definitely doing damage, but it's not enough against the Vamp Scepter out of White Lotus.
Yeah, and that's genius buy, honestly, there from the Latam AD carry. Having that sustain ready to go. Yorick, of course, decent sustain as well. This might be it, though. Exhaust down, Ignite as well. Revolta moving in for it. White Lotus is so slow. And that's it. First blood from the Rend.
It just came down to necessity from Revolta. He was so far behind. He knew he had to do something. The summoner spells were available, but he didn't even have the mana to use his ultimate, I don't believe, at the end of that trade.
No, I don't think he had it potentially, might have. Yeah, it went all in with the W and the E.
There you go.
So just wanted to try and get the kill. It was probably a few mana off from that last spell, but that Ren did crazy amounts of damage and does secure the execute there with a very impressive Callisto 1v1 by White Lotus.
Yeah, definitely. Showing the mechanics that White Lotus has. He's very good at this Callisto if there's anything we can take from this game. Yorick, maybe not a good champion for 1v1 is something else we can take?
I enjoyed it.
But if you're giving them free farm, you know?
True. I mean, it can be awkward on that front. And we saw 40 CS, I believe, before the kill happened there for White Lotus. Like you said, pretty much necessity there for Revolta by the end of it. Having to go for an all-in. Got it close, but couldn't quite get it done.
You know what? He needed Mark. Get rid of the exhaust.
Yes.
Go for Mark. And then just ignite and do the true damage. Level Q this time. Maybe level your ultimate as well. And just all in with that Mark when it connects.
I mean, honestly, if you'd had enough mana for ulti and ulti, that might have actually been a kill for Revolta. I'm not too sure how the mechanics work for dying and then getting revived, but I have to imagine as long as you get the kill in Omen of War, you're good.
Yeah, so he didn't level the ultimate, unfortunately, in this one. But if he did, I believe he still dies. Does it count as a death, though? Does it register as a death until after? Because it never usually does.
Yeah, I mean, we'll have to see now as we are going to line up our final 1v1 of the morning. Kami back to play once again. Did say himself in the interview he's not too confident 1v1, but got a win there with Cannon. He does have a very strong, deep champion pool. So, again, mid laners here, I feel like a naturally favored here. He's going to be playing Arce, of course, another Latam player. We'll see how he can get it done.
Yes, it's going to be very interesting here. Arce has a very tough run, to say the least, in this. He's not only going up against a very good mid laner in Kami first. If he makes it through, he's got an easier one first, let's say, but Carbon showed he has what it takes, and then it's straight into more mechanics all over again.
Yeah, and again, 1v1 actually proven to be, even in these first 4 games, just there's a lot going on here on this map.
Like, yeah, definitely. There's so many things to consider. First and foremost, the masteries before the game even starts. What runes do you want? We've seen a varying amount of AD mixed with AP. Yorick's going all in and not having any mana. Like, they do what they want right now.
Well, Arce will line up now against Kami. He's going to play another round here to round off our first 5 1v1s of the day. More to come, of course, throughout the tournament. But LeBlanc, Oriana, 2 mid lane bans, very Kami-centric champions banned away as Caitlyn is once again going to be a first ban here from Kami.
And rightly so. I'd be surprised if we ever see a Caitlyn in any 1 versus 1 game at all.
Yeah, I don't know. I want one to sneak through, but maybe that makes me a bad person.
So the answer is Jarvan. Let's be reasonable. There is a way to beat it. It's just not a risk that you need to take.
What about the sweet Caitlyn mirror match, Rusty?
Or the Mark Garen.
Oh,
yeah.
True. We did solve this already. As I got the other ban. Mordekaiser straight into the ban list though for Kami. That feels almost like a bit of fun more than anything else.
That's
definitely
great. A bit of fun being poked back at him. The cannon ban I do like as well from Kami. He seems to know that it's pretty good, and I wonder why.
Yeah, I mean, did of course win his first round with it, so not super surprising here as Kami hovering a couple of different champions. They've actually both independently hovered over Morgana, which is quite amusing, but we'll give these players some time to take their picks here. And of course, I have to say the only consistent thing so far, I believe, has actually been summoner spells. Everyone is playing Exhaust Ignite.
Yep, that's definitely the only consistency we've had so far, besides perhaps the Caitlyn ban. And
oh my god! How did this happen?
I love this so much.
Nami versus Lulu is our next matchup.
This is the worst matchup that you will ever see in League of Legends in a 1 versus 1. Nami's surprisingly good because the W that does damage heals you. It's just straightforward, it's great.
He's pretty strong as well. Does give you an auto attack modifier, quite like Lulu, honestly. And I mean, Lulu, very versatile champion, has been seen top, seen mid, support, of course, way back in the day, it feels like at this point. But Nami is a pure support champion. I know you're a support player. Really?
Pure
Nami?
support, about as pure support as Karma is to an extent, I will say. The damage that a Nami can do is overwhelming. She can single-handedly win the lane. She just takes the option generally of letting the AD carry win the lane because the E Empower does a fair chunk of damage and AD carries usually have that attack reset or something to do a little bit extra.
And I like what Arce is doing here. He actually has Death by a Touch as his keystone mastery.
Interesting.
What a guy. First 1v1, he's playing against Kami, he's like, I got this. And he even has Flash.
Yeah. Arce's going all in.
He knows. He knows something that I don't.
He wants to poke. He's waiting for that late game, but he didn't know he was going to be against a Lulu, who in terms of poke, can definitely match it.
Yep, definitely Kami going to have a fun time here as we are going to move out for our final 1v1 of the morning. Plenty of League of Legends the 4 days here of the tournament. It's been a great, fun start to this particular tournament.
Yeah, definitely has been. And of course, the big thing that I want to touch on here is not only has Arce gone for the Deathfire's touch, he's also gone for the Corrupting Potion.
Oh, yes.
And this is great because if you're using the potion and you auto-attack, you do damage over time with that auto-attack. Not only that, the Deathfire's touch does as well.
Yep, and of course, you've got the heal, like you mentioned, that ebb and flow for that really sick trading. Arce maybe just going to try and out-sustain it, even as Flash for a bit of extra security, try and get away from Karma, who, unless he lands a lot of slows, might actually struggle to chase down the Nami, and this could just be a battle of attrition here for Arce and his Nami.
Yeah, the real question is leveling up that W from Nami uses a lot of mana. Very hard to actually do well with it if you don't actually start coming ahead.
See Kami going in. Oh my god, Exhaust level 1! He wants to kill, he's popped the Ignite down as well. It's only Glitterlance here and he's going to keep moving in for it. Pig's doing so much damage though.
Not even giving him a chance to sustain through any damage. Kali just puts the foot down and wants that kill, of course. Nothing actually used from Arce there besides his spells and walking away, or I guess swimming away.
Yep.
But the bubbles, very strong.
And Corrupting Potion, level 1 though, Kami going to go back in. Does have level 2, can keep chasing in, and that damage. Seen Lulu in lane before, such a bully.
Yeah, a massive bully. There is nothing that Arce can do. He's only got 1 stack left on that potion, and he's not using it to poke down Kami at all. He's using it to sustain, and maybe the strategy is completely backfired.
Yeah, we'll have to see here. Kami also well and truly ahead on CS. A little tricky to CS with Nami.
Try got none of them under the turret just then, so we'll go with impossible.
And of course, you got the E and the W maxed up as well. So actually going to try and go for a bit of fight here. Does move out. The auto-attack modifier is good. He has his Ignite still as well. Kami fighting without summoners, but he's so confident right now.
And this is the big point for Arce if he wants to try and come ahead in this 1 versus 1. He's got sustain. He's now level 3, has the bubble.
Relics might be chasing back as well. Gets polymorphed actually, and Kami. Oh, he's going to make it back. I wondered if Arce was going to go for the flash bubble big play. But Kami does go back, gets a bit of mana and some health back as well.
I was definitely remaining vigilant for that flash. It can come out at any moment, but the fact that Kami got that relic actually going to help him a lot in this 1v1. I'd say not struggling. You can see he's got control. Ooh, it's dangerous.
Very dangerous. Nice ebb and flow though. You can see just how much healing there is here for Arce. Don't think he has any charges left on his potion, and Kami actually going to go back, realizes I'm out of tools here. He actually did also go Doran's Blade, and there's a second one.
Yeah, of course, smartly recalling in response here from Arce, but Kami, that is aggression.
And he's got fervor of battle as well. He wants to get in on that AD Lulu action.
Exactly right. Of course, he may want to wait until those summoner spells are available. Arce not actually being able to utilize his and be aggressive and get a kill with it. He was aggressive, did push Kami out of lane, but that may have backfired given the bias.
Yeah, bit of a break here, but Doran's ring only there for Arce as Kami gets his second Doran. So now I'm going to play a slightly longer game. Does keep the CS a little more even, but Kami did get back in time. Both level 4 now, going to continue riding that CS train, about a full wave ahead at this point.
Don't worry, the Nami's scaling. The Master is in the potion. That damage over time will start to actually favor him to an extent. The problem is, Nami's not a very good scaling champion in terms of ability power ratios.
Kami does just take the relic for the mana. So it loses a tad bit of efficiency there, but Arce now starting to push it back.
Oh, just for reference. Also full AD Lulu with no ability power at all, yeah.
Yep, figured that one out.
I was like, yeah, no, 2 Doran's Blades, that's fine.
And a fervor. I'm like, yeah, okay. Just going all in. As Arce does get the ebb and flow damage down. Level 5 now though as well. Big wave into this turret and a bit of harassment coming out as well.
It's just very difficult to last down to this turret. It's almost amusing to watch people do. A lot of minion stacks here gives Arce a chance to be aggressive, poke him down perhaps wherever he can. As you can see, he's trying to, but he gets out-traded.
Yeah, takes the pop there from Pix. Again, Kami's spell's not actually doing that much damage. It's all the AD. Bubble will land, ebb and flows out. And Arce just has to play the long game here, you feel. Whittle him down with those AP masteries.
Impossible though, given the CS discrepancy between them thus far.
You can see Kami now almost double in CS, so absolutely ahead there. Summoner spells are back as well. Arce has not had to use his yet, but Kami's going to chase back in. And just look at this Lulu. Starting to do a lot of damage to those orders. This could be it.
That's rough.
Summoners are up. Going to go back in. Ignites down. Well timed. And a nice flash keeps him safe.
The auto attack from Kami got cancelled by the flash of all things. So well done from Arce to keep himself essentially alive from that. Level
Block rope's
6.
up. You can't go all in here. Kami just going to go in for it, but can't close the distance.
No. This is, again, there's no flash available. So Arce actually coming out a little bit ahead by having that flash. He lived through it because of flash. Kami can't kill him because he doesn't have it.
And he gets a second recall in as well on top of it all. Arce trying to keep this CS out. He's thinking, longsword instead. Might not have had enough for the third Doran's Blade. You have to think he was going to go for it. Oh, never mind. Two
longswords is enough. I would imagine Hex Drinker would be the next plan of attack. He may just go straight all in and do more damage. Ghost Blade route.
Maybe, but Nami kind of fighting fire with fire. That's a Doran's Blade now on the other end. So honestly, quite intelligently realizes that I have to start winning some of these auto attack trades. They're both, you know, fairly low AD AP champions for the most part, but Arce's got to fight back here.
But if you're trying to fight against a Lulu who's got all-in AD runes with all AD items and you're trying to win an auto attack trade battle, you're actually asking to get out traded.
Well, it's certainly been difficult here as Kami just going to juke that bubble. A little short there on that one for Nami as Kami.
The damage of this turret.
Yeah, continuing to apply pressure. Does get that minion, but it's tricky. And again, still about 20 CS down.
They are just perpetually hitting each other in the face, but neither of them really want to say die. The sustain from the Lulu with all of these Dorans and potions and Nami being Nami. This game could go all the way.
I'm almost surprised we didn't see wind speakers out just for the real
That's what I was expecting.
Keely cheese action. But does go for a bit more damage. Kami though, I think he's just resigned to, you know what? If you don't want to fire me, I'm just going to shove every single one of your waves into turret.
No, I won't reveal the strategy just yet, but there are champions that use wind speakers very well.
Oh, you can see Arce now going to go back in. The healing's good, but Kami more than enough damage to really chunk out the Nami.
And Arce just opting not to fight every single time. He's getting outpoked. He knows I can't all in, and he's resigning himself to the bubbles.
Bubble does land. Evan flows out, but that's low on mana now as Kami saves his spells and his ulti. He's just going to recall once again. He knows if nothing else, he can win on CS.
Yeah, it seems to me that's where he's going towards.
Oh my god!
That is smart.
That is very smart.
Grievous Wounds reduces self-healing. Nami, in a 1v1, could only have self-healing.
Yeah. Executioner's Calling. A recently changed AD item that we don't see too much of. It's been a long time since I've seen this one, but Kami, like you said, a very intelligent buy on that AD Lulu, and he's zooming in. He wants to find it, doesn't get the Nami. Arce actually does find the back. We do see half the minions down now for Kami, 50 CS away if he does want to hit that win condition. But with that blade, Executioner's Calling, I have to think he's just going to go for a kill.
Yeah, just not zippy enough there, Kami, to prevent that. It has to be a kill from Kami, of all people to really take it to Arce. He's gone for 4 levels in that W, so he's opting the sustain route, but he's also losing the farm route. So eventually, if Kami plays patiently, instead of going on it, it's on the Nami to just go. Yeah, he has to.
You can see still that CS discrepancy about double now. Kami will eat a bubble. Good polymorph though, just connects on the end. Arce going to keep trying to last hit, but Kami, he knows he doesn't have to do anything other than what he's doing now. He's so far ahead in CS. Just keep shoving the wave in. Don't do anything silly.
That is definitely going to be his game plan. Most of his levels are in the shield as well, so smart play here from Kami. Definitely has a strategy, and is putting that in place.
Yeah, and I love the item buys here as well, like you mentioned. Is Kami going to keep going in? Arce does land the bubble, but Kami's just still there with the auto attacks. And Lulu's annoying enough as a support champion, let alone a full AD Lulu in a 1v1.
About as annoying as a Nami generally as well, to be fair. I would say he's decided to go that route also and just be a pain in the bum to each other, basically. And at this stage, Kami's being the bigger pain.
Now we're closing in on 100 CS pretty quickly. Arce might have to pull the trigger. Ebenflow does land, but a bit of reduced healing there as Kami gets a slow. But he's just committed to the minions. He is surprisingly close to 100 CS.
Skirting around the edges, Kami. He's so far ahead in farm that he can go back if he's missing half of his health, prevent any chance of an all-in from Arce, and just farm.
And just going to keep it up. Vamp Scepter now going basically a full AD carry build on the Lulu at this point. Hadn't had to use the ultimate either, so even more health. If for whatever reason, Kami is worried that he is going to die in some sort of trade.
And an exhaust.
And it's ignite, correct.
I mean, there's no physical way for Arce to actually kill this Lulu, I don't feel like. The sustain is just so strong.
And I never thought I'd get to a point in my shoutcasting career where Nami all in was my recommended strategy, but that's kind of where we're at right now.
It's the only recommended strategy. He is slowly losing this game, and you cannot afford to slowly lose this game anymore because you are down so far in farm. I'd say you have no choice. Either you concede the CS or you fight.
And I'm very impressed by Kami's mechanics there as well. Again, we know him as a strong Brazilian mid laner. He's done very well to farm. I mean, Eddie Lulu, not too tricky, but he's done a great job of actually just keeping the raw mechanics up.
He definitely has been. This could be what Arce wants.
Bubble lands, Kami gonna keep going though. Does actually shake off quite a lot, but you can see the indicator. About 15 minutes left, all in there, knocked down! Exhaust is good, and that's gonna be the kill.
No choice from Arce. He had to fight, and he just didn't pick the right battle. Kami, he had the long game completely in his hands, and that's exactly what happened right there. He forces a fight, has the summoner advantage.
And I love the pick as well from Arce, taking that Nami. I'm sure there's a champion he has in mind where it's like, this is going to be good here, but the players will shake hands. Kami, self-proclaimed not very good at 1v1s, will start the day off 2-0.
Definitely starting strong. You can say he's not good at 1 versus 1s. Well, the results beg to differ. We said it after the first game. He's done it one more time. Now, to be fair, this time was against someone that probably should not have performed overly too well. I'd akin him to the junglers who you say play with reckless abandon because they don't really get regarded as the person who should show up for their region.
Yeah, I mean, every now and then you get a support player with some like old school mid laners, usually Annie, kind of the one we expect from Dara to show up. But Kami's fundamentals, I feel like, it is carrying him so well in the 1v1, even if he doesn't understand maybe the delicacies of the format.
Absolutely. He's got the laning phase completely down to the point where he can just play his game. Even if his 1 versus 1 is not good, he'll find a way to win.
Well, certainly has done so. We're going to get another interview as we throw back down to Pulse.
Thanks, Pastry, and I feel like you and me are going to have a lot of chats today here over here, Kami. Now, once again, you took the game. I'm not an expert on the Nami-Lulu matchup, so would you like to talk me through that a little?
Well, I think Lulu AD should win that matchup pretty easily. I'm not really sure what I'm doing, what I'm picking. I'm just going like, okay, I feel like this should be good, and then I expect the enemy to pick something that will be good against my pick, and it has been working out so far.
Yeah, it has been working out. Do you apply the same theory to your item build? Because we saw the Executioner's Calling coming out there. It was definitely evolving through the game. So can you tell me a little about your item build?
Oh yeah, it wasn't expected at all. I just opened the shop and was like, oh, there's this item that's really good against heals. So I just bought it.
Well, I like the theory crafting in there, and also saw the Exhaust Ignite once again. Seems like a lot of people are running that, but we did see Arce pick up the Flash and Ignite. Do you think that Exhaust Ignite is just straight up the best summoner spells?
Well, I like Exhaust, and especially when I'm planning to all-in early on, because Exhaust can be used defensively as well. While as Flash is, well, you can use Flash to avoid a skill shot or outplay your opponent, but Exhaust is like guaranteed slow and guaranteed damage that you're going to apply.
Gotcha, and I also want to look towards the rest of the 1v1 tournament. Have you perhaps looked ahead to any of the other players you're going to be facing, or has it purely been the players you're about to face and also the matchups between champions?
Well, I'm actually a little bit more worried about my champion pool because I'm really still not sure what's good at 1v1. So I'm going to theory craft a little bit with the time I have and hopefully be well prepared for the next matches.
Well, good stuff. Thank you very much, Kami. But we are going to send it over to the analyst desk to take a look at those crazy games.
Well, how can you not love Kami? And you had it. You said he was going to do it.
I said at the start, he's currently 2-0. He's got double the wins that your pick for the 1v1s had. And his first matchup of the Kennen versus Renekton, he ruffle-stomped Lex. Kami, he's going all the way.
Finally, a person that, what I like about Kami, I'm kind of supporting Kami now as well, is the fact that he's like, you're supposed to build AD on every champion except Heimerdinger then. It's just build full AD, just go into Ferocity because it's so cost efficient.
Yeah, what I actually like coming out of this thing is, if you can't win, just make the other person's life a living hell. I'm going with the Yorick, I'm going with the Navi, Sona will make an appearance. I expect these support and jungle players to just start messing with the mid laners.
And then I'm thinking also like the Heimerdinger, like, it was so surprising for me that Dimashk was like, emoting in base instead of walking out to the lane, placing turrets in the bush, because the way the map is structured is very unfair towards melee champions, except the ones that have long-range pokes. So I'm just expecting people to just take the range champions every time.
And talking about the range champions, we only saw 180 carry out of the players today. Now, we do have a bunch of 1v1s at the beginning and end of each day. So I want to see how the 80 carries perform when we see them more. Misfortune and Urgot, currently 100% banned. So I don't know what they know that we don't. Caitlyn as well is thrown in there. So I want to see these guys go. Caitlyn sucks. Like, don't play Caitlyn.
She doesn't suck. She's actually very good, but it's not the most interesting path to watch.
So boring.
On top of that, also, red side, 5 out of 5. Wins here. Do we need to read further into that?
Coincidence.
Coincidence.
It's the last
completely
ban.
mirrored.
It's the last ban.
Yeah.
Oh, that's true.
See.
My apologies.
Yeah.
We also have the updated bracket. Let's take a look at that one to refresh our memory on that. Because, of course, Oceania, they at least have one win already. Carbon bringing home the bacon.
They certainly do. Carbon was able to get in there and get the victory versus another juggler. And, you know, the CS was a little bit shaky. The skill shots were not landing at all. Just don't take a point in that Q, Carbon. He only landed 2 stuns for the whole game, but was able to get the last one to work.
Hey, it's the stun that kills that matters.
I do believe we're going to get this graphic in a second. But what did he say in the interview? Carbon was very Aussie.
Yeah, he said, I bopped him, I think he said.
I bopped him.
No worries.
Is that like a wombat term? Or?
The only problem is, after being able to get a bop onto Dimashk, he's going to get bopped by Kami. I'm sorry, like, this is Oceania pride not done. Like, Kami's going to knock him out.
Yeah, well, I called it from the start. You know, I was impressed that he got the win against Dimashk. So.
Why is there no trust there? How is this even possible?
So I've been maybe burnt one too many times by my region. So low expectations means I'm happy the further they go.
I believe in you, Oceania. Anyway.
It is like I'm looking at the other side of the bracket, and White Lotus played Kalista, and that made 0 sense. He has 2 abilities that do absolutely nothing. Sure, he played against the Yorick, which happened to be a good matchup, but Kalista W does nothing. Ultimate does nothing.
That's why I didn't skill it. 3 points
still,
Q, 3 points E.
You can just pick Varus, and sure, you don't have the hopping, but at least you have abilities that do something.
A word of advice for everyone out there. I tried to play Yorick against Yamato yesterday. It just does not work in any situation. You can't all in. You give CS away for free. It is not a good
And you also
matchup.
have to level in the skill discrepancy between you two, of
yeah,
course.
you certainly do. I'm much better than you.
Well, that's a great start to the day, and those were our first batch of 1 versus 1s, but we have a lot more action coming your way. 5 versus 5, Brazil versus Latam is coming up after the break, so we'll be right back with that. Welcome back to the International Wildcard All-Stars live from Australia, as we just have the 1 versus 1 portion of the day. Well, the first one behind us. That means that it is time for the 5 versus 5. As you can see, the players setting up there on stage. Let's take a look at the schedule to see what we have behind us and what we have still coming today. As said, 1 versus 1 is over for the first portion. We'll have a little bit of that later as well. Now we have a couple of 5 versus 5s and then Ultimate Bravery to follow that, which we are very excited about. That does mean that we dive into our Summoner's Rift games, starting with Brazil versus Latam. And while the most important thing to note is that we are on 5.22, so the preseason patch, which will be one of the first times in a big tournament that we see it in action. What are you guys mostly keeping an eye on?
So we've mentioned the masteries at the top of the day, and we'll track that throughout the games, but the 80 carry changes are the biggest ones. 6 champions got a major overhaul. A number of the others got tweaks as well. We have to talk about Graves. I mean, he's got an AoE auto attack on an ammunition system. He can be played jungle, he can be played top, and he's just terrorizing solo queue at the moment. Along with some of the changes to the likes of Kog'Maw and Corki and Caitlyn, have elevated and specialized their roles. So I'm very excited to see how teams handle the AD carries and exactly what strategies you're going to play around, because it's so different from what we've known for the last 4 years.
And the other thing that we kind of changed with AD carries is it's so much easier to pick up cooldown reduction now because of Essence Reaver and the fact that it scales with crit. So champions like Lucian that weren't seeing as much play can now once again ice skate around Summoner's Rift. Misfortune gets a lot out of that as well, especially in a laning phase. She is an absolute pain to deal with. So I want to see if the itemization also affects where AD carries go.
It's like, speaking of items, it's like Riot give, Riot take, and AP in mid lane is what has been taken away. Like, Deathcap has been nerfed, Hourglass has been nerfed, and the only item that stands tall is Rod of Ages. So I'm looking out for in the mid champions that build Rod of Ages. So I'm thinking Kassadin, Ryze, and Anivia, for example. And also to keep in mind, like, the TP has been nerfed. So I think that is a massive change for the mid lane.
Yeah, with no TP in the mid lane, it means that everyone won't be piling into that bottom lane. It means that bottom lane might not even be in the bottom lane because we've changed the layout of the map.
Yeah, indeed, Summoner's Rift, a lot of changes there, one of which is the Rift Herald, a lot of changes making people go more to the top lane, maybe in the beginning of the game, and it won't be that much of an island anymore, although teleport isn't there anymore, but AD carries will be happy, not an invasion of a lot of people with teleport every 5 minutes.
It is like the meta game that I'm kind of predicting is that the support and the AD carry will line up in the top lane, because the Drake, it is too slow for the game pace that we have going on right now. The Rift Herald allows you to push turrets really, really early on, and that is like what the game is about right now.
Yeah, I certainly think there'll be 2 tactics. If you've got a melee jungler, you'll probably put your top lane at bottom. If you get an Elise, though, she can tank it really well, and then she just walks into mid lane with this ridiculous minion buff and just continually shoves people out of it, or she has great dive potential.
I'm extremely interested to see how the teams actually handle who's going to be picking up that Rift Herald, because again, this is now the biggest change to the map. I know the LGL team from Japan actually has some experience on 522. They played some fan games, and they were donating the Rift Herald to their mid laners. So I want to just see exactly, how the cookie's going to crumble, how you're going to play it out, and just how easy it is for these guys to adapt to a new objective that has not been there for the entirety of League of Legends.
Yeah, completely agree. And the other thing is the wards and the fact that with the changes, top vision becomes so much of a priority. Rift Herald slaps. Like, that dude works out. He is buff. And if you ever catch a team on there, you can get some very quick kills.
We'll see, because on top of that, it is 5.22 that we've been able to play on for a bit, but they're playing here with other players that they might not have played with maybe ever and have to set down a good performance. So let's take a look at the very first game, which is Brazil versus Latam. Let's pull up the lineup for Brazil, which is filled with people that we might know very well. In the top lane, we have Lep, then Revolta, Kami, BRTT, and Loop. Kami, of course, coming off a fantastic victory, or 2 fantastic victories just now, so he must be pumped.
Yes, and again, I'm jumping on the Kami hype train for this entire event, along with the rest of the lineups. Revolta, we've heard so many good things from our research and our digging in terms of the impact that he has within the Brazilian scene. You cannot deny the power that BRTT is bringing to the table, but I want to see how he handles himself with the new support, right? So, I mean, it's going to be a little different, going to be some adaptation, and that's going to be the biggest key for these players.
Yeah, I look at synergy as well, and you mentioned AD carry support, and then you have to go to jungle mid lane, because Kami and and INTZ's jungler Revolta, to me, just looks so good. At the IWCA tournament, we saw Revolta, when his team was struggling, legitimately pick up 4 members, chuck them in a backpack, and just run around the rift, killing people on Lee Sin. So excited to see if he can get into Kami's lane and set his star mid laner up for success.
It's like you guys was talking about these two people, but I'm looking at Lip. Of course, like he was in Kaboom Esports, he beat Alliance that day, and I did some research on what he's playing, and he's playing Aurelia, funnily enough. It's as if he's taken Wicked Soul somehow and kind of applied it to himself in a way. And with that in mind, we didn't really touch on the changes for top lane because like it didn't really happen much. TP got nerfed, sure, but Rage Blade is the item you have to think about. Aurelia is perfect with Rage Blade. Jax also fits in the same kind of scheme, so I'm expecting Lep to pull those champions out.
Yeah, that is literally the tick box. Can you build Rage Blade on a champion? Okay, I can play it top lane because it's efficient at max stack for just half of it. Like the attack speed that you get out of it, if you can use the AD or the AP on it, it just becomes insane.
Well, we'll see what Lep can do. He is up against Elior from Latam. Let's take a look at the rest of that lineup as well. With Thiak in the jungle, Seiya, White Lotus, and Arce, who we also saw got knocked out, unfortunately, by Kami. Kami just a few minutes ago, so he will maybe want to well, show him that he's made of a little bit more and keep his team in the game here. And, well, when we look at the lineup for Brazil, a lot of so-called superstars. We have VRTT, we have Kami, a lot more unknowns for us, at least, on the side of Latam.
It's like I'm looking at Elior, El Capitan. That's what they call him, I've been told. Because people look up to him. And I think in this kind of a setting where you have players that haven't played with each other before, I think it's perfect to have a leader. And that is what he is coming from Latam.
Yeah, and the other player that I'm really excited to see is Seiya in the mid lane. He has been #1 on North American server. He's very high rated over on the Latin America. And he was an AD carry. This is the last tournament we'll see him play mid because he is going back to that position. So the likes of Jace, Ezreal could be absolutely massive for this guy.
It really can, but the biggest story for the entire team when you step back and look at all the players, this is another bitter rivalry. Latam versus Brazil. These guys compete for spots to attend most of the international events, and Brazil has traditionally come out ahead in every major result. So for Latam to actually turn around with their mixed team, with their mixed talent from all different walks of teams, this is a moment for them to actually step up to Brazil and say, look, we can play, we can take games off you. So I'm very excited to see just how White Lotus and IWCA, etc., actually then go up against the counterparts who are truly internationally renowned.
And it's like looking at the Brazilian lineup, as you said, internationally renowned. All of these players have been a part of the Brazilian League of Legends esports history. For example, even Loop, he was a part of the IEM team in Brazil that beat IEM with Lilac, and that is amazing. Beating a Korean team, that is something that you put on your resume.
We all strive for.
It is the most overused terminology when it comes to sports. It is a David versus Goliath matchup because a lot of it, we were talking about power rankings and we kind of feel Brazil is looking like the stronger of teams in theory, in skill and competitive scene, etc. We just got to see what Latam can do.
Yeah, I don't even know if you have to throw the theory out there anymore. Their performance at World Pain Gaming, taking 2 wins in a group stage, looking like they were going to steal a third there against the Flash Wolves, just impressed the heck out of everyone. They're nearly not a wildcard region anymore, these guys. They just continually step up on the international stage.
Yeah, they did, but as you mentioned, Pain Gaming, that is only BRTT and Kami who we saw there, which brings us back to the question of these are the players that have been thrown together, so to say, to play with each other.
I love that theory, and I love the fact that it's right, because now you got to look at it and you're like, well, okay, the scenes are good, there are teams that have performed. Who can produce the best mixed team? Because that's really what we're doing here for the International Wildcard. And these are mixed teams that have been voted in by fans. So not only are we testing the region's ability to see like solo queue or mixing, you're also testing the regional fans. Because at the end of the day, Brazil, you put these guys on the stage. Latam, you put them on the stage. We're going to see who's going to win.
Yeah, and that's why Elion might be incredibly important because they get a shot caller on their team through a fan vote, and that could make all the difference in these big 5v5 fights.
We will see very exciting stuff, and I do believe the players are ready on stage, so let's dive into the game with our casters.
Thank you very much, Shocks. I'm, of course, Max Atlas Anderson, joined by the wonderful Zach Rusty Pie over here at the caster desk. We're very excited to get into our first game, which is going to be, of course, Brazil taking on Latin America. And look, the last time we saw these two sides taking one another on, of course, it wasn't the same lineups. It was Pain Gaming versus Chaos Latin Gamers, and I believe it was a 0-6 performance against the team by Latam. It was not exactly the most fantastic.
Not what you want to have, and of course, we're using all of this information as regions. We're not using it as the players in particular, and that's the beauty behind this entire event. And it was mentioned on the desk, is that you get all of these regions that can perform better than others, but if you take the star players from these regions, perhaps they'll step up and really show on the day.
Yeah, it's a very good point. And the fact that, Chaos Latin Game is the team that was up against Pain there in that final, it's only Helior, the captain of the team, of course, but there's only one player from that side. So, of course, anything can happen here. I mean, 80% of that team not actually here.
Exactly right. And if there's anything that I do need to consider coming into this, though, it's that at the very least, Kami, one of the big players that we did see at Worlds, has started on the right foot in these 1 versus 1. Someone that says outwardly in interviews that he can't do 1v1s very well has won 2 in a row. I feel like even though we're not taking players from regions, not the teams from the regions, that's still a very good place to start.
Yeah, navigating a Lulu versus Nami matchup as well. I mean, I wouldn't know what to do, to be perfectly honest. But look, it looks like Executioner's calling could be the option here. But we'll see what actually goes on there in that mid lane as well, because, of course, Seiya moving then towards the AD carry role instead of mid on this patch might actually work out for him.
Exactly right. And Seiya is a big fan favorite coming from this Latin American side. 55k votes, closest was 10. It's unbelievable to consider that he is that popular, and that has to be directly related to skill. If you consider that all of the fans want him in the most, he has to be considered the best.
Yeah, and then you look down the bottom lane as well. White Lotus also having a fantastic performance there in the 1v1. Now we'll have actually a lane partner. So, in fact, the Callista may work out a little bit better.
Well, yeah, you get you get 2 more spells ready to go, right? At the very least.
Ridiculous.
Should make him twice as good if he was only
no
using
more
2.
handicap, Rusty.
Yeah, and one of them's an ultimate. So let's say more than 2 times better.
Yeah. Precisely. Well, we'll see what actually goes on there in that bottom lane as well, because, of course, BRTT, another incredibly popular player coming over from Brazil, the other member of Pain Gaming there alongside Kami, and Sky has been a fan favorite for a very long time.
He definitely has been. He's been around for so long, since 1.6. He wasn't a pro, I've been informed, but he did play. So to give you a timeline, basically, of how long he's been a professional or attempted professional player for, this guy's done it all, even proposed.
Exactly. And was successful in that one as well. So congratulations to BRTT for multiple things. But look, the Brazilian side only looking stronger for these 2 sort of star players. And if you're going to take 2 players from a team that is incredibly strong, AD carry and mid laner, I mean, that's a lot of playmaking potential there, and late game carry.
Exactly right. They got the 2 best possible roles for their star team, so to speak. The team that went to Worlds has performed super well. These are the guys to look out for, no doubt. Can the rest of the team actually work with them? Can they get around it? And most importantly, can these guys actually be a team in what is an all-star event? It's 5 of the best players in each role, but can they bring it all together against another team that has the exact same problem?
Yeah, and we're looking down the lineup here as well, and I'm looking at the top lane for the potential trouble here for Brazil. Lep, I mean, not necessarily the top voted just because of the fact that you can't have more than 2 members on the team, and it's been the butt of a few jokes as well. The 0-16-2 scoreline of Worlds, not exactly something you want to write home about.
No, but he definitely does still have some kind of semblance of skill to get 3rd in votes.
I would have a feeling he would, yeah.
He did get voted in 3rd, so you're right. That is something we need to keep an eye on. He could be a very worrying prospect in this top lane.
Potentially, but we do have Champion Select, ladies and gentlemen. We'll see exactly what's going to be banned away, and this is so exciting. We're going to see what are going to be the standard bans to come out on this preseason patch. And Soraka removed straight away. We need to talk to Stress after this one and say, yes, she is incredibly strong. Just so hard to deal with now.
That's why her win rate isn't very high, Stress. It's always banned. Let's be fair. Soraka is disgusting right now.
Filthy.
And it's to do with the exact same reason that Dr. Mundo is, the mastery changes.
Yes, and of course the Grievous Wounds changes as well. The fact that it's only on that self-healing. Whoever's actually trying to heal themselves with the Grievous Wounds is going to have more of a trouble. But Soraka, she can happily just go and take all her health away and throw it on somebody else as much as she deems fit. But Rex are going to be banned away from Revolta here, of course, playing that a heck of a lot recently. But it does leave a lot of champions up. I mean, Jax is there as well. Aurelia banned away, another one of those Rage Blade users. But I'm just going through in my mind, anyone that can use a Rage Blade,
Jax.
Jax is going to be there.
He's still definitely worth considering. Now, Aurelia in particular taken away from Lep because he's a Wicked main.
Yeah.
And not an Aurelia main. So he's a very smart decision as the rest of the bans come out.
Thankfully, Malphite is still available. But yeah, the Rammus, an odd one, might mean that the Brazilian side may want to go towards something of an AD type mid laner, something like that. Of course, Rammus pretty fantastic against the likes of a Yasuo, something like that. But Misfortune was left up and wasting no time. BRTT going to be taking that Misfortune into the bottom lane. And that damn double up does so much damage.
And the fact that you can acquire new targets and give them that love tap every single time, if you can effectively swap between a minion and a champion, or both champions in that bottom lane, Misfortune is super dangerous, needs to be respected, and a very, very good first pick.
Very appropriate that he was the player that proposed as well, with the love tapping that can go on. But Thresh and Jax going to be locked in here. Helior going to put on his carry pants here. I have a feeling that there may be a Rage Blade in response. We'll see. But Revolta, if I remember back to IWCA, I think he played an Amumu there too.
Let's not count our chickens till they hatch.
That's a very good point, but I'm just excited.
I do want to touch on the Jax. We mentioned how good Rage Blade is on him. Well, he doesn't actually need another item. If Jax gets a Rage Blade, he can just walk around with 10k gold in his pocket and still be able to 1v1 everybody and backdoor the Nexus, because Jax is just that good with the item.
Yep, item efficiency, ladies and gentlemen. That is exactly 10k over efficient for a Jax. Probably not quite that much.
I think it's about 2k.
Yeah, goodbye Amumu. As 17 seconds down the clock here for the Brazilian side to lock in their next couple of choices, but Arce now with a pretty standard Thresh pickup there on the bottom side. Not going to see any Sonas or anything interesting like that, but it is going to be the Elise and Bard here for Loop. So already with the bottom lane locked down here for Brazil.
And remember 5.22, I don't think it was a hot fix. I believe it was 2.3 where they changed the chimes and when they are actually available for this Bard. So a little bit of a disadvantage.
He might have to be in lane at the start of laning phase.
It's unfortunate, isn't it? Yeah.
You don't want to do that, not as a Bard.
But again, they do lock that Bard in with the Elise, and that is a nice shout out from White Lotus.
Yeah. Oh dear. Flashbacks. Flashbacks.
Yeah, it wasn't that ideal.
No.
Saying that?
Yeah, there's the Evelynn locked in, and the Kalista, no surprise there at all. Teamed up with the Thresh, of course. So many different skin options now for like making sure that they're as synchronized as possible. But the Evelynn there for Thiak in the jungle.
Yeah, they've locked in that Evelynn. They've got the Kalista as well. So the Kalista Thresh in particular, very strong bot lane. Evelynn can have a lot of invisible pressure, as she is invisible when she walks around in the jungle.
Well stated.
So not only changes the warding patterns of this Brazilian side, it also changes how they have to play, when they can be aggressive, and if they even think they can be, because Evelynn could be around the corner at any moment.
Yep, that is a very good point. But, you know, that Evelynn could be Assassin Eve in the mid lane with a Rage Blade. Who knows?
I'm not going to write off the Rage Blade.
I've heard that it's strong. I tried it. Didn't do very well, but I'm also not very good. So we'll see whether that does come out. But against the Victor might be difficult here, as that's going to be the hover here for Kami. 4 seconds to go. And Lep is going to take away the Malphite there as well. So no Rammus. We're going to still have a heck of a lot of armor. Put that big rock in the top lane, and it's a lot of AoE damage, what with that Misfortune as well.
Yeah, but he's gone for a Malphite into a team comp that's already got an Evelynn jungle. They've got a Jax who does mixed damage as well in that top lane. It is almost entirely mixed damage, and it's on them now to pick whatever they would like mid, which does now indicate to me a mage.
Yeah, well,
why would you go an AD into Malphite?
You're not going to, and especially when, you know, the likes of the Yasuo and Zed are there. Of course, Yamato Cannon has come out and said that Zed still fairly strong, but I believe 5.23.
2-3 strong, yeah.
Yeah, so 1v1 might be good. Not so much on 5.22, which is where we are now. We'll see what the Latin Americans do decide to pick up, but they're taking their time.
Could default to it. Like, he does play a lot of Jace. I would say defaults to an Azir or something that's like a more control mage type of AP. Jace, obviously, as mentioned, not a great idea into that team comp that they have. So Lissandra, something like Azir would be pretty good.
Yeah, well, Lissandra is what they're going to go for here. Frozen Tomb going to be available for a lot of extra AoE. Might give Helios some room to move around this map as well. And they've just got a lot of AoE control. Lots of slows, the Qs that can be thrown out. A whole lot there by that Lissandra, as well as that Agady's Embrace from Evelynn really slowing down a whole team. And we'll see whether that means that Helio gets the space that he needs just to thwack on people's faces.
So it's a very good control team, but it's very hard to execute. They've got an Evelynn who doesn't guarantee the engage. They've got a Jax who needs to be next to the target to guarantee the stun, and it's not instant either. He needs to stay there for a prolonged period of time or jump at them. Lissandra's the only guaranteed one besides potentially a Thresh Hook, but it's so execution heavy, whereas you have a look at CBLOL's side here. They've got a Malphite to go in, they've got the Elise Cocoon, they've got the Misfortune to follow it up as well as the Victor. So if one connects, they all connect, because not even that, there's still a Bard to boot.
Yeah, they just all press their R button and hope that Loop doesn't. Because that could be a big problem.
Not at the exact same time, anyway.
No, please don't do that.
Yeah.
No tempered fates like I experience in solo queue. That's just not exactly what we want. But, of course, Loop's not going to be doing that. Man's pretty good at the old Bard. So we'll see how things are going to go and whether the Pressar comp is going to beat the sort of kite comp, the one that's trying to really control the flow of the game as opposed to just press all their buttons.
Yeah, it is definitely a lot about kite. One thing that you do need to keep your eye on is that bottom lane here from the Latin American side. They can go in, they can go out. They've got the team to work around that as well. So if they want to go, they can go 10 times harder than you would assume. The question then is, can this Brazilian side come back with the teleports maybe from the top lane, get really in their face and bring it to them as well?
Yeah, well, we'll have to see. We are going to be hopping onto the Rift very, very soon, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, Brazil taking on Latin America for our first Summoners Rift match of All-Stars here at IWCA. And as you can see, Loop running out of base already. And we'll see, are the level 1s going to change a whole lot here as well, Rusty, considering the fact that everything starts off a little bit earlier? And with a pause, we have plenty of time to discuss it.
Yeah, so I don't think there'll be level 1 invades, especially like not with this particular team comp. The Evelyn does want to do her own jungle camp, to say the least. I think you want to get that blue buff, start putting some pressure maybe on the second camp. There is the chance, though, of a lane swap because of the Rift Herald, which has been mentioned on the desk by Yamato Cannon. You can lane swap, you can pressure that objective because the first one is more valuable than the first dragon, because the first dragon is a scaling objective, whereas the Rift Herald is immediate.
Yeah, not to mention the fact that you want to be pushing down these turrets early, try and get that objective advantage, get that extra global gold and try and get yourself forward that way, because we've experienced on this patch as well that things can snowball out of control relatively quickly. The fact that the games have gone down in pace, down in length, is something that could be definitely attributed to that, and we'll see whether the Rift Herald is going to give these teams a little bit more room to move towards that sort of end.
That's right, and it's also a lot easier now to siege in lane swaps as well, because they reduced a lot of the stuff on the turrets. Now it's a flat health amount, makes it very easy. Of course, around the 7-8 minute mark, it's very difficult to siege that turret because the base health increases. But if they can do it early, if they can lane swap, they can get some small advantages, move that to the Herald, take the Herald mid, and then just siege their way down that lane. There's a lot of power plays that you can make now with the Herald as well as the Baron. If the Dragon is traded for it, you would never really call it worth.
No, you wouldn't, and especially considering the fact that the Brazilian lineup is actually fairly well suited to fast pushing down turrets. They have that Elise, the long range auto attack, able to stand next to the creep wave, smack down those turrets with the bottom lane if they do get there. And of course, Miss Fortune, she does a bit of damage at the moment.
Yeah, she does a fair chunk of damage. She has that attack speed steroid as well as she wants to put levels into the W, so very good at taking down turrets. They're not as good at 5v5 sieging unless they dive. That's the big question mark. If the Elise can get a pick, or if the Bard can get a stun or the ultimate to connect, they can wombo that. But if they're just trying to siege, it's not necessarily that easy to take it down. In saying that, if you have a look at the Latin American side, the Evelyn needs to flank. So if they just brute force their way in, they can actually siege very well. It comes down, and I've said this time and again for the Latin American side, if they don't execute well, they will end up going behind in this game.
Yeah, and they've chosen a team comp that could be very hard to execute as well. They have a lot of sort of single target burst damage. If they manage to get the warding up, make sure that they have vision of this this Brazilian squad, they will be able to get picks in the jungle. Of course, Death Sentence, pretty fantastic. It's aptly named in that regard, so they will be able to jump down and really try and get something going. But it's same to be said on the other side. The Brazilians, they've got the Bard stun. They've got all sorts of options in the Cocoon. The fact that Malphite's going to have his ultimate level 6 and just jump on someone if they need to. The pick potential from both sides is very, very high, but it seems like there's just so much extra follow-up from the Brazilians.
And the question is, where are they going to put all of their focus and control then? Like we mentioned the Rift Herald. Do they actually want to focus around that, use their engage, their pick, or even the Evelyn with that utility of being invisible and try and take down the Herald and then push a lane? Or do they just want to brute force the opposite side of the map because they have a team comp that can siege if it's not being defended?
Yeah, it's a very good point. And it all comes down to coordination here for the Brazilian side as well. And when we're talking about an all-star team, these are players from 3 different sides. Of course, you've got a couple there from Kaboom. You've also got a couple from Pain. Oh, actually, only one from Kaboom and the other 2 from INTZ. So these players may not have necessarily played with each other all that much, and having that extra coordination is something that we expect from these top teams, but not necessarily when they've been randomly selected by fans at home. in order to come play.
And you know, the best part is the top laner is the one from Kaboom who, by default, is not expected to be as proficient as the rest of the team working together. And given the changes to the map now, being on this new patch, having all the new masteries, the fact that you can take down turrets quicker, and teleport not being as efficient, you need to use it optimally, or you run the risk of making a big mistake for a very long period of time. Not only that, top lane is now involved in the game. He doesn't sit on an island. He actually has to play his part.
Yeah, and you need to make sure that you have control over that Rift Herald, depending on where the lanes shake up as well. You don't know where these players are going to go, whether it's going to be the lane swap or not. But you look over the side of Latin America, and they've got their shot caller, potentially, in Heliod there in the top lane, on the Jax at this point as well. Very, very strong champion on this patch. Able to really mix it up, and we'll see whether he can actually utilize the fact that he may have a potential advantage. Of course, a lot of this is speculation at this stage, because we don't know how these teams are going to shake out now that they're all here together. But we'll see whether Heliod is going to be able to make that difference.
Yeah, Heliod's very, very good at using his teleport. That's the first thing we ever got told about him, is he is so very efficient at using that teleport. He's just not very good at 1v1 laning. And this is why the Malphite pick is honestly still okay. Because if Heliod can't actually push that advantage, get a 1v1, and then split push, he has to use teleports, which is something that they will be able to do much better with a Malphite.
Yeah, and it probably helps that he's Jax in this scenario as well. I mean, he is a little bit attack speed reliant, but like you said, a lot of mixed damage, the ability to level up that Empower, that W, make sure that you can smack people with magic damage as much as possible, means that, you know, you're not just going to be able to build that Frozen Heart or Sunfire Cape and just ignore everything that the auto attacker does.
Yes, you're not going to be unkillable. Yes. That is the first thing you can take away from this. If LEP stacks armor, he will die to the magic damage, and that is one thing they do have a lot of. So a mixed build, it'll be a mixed bag of items, mixed bag of resistances maybe from LEP. Could just go ability power, do a lot of damage with the ultimate combo as well with the rest of his team. There are still a lot of options for him. He's just not restricted, and in a good way restricted, to one type of resistance, which is where Malphite shines.
Yeah, well, that's exactly right. I want to talk about the AD carries here as well. We mentioned the fact that AD carry is very, very strong on this patch. Lots of changes have happened here. Not a whole lot happened to Kalista. Has anything changed now that the new items have come in? Are you going to build her differently, or is it just still going to be Blade of the Ruined King, the Hurricane, and just move on from there?
So I would imagine if they're going to change anything in the build, given that the Hurricane can now crit, it would be a static Shiv potentially before the Blade of the Ruined King or a third item. So you can very easily afford to go for crit now, just because the Hurricane works very well with it. Runar's is optimal almost for White Lotus to then get the crit. If he doesn't, if he goes for the standard build, it's still going to be perfectly fine. Kalista is still in a very good spot. Wasn't changed a lot. It was just the items.
Yep.
But on the other side, there has been an abundance of changes.
Yeah, we could talk about Misfortune till the cows come home, of course. Essence Reaver does stand out in my mind, but flat damage, the fact that her ult now scales with crit means that you can do all sorts of different things now with this champion. Do you think it's going to be sort of the Essence Reaver into maybe an attack speed item, Infinity Edge, that sort of thing?
I would be shocked if it's not an Essence Reaver. It is ridiculous on Misfortune. Misfortune's ultimate can crit as well.
Yeah.
So if you get an Essence Reaver, and let's say that you crit with your ultimate, you get mana back, and that would be pretty gross.
Yeah, it is.
It's very strong. Misfortune as a champion right now, especially because you can acquire new targets, give them the love tap. The move speed is on the W, the attack speed is on the W as well. So even if you get engaged on, you can press the active and run away safely. And the ultimate actually does a whole lot of damage now.
Yeah, ludicrous amounts of damage. If you pair it with this team comp as well, always when Misfortune was getting run before she got changed, it was with, you know, the likes of the Malphite, the like a Moo-Moos, the massive Wombo combos. But we'll see whether this one comes off as well, because there are so many other options. But ladies and gentlemen, I believe the pause is just about over, and we'll be getting on to the Rift for our first Summoner's Rift game of day one of IWCA. And you can see Lep and Heliod just eyeing each other off.
Yeah, there's not going to be a lot of action again. We questioned just before that pause if an invade was going to come out. Well, if it does, it's going to happen right now.
Yeah, well, White Lotus being caught up. Half health already here as BRTT is getting the auto attacks off. They're not going to flash over. I believe that could have potentially been first blood, but White Lotus still had the flash, still had the heal.
Yeah, he manages to get away. Very smart use of the auto attack to get over that wall of all things, because I expected the flash. He was super low, and then I did, again, expect the follow-up from BRTT. But it's a very big risk flashing that wall. You have no idea if someone's there.
Yeah, it's a big deal as well, the fact that BRTT did manage to make it up towards that turret and stop the back of White Lotus. Minions have, of course, spawned already halfway up the lane. This could be a potential level advantage for BRTT as he's just hanging around. You've got Loop helping out with these Krugs for Revolta, but it's Misfortune trying to hold this wave as quickly as possible.
Yeah, definitely holding that wave. Of course, helping out the Evelyn with that jungle pathing is going to be very strong as well. We'll see if he actually wants to invade after that blue buff, something that we did say was a definite possibility. This middle lane battle as well, whilst we're talking about it, is going to be very heated because these control mages, they do damage.
They most certainly do. Loop harassing Arce here on the bottom lane. White Lotus finally making his way back, but already this wave completely pushed up. There's the Counter-Strike actually onto Lep. Fair bit of extra damage there as he's already down to half health.
Very amusing at level 1. There's a Corrupting Potion, so Heliod does a lot of damage if he gets those auto attacks off. That stun at level 1, it does help with trading, but Malphite's attack speed slowed makes it very hilarious to watch them try and hit each other at all.
Yeah, well, looked like Thiak was coming in for a potential gank here on the bottom lane. There is a lot of extra pressure, but decides not to go for it. Just going to take the Rift Scuttler. Going to be spotted by this pink ward here as well, as you can see.
That's early.
Very early.
I was going to say, that pink ward, there has to be a reason it's there this early, and that's Revolta being there to prevent it from going down. Not a bait intentionally, but that's what it almost became just there.
Yeah, he is going to slink away back into his jungle, though, as Loop did come up to try and harass him out, but Kami takes down that Siege minion, couple of CS in the lead, but as far as this mid lane matchup is concerned, haven't seen Lissandra versus Victor all that often.
It's alright for the Lissandra. I would say it favors the Lissandra ever so slightly. You've got a bit of a mana advantage. The difference now is that, keep in mind, all of these mid laners are running Ignite.
Yeah.
So it's super volatile, to say the least. It could go either way, and I think it comes down heavily to jungle pressure, because in the 1 versus 1, there should be no way that either of them directly die without a mistake.
Yeah, we'll see whether this tournament as well, whether we'll see some Ignites on the top laners, considering the slight nerf to the teleport. Not this game though, as BRTT getting some more auto attacks on the White Lotus. Level 3 to level 3 now. The Latin American side. Revolta actually getting some invade happening here as Thiak taking down his red buff. Does have to be very careful.
He did it.
Yep, there's a cocoon. Lots of damage now. The red buff helping out. He's going to be able to smite it away, but can he get over the wall? No! First blood goes down. Revolta picks it up.
Fantastic use of smite there from Thiak to almost get away. Had the flash, didn't actually want to use it because there was no doubt that Elise could potentially even have just aggroed the double golems without even flashing herself, and had the flash available. So
yeah, Repel was also there, I believe.
Didn't run the risk, didn't want to waste anything, instead just does concede. But super smart play here from Revolta to get in the face of this Evelyn.
Yeah, knows exactly what's going on here. Was talked up Revolta earlier on. Definitely not making us look silly at this stage as Saya takes a death ray, and Kami able to lay down the harass, but still keeping up. Is this Lissandra?
This is the kind of game on paper where you say Brazil might have a small advantage left.
Yeah, they're coming in here is 200 health. The flash after him, though, as the hate spikes are coming in. Another 2's going to do it, but he's running fairly quickly. One more. There it is, and the Evelyn picks up the kill.
One of the slowest deaths that you will ever see. Only going to get slower as Malphite gets more and more tanky items. Very big pick from this Evelyn, though, to be able to get a kill back in his favor. Saved that flash before when he died. Well, he used that positively to get a kill this time, so all around, good decision.
Yeah, turning that one around, and it might mean that this jungling experience not going to be quite as bad as probably would have seen Revolta paying a little bit more attention to that. Loop hanging around here on the bottom side. See whether he goes to pick up some chimes in a little bit. Leave BRTT to his own devices.
Actually, well done here from this Misfortune all around. We were going to say, you know, Kalista, pretty good, not a lot of changes, should still be fine once you hit the 2 item stage. Well, Misfortune is just so overbearing in this laning phase that now BF Sword, which is cheaper, 1300 gold, can pick that one up and still be at 45 CS to what was 35 before that recall. So slight catch up here from White Lotus, but advantage well and truly in BRTT's favor.
Yeah, especially now. That extra item advantage. White Lotus, of course, as you mentioned, hasn't quite been back, so we'll be able to at least earn back the discrepancies. The chimes being picked up here as Double Up not going to find the extra target. Still do need to be careful, of course. The CC combination of this bottom lane But Revolta's making his way in. The slow does go down from the auto attack of Loop. There's the Dark Passage, though. As there's the flash out of the way. Arce coming through again, trying to find the turret shots, but he may regret this as BRTT's going to pick up the kill. In they go. White Lotus, he's in trouble as well. Is down to 100 health. But man, the Brazilian side turning that one. But Arce, I liked the play, just didn't quite work.
Well, the idea was well and truly there. It was just overpowered by numbers, and that was a ridiculously good repel from that Revolta release. That was unbelievable because it denied a potential trade from White Lotus, who got a little bit over-aggressive, almost went down himself. So all things considered, Latin America, they tried very hard to get that trade positive for them. Brazil executed too well.
They most certainly did, and change up here coming out of the Latin American side is here's a gank in the mid lane. Saya will need to get over that wall. Flashes into it though as Arce's here. They do get the turret shots. Tempered Fate not going to be available just yet as the Chaos Storm was there from Kame, but a little bit too aggressive here from the Brazilian team.
And fantastic play from Saya using the flash W and then the ultimate, comboing all of the damage. There was nothing that Lube could do but go down to the turret. And very easy pickup, but a big oversight from this Brazilian side because the cavalry was there to protect their mid laner.
Incredibly well timed for Arce to move up that mid lane after getting killed on that bottom side as well. Piak is going to be able to smite this one away. The Q's going to pick it up there for Saya. Very low. Evelyn may need to go back to base as Jack's just going to be farming underneath his turret. 50 to 61, but that is not going to remain like that for much longer.
No.
We'll see, it is actually Trinity Force picked up first here for the Jacks.
Yeah, seemingly so anyway. We'll see if he actually wants to go for the Gwynzers at all or just really likes Jackson. He's going to try his best to go in here.
Yeah, well, there's the ultimate. Cocoon lands as well from Revolta. He's everywhere today. He's going to lock down another kill now on the top laner.
Elliot, over-aggressive, just wants to trade, might try and poke LEP out of lane, just bully him, and it backfires completely because the Malphite ultimate was there, Revolta was there, and they turned that completely on its head because Helios had nothing left up.
Yeah, and Revolta is just making this game his own. You heard Spawn talking about it, the fact that he can take over games on his Lee Sin. I think we can add the Elise to that list, but there's the ultimate coming out from White Lotus. Massive damage from BRTT in response. It's almost going to be a double kill as the shutdown does come in. But man, the trade of supports, that was ridiculous.
Damage was gross. He almost got a double kill just by pressing R. A single auto attack picks up the next target. And
oh
wow.
My god! Okay, double up does a bit of damage, guys. We spoke about it before, but didn't quite understand how much. That's just silly.
That was a bait from Latin America. White Lotus like, Evelyn's here, I'll be fine. And then gets a double up to the face. And now the Yuck is taking his farm. The jungler's dream?
Yeah, I think so. And Naniti carries worst nightmare at the same time. White Lotus just sat back from his computer and just said, oh, yep, well, not much we can do there. Because Lep's just going to try and clear out this minion wave in the top lane. Now has his Sunfire Cape completed. Helio going to struggle to get through the Malphite. At least until he has a little bit more augmenting that magic damage. Sheen, of course, without ability power at this point.
Exactly right. Of course, giving that cooldown reduction in mana for this Jax. It is still interesting that he's going for the Trinity Force first. It's more of a skirmish 1v1 type of burst thing. But, you know, Gwynzers honestly does that and a little bit better at the moment.
Most certainly does. And if you can hang around in that creep wave, not only do you keep up your passive, you also keep up that Rage Blade as well. It was always why, theoretically, Rage Blade was good, except it just wasn't a good item beforehand.
Yeah. I mean, it's
in a lot of other people's opinion, I still loved it.
It's definitely good now. And while we're talking about the Rage Blade for that top laner, that's an interesting response out of Lep.
Yeah.
Very much indicates he wants to split push, wants to deal with the wave clear that Jax was going to go for. With assumedly, anyway, the Gwynz's Rage Blade.
Yeah, well, looks like the Rift Herald's going to take his first death in competitive League of Legends. So it is going to be taken here from the Brazilian side. I believe Revolta does have it. They're going to head towards the mid lane to try and push that one up with the Baroness minions.
Rest in peace, Harold.
Yeah, Rift Herald.
There's not really, it's not easy for them to siege, because keep in mind the Rift Herald does buff the minions, but it doesn't make them as tanky as the Baron buff.
Yes.
So the wave clear from Lissandra, still a very obvious feature of her kit. Thiak can be there, and they can pretty much prevent the siege from happening. So you need to pick and choose which lane you're going to be in. In saying that, they can die very easily because the minions hurt. Yeah. They get a cannon, they get a teleport from the top lane Malphite of Lep. They can.
Well, Say has been playing this Lissandra fairly expertly at this stage, making sure he stays as safe as possible, getting these Qs to clear out those cast creeps.
Well, here we go.
Yeah, and Arce is going to get caught up. Another Cocoon landing hit from Revolta. But meanwhile, the all-in in the mid lane. Left comes down, though, trying to answer the kill under Kame, but Revolta flashes forward. Is going to be the death sentence. Revolta may need to be a little bit careful. Tempered Fate comes down. Tower not going to be doing anything. The Cocoon perfectly timed. Down goes the box. Arce trying to stay alive. Might actually survive this one. No! There's the repel, and Revolta's going to lock it down. May sacrifice himself after the flash there from Thiak. There are so many dead. It's a 2 for 2.
Definitely sacrificed himself with the Rift Herald buff as well.
Not great.
An even trade honestly favors the Latin America side there. Kami went down super early in that fight. The Malphite does a lot of damage, but it's not going to be enough to sway the rest of the battle without that victor there. So all of this time, someone else has been doing work in that top lane. He's destroying it.
Yeah, and you can definitely hear it orally. It just sounds fantastic. Helio able to smack down that turret. So that is going to be turret number 1 for the Latin American side, answering the one already taken here from Brazil on that bottom side of the map. Oh, the top side, sorry.
Yeah. Different definitions of fantastic, I think we have, Max.
Yeah, well,
it's not what I would define as a fantastic sound, to say the least, but...
Really? The flagging?
Yeah.
It doesn't feel like super... Okay.
It's just not great.
I don't know, I find it satisfying.
When you're playing the Jax, I will agree with that.
Oh, yeah. But if you're watching him destroy your stuff, probably not as good.
So both junglers right now are massive. They've got a 3-1 Evelyn, they've got a 4-1 Elise, and Revolta, known for taking over the map, well, now it's on Thiak to do the same thing himself. He needs to actually have a very big presence in the rest of this game. The only problem with that is Miss Fortune's got her item.
Yes, and there's also the fact that Thiak has gone towards that Runeglaive as well when Revolta has picked up the Cinderhulk. So you're going to have a lot of extra, I guess, damage out of Thiak, but he's still incredibly squishy as this Evelyn, despite having that side stone. Revolta trying to get some invades happening here. I believe that was Fate's call. Just thought I heard the sound. Revolta's going to steal away this blue buff.
It's actually quite clever from Loop there on the Bard. He throws down the shrine in where he didn't have vision because he didn't want to place the ward that deep. He runs the risk of being caught out of position. Yeah. And now they've moved their way towards the next objective, or not.
Yeah, there's the Tempered Fate. Thiak is going to get caught out. There's the gravity field, but fantastic use of the Dark Passage. Arce wants to get right back in there. 5 members of Brazil. It's the double hit on the ultimate out of LEP, and Thiak, he has to run for the hills as well. Helior trying to be the hero. Loop taking so much damage, but it's not enough. And they're cleaning house, the Brazilian squad. It's 3 dead, and the rest limping away.
And they can very easily siege or go back to the Dragon after that one. Complete control now in this Brazilian side. That was a very good combo. The Malphite Misfortune is throwing back to Season 1 and 2, back when it was ridiculous. And we've gone full circle one more time.
Certainly have. BRTT able to get that in exactly the right spot. But LEP really making things happen on this Malphite.
This was very good play from Loop. Watch the stun from Bard as well. It still connects all of that distance. They try and make something happen here. Very good from Arce. Very good from Thiak to try and get some damage down. But this is just gross.
Silly.
And the crit comes out of Helio. Tries very hard to take someone down. Revolta's destroying people in the meanwhile. This Brazilian side, if they can put it together, and I will say executing is easier than the Latin American side, they should be able to just stay ahead where they are now.
Yeah, and Sayer as well, a little bit late to that party, as you can see. Tried to get a Q off, but that stage it was against 4 members of Brazil, still relatively healthy. And it'll take a little bit more out of this Latin American side to get this game moving in towards their favor. And you can see it's CS advantages across the board. It's 10-5 in kills. 3k gold, so not too far ahead are the Brazilians at 15 minutes, but it's all starting to add up.
That is interesting. I was looking at this Kallista's build just quietly.
Yeah.
And it had a Zeal. So hang on. Why do you have a Zeal with a BF sword? And then I remembered it gives crit now. Runar's Hurricane, first item with that crit. Actually really good if you go in the Warlord's Bloodlust.
Yeah, very true. Warlord's
in that
Bloodlust,
cunning mastery tree, because you can crit 3 people, heal 15% every time it crits.
And of course, you also hit a whole lot more people when you're trying to clear out a wave as well with that Hurricane.
Yeah.
So going to be making use of it, despite the fact that it now doesn't proc off minions. hotfix actually applied here.
That's
for
right.
5.22.
But in response, of course, you want to have a look at the Misfortune on the other side. That's a BF sword. I would wager an Infinity Edge.
Yep.
And once that is complete, I don't think there's anyone that can fight this BR side.
Yeah, unless they can catch him out straight away. But as soon as he has like positioning in the back of a team fight, just opens up with that bullet time, and I think that's all she wrote really, because it's just doing so much work.
I like that they gave the Rift Herald buff as well to BRTT, the one who shouldn't ever die. And they're going again, the battle.
Once again, Dark Passage goes down. White Lotus is going to be safe, but they got what they wanted as the Brazilians pick up the outer turret in the mid lane. All three outers now down. The bleeding of objectives has definitely started here for Latin America.
The map now completely open, of course, for them to do as they would please. The Baron's not up for 3 minutes. They have the Rift Herald, though, so they can look to siege a lane. In saying that, we've touched on the fact that it's difficult for them to siege without diving. So here goes Jax.
Yeah, there's the flash in as Helios trying to jump onto BRTT. That Make It Rain slows him down enough, and the Jax just can't stick on this Misfortune.
Nope. Nothing the Jax can do until the stun connects, and with the flash available, the Make It Rain slow as well.
Yeah.
Very difficult for a very prolonged fight and stickiness with that engage. And in saying that, the rest of the side, they're here. They are still getting what they came for.
And White Lotus decorating these minions here with the Renard's Hurricane while he takes down this turret. And you can see now it's Helio going towards that Rage Blade. Blasting one now in hand. But Arce has been really impressive with his Dark Passages. I have a feeling this game could be so much further in Brazil's favor if a lot of these things were going to happen. But Arce always there to throw a lamp at people.
He's also the one with 2 kills, so
yeah,
not ideal.
No.
To have 2 of your 5 kills on the support when you've got the Kalista and a Lissandra and a Jax who would all want those desperately. So they're making what they can out of all of these situations. It's not ideal. They did just get 2 turrets though, one after the other, and have started to close that gold lead.
Yeah, evening things out here. Of course, we mentioned the 3K gold lead now still there, considering the answer of those outer turrets. And we'll see, are there item spikes that we're looking for here from Latin America, or is it all to do with execution?
So they've got a big spike in the middle lane right now. They may be wanting the boots 2 out of Seiya. Helior in the top lane, Quinzu's Rage Blade. That's on the way. He's got the Trinity Force ready to go, so he has spiked, and we saw him try and fight the Misfortune as he steals the blue.
Yeah, Revolta just claiming that one for his own. Arce going to get caught up. The Cocoon, oh, the timing. Not going to quite be there, but the flash is available from Arce anyway.
Very good play from Loop this entire game. The ultimates have connected with at least one target. For the most part, it's who they're aiming for. Therefore, forcing a flash directly after, and Lissandra's in.
Yeah, the BRTT getting caught out by the Frozen Tomb. Arce gets in there, triple play comes down. Bullet time going to get completely destroyed, but left right in amongst the fight. Revolta as well, as everyone's trying to flash away back over the wall after him as White Lotus is trying to close the gap. LEP, he's going to sacrifice himself. Helior picks up his first kill of the game. And Latin America really playing that one well.
Caught with their pants down in the bottom lane. There was no reason for the Misfortune to be that far out. Of course, didn't have vision in the bush where the Lissandra was sitting. So smart play from the Latin American side. They seem to have been there in it. Oh my God.
Okay, Kami just says, no, White Lotus, you're going to go with a grey screen for now.
Yeah. Looks like Latin America almost made it back in the game. Let's kill them again.
Yeah.
That was a lot of damage.
Pretty silly. Does have Morales Crystal Scepter and a needlessly large rod there, and it seems like he had needlessly large amounts of damage at the same time. We are going to see this fight one more time.
Yeah, so BRTT so far out of position. Arce plays the fight to perfection, hits the 3-man blade. This teleport in from left was basically damage control. He's going to go down regardless because he's against a Lissandra and a Jax who have a lot of control when they are ahead, and that's exactly what they're doing right there. They were winning the fight. They pushed that advantage. The rest of this Brazilian side run away with their pants between their legs.
Yeah, they most certainly did. But Revolta went back, grabbed himself the Dead Man's Plate. 7-1-1 now on this Elise, going full tank at this stage of the game. Frozen Heart now completed here from Malphite as well. But the Rage Blade is done, Rusty.
Split push Jax is online. Team fighting Jax is online. Just Jax.
Jax is here.
Turns out Jax is now online.
He's
they
back,
are only really waiting for maybe the Evelyn spike to an extent. The boots are now ready for Lissandra. And the next item for this Kalista, which looks to be an Infinity Edge.
Very interesting item build by start here, of course, with the added grip. Makes a fair bit of sense.
Certainly does.
But second Dragon is going to go down with no contest from Latam. They're just going to push down the mid lane. Helio actually making his way around as well. Spotted out by some wards here as Brazil try to go for what looks like a flank, but scattering of Latam is going to get them to safety.
The movements around the map from this Brazilian side are just without regard, and they are fighting.
Fate's Call comes in. BRTC once again taken down. Revolta going to get knocked up by the Fate's Call. Is going to utilize the jump away, but Helio straight over the top. Loop now in trouble as Kame right in amongst it. Tempered Fate actually going to save a whole lot of members of Latam, and they all just jump on top. Going to get taken down by one ground slam, I believe. White Lotus is going to deal with the rest, and left. Okay, he's going to fall after a decent dark passage from Arce, and it's an ace for Latin America. They only lost 3.
Evelyn engaged, destroys BRTT one more time. Kami's damage was unbelievable, but this misfortune dies without the ultimate being used. And that was the difference between winning or losing that fight. This Latin American team are playing to perfection in terms of their engages in team fights, and the Bard ultimate was almost detrimental to the team in general because it caught them all and let them get cooldowns off one more time. So Thiat comes in with a great engage. Lissandra going in, destroys BRTT before he can even think about what he's meant to be doing in this team fight. Elio is very sticky on this Jax. Jumps over, the Gwynzus is online. And that was a combo that almost won them the game. But the cooldowns were ready the second the Tempered Fate finished. Bard did work, but he's not the only person in this team. They needed the Victor to try and put something down, and it just wasn't enough without the misfortune available as they basically destroy Brazil.
And it would have been a whole lot closer as well, considering Lev actually missed out on taking White Lotus up with that unstoppable force. It was so incredibly close. May have made a change there as Seiya thinking about an engage onto Revolta. But he does manage to take down that Rift Scuttler himself.
There's also, up until this stage, a lot of armor finished by this Malphite with a lacking amount of magic resistance. So depending on the engage, if he gets White Lotus, then he's doing his job. So as you mentioned, only just missing on the cusp of the range, essentially. Didn't get the kill he was looking for, and it backfires because he only has the armor. Of course, he has the MR now.
Yeah, it does have at least the Spectre's Cowl. See whether he's going to build towards a whole lot more of that magic resistance, but Frozen Heart, very, very useful. Fiak actually going for another engage. Revolta actually says, okay, I'll take this one, as he's very tanky. Just going to get some harassment off. Brazil continues pushing up.
And now the Infinity Edge is there for this misfortune with another Brawler's Glove. What we're looking at in the next fight is if BRTT can use the ultimate, if he can actually set up in a position to hit more than 2 waves of it before dying. And it's very easy for him to do so if they're engaging. The problem is, this Latin American side are always the ones going in themselves. They're not giving the CB LOL side a chance to think.
Well, Tempered Fate going to get dodged out of the way here as there's the flash forward. Loop unable to get the stun though as White Lotus takes a fair bit of damage. And that's going to be about it.
There's nothing Latin America can do right now besides engage or potentially flank. They've been pushed into the CBLOL jungle and they're just stuck. So now they have to run all the way around. Brazil, they're going to look for potentially, there's a blue buff I would imagine, maybe make a pick around the blue buff. We'll see what they actually want to do from this point, but they've got control now of at least the middle area of the map, and they can either be content with forcing Latin America around the map, which they are doing, or engage again.
One thing I want to talk about, Rusty, is Baron buff. And the fact that Latin American side have a Jax and a Kalista.
Yeah.
Jax doing a heck of a lot of damage and Kalista having the most secure in the game.
So is Evelyn. A lot of damage.
Those three could take down Baron so incredibly quickly. It could be a potential way back here for Latin America as they're still behind, but not by nearly as much as they were before.
So they're definitely behind, but it doesn't feel like it.
No.
That's the difference right now, is these last 2 fights have actually started to tip the balance more into this Latin American side's favor. Very good individual players executing team fights at the right time is what's keeping them in this game. With that Baron buff available for them to take, they could force that. All Elior needs is a tank, and he can take that.
Yeah, precisely, and they don't necessarily have one of those.
No.
So unless Arce is going to be around there.
And therein lies the problem.
Yes, indeed. But, I mean, it can't do damage to you if it's dead, and they're going to have a fair bit of damage to do to it.
But that's a problem for more than just Baron. They're a team comp that if they get engaged on properly by CBLOL, they will die because they're not tanky.
Well, What you mentioned about this Kalista build as well seems to be coming to fruition, but with an Infinity Edge instead of that Blade of the Ruined King as that AD-based item. I actually quite like it here out of White Lotus. Of course, doesn't help your rend all that much.
My question was always going to be if they go for the Shiv, perhaps before they go for the Infinity Edge, or they go Shiv before Hurricane. He's gone all in for that crit. All of his sustain right now is going to come from hitting champions.
Yeah.
And one Doran's Blade.
Well, let's hit the CBLOL side. Heading up this mid lane, Heliot remains on the bottom. Teleport's available for both top laners though, but LEP hanging around. He is going to answer the split push here of the Jax, but Revolta now getting the vision around this Baron. But you can see lots of vision here for Latin America around the Baron buff, and some deep vision in the blue side jungle of Brazil.
And this is the part that most wildcard teams all struggle with. The game's relatively even. We're at a time in the game where control of the map feels more important to these guys than actually doing the objective or taking anything, because it's just a mind battle now. Who will pull the trigger first? Who makes the first mistake? This is the part where the team that actually makes the aggressive decision properly first should actually come out ahead. This is a very volatile map right now.
It most certainly is. And when you've got teams that haven't been playing together for all that long, which is in the case of every single one of them here at IWCA, it's harder to make these decisions later in the game because they're not used to playing with each other.
Vardolt is ready to go.
But it is going to be the Dragon taken down. There's the Bard ultimate. The Cocoon's going to miss. Fantastic shield from the Agony's Embrace, but Yak probably still will go down. Yes, Left takes him. There's a massive Fates call out from Arce as he's getting in there, but you can see the Chaos Storm doing so much work. White Lotus has to get out of there. That death ray probably would have been enough. You can see it's a 1-0. Latin America trying to escape. BRTT still alive, wanting revenge.
They're still going.
Oh
my God.
Journey. Oh my goodness, they are trying to get the work done. Helior jumps back in. They do manage to pick up 2. But now, I believe they're going to try and get out.
That was insane. They managed to try and get, they got something out of what was definitely nothing. Over-aggression from Loot one more time. Always takes that magical journey in and just didn't have the vision ready to go. But an aggressive flash from Seiya, something that was definitely not predicted to happen, is exactly what did happen. This Tempered Fate was great. The Cocoon was not. And now gets a massive shield. Keeps him alive for so long. The biggest thing here, though, watch the Thresh.
Fantastic
Plays zones with the ultimate, and then they just focus left, and they focus Revolta. They do have to run away, but if that Thresh didn't do all of that work, they would have lost this fight, probably as an ace. Seiya goes over this wall, Loop's like, you know what, guys? Let's do it. Flashed and absolutely obliterated. Helior was not ready to back it up though, as Elise kind of flashed into the damage.
Not great.
And kind of died from that.
But
Not sure why.
BRTT survived. That is the main thing, able to get a little bit more damage down and pressure the rest of these lanes. You can see Latin America trying to continue with the vision around the Baron, but unable to get rid of all of the wards.
It's an aggressive item build from this Jax. Gone for the Sterix Gauge as well, so there's not really a way that the Malphite could ever even look at him the wrong way without dying now. So the split push is a very real option for this Latin American side. In saying that, just as easy to then dive if you were the CBLOL team. They've got that Malphite ready to go. It all comes down to if they can do that, because if you dive wrong against an Evelynn, Thresh, Lissandra, you lose the game not only through that team fight, but through split pushing.
And it seems like White Lotus, he's just going all in for the team fight. He now has the Phantom Dancer as well. The extra movement speed, the extra ability to be even more slippery as this Kalista is going to be ridiculous.
It's actually great. If you look at the damage that the Malphite's doing to him right now, it's base damage because he's building exclusively tank items. If you reduce that by 12%, that base damage is very insignificant. It's all about the crowd control then. So if he can auto-attack the Malphite before they engage, auto-attack the Elise as well, who's going full tank, then it's actually a very good item. I think Phantom Dancer is ridiculous.
It's very, very strong. We'll see whether he can make use of it in the next fight. Of course, may need some defensive item in the next little while, and we'll see whether anyone's going to be building the Last Whisper and the different Last Whispers, different options, whether we're going to have Grievous Wounds being put down, whether it's going to be something else, but it is going to be the inner turret traded for what looks like the Baron
This
here.
is a very risky trade. The Latin American side, they're not slowing down. Straight into the base.
They're looking for it. Of course, the inhibitor turret now under fire. Everyone empowered, recalling back. It looks like this inhibitor turret is going to fall as Diak is going to take that one, but not going to get the inhibitor, and that is the big deal. Now Helior continuing the split. They are going to move down. Tempered Fate going to lock down the turret and actually might buy Brazil enough time. It is.
It's going to buy them time. They're going to save that turret at the very least. This Latin American side have now opened the middle lane completely to their regard. They've got no turret to stop them from just rushing down there and going for the inhibitor, but they do not have the Baron buff available to them from the map pressure that they just gained. That was taken by Brazil, and what they need to do now, Brazil, with this Baron buff, is essentially push down the lane that's at risk.
Yep.
And try and win a team fight with the buff. Get some control of the map, take down turrets, and get it back in their favor.
Yeah, we could be looking towards the end of the game here as well, Rusty. I mean, if the Brazilian side are able to win a fight with that Baron buff, they'll be able to take the base almost too easily now with the amount of damage that's available for BRTT. Not to mention Kami as well, able to get a whole lot of auto attack damage based on his AP.
That was a Thorn Mail just bought from this Malphite as well when he recalled. I was wondering why he was going to go back. Did have the teleport, bought a Thorn Mail, and he's now against the side that Phantom Dancer's great. Last Whisper is not an efficient item, to say the least anymore. It's bonus penetration. It's not a flat percentage rate.
That being said, he's getting a fair bit of value against a 3 armor item Malphite.
Yeah, no, he'd be getting a lot of value.
Yeah.
But it's still very hard to kill this Malphite, who is going to be infinitely more tanky than you would imagine with his very efficient armor items.
We'll see whether White Lotus is going to be able to pick up the sort of extra health damage as well that you can now augment your Last Whisper with. But he's going to be very difficult to kill that. There is no doubt in anyone's mind that guy is a bit of a beast. BF Sword now completed on top of the rest of the items for White Lotus. It's coming.
Oh, well.
Maybe caught out of position. Thiak not wanting to fully commit. As Fate's Call comes in, there's the slow bullet time comes down. Thiak actually flashing out of the way. As the Tempered Fate did come down, you're right, but not too much. And it looks like Brazil really trying to go for a fight, but unable to really get it.
Jax is having a bit of a battle right now with the Malphite, which means he's not able to teleport in. Neither of them are able to teleport into that fight. A lot of poke. Thiak felt the need to go in. He wanted to try and find a pick, and he does a lot of damage to Kami.
Oh, yeah.
Kami reciprocates that damage, though, very effectively. And an all-around disengage, as the Misfortune ult was also used in that last fight, but to no avail on either side. In saying that, if there's spells down from Latin America and the Baron buff is still available for this Brazilian team, they could force something in another lane.
Well, Dragon is now back up again. Of course, Brazil looking for their third. Some extra movement speed could be good for getting to the right positions for these fights, but Latin America want to be able to stop the storm. The potential 5th Dragon might be there. I wasn't expecting to talk about 5th Dragon all that much here on this preseason patch. But things have slowed down, and it is still a 3,000 gold lead here for Brazil.
Always going to be a consideration is that Dragon. It sneaks up on you.
It does.
And it scales very well. The move speed, if they get this one in particular. Evelyn's looking cheeky.
Yeah, Jack looking for it. Saya goes in. There's the Zony's Hourglass as well as BRTT trying to get out bullet time over 2 members, but he gets knocked off and destroyed as Latin America are just going to town on the Brazilians left. He's going to get taken out. It's a double kill for Helior. And they only lost Thiak.
When Brazil turned that fight around, it looked like it was going to go perfectly well for them. But White Lotus and Arce play perfectly around that Kalista ultimate, pull him in, knock up the Misfortune, and prevent any further damage from that crit combo on top of the Malphite ultimate. All the while, Elliot, the rest of this side are just destroying them.
Arce has been so impressive as well.
Yeah. He's hitting all of the plays that he could possibly want to. The hooks connect, and just the teamwork that seems to be coming out of these guys it's not even necessarily teamwork, it's individual strength.
Yeah, and Helior, he's going to take the Dark Passage to safety. They still have an open inhibitor in the mid lane. And Latin America, the underdogs here, finally with the gold lead.
So this is a great flank from Saya, straight into Kami, but he has the QS set, so the damage is dropped. Left with the teleport, and this is great. But that Fate's Call that comes out of Thresh knocks them up, prevents anything further. Immediately, the second that gets cancelled, any semblance of winning that fight was completely out the window.
Yeah, there were so many sort of minor turnarounds in that teamfight that happened within about 2 seconds. Love to, like, the hyper slow-mo possibly come out from that one. We'll see whether we can get that one happening. But it is going to be the Dragon taken down. Brazil still have control of that objective now, 3-1. 19-17, so of course still in the lead. There was a blink of a moment where Latin America did have the lead, but...
Well, I wouldn't call this a lead by
yeah,
any
it's 300
means.
gold. That's a good point.
It's a longsword. That's probably the difference between them right now.
Or a dagger.
Or nope, not even a dagger. It's 300 now.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Oh, sorry, I was looking at 400 when I said it.
Yeah, Fate's call though is going to come in. BRTT, they're looking to try and take him down, but my God, the explosion that is Kame's damage. Arce, he's going to get taken down as well. White Lotus did get rid of BRTT, but look, I have a feeling that they are at least prepared for the Ultra Tunnel.
You need to respect Kami. They focused him in the first fight. His engage, the ultimate that he dropped down was not great, but in this one, if you're going for BRTT and you're leaving Kami unattended, he will actually blow you up.
He did.
He has the Void Staff. He is ready to go and can out-team fight the entirety of Latin America if you do not focus him.
Well, Saya trying to do his best to clear out these minions. Of course, no Baron buff available as Helios just trying to kill himself onto left. I believe as that Rage Blade stacks up, he might be able to turn this one around, but he's going to use the Leap Strike to get over. No ultimate.
Bud's here.
Yep, and he comes trying to land the stun. Revolta's here as well. Just going to use a repel for funsies as Kame's going to get this kill delivered to him. Oh, the flash up to Helios.
He's gone.
Had the ult running as well. The Grandmaster's Might was there. Tempered Fate, though, right in the middle. Luke's just showing off at this stage. The jump back in as Helios takes forever to die.
He tried really hard to stay alive, but it was just buying time because it was an inevitable fate. They don't push down the middle lane also. Everyone besides Elliot is now alive, ready to go.
That Dark Passage is going to be thrown out here as the blue buff steal comes in. Baron is going to be up in another 7 seconds. The dangerous thing is that Helios doesn't have his teleport for when he comes up in 30 seconds. It's going to give the Brazilian squad a whole lot of time to consider this Baron buff.
Yeah, and you can see the focus immediately from this Latin American team. Try and clear the Baron, clear as much as we can, and work from there. Pressuring the middle lane, controlling the waves, just doing whatever they can as a preventative measure to stay alive, stay in the game, prevent the Baron from going down.
Man, Revolta's so aggressive right there, just trying to get in amongst it. Latin America pulling all the way back. 5 seconds now on this Jax, and Brazil looks like they may not be able to make it happen in
Still
time.
no teleport.
No. Looking to try and bait it out at this stage. Nice pink ward coverage here from Latin America. They're just blue trinkets going everywhere. Oh my goodness, the act getting taken down so incredibly quickly. Bullet time soaked up by the Zonya's Hourglass, but it doesn't matter. He was down to about 100 health. There's now Brazil looking to try and close this one. Only one kill though. Arce trying to get out of here. The slow comes in. Fate's call comes out. They didn't want to use that cooldown, but they were forced to.
Definitely playing with awareness of cooldowns, knowing that Kalista ultimate was there, so they did not overcommit unless they could get in range of White Lotus. In saying that, they do make a great pick on the Thea. They go straight for the Baron, and this is a big risk if Helios wants to steal it.
Yeah, well, Helios looking to try and get something done, but with no smite, it's going to be very, very hard. White Lotus over the backside, wants to try and get a pierce into it. Throws out a rend as well, but I think Revolta pretty much had that one on lockdown.
Definitely had that on lockdown. Now another Baron for this CB LoL site. They didn't lose the middle inhibitor, they did lose the bottom one. So the minions naturally pushing towards that. It should be up reasonably soon though, to say the least. So there's still damage control, but they're well and truly in control of these next fights, or forcing them. Jax is just gross.
Yeah, he is. Clearing out this minion wave relatively quickly with this Rage Blade stacked up as well as that passive. So Helios going to at least try and stop the top lane siege. Can't push too far in. He's going to get pinged down. They're going to have to see to that minion wave first. White Lotus now with the Bloodthirst, now has a Spectre's Cowl at the same time, looking to try and grab himself a Banshee's Veil. Stop that initial engage.
Yeah, it's actually a Bloodthirster out of White Lotus. Yeah. Opposed to a Last Whisbone. We mentioned it, it's only bonus that you get as an increase opposed to a flat percentage armor penetration. Not necessarily worth having it, especially if you can ignore Lep on this Malphite,
well,
who only has tank items.
Oh my goodness.
A lot of them, actually.
Yeah, Randuin's Omen now completed, so that's
a full build.
That's 5 armor items as well here for this Malphite, with the cheeky Banshee's Veil chucked in as well.
He's also winning lane against the Jax, of all things.
Yeah.
So he's doing very well here, Lep.
Up by 60 CS, just being able to pick up a lot of that empty lane farm. You can see him in the bottom lane now, just splitting away. BRTT strutting it up. Looks like the Latin American side able to defend this currently.
It's at the point now where the Elise has definitely fallen off. Had a lot of early pressure with all of those kills and was a beast because ahead with tank items is always ahead. Revolta, still ahead, still very tanky, but the impact that he's got on the map isn't as high now. So you're looking towards entirely Kami, BRTT, and Lep's ultimate.
Well, Helios looking to try and get in amongst it, stop Lep from pushing this one down, but his shield barely got taken off. As Brazil are going to be able to siege down the top lane, so the split push working here from this Malphite as he was able to draw down Helios.
I would also suggest lifesteal, honestly, if I were the Jax.
Yeah.
Go for a Hextech Gunblade, you could actually out-sustain the Malphite's damage that he's doing right now, which somehow, with 5 tank items, is poking him down.
Yeah, also the Thornmail not quite working here for Helios as he tries to auto-attack through the rock. Fourth Dragon now to be taken here as Brazil uncontested once again. Latin American side, I mean, they've had some fantastic team fights throughout this game, but it just hasn't quite been enough.
But
stop the CBLOL.
Again, CBLOL, they can't end the game. They're struggling to get into the base. They can't break it. It is so difficult for them. Every time they try, they get flanked by Evelyn, and it's an even fight. No matter how far ahead they have been, I think this is the furthest they've ever been.
The ridiculous thing as well is that Thiax is still building damage.
Yeah.
He's got another needlessly large rod, might be towards Luden's Echo, might be towards something like a Rabbidan's Death Cap, just to try and augment the 3 AP items that he already has built up. When that Aghady's Embrace goes down, that is so much percent health damage, especially when, I mean, if he manages to hit Lep before that Banshee's Veil, I mean, after that Banshee's Veil gets taken down, that's still a heck of a lot of damage to the Malphite.
It definitely is. The magic damage is the biggest weakness here for this Malphite, so if Lissandra actually puts down the damage, Evelyn...
That's a very good point.
And I'd say half of Jax, but it doesn't feel that way. There's actually a real possibility that the Malphite isn't as tanky as he otherwise looks, but he is beyond tanky for White Lotus. White Lotus should just ignore his existence, work everywhere else, and try and take people down. But you have to respect a Malphite with Ulta.
Certainly do. And Lep has been able to get in the right positions there with that unstoppable force to try and make sure the Latin American side are having a bad day. Thiax just chilling, watching Revolta.
They're putting wards down top lane. They're pushing the wave top lane. They're then recalling and going bottom lane or mid. Brazil are being very inefficient right now with what they're actually trying to do. This is going to be potentially a recurring problem with all-star teams, is their ability to close out a game as a team, set up and do things without having to say to this person, you do this, you do this. They don't have to delegate. But in an all-star game, delegation's actually going to have to be very important. Because right now, they're not on the same page. They can't break the base.
Yeah, and if we're talking about sort of what this gold means, at this stage, I mean, that's a 6-item Misfortune. She's never going to get any stronger. 6-item Malphite there as well, and a 6-item Kami, who is literally gigantic in the mid lane. He's got so much AP. The Death Cap and the Riley's Crystal Scepter, not to mention the Lich Bane as well. I mean, he could be selling boots fairly soon.
He doesn't have a Voids, sorry, not a Voids, doesn't have a Zhonya's Hourglass though. He's gone for the Lich Bane build. And against this side of Latin America, well, they can blow him up.
See whether they are able to as BRTT makes his way around. Dark Passage going to be taken to stop Helios from being in the wrong position. But oh my goodness, the Brazilian team...
Of all things, if this works, this is going to be the ultimate patience play. Thank God. I was going to say, there's not even minions to do this. Like,
no.
What?
And yeah, Latin America just go mid lane. We've got an open inhibitor, guys. Let's just move towards
Two of them, in fact.
Yeah.
CBLOL can't afford to make a mistake. This Brazilian all-star team need to be on the front foot. They need to force Latin America around the map. If they can ever get a cheeky engage in or a cheeky push, they will bleed objectives.
Well, every summoner spell is available. 7,000 gold is the lead, but at this point, 45 minutes in, gold is starting to mean less
This
and
turret,
less.
by the way, in the bottom lane is actually starting to get quite low for this Malphite.
Yeah, he's actually able to take it down. Yeah, you can see Helios trying to do some work here as Counter-Strike comes in, going to get the stun off. But Lep is just soaking damage. Helios, I don't think he's taken a spell from
Get him,
Lep,
Helios!
and he's trying to kill himself on the big rock guy. Bad news. There's another Counter-Strike to come in, and this is the longest battle I've ever seen in my life. Unstoppable Force is still there. Meanwhile, there's a fight in the mid lane. Stack's going to use the Zhonya's Hourglass. Massive shield there as well as Luke. He's taking a lot of damage. White Lotus untouched in the back line. The shutdown on Nakami. Bullet time comes in. He's going to take down Sayer as Revolta. Very tanky. Oh, not quite enough on the rend. And now BRTT looking to try and take over.
They're not done here, it feels like. White Lotus, oh, that was close.
Man, that double up. I was actually expecting it to kill him.
Yeah, he did thankfully get over that wall. Otherwise, that could have
He also had full health. But still, part of my mind was like, no, he's dead.
Look, probably not. Saying that, 2 seconds till the Baron was up. That is where they're going to look towards, I would imagine. But there are so many people dead across the board. No idea what happened with the Jax and the Malphite. They were just butting heads for a very long period of time.
I think Helio gave up.
Malphite's ult is down, so... I mean, they butted heads until someone pulled the trigger.
Yeah. And in the end, Helio just said, well, I can't kill you. So I guess we're done here. 6 items, though, as the Dead Man's Plate was picked up from the Jax. Luden's Echo was the option here for Thiak. Just wants to augment all those hate spikes.
Banshee's Veil as well for White Lotus is actually super important. If you look at what's actually going to engage from this CB LoL side, Malphite and maybe a Bard Ultimate and an Elise Cocoon would be like the ideal engages. Bard Ultimate you can basically get out of, you're a Kalista anyway. Unless Loop plays Godlike. The Malphite Ultimate, if you have a Banshee's Veil, will be huge.
Most certainly will. We'll see what's going to happen. Of course, there's one item slot that's open, and it's Thiak, and he can build whatever he wants. Probably avoid stuff. I'd recommend, you know, continue on your path.
Yeah, why not?
Yeah.
He actually needs it, I would wager.
But Latin America looking to try and take down this Baron. It's very, very low. White Lotus will have a lot of sticks to put in it. Cocoon is going to go wide now as Lep is going to teleport in. Arce completely off to the side as Saya wants to find an option. Oh, Death Sentence almost wandered back into there from Revolta. But
Loop could have hit all of them.
Yeah.
With his Bard Ultimate, but he chose to put it on the Baron because they didn't see how low it was. And that was a big mistake if they were looking to engage. What that says to me is they were looking to push them off and not engage.
Oh my goodness, 5th Dragon is coming in right now. BRTT is there taking that one out. There's the Death Sentence that comes down. Revolta is going to get exploded. They've got the 5th Dragon buff, though, as they're trying to get back in. They traded for the Spider Lady as Kami. Oh, misses the blade from Arce, but isn't going to matter. So much damage from the bullet time, but White Lotus is going to survive for now. Left taking some damage. White Lotus takes him out. BRTT, oh, Death Sentence wandered out of the way of. And BRTT could take this one completely over. Takes down the first member. And my goodness, this misfortune is so frightening on the Rift right now.
Is he going to go for the Baron?
I don't know.
Okay. Oh my god.
Oh, trying to run out of the way. Temper Fate. Oh, it's going to land. White Lotus has to watch himself get obliterated. BRTT is going to lock that one down, but it is still a man advantage for the Latin American side.
Oh, hello.
Thiak's just going to backdoor the bottom lane. Okay.
I mean, it's going to come down pretty much entirely to Saya and Arce right now. If they can stop this misfortune, then they'll be fine.
Oh my that's looking difficult at this stage as BRTT is able to get the damage down. And look, there's the Death Sentence. I mean, sorry, the Dark Passage. And Thiak, he's going to take another one. Okay. There it is.
1 for 2.
Yep, 1 for 2 at this stage. 9 seconds on Revolta. He's going to be the next one up, but that's going to be 2 inhibitors. Sneaky, sneaky is the Evelyn. Death Sentence going to land on a loop. Not sure what Arce is going to be able to do here. Make It Rain comes down. So it is going to be 2 inhibitors for 2 inhibitors.
Making the best out of a bad situation. Thiak, with the back door after the team fight, is actually the saving grace of his team right now. The Baron is still available, and the bottom lane for both sides is actually matched. So there's no direct advantage, besides potentially a minion stack, as you can see where it's sitting at the moment.
I'm just thinking about, like, as far as a backdoor situation is concerned, who would you vote for? And I'd probably put me money on a Jax.
Yeah, if anyone was going to backdoor right now, a Jax could probably solo take the turret, if not the whole game. They're doing the Baron though. CB LoL, this Brazil side.
So quickly as well. Saya looking to try and find his way in. He's going to get there. Kami's going to get exploded. Not quite enough damage though. Saya does get the last Q, but they trade each other. BRTT with massive damage. The Avaganese Embrace is there, but Thiak is going to get destroyed. Helio gets caught by the Tempered Fate, the Cocoon as well, and the Jaxu was huge. The possible backdoor threat is going to fall down after a heck of a lot of passion, people. But it is 3 for 1 in favor of Brazil. What an epic battle here for Latin America, but it looks like this might be the last nail in this metaphorical coffin.
The sister regions, they've brought it to each other in this first game, but if this isn't the ending, I would be very surprised. 40 seconds on Seiya, and he's the first one up with 3 people dead. This should be the game, unless White Lotus goes out of his mind. Amazing.
Yeah, well, there's the bullet time. BRTT looking to try and pick up some extra kills as White Lotus. Oh, Arce! Not quite there because BRTT, he's running forward. He's taken down the Callista and the turrets. And I'd have to say the Nexus as well after that as CBLOL. Man, this Brazilian side, after an epic clash, 52 minutes. And on preseason, we were not expecting games of this length, but man, what an exciting one to start with.
The average game is sub 30.
Yeah.
And we come into the first one at 50 minutes. This was a very, very back and forth game. Brazil, they came out of the gate strong. They looked like they're going to be a fantastic side moving into the rest of this game. But Latin America, they showed they have what it takes. They know how Brazil works, it feels like. And they played around that very well.
Yeah, there were like 3 team fights in a row there where Latin America were able just to pick apart this Brazilian squad, make sure that all this AoE that they had at their disposal just didn't work.
Exactly right. I mean, Biak going the damage-based Evelyn build actually did so much work. Seiya was unbelievable. This Latin American mid laner showed up massive in that game. Of all things, he kept them in the game the longest. Arce played perfect, but this Brazilian side, they just feel like a ridiculously good team on paper. And eventually, when all it came down to was one person making a good play, that's all it took, they won.
Yeah, and I have to hand it to Revolta as well. His plays around the map in the early game really set the tone for how that game was going. And Latin America, despite having those team fights able to get back amongst it, they just couldn't overcome what was already such a massive early game advantage that Revolta was able to set up.
Yeah, it also hit the point in the game where the engage from Latin America was lacking, and they were against 2 really hyper-carry champions. The Victor was doing ridiculous damage.
Yeah.
The Misfortune, you don't even need to describe it. She went for the 5th dragon. She came to the Baron once her team was dead and destroyed everybody.
Yeah, just ridiculous. But we have Pastry Time alongside for an interview.
And thank you very much. I'm here with Revolta, the jungle of the Brazilian All-Star team. That, I think, is the longest game I've ever seen on this patch. How are you feeling towards the end?
We're not used to playing this patch, so I think we made a bad use of the Herald. So we kind of wasted it, and in terms of communication, we are also not that great with this team. So I think we need to get better in some decisions, and we could have taken this game earlier.
Okay, fair enough. Well, let's go back to the early game and talk about your champion, Elise. You're a very aggressive jungler. How did you feel after the first 50 minutes? Because that was brutal to watch.
I really love Elise. I like the meta Elise listen. And I hope to pick Liz in this tournament too. Overall, I think I have great lanes to gank. Especially, I have Loop in my team, so we play together in Brazil, so I have a lot of synergy. And yeah, if I have the chance to pick early junglers, I will.
Yeah, it's good that you mentioned your support as well. Have you played a lot of Elise Bard specifically, or do you guys just have a lot of natural synergy?
We play a lot of Bard on Niantic in Brazil, so we kind of know what each other are thinking and what Loop's going to do and I'm going to do, so we kind of know each other.
Awesome. And then stylistically, you said you hadn't maybe had enough time to adjust to the patch just yet, but you're still playing the same style, very aggressive. Do you expect to keep that up kind of throughout the tournament? Do you just want to counter jungle people?
I do. I think this patch is kind of a great snowball one, and early junglers are really strong, but I still think Cinderhook is better than the other items, so yeah.
And that's fair enough. And I guess you mentioned about your team, maybe communication not there yet because you do play on different teams, but as far as the skill of your team goes and your teammates, what do you think about your All-Star team?
I think it's great. I don't think it's like the best we could have had, but I think it's a greater team. I think we have a pretty good chance of winning.
Awesome. Well, best of luck in the rest of the tournament. Great game there. And with that, we are going to throw it back to the analyst desk.
A little cheeky there. Maybe not the best we could have fielded, but they did win their very first game.
I can't believe that. But, you know, that's what it's all about, isn't it? It's all-stars. It's these mixed teams seeing how they handle themselves. And we saw how strong Brazil were in the early stages of the game, but it didn't translate to closing the game out very quickly, as we did hear from Revolta.
Yeah, and let's actually take a closer look at the beginning of the game. Maybe the picks and bans, because it was one of the first picks and bans we've seen on 522 in competitive. Misfortune first pick. Not that big of a surprise. What did you make of the rest?
I feel like Misfortune is probably the strongest AD carry laner, and that is perfect for the current patch. But what I want to highlight the most is the fact that we didn't really talk about any jungle changes. So it's exactly the same as it was at Worlds. Elise is broken, and it was left to second rotation on blue side. And I also love the Malphite counter pick into Jax. Malphite is a champion that has probably one of the highest win ratios in solo queue, simply because everyone's picking these Rageblade champions.
Yeah, and then we also saw the Rammus ban, and for the exact same reason. Malphite, Rammus on the same team are absolutely brutal. They just become this unkillable frontline that have all the pick potential in the world, because with the teleport, with the Rammus ball, they just move around really quick.
The Last Whisper sucks. It's perfect.
Talking about movement, this early game was very interesting to me because both teams actually rotated their supports to the middle lane very early on. Pre-10 minutes, we saw multiple rotations in ganks. We did see Revolta getting in very successful. I think it was 6-1-1 before 15 minutes with counter junglers, tower dives, etc. Absolutely on point. So it was good to see the team sort of moving between lanes, but there needs to be a little bit more communication and planning to actually knock down those paper-thin towers to get a bigger advantage.
Yeah, and I liked what Revolta said about the Rift Herald, because this is a strategy that we've seen time and time again, especially in solo queue. If you have Elise, give it to your jungler, take it mid lane. She is so good at diving with it that if you ever land like a Bard or a Cocoon, you saw it, they're just able to put in work, and that is a strategy they should have repeated all the way up to the inhibitor turrets. Instead, they were trying to take it elsewhere and like play around with it a little bit too much. At the same time, you saw the Latin American team, they wanted to give it to their support or their mid laner because they didn't have that ranged jungler. So I just think Elise arguably got even stronger on this patch just because of the use of Rift Herald.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, as Trevor pointed out as well, in the beginning it was going really well for Brazil with Revolta pulling off those ganks, and of course BRTT getting a couple of nice kills on Misfortune. We actually heard him laughing out loud. It was when he got that kill earlier in the game, but they couldn't translate it in, and a lot comes down to decision making, as Revolta said as well. We couldn't keep it going, but Latam had some good coordination.
They really did. I just want to jump in really quickly. I think Latam had one of the most impressive target selections in the early to mid stages of the game. Because of their ability to focus down Kami and BRTT, they clawed back the goal deficit. They got control of the mid game. The problem was they didn't make use of their very powerful Jax. They didn't really split push with him at any given time. And I just feel if they had approached the map better, Latam may have been able to keep the momentum on their side and actually win the game.
Yeah, I actually think Latin America's decision-making was in the right place and they didn't play the map well, and then you can kind of say the opposite about the Brazilian lineup, because they were going to the right part of the map. They just couldn't pull the trigger. They had like a 500 armor Malphite and didn't dive a turret at one point of the game, so definitely agree on that. And the use of the split-pushing Jax actually stalled that game a lot. That's why he's so annoying on this patch. He disregards AD carries while he takes turrets and is just able to shove all over the map, and it's going to be hard to, I guess, close games against something like that.
It's like with the Malphite Jax matchup, like when I'm thinking about it, like the period 20 minutes to 35, that is where Jax shines. And there was this one particular fight that was just perfect for it. Like with the advantage Brazil had, they should be able to close the game quicker. I was thinking, like, they are so far ahead, they should just finish it, because Loop was roaming around the map, and I think Loop on Bard, perfect champion for this match.
Yeah, we actually have a replay to show that. It was a team fight where Latam got all the way back in the game and actually aced Brazil.
If we roll the clip out, you'll actually notice that Latam are coming in on a good flank. I really like the fact that Theak actually finds an opportunity to get round to the side, and BRTT's just deleted. There's no other terminology for this. And of course, because BRTT doesn't even get off his bullet time, it's just tickets. But Loop, the golden shower to save the day. Yamato Cannon, you were talking about like Loop all game long.
Yeah, Loop, his Bard is amazing. We haven't seen, I personally haven't seen a lot of Bard in competitive play. And
better than Crepo's Bard, yeah, for sure.
Well, the key thing here is the fact that the Latin American team manages to get the engage off. There's no cleanse, there's not the item, the Mikhail, the Crucible as well, to remove the Lissandra ultimate. So as soon as they stick onto a target, they can kill it quickly. And that was the gap.
I kind of want to point out Saya here, because, you know, we said he was going back to an AD carry, and there's kind of two ways that you can play Lissandra, the peel way or like a straight up assassin. This guy was just, he has something against BRTT. Every single team fight, he was like flashing walls, trying to get on top of him, just trying to blow up the Misfortune. And I think that's one thing we will learn about this, is if you're going to play Misfortune, they have to stay back and peel for it, because time and time again we saw the Jax and the Lissandra get on top of it and make her life hell.
What I like about both strategies, though, is Brazil came out with a very strong sort of lane-focused game. If they can get some champions ahead, they can use that to snowball. They didn't use the snowball. What I like from Latam's answer in terms of their picks and bans was the ability to single out targets with the Counter-Strike, with the Frozen Tomb from Lissandra, and these are great ways to disrupt these mixed teams. Get in, kill a primary target, and then you can win objectives after that.
And then I feel like the key point behind what's kind of saved Brazil in the late game has to be Victor. every time throughout Season 5, it has been about the Victor late game. Victor in the late game one-shots almost anything. There you go, saves the game.
Yeah, and the adaptation was the Rylai's Crystal Scepter. It meant in the early game, even though the damage is lacking due to the AP items, still had a lot of control.
Yep, and if it's Kami on Victor, then you have to be double wary. We saw good things from both teams, but it is Brazil that takes home the very first 5 versus 5 game here at the International Wildcard All-Stars. As we see the next teams setting up on stage, it is SEA versus OCE. We will take a quick break, but we will be right back with more action. Welcome back to the IWCA live from the Margaret Court Arena here in Melbourne, Australia, as we are about to set up for our next 5 versus 5 between Southeast Asia and Oceania. What's the right way to pronounce it, Spawn?
Oceania. Yeah,
Oceania. Oceania. In any case, I do want to remind you guys of our social media challenge we have. You can send in your best impression of Warwick, the dance. More specifically, use the hashtag at IWCA challenge and tweet it at LOLOceania. And because Spawn actually actually had a fantastic.
I don't think anybody
entry.
should do it anymore because his is the best.
Yeah, it was amazing.
Zero rhythm, zero ability to count.
What can I say? My League of Legends is only beaten by my dance moves. That's
Can you
what
do
I
a
have to say.
little? No. All right, anyway, I think you guys can do much better, so please send in your versions and you can win a lot of cool prizes as well, some skins for Warwick and a bunch of RP. Now we're going to dive into our next 5 versus 5. Brazil, of course, won the first game. Now it is up for Southeast Asia as they go up against Oceania. And, well, this is time for your faith. Well, it actually wasn't there, so how is it going to come through now?
Yeah, no, I'm actually really excited to watch the Oceanian lineup play because they do have some very familiar faces, but also a new top laner in Rayo, and we'll see whether he's able to make the international impact that he's looking for because his team, Hellions, they're newly announced, has been very outspoken about where they want to finish in the Open.
Well, we will see. Let's start by taking a look at the lineup for the Southeast Asian team. In the top lane, we have Arce, then we have SOFM, G4, Optimus, and Moss. And immediately, of course, G4 and Moss jump out there as we've most recently seen them with the Bangkok Titans at the World Championship.
I just remember more specifically the game against EDG where they were like 6-7k gold ahead, and that was all Moss on Thresh. He was roaming and he was destroying players that we consider world like top class pretty much.
And of course, we'll find out whether or not he gets his hands on Thresh. I'm not expecting it. I'd like to see a little bit more from G4 as well. He had a very tough mid lane group to go up against and really didn't get a chance to shine. His Irelia versus Faker's Olaf was a particular pain point in my memory. So I want to see how he's going to handle himself against Choo Choo's and, you know, against the rest of this wildcard region.
Yeah, and SOFM is someone we haven't seen on the international stage yet, and I am so looking forward to it. He's a full Lewis's jungler. What a fantastic name right there. And has an insanely seen. So many players in this tournament do, but with early game junglers coming so much back into favor, I really think in a snowball meta, he can make a huge impact.
Yeah, we'll see what he can do up against his OCE lineup. Let's run through that one as well, as you mentioned as well. Ryu in the top lane, Carbon, Choo Choo's, Raydeer, and Ejim. You talked a lot about Ryu already. Carbon, of course, has that first win in the 1 versus 1 under his belt, so that might be helping him as well.
The thing is, this is what Oceania do. They get the first win, and then maybe the second win, and then they forget how to win. Because every time Oceania's competed in an international wildcard event, it's gone very good at the opening stages and the opening couple games, and then falls apart when it really matters.
Yeah, we're upside down. We think day one really important. We just slowly peter off as the tournament goes on. But in all seriousness, this is a team that two legacy players and an ex-legacy player in their support. So their synergy should be fantastic and also very close as a playing group. So that's what they need to bet on. In a map where it's so important to play together as a team, I feel like Oceania can very much use that to their strength.
And with regards to Oceania, I also think the format of the tournament is going to play into their favor a little bit, as there is not your traditional quarterfinal, semifinal, final bracket where, you know, the hurdles get bigger and the pressure is mounting. This is a lot more about consistent performances over a group stage, multiple games back to back to back, and I think this will play into Oceania's hands, where in best of ones, they have actually shown they are very, very good. Their group stages have always impressed.
Yeah, definitely. It also a lot will come down to maybe individual skill level if it transcedes just the decision making in the game. I'm looking at the mid lane, Choo Choo's versus G4. That must be an amazing matchup.
Yeah, this should be incredibly fun to watch because we've seen G4 go up against Swiffer, who is also a very good Oceanic mid laner and had some very impressive assassin play games. Choo Choo's used to be known for his assassin and doing something very similar on the Legacy versus Chiefs lineup. So looking forward to see whether he can bring something like his Syndra, like his Yasuo, which is so strong on the current patch, into that mid lane and really try and take it to G4, who showed at Worlds that he's not scared of anyone. No. This guy idolizes Faker and was still willing to try and take it to him, so should be an exciting matchup.
Yeah, a lot of interesting matchups in this one, and we're about ready to dive into the game so the casters can take it away.
Thank you very much, Shox. I am Atlas. I'm now joined by the wonderful James Stress O'Leary here on the caster desk to take you into Game 2. Of course, Southeast Asia versus Oceania. And if I start crying during, towards the end of the game, you're just going to have to help me because there's a lot of memories here for this particular matchup.
Yeah, I mean, some people would think maybe there's a little bit less pride for the Oceanic All-Star team now that Rusty's gone. I'm a little bit shorter and a lot less oxidized than he is. But when it comes to supporting Oceanic regions, I'm pretty confident, pretty happy with that. In the rugby, normally I have to end up supporting Australia and New Zealand after Wales crash out. So there's a little bit of pride. I'm looking forward to seeing how they can do. But, it always comes down to this. When the Southeast Asian teams play, everybody always underestimates them. There's a wealth of talent on this lineup, and I can't wait to see what they can do in today's games.
Yeah, especially with the mechanical skill level as well. I'm just going to completely ignore the rugby reference because we knocked you out so early on anyway, so it doesn't even really matter. That's okay, but it's just ridiculous ridiculous watching these Southeast Asian players play, because G4 especially, this guy in the mid lane, it's just ludicrous, especially very early on in these games when he can just rely on his massive mechanics. I mean, towards the later stages, does sort of fall off just a little bit, but the rest of it, really, really scary to see. But we'll see how Oceania does go up against this side, because I know a whole lot about these players, and the fact that they do have so many powerful voices on this team in the right places is really fantastic. Carbon as a shot caller, and especially as an emotional sort of control on the team, is just fantastic. We've seen it on the side of Legacy as well. The fact that they never give up in a best-of-5 series ever just means that he's just got all of that sort of emotional capability, the ability to sort of mentor his teammates as well. Is just fantastic.
And I'm looking forward to seeing how much of that control comes through into a lot of the changes that came into the preseason patch when it comes to the Rift Herald and, you know, the change to objective focus. And we didn't see too much of Game 1 where we've been seeing duo lanes up in the top lane. We didn't see that too much. I wonder whether we'll see Carbon go from more jungle-focused presence onto the Rift Herald, look to get that quickly after a kill, because I was a little surprised in Game 1 how low the actual priority was on the Rift Herald, because you get it onto your top laner, you basically get the turret first time, and if then you don't deal with that as the enemy jungler, it's incredibly easy to snowball a top lane just from getting 1, maybe 2 Rift Heralds early in the game.
Yeah, we'll see whether they actually change up their style in order to prioritize that one a little bit earlier on. But ladies and gentlemen, we do have a slight delay in getting into this game. We've got a little bit of an audio issue here for Choo Choo's trying to get into this one. He needs to be able to hear his teammates. It is going to be very helpful if he does, so we are going to get him onto the Rift and into the lobby as quickly as possible.
Yeah, and Choo Choo's is just going to be such an integral part of this
If he's
Oceanic.
not there, they're going to have a whole lot of trouble winning the game.
Yeah, I guess that's kind of a... But he's just so integral and is a player that, when you look at the Oceanic scene, which... You know, I was kind of minorly involved in some scouting very early on in Oceanic days when Team Dignitas had a team. And, you know, we were looking at the players, looking at kind of how young the scene is. He's now a player that has a fair amount of experience and has changed his playstyle a couple of times. Used to play Assassins, coming on to a little bit more control mages when you look at exactly how he likes to play. So now with the preseason, does he do that again? Does he change up and go, I want to play this mid lane, and come out with something absolutely crazy?
How many styles does he have left, though? I mean, what is it, like zone control mid lane? He could just play Heimerdinger every single game, something like that. We'll see. Could be exciting.
I'm having flashbacks to that 1v1 with Heimerdinger. I'm like, Heimerdinger should have won that 1v1. But Carbon got lucky.
Win all 1v1s, let's be honest. But no, it's Carbon. The guy's a 1v1 god. He said so himself. Oh, wait, no, he was saying that he wasn't very good. That is my bad completely. But no, I actually really like that you brought up Choo Choo's here as well, because he is going to be an integral part, and we'll see whether he's got back onto his Assassin hype train, because you mentioned the control mages. This guy's been playing a heck of a lot of Cassiopeia, the likes of Ezreal as well there in the mid lane. Jace is a massive one here for Choo Choo's, but we are going to be getting into Champion Select very soon, and we'll see what's going to be taken away and what's going to be picked up by these sides as the GPL and the OPL battle it out.
Right, so we are into the picks and bans. First ban out, not Soraka this time.
No, not happening this time. Damn it.
I heard your little jabs with Rusty and my Soraka. We'll get to that if we see her. But certainly this time around, this is a lot more standard. This is what I was kind of expecting, looking at the 521 games we saw, with 522 now as well. Pretty standard straight-up bans.
Well, it's looking very standard for, you know, previous patches, though, with the Time Kench and the Twisted Fate being taken away from the GPL side. They are going to ban the Elise this time. Dr. Mundo is taken off from the OPL squad. And it looks to me like the GPL just say, okay, we'll just have our pick of the litter of the crazy champions that have been left up. But Aurelia or Jax are going to get through right here.
Yeah, and the Soraka that was first banned in last game will get through as well. Misfortune, we saw have a great game in the first game of the day, the 5v5s. Dr. Mundo banned away, very difficult to deal with. Ridiculous. So obnoxious, so annoying. We're going to have a lot of priority on him the entire time. And at this point, both teams now are going to say, okay, there's Rek'Sai up in the jungle. There is also, you know, the Gragas. You've got Lee Sin. You've got the Evelynn. I'm not too sure we'll see too much. So we're not going to see that as a first priority, as it is going to be the Kalista picked up. And I'm not sure how she fits in right now compared to a lot of the other AD carries. We've seen a lot of Caitlyn, who will outrange Kalista. The matchup is kind of tricky because Caitlyn, you rely on the traps. You rely on the net now to get the headshot procs. So it's a matchup that I'm hoping we get to see, because it's one that I think is going to evolve greatly throughout this week.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting, and we'll see whether he picks up White Lotus's build there as well with the Infinity Edge now that you've got the crit on that Hurricane as well. You can see Carbon on your screen right now having a chat to Ryu, and Ryu's Rise is available. This is a big deal because this guy in the top lane is crazy. when he plays Rise. He's just so good at it. It's what got him to such high favor in amongst the top laners here in the Oceanic region. So we'll see whether he does pick that one up. We heard Yamato Cannon talking about the Rod of Ages, the fact that that's strong. They have a lot of opportunities here. Carbon can't go to his Elise, but Rek'Sai's there, and there's the Rise locked away for Ryu, and Carbon, comfort for him at the same time.
Yeah, and you have to really look at the option for Rise being a flex here as well. Choo-Choo's can pick it up. Mid lane is the other side of that. We saw Faker have so many good games on Rise at Worlds. So right now, the OPL team, the Oceanic All-Stars, have a very solid first 2 picks of this game, not really showing anything too much. Same can be said for the SEA lineup with just the Kalista. But at this point, I wonder whether SEA are going to go the engage route and just try and look to take the fight, because that is how you see games start to be won on this kind of patch, is the decisive teams, the teams that go all out and make the decisions with Rift Herald, diving turrets, are going to be able to close games out very quickly. That's the kind of team that you see closing games in solo queue quick, not like we just saw in the last game that got stalled.
That was definitely not quick, but we are going to have Alistair and Gangplank locked away. Of course, Arce very comfortable on that GP in the top lane, especially recently. After that change, able to blow his barrels up all over the place. Moss is going to be taking the Alistair against EGIM. Might be a pick away. He may have had a look at 2014 Worlds qualifications where the cow went completely rampant, only for the first day or two, and then everything fell off, as Quickshot said. But the OPL squad now looking to try and round out their lineup. Radiant going to take away the Cogmore. That is the AD carry we were expecting never to see.
Yes, because Cogmore...
Or it could be in the mid lane with a Rage Blade.
If that happens, I'm going to be incredibly surprised. But Cogmore right now, when you look at it, the champion needs to stand still late into the game, because you can't orb walk on Cogmore late game. As soon as you hit over the attack speed cap, because of course that was one of the biggest changes. Cogmore can now exceed the 2.5 attack speed per second cap. So you may see a 5 attack per second.
Can you orb walk like at all?
You'd have to be a god.
Attacking that fast. Like,
you would have to be a mechanical god to do that.
Well, Radia has been spoken about as a highly mechanically skilled player, but we'll see. But on the other side of things, we've got a Shen locked in and a Rengar here as well. SOFM looking to try and put on the carry pants as the Rengar has been taken away by Moss. So we'll see what happens. And where's the Shen going? What actually? What is top stress? Please help.
It's top lane Shen. Right now, it's top lane Shen, which I actually quite like on this patch.
It wasn't like a blatant assassin, so I was like, G4 can't be playing it.
True. I mean, you look at picks that were available at this. Jax has gone all the way through and not been picked right now. Shen is one of the matchups that you feel can somewhat contain Jax, but pressures the map better. Malphite will just kind of contain anything and then teleport in with his ultimate. So this is going to be a fairly boring top lane. To be completely honest with you, Shen versus Malphite, no one's killing each other for a while. We've come back to Season 3 on this one.
We most certainly have, and you did mention the fact that Choo-Choo's, can pick up the Rise as well. He has been playing it a lot recently. So, of course, to try and make use of this flex pick that they have, and it looks like Choo-Choo's is going to be taking that Rise into the mid lane against G4's Gangplank. And I mean, we mentioned the fact that Archie's been playing the Gangplank as well. It might be the fact that G4's like, okay, well, if you're going to be picking up that champion as well, we can add some ambiguity. Both sides of the map this time are going to be doing exactly that.
I like the thought process here with the Rise, with the Cogmore, and the Malphite is you give the GPL team enough to deal with. The Cogmore just gets to stand there. You have to recognize the Rise late game and deal with him. Malphite is going to be ulting your team. You have to deal with that and split, at which point Cogmore should be able to get a fair amount of damage off, but still, really the difficulty is in the late game, Cogmore, if you don't get a safe spot to stand still, that damage is going to go straight through the floor.
And do you ever have a safe spot to stand still when there's Thrill of the Hunt available from SOFM, who's arguably one of the most looked at players on this GPL side? This guy has been top challenger in Taiwan, Southeast Asia, and Korea. This guy is massive coming in for the Southeast Asian team, and he's now on this ridiculous solo queue champion that can just destroy everyone. But guys, get onto Twitter. Use that hashtag GPLWin if you think they're going to take this one down. Also include the IWCA hashtag as well. And if you think the OPL team is going to be able to take this one down, use that hashtag OPLWin. We'll see who's going to be able to take this one down. Yet another rivalry, as it was, of course, the Bangkok Titans that booted the Chiefs out of any Worlds contention, the IWCQ. But now the GPL squad looking to try and get an invade on Ryu. He's going to ward this one up and then wander slowly away from the brush.
Just the get the vision and just completely back away and have absolutely nothing happen in the early game for this potential lane swap. I mean, that is pretty much what the GPL team are looking for here. OPL doing exactly the same. Very standard throughout Season 5. Get the lanes down. Now you have to look. Is it going to be the 2 versus 2 top lane? Are you going to opt for 2 versus 1? At which point one team gets a significant amount more control over the Rift Herald and can then push towers very quickly from that. Or do you end up in a standard lanes where it's 1v1 top and 2v2 bottom lane, which is pretty much what we've known for the last 5 years.
Yeah, it's very true. And Pinkwood actually started already here for the GPL squad as well. They've got so much control over this top side of the map, and they're actually proxying this wave.
So this is something that doesn't happen very often, but when it does happen, this is going to rely so much on coordination there, because this is essentially going to accelerate the first wave into the top lane turret for the GPL. It means that OPL now have to recognize that they can't send anybody up there for a little while longer, because the GPL wave is going to bounce and it's going to zone away anybody from OPL that tries to go up there. I wonder how fast GPL are actually going to look to go from this. They're taking a lot of the jungle camps top side, and that means OPL now have no real reason to send anybody top for a while. And of course now double jungling though, you won't get the added experience that you get from having Smite.
Yeah, well, it's true, and Ryu is now sort of relegated, trying to walk around with this Rek'Sai, and once again, the proxy farming from the GPL squad, 4 members up here. Optimus getting a whole bunch of this farm, now 12 to the 5 of Radiant, who's just happily, standardly farming. Carbon and Ryu hanging out here as well. You can see level 1 for the Malphite might mean that this Gangplank could be in some trouble.
4-man mid, this is something that the OPL team...
Oh, okay, so the flash out of G4 as the Dark Binding would have hit true, but not going to find the kill.
This is something that, you know, some teams do very frequently when you notice a new team get put together, where the coordination to pull off very complex lane swap, you know, plays is so much more difficult to work on than, hey, let's go mid and go 4-man, get a flash, try and dive it. That tends to be the easier play, and you can see that GPL is sticking with their play with 3 people up in the top lane, sending Rengar back into his own jungle, and just looking to assume the first turret of the game. OPL, how much damage have they done, if any, to that turret? Because they did send everybody but Radiant into the middle lane. Now they're going to be down there with 4 people, way behind the play on this. This is the first time they've even pushed to the turret.
He's going to take down a lot of these minions, though. You can see the OPL squad able to get a fair bit of this one down, and with another wave pushing forward, they may be able to get it on this one.
May be able to. I'm looking into some of the matchups right now, wondering what G4 in the middle lane has actually taken for his Keystone Mastery, because if he's taken the Deathfire's touch, he will have a lot of burn damage when you look at the passive that comes from Gangplank. We will get to that as we go through the game. It's one of those things that is going to be such a big factor for every lane matchup, is the choice of what have you actually gone for in this lane matchup. The other one actually that is really funny to go for, and I desperately hope he's gone for it, is the movement speed increase when dealing 30% of an enemy's health. You get like 35% move speed. It's crazy.
Well, Carbon is going to knock the cow into the air for a little while and sit on top of a ward for a little bit longer. Juju's having a fine time here in the mid lane against G4, 25 to 21 CS. The Rise is farming up quite nicely. No troubles there at all. You can see Arce up there in the top lane with 10 CS in comparison to the 2. 5 times the farm of the Malphite.
And this is going to be a horrible lane once Ryu gets up there. Grasp of the Undying is the mastery that Arce has taken on Shen, and you key into that Vorpal Blade as well for the amount of life back you're going to get. Grasp of the Undying, remember, is 3% health back every 4 seconds in combat. So you just walk in and trade with the Malphite again and again and again with Vorpal Blade, and he can basically do nothing but just chip you down, and you get it all back.
Well, Choo-Choo's might be in trouble here as SOFM is going to make it into the rush. The leap is going to be available. Throws out the Empowered Bowler, but fantastic flash timing gets Choo-Choo's to safety. But that's both Summoner spells down now for the Rise.
Yeah, now Choo-Choo's has to be careful. Once SOFM gets that level 6, it's a pretty easy gank read here. That as soon as Rengar comes out of the jungle with that level 6, he's going straight mid lane once again. So GPL with a very clear game plan here for the Southeast Asian All-Stars when it comes to this game. Opening up with the cutting the lane. twice, which is something you normally only see once, and they decided to do it twice. But bottom lane, you can see the pressure that Optimus is able to put down in the bottom lane, but that CS lead has actually evened out from the very early onset of this game.
Oh well, Carbon actually going for a bit of an invade here, but is going to get answered. There's the taunt from Arce, just destroyed as the Shen picks up first blood.
I mean, you look at the map control right there that Carbon didn't have. Rift Scuttler was in the other team's favor. You didn't see where the Rengar was. You know he'd just ganked, but that was like a minute ago. He could have been anywhere on the map. You had no read on that, and Carbon went deep into the enemy jungle, was a level behind as it was. That was a very risky play from Carbon and does not pay off at all.
No, certainly didn't, but himself up. This little warding talisman here for the jungle. Going to get himself around, get the vision down. No need to build that Sightstone anymore. Thank goodness, because Carbon built a Sightstone on almost anyone. G4 going to teleport back to lane. So G4 was one of these players that we explained as being able to utilize the teleport the most because he was never able to be at the right place on the map at the right time when he took something like Ignite. But now having the teleport available, he can split push to high heaven and then get into the team fights when he's needed, especially now that he's on Gangplank. I mean, he's got a global ultimate, so he's always going to be useful.
And a lot of people were talking about the summoner changes that we'd see from the preseason patch. This is one of the kind of team compositions that you may still see the teleport flash into the Pulverize.
Yeah, the Pulverize is going to get knocked out of the ultimate there from Gangplank. Lotus. Optimus does use the heal. Arce comes in. Stand United, not going to be able to get rid of him as Optimus even able to hop away from the Acathian surprise. And the OPL squad getting obliterated at this point. Carbon once again getting taken out, and Arce just teleports back in.
Arce was just like, I'm only going to be out of here for a couple of seconds, but the OPL team got caught out by a kind of an obscure timing in the bottom lane. You feel like they'd be waiting for 6, but GPL...
Choo-choo, so much damage onto G4, but unable to quite lock it down.
You feel like the GPL bot lane would be waiting for 6 on Kalista to all in like that, but as soon as you step into range for Flash Pulverize to hit, that is when a Kalista Alistar lane is going to take over. Kog'Maw Morgana this early on into the game just cannot really survive through that. The Black Shield has to be on point, and even then, there is a lot of crowd control that the GPL team have just brought to the table in this bottom lane, and it's causing a lot of problems for the Oceanic All-Stars.
Yeah, it looks to me like the OPL squad looking to try and scale towards the late game. Of course, Ryze and Kog'Maw. You look at those champions and you think, yep, they're probably not going to be doing too much towards the early stages, but is it going to be enough in this preseason patch that we've said time and time again? The first 5v5 game that we had today was an outlier, in my opinion. Shouldn't go to about 50 minutes because this patch seems to be so much faster. Picking all these scaling champions might be dangerous.
Well, it's actually an interesting thing because the average overall game time across servers actually only went down by 1 minute, which is significant. That is still a significant change.
60 seconds.
But the fact of the matter is that means there are a lot of short games because teams are pressing their leads very quickly. And if the Southeast Asian All-Stars can do that with the Alistar, dive the towers with the Rengar, then we'll see a quick game. The reason the last game just got stalled out for so long was because Jax was so reluctant to split push and couldn't against about a 500 armor Malphite. So if the OPL team can hang on till the very late game using this Malphite to deny any kind of presence, then they could be okay, but look at the level difference.
Oh my goodness, Ryu taking so much damage. SOFM didn't even try to go for any empowered bowler strike. That's not what he's about. He's all about extra damage with that Q.
I mean, you look at that situation. A level 7 Shen against a level 5 Malphite, and in comes a Rengar that's got his ultimate as well.
Yeah, having a giggle there as well.
He is having a giggle in the top lane. But, I mean, that's one of the other things to factor in is the actual experience that you get from kills was tweaked through that. So when you see a champion get a lot of kills, they will accelerate through the game a lot faster. So looking at Arce, he's 2-0-2 right now, been involved in 100% of the kills and has got a lot more experience from that. And they just turned that into another kill onto Ryu. And Ryu now absolutely can't go even past his inner turret here. He cannot afford to push into Shen because Shen is so much stronger than him at this point in the game.
And with that extra Keystone Mastery as well, I mean, he can't be shoved around. Even if Carbon comes up there, he's just going to get all of his health back. You can see the OPL squad looking to try and get some work done onto G4. Who will probably eat oranges and will most likely be K.
Yeah, I mean, he had no flash, and there is a little bit of crowd control that was there. I guess you had the Rune Prison, but as you said, the Mandarin's going to come out. G4's going to run back away, and it should have been fine. Also had his ultimate, so actually the presence from the Oceanic All-Stars was going to be negated somewhat with the damage that would come from Gangplank. But this is a very interesting setup because I was kind of going to touch on this a little bit earlier with the teleport from mid lane. This is the triple global composition that GPL are trying to run here. When you look at 2 teleports plus the Shen ult and I guess the Gangplank as well. It's pretty old style, but it's one of the only ones we'll see that teleport in the mid lane. When you can actually run 2 very strong solo lanes.
Oh, G4 in a whole lot of trouble. Choo-Choo's trying to get the damage done. One last Q. Not going to be enough as Stand United came in as well. Arce saving his mid lane. SOFM Thrill the Hunt's down. Carbon waiting for the knock-up. Not going to let that Rengar get any work done, and man, that was close for Choo-Choo's.
It was close, but he had to back away. Couldn't get that last bit of damage out. Now Ryu in trouble again.
Yeah, he most certainly is. Pink was hanging out there. Carbon trying to save his top laner. There's the ultimate. SOFM in a bit of trouble. The flash offering from Carbon locks it down. Does Ryu. Egypt making his way through as well. The barrels are down as G4 trying to explode that one, but he's going to get taken out. Choo-Choo's so huge in this fight. Not a lot of damage available for the Shen, and the OPL team showing that they certainly can team fight.
And this is the difference between the old kind of compositions with Shen's support to a Shen top lane. The global presence is only useful if you're using them to bring more members to the fight. If you're already there with everybody that has a teleport, that's all you've got. In came the rest of the Oceanic All-Stars, and there was just more people on the map for the OPL in that area, because down in the bottom lane, you could see Optimus and Moss were still trying to push onto the turret, and now the turret game is going to get pushed into the advantage of the OPL team right here. Rek'Sai even just going to fly his way straight across the map and help out down in the bottom lane and hold the turret for themselves. OPL coming up big in that fight.
And the Rage Blade has been completed now as well for Radia, so part of what I said was correct, but it was going to be in the hands of Radia playing that champion, and I love this. It turns him into this, like, after 8 auto attacks, it turns him into Jinx, pretty much, because you've got the rockets to do the AoE, you know, but you've just got a bajillion attack speed. I like it.
I don't mind it right now. I'm interested to see how it keeps going. How does this build progress here? Because I'm assuming he's going to go flat. Yeah, I'm assuming he's going to go flat AD, or at least AD itemization from here. There's no point to go anything else. So I wonder exactly what the itemization is going to be.
Maybe you go on hit. Maybe you could build a Nashor's too.
I don't want to see that. I don't want to see on hit Kog'Maw. That's not good. I think the Blade of the Ruined King, maybe into the Infinity Edge as a 3rd item, could be something that we're going to see here from Kog'Maw. But itemization for ADs has changed so drastically off this patch.
Yes. Well, he does have Fervor of Battle, I believe, as well as that Keystone Mastery, of course. Kog'Maw pretty happy just to auto-attack as many times as he possibly can, especially with that Rage Blade, so it does synergize quite nicely. He's fallen down in farm just a little bit, but now has picked up that assist. G4 now going to have to be careful once again. The OPL team moving towards this turret. They've got 5 members here, and able to take down that barrel as well, so no wave clear available for the GPL squad, and that could be something that could be a problem here, because they don't have a lot of long-range wave clear away from, you know, an ultimate out of G4.
Yeah. And again, this is the Southeast Asian team really kind of almost misplaying with their globals. You look at Kalista down in the bottom lane, you look at Shen up in the top lane, who did have his teleport and his ultimate, but if there's no real target there to, you know, have presence behind that turret, as soon as a Malphite walks up, as soon as he places himself in front of that turret with the rest of his team and you have the numbers advantage, that tower is gone. Yeah. You cannot fight that without any kind of wave clear there. And yes, Optimus will get a turret from it down in the bottom lane. Keep in mind, though, the OPL team have very quickly just got 3 towers on the map. And that is going to give him a fair amount more map presence when it comes to the top side right now. You can see, yeah, it could look towards that Rift Herald sometime soon. 1 pick is all it should take to take that away, but the GPL team do still have the gold advantage.
Yeah, Dragon not looked at here at all either. OPL do have themselves a ward on it, the Oceanian team. Radia just wandering around in his jungle as Choo-Choo's going to get delivered a blue buff. Now with the Rod of Ages stacking the tier there as well. This Ryze is getting to a very scary point, and look, we watched Worlds. We saw what Ryze is capable of. We'll see whether Choo-Choo's can do his best Faker impression in this game. Oh yes, Moss in trouble. The immediate flash from Radia, but he's got no turret to go back to. It's a bouncy castle for this little Acathian monster. And it's not so much of a surprise as he blows up onto Optimus, and man, okay. That is definitely a kill.
Yeah, Radiant knew he had to flash instantly and kind of prayed that he was far enough away. Could maybe have used the heal to get that little bit extra of distance, but I think he was dead at that point anyway, and he knew it as soon as that flash was used. But what is the trade going to be here? Are they going to let the Dragon go down and maybe look for the Rift Herald? Doesn't look like the OPL team are in position for that, so this is just going to be a Dragon going down in favor of the Southeast Asian All-Stars. But pretty much nothing in return right now.
Optimus is going to be able to lock that one down. Of course, Ren pretty good at securing the Dragon. You can see there's a bit of a scuffle in the top lane, but they don't have very much damage available to them, and Ryu's just going to clear out the wave and scoot on out of there. A lot of different bits of items. Keeping it at the Balmy Cinder there, and then going towards what looks like a Frozen Heart. There's now Radiant. Has to do with SOFM. He's tanking up the turret as well as Radiant might be able to Acathian surprise him to death. He wants to leap out of the way. He leaps into turret range.
So much use, but he did survive. Look at the impending doom, though. OPL are looking to shut down SOFM.
He's once again. Oh, Ejim does nail the Dark Binding. The flash after him, though, as Arce picks up that kill. Carbon may actually be in trouble here at the same time as the teleport. There's the unstoppable force. Ryu says, nope, you ain't getting out of here. Unless you manage to Shadow Dash over that wall. Not going to do it. And Carbon's going to lock that one down. Meanwhile, GPL team say, okay, while you guys are being crazy in the bottom lane, we're just going to take the outer turret in the mid.
Very, very scrappy little fight in the bottom lane. That just seemed like it was pretty much for all the marbles when it came to maybe a little bit of ego in the bottom lane. OPL just throwing everything they can at the Southeast Asian All-Stars, just saying, well, we're not going to let you get away from just blowing up Radiator at that point. But again, it's another situation, though, where the GPL team are creeping ahead of these plays. Just a great kind of spot from SOFM to know he has the damage, knowing he had that spike just enough to take out Kog'Maw early game, which of course this isn't the Trinity Force Kog'Maw that we were seeing previously, which at least you had a little bit more health from the Phage component of the Trinity Force. This is Gwinsu's Rageblade, which it's very squishy, will deal a lot of damage if he gets there, but not this early on in the game. You're looking at 3-4 items before this Kog'Maw is going to output damage.
He also needs to be auto-attacking for a long time as Carbon just heads in towards the blue buff. Isn't actually dead yet, which is what I wasn't expecting. Able to still get the crowd control off. Flashes out of there as Ejim. He's hanging around as well. Choo-Choo's now flashes on top of G4. The barrel's down, but Choo-Choo's does not care at all. G4 trying to get out. Choo-Choo just says, nope, you're staying here. The OPL squad able to get at least one kill. I don't know how they did so, because that was so optimistic from Carbon. Ended up paying off as now they're trying to turn it around. The GPL squad trying to do some work. Moss wants to go back in for the knock-up as Radiant. Acathian Surprise is going to be his only damage option at this point. Ejim now with the Soul Shackles on cooldown. Arce just soaking Choo-Choo's damage. Can't do it. And this rise is so big. Optimus now does have to be careful. Moss is going to die. Choo-Choo's going to come in, and they're going to explode the whole team.
Oh,
don't even worry about it.
What a team fight from Choo-Choo's, just absolutely decimating everything in that fight. At least the triple kill at the end there coming from Choo-Choo's. I thought Arce was just tanky enough to absorb most of that, but I believe Arce hadn't had that Spirit Visage completed just before that. But this was the second half of this fight. This was after running from that top jungler. Just watch. I thought that Arce may have been able to just sit in the middle of this, but Choo-Choo is at full health, still outputting just
so
insane
many spells,
amounts of
man.
damage. Insane damage coming from Rise here.
Oh, Moss is going to be taken out there as well. You can see on the backside, Carbon was even able to answer immediately. That Rengar was trying to get out. G4 just hasn't been able to get going in this game just yet. Now has his Trinity Force going towards what could be the Essence Reaver. Oh, actually, no, isn't going to be, because he'll cap himself on the cooldown reduction. Looks like the Infinity Edge as the second item here.
Yeah, that does look like what it is going to be. On the other side, Rod of Ages and the Seraph's Embrace already taken for Choo-Choo, so he is very, very strong at this point. If we didn't see it in the last fight, that's going to get worse, and it's going to buy Radiant a lot of time, because this is one of these problems that we were talking about for the team from the GPL, is with Choo-Choo showing just how much he can do already in this game, you now have to focus everything on him, which means Radiator is just going to very quietly, even though he's 0-4-5 right now, very quietly farm himself up and farm up to about that 3 or 4 items. This isn't going to be a fast game right now, because the GPL didn't take that early lead and consolidated into a further game. They are trying with these turrets, but they're trading kind of inconsequential tower for now, a middle tower from it as well. So again, GPL now are focused on the bottom side. They're kind of going all in on a couple of dragons to look to win the game from the map control that they have right now. Actually, they're looking for an inhib turret. This is not an inconsequential turret anymore because the GPL stayed. OPL were not pushing fast enough.
Oh, what's happening here as well? They've started up the Baron by the looks of things on the side of the OPL squad. They're giving up this inhibitor. The ultimate goes down, and Baron isn't even going to be taken. That's an inhibitor traded for nothing, as Archie's going to come back in. The heroism of this Shan, as G4 almost manages to take down an extra kill as well, but the OPL squad answer back with a couple, but it looks like the GPL squad are trying to win the game. Ryu's here, but he's the only one. Carbon makes his way through, but he's relatively low. The knock-up lands, and Optimus has to flash away. Fate's Call comes in for Moss, but Ryu whiffs the ultimate just a little bit. Choo Choo's now trying to catch up. Will he have his ult available? He doesn't. Nowhere near as Optimus is running away, but man, they did so much work in this base on the side of the GPL.
Yeah, great just read from GPL. This one isn't quite over yet. Carbon's still looking to get it, but this is just enough time that OPL aren't doing anything else.
United's available. Moss may actually be able to get out of this one. He's not going to use it, because Ejim's going to get knocked away, and they lose the Alistair as well. Archie holds his ult for another day.
And all the meanwhile, OPL were just doing nothing on the map. The death timers were winding down for the team from the GPL, and it means that G4 is back available. Archie is back up as well, and it means GPL can go for this again. Now with the bottom lane inhibitor pushing in, they can set up the vision control around the Baron pit and force one or two members from OPL to check it all the time. You can see 3 blue trinkets have been picked up by the Oceanic team. And that will give them a good amount of control when it comes to seeing if the Baron is being done. But the GPL team right now are just so far ahead when it comes to the map control from that inhibitor being down. The gold is about to be even again. If this game goes to a stall period and that inhibitor respawns, that is when the OPL team can actually look to fight, but it's risky to push out onto the map because if they go for an objective like Dragon here, the Baron just goes almost instantly with this Kalista.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. SOFM is actually in the bottom lane anyway, so the GPL squad now moving towards the Baron. They don't necessarily need the smite because of course they do have Kalista. He does have the Ren there, but the split pushing Rengar is an odd choice with Ryu there with a lot of armor.
Uh-oh, we're going to see pretty much the same play again. Although this time it's from the OPL. Pretty much the GPL team out of position. OPL team want to push.
Oh yeah, G4 actually taken down to about half health here. Stand United did come in. Optimus trying to get the auto attacks down. There's the flash after the taunt. Carbon right on top of Optimus as Ejim's trying to lock him down. Radius still alive. There is Optimus finally falling as the shutdown comes in. Choo Choo's so huge in this fight. Looking for G4, is going to find him. Now the OPL squad getting the work done. Archie falls. Moss is going to die as well, unless the OPL team decide just to take down the towers. SOFM. Look, that's optimism, my friend.
He wants it. It's not happening. It is not happening. He's going to go down for the Nexus turret, or attempt it. OPL team are going to back away. Like, there is nothing that SOFM can do here other than cut the wave and stop the game from ending, but the death timers are so low at this point, which is weird to say after the last game where we had like 70-second death timers. All SOFM can do here is maintain a little control around the Baron pit. And even then, OPL aren't going to be too ashamed to just push in and kill the Rengar when he finds him. But that play from OPL is exactly the kind of play that they need to make here, is when the GPL are split up like they've done throughout the entire game, take the fight to
Carbon.
the GPL team. And SOFM's been caught.
Yeah, he has. Choo Choo's just going to blow him up. Radius there as well with the damage. You can see the Rek'Sai still alive now, just mucking around with 2 people as Optimus trying to stick some sticks into him. See, he is going to be able to tunnel his way out. The barrels are going to do some work, but only onto Ejim there as Radius now without the protection of his team, but no one's coming around from the GPL. This GPL squad just looked to be floundering a little bit. It seemed like they were all on the same page when they were going for that push, but now that that hasn't worked, they just don't know where to go.
Well, I mean, the push that GPL did was pretty much a push that saved the game for them. They were at a risk of the OPL team just stealing it away, and you can see the gold has now gone in favor of OPL. Looking at this one, Smite Steal should not come through. OPL have to fight before the Rend actually comes out here.
Yeah, the ultimate comes in though from the GP, and man, that barrel's doing some work. Choo Choo's finally falls. The shutdown comes in for Optimus. Radier has to turn tail and run. The exhaust may not be enough here though, as Radier has to use the heal. The Ren comes in for the slow, and he's just going to fall down. The triple kill for the Kalista. And the GPL team, the mechanical play in these team fights is so beautiful to watch.
The only thing about that fight was it seemed like the OPL team were under the impression that teleport was available from Ryu at that point. I mean, half of the cooldown left. Had Malphite been there, that is the kind of fight that the OPL team could have taken. Without him there, I mean, that's not really something that's going to happen. You cannot protect for the Cogmore. The Rise is easy to focus down without any front line standing in front of him. I mean, it was the timing was right, but the people that were in the area was wrong for the OPL. And the fact of the matter is they had to deal with the bottom lane. Ryu was saving the Nexus towers at that point. So it is pretty much the only play that can be made. He is pushed up a little far in the bottom lane when it comes to actually saving a tower, so maybe could have looked to have headed over early. But early on in this fight, you can see the damage coming from Gangplank. He had already at this point upgraded Death's Daughter, so massive hit in that fight. From here, there's just not enough health left on anybody in the OPL team to stay alive. And this is a very back and forth game when it comes to actual decision making on objectives, and that one goes in favor of the GPL team once again.
And they are going to be able to use it to take down this dragon as well. The inhibitor has respawned for the OPL squad, not quite yet to come back for the GPL there in the mid lane, so may buy some respite for the Oceanic team. But they're definitely on the back foot, especially now. These Marin buff minions. Ah, Radia's dead. Goodbye. Okay, SOFM just doing Rengar things. We've all seen those videos.
That is one benefit of the Guinsoo's Rage Blade, which I don't condone, by the way, but the added AP that you get makes a Cathian Surprise really nasty. Makes it really nasty. It's a nice boom after you leave.
Does it fall off by the time? Okay, probably not.
Oh, well, I just mean the blasting one. Like, come on, we got to look for benefits coming from somewhere on that item.
Does a Cathian Surprise scale? I don't think it does. I don't know. I know it does true damage. I didn't think it scaled. There's Arce is going to get locked down, but you can see he's not taking too much damage. GPL squad able to take down that inner turret very easily. There's a big wave pushing in the top lane, though, as the OPL team have managed to at least get that one organized. Moss is going to be heading back to base, grabbing himself some extra items. Does have the Righteous Glory there, which is handy. You know, it's got the horns. Already looks like a cow.
We have a Last Whisper on Rengar, which is an item not expecting to see too much of. It is, however, helping him against the likes of anybody that isn't a tank. Yeah. Because not a whole lot of survivability on Radiator and that, so it will help him kill the Cogmore pretty quickly, but it's not going to help him all that much against pretty much the Malphite. I mean, he's not really looking for that as a target as it is, but certainly Last Whisper as an itemization choice has started to fall off just because of the change that it was made to bonus armor when it comes to overall armor. So I guess it's fine in this situation, but if SOFM doesn't blow somebody up, his role in the team is kind of small as it is.
It seems like he's trying to patch up something that he shouldn't be doing anyway, which is odd. But he's got a lot of different AD items. I like that, you know, pickaxe, longsword, hanging out, warrior enchant there, as well as the Youmuu's Ghostblade. This is the one-shot Rengar we all know and love.
Hurricane onto Cogmore as well. So if you want to stack it quick in fights at this point. So we could actually see Radiator output a lot of damage in this next fight, if again, he is safe.
If he's ever left able to get auto attacks off stress, I think he might be able to get some work done. The problem has been this Rengar that we can see on that screen right now, who's just not let him.
Yes, it's been a fairly good game for SOFM in that respect, catching out the squishy targets, looking for Radiator, just take him off the map as soon as he can, and it reduces the OPL's ability really to actually contest any objectives. This game, however, feels a lot later than it actually is. It's 28 minutes, which, you know, we're still expecting games to be well over this length at this point. Still looking for that 38, 37-minute mark. But it just feels like GPL are running out of options for themselves. OPL are kind of like, well, we'll just wait this one out because we got a Rise and a Cogmore, and we don't really have to make any proactive decisions.
Well, we'll see whether it's going to pay off for them, because of course Archie's only going to get tankier and tankier. G4, he's building another Infinity Edge. He's probably just going to keep stacking them from this point onwards. And he's going to blow up minion wave after minion wave, getting all of that cash money. And he's now taking the CS advantage as well. I mean, it was at a point where Choo-Choo's had almost a 20 CS lead. The G4, with his standard G4 ways, split pushing things up. Able to get himself. What the heck, Radiator? That is a lot of auto attack.
It is a lot of attack speed. He is sitting at 2.1 base attack speed right now. So goodbye attack speed cap.
Yep.
If anybody hasn't seen a 5 attack speed Cogmore, by the way, it's the most hilarious thing. Watching the animations try and catch up, he just doesn't move and just fires out a million attacks.
Yeah, it almost like he's actually vomiting in a stream. Well, we'll see whether he gets to that point or whether SOFM is never going to let him. Last Whisper has been picked up here for Optimus as well, so looking for that item from the Kalista. Does have to deal with Ryu and Carbon a little bit more.
Yeah, and this is a little bit more towards what we were seeing in the last, not in the last game, but previously. We saw the Infinity Edge in the last game, I believe it was, on the Kalista, which is a big departure from what you used to build on Kalista, not a crit-based attack damage carry as it is. So this time, I wonder whether we're going to see the Mortal Reminder or the other one, which one applies Grievous Wounds, the other does difference in max health damage. I always want to call it Lord Van Dam's Pillager, but that's like the Dominion item. I'm like, bring Dominion items in.
Yeah.
Okay. Twisted Tree Line.
I do like that item, though.
I do.
But I always build it because I can't build it anywhere else. I don't know whether it's ever good on Mordekaiser, but I do it anyway.
On more.
Don't think so, stress.
Remind me not to play. Remind me not to play with you.
No, well, G4 is up here in the top lane trying to deal with Ryu. Is doing quite a fine job. Ryu actually can't really answer too much. Just going to clear out that wave as best he can. SOFM doing the same thing here in the mid lane. The rest of the OPL squad now moving down that area as well. Arce was split pushing in bot, and it looks like this sort of 1-1-1 with the bottom lane just hanging out in base. Putting on a lot of pressure here for the OPL squad.
So it is Lord Dominic's regards.
Oh, it was close.
So I'm going to just call that Lannister's regards for now, because I can remember that a lot easier. We'll see if they send them in this situation. Of course, as we said, that does difference in max health between you and your target. It stacks up to an additional 500, so can be fairly significant. Stan United used to get himself out of this.
Yeah, but he's not going to be able to get out of there just yet. Now going to try the teleport, and that one's not going to work either as Choo Choo's makes his way over. So Arce now completely out of options, going to get slowed down, uses the flash, and is going to get zapped to death by the turret. No, Choo Choo's flashes forward. And the Rune Prison, you can't dodge that one, buddy. The rest of the GPL teams, though, they're going to be able to take down this Baron.
This
relatively no contest. No, Ryu doesn't have his ultimate. The steal comes in over the Rend. How did that even happen? The OPL squad now trying to take down the GPL team. Ryu right in amongst this back line. Radius is still alive, wondering how that's even the case. And Carbon, what?
Massive, massive steal is what it was. How does that shouldn't happen. Like, straight up shouldn't happen. Kalista should rend that every single time. And you can see Radiant did have the space to get his attacks in.
Yeah.
Because everybody from the GPL team was locked inside the Baron pit. So between Choo Choo's and Radiant, the damage just shredded all the way through them. G4's got so much work still to be done here. I don't think this is going to be the end of the game, but the OPL team have just done enough to blow this wide open with that Baron buff.
Yeah, they could be able to pick themselves up a Dragon here as well. And those 6% stats now at 33 minutes could be something that they're looking for. SOFM not going to be able to find his way in with that Thrill of the Hunt. And that's another big cooldown. Actually, the OPL squad decided to go back in on this one. Choo Choo's taking a lot of damage from that barrel. The slow comes down as well. SOFM gets flashed on by Carbon, but a massive knock-up with the face call. Ryu in with the ultimate as well. They're not going to be able to do too much as Radiant is still alive, trying to kite as best he can. The taunt comes in. The barrels doing so much work. The GPL team might even be able to finish this. There are no Nexus turrets, and it's a triple kill for G4. We said watch out for this guy, and I think we definitely needed to.
That was so close to the OPL. They had the game in their hands. The problem was Ryu, who has to cause enough of a disturbance, went on to SOFM, over a wall, away from the rest of the team, and it just blew the team fight open. Completely exposed Choo Choo's, completely exposed Radiant, who just couldn't kite back, and that's the end of the game.
Yeah, it's going to be the OPL squad starting off at a low. This might mean that we're going to fight back even harder towards the end. Maybe we fixed it. So we can start with a loss and then win as we go through. But what a hard-fought battle on both sides with some really ridiculous decisions being made, but seeming to be countered quite effectively.
Yeah, very, very back and forth on the decision-making.
Yeah.
A lot of similar decisions when it came to pushing inhibitor turrets, pushing inhibitors, but ultimately misplay from both teams, and it was the second misplay that just left the death timers wide open for the base. that's a tough loss. After taking the Baron steal, taking away the team fight, that is a very tough loss for the OPL team. Looking at the position they were in.
Yeah, and sort of managing to get the flow of the game back in their favor as well for that small amount of time. I could imagine it's a bit of a rush of blood to the head as they're just trying to engage, get back in there, and then they could have finished the game potentially with the super creeps heading towards the base, but wasn't to be. And G4, you have to say, the barrels he was managing to get down in that last team fight were ludicrous. He was doing so much work.
Yeah, he was doing so much work, and I actually, like, looking at that game, just I cannot really overemphasize Choo Choo's. From that start of the game to about the 30-minute mark, he was just pretty much putting the OPL team as hard on his back as he could at that
they were
point.
like in that scroll on his back, aren't they? Something like that. It was the Rise was incredibly powerful, definitely able to lock down. Even the likes of Arce, who went for that magic resist very early on. He had that Spirit Visage. He was able to regen all of his health, but that Rise was doing so much damage. But we are going to head back to the Analyst desk to break down that game.
Thank you so much, and wow, what a roller coaster for OPL.
I definitely think both of these teams got too excited about Khaleesi and the 2016 Season 6 version of Game of Throws, because both team gave their opponents the entire reason to win the game and said, no, here we go, woo, you catch it, because now it's up to you. Back and forth, back and forth. We had so many kills and so much action. It was fun to watch.
Very fun.
But it was just so messy.
Yeah, the one part of the game I will say was structured well was the start of the game. The C region actually came out with a legit strategy. The proxy then take 2 camps at the same time, send everyone top. In the end, Oceania responded well, but that was actually really well thought out of the Southeast Asian region.
I feel the key thing when it came to the back and forth was the fights that the OPL team won was when they had summoners on both Rise and Cog. Because in reality, what they are turrets that are fighting is just shooting things out, because they can barely move when they're doing DPS. So in this scenario, whenever they didn't have summoners up, the Rengar, the Callisto ultimate, it is just so easy to catch these targets and kill them.
And even when they had summoners but didn't have ultimates, they'd still win fights. We've got a replay that I want to call up on screen, and you have to watch Ejim right at the beginning or as Carbon's in this blue buff, because
Balls of steel.
He doesn't have his ultimates. Look at Ejim's Morgana. He's moving into this buff. There's no soul shackles, and watch him as you play this out.
He honestly bluffed the whole team. He black shields himself and just flashes in, like, has absolutely no regard for anything going on.
Like, this is what I start asking him. Like, I was like, what is Morgana doing? What is Morgana doing? And then as it goes on, I was like, oh my goodness, he's a genius.
And the best thing about this whole composition is that G4 is struggling so much to get barrels off just because Choo Choo's and Radier are prioritizing them over everything. And they just continue the chase. I mean, even the Rek'Sai comes back for a second goal at this fight. Carbon flies in at the end, and when they get ultimates, it really turns around.
Well, OPL, you take a look at them re-engaging. Now, this fight goes the way because Choo Choo's is a full HP bar and full mana bar, so he's able to clean house from the GPL and the Southeast Asian teams. But the problem is, it was this re-engage mentality that ended up costing the Oceanic squad as the game played out. Also, look at the gold. Still 2,000 gold down. You know, OPL, they lost a lot, they clawed it back, they got a lead, they lost it, you know.
And then they had the game after Carbon stealing that Baron. Incredible. Is that something he does often, by the way?
Yeah, that is actually. Carbon's a clutch player. That's what he's known for. Big moments, being able to get in there. Nails of Baron secure, and then the team, they look like they were so set up, and he's their shot caller. So I'm just going to attribute that to a rush of blood. Like, as soon as you do it, you're like, I am invincible! And then, like, you die.
Is that a Yamato impression?
No, that's actually out of James Bond, 007.
To be fair, it was against the Callista. So is it Carbon doing a genius move, or is it the Callista messing up big time?
Potato.
Come on, Optimus.
In any case, let's look at what happened after the Baron, because OPL, they had it. They just had to keep cool, try and finish out the game. But as we see on this replay, that's not what they did, and they went right back in.
I think we have to get Spawn to talk us through this one.
All right, so let's take a look at it. So right now, they've just got the Baron. They've taken down the inhib. They can go back, get all the waves pushing in their direction. But no, that's not the decision they go for. So as we roll this one out, you'll see that as a unit, they just go back in. And a great barrel from G4 there actually slows the whole engage. And then Moss just goes huge. He did it time and time again at Worlds, and they blow everyone up. G4 picks up a triple kill. Bangkok Titans player just go massive.
And once again, Rise has no summoners, Kokma has no summoners. It's so easy to point and click the Callisto ultimate on top of them and catch them. Then the Rengar that has built full DPS is perfect for killing these targets.
And where did Carbon go? I mean, he flashes over the wall to go for a rain goal while the rest of the entire SEA squad is in the middle lane. Like, hello, front line. You've got carries without summoner spells. I don't know, mistakes there and ended up costing
some people still think he's just keeping on moving, you know, he's just moving down mid.
He turned more into a carbon copy of himself there. Talking about the Kog'Maw, as you said, if he would be able to stay alive, we checked the damage graph after he did 3 times the amount of damage of Kalista, but it's not worth, because in this meta, you just can't stay alive.
Yeah, especially not against the jungler like SOFM that is very famous for blowing up carries. And you saw time and time again in that game, he was just hunting down the Void Puppy and like completely schooling him.
I really like the build path as well. Seeing Raydia pick up the Gwynzoo's first, then into Blade of the Ruined King and whatnot, and eventually the Hurricane. AoE, ridiculous attack speed, ridiculous range. I think the biggest problem they had was just that early game. Arce got so far ahead that in conjunction with SOFM, all of the threat got delivered to him every single time. The front line just wasn't there.
I was very, very surprised to see the Kog'Maw pick, actually. Like, personally, I don't think Kog'Maw is too good because I put them in the same basket as I put Zyra and Brand. They always top the damage meter, but they just keep dying over and over because it's just so easy to catch them.
Well, that was my biggest problem. They just didn't pick Lulu. If they have a Lulu in that comp, run the Ryze top lane, they all of a sudden have all this magic damage that you can get in, and Lulu on top of Kog'Maw there would have just shredded the team.
I think something that we need to point out as well is, of course, the Gangplank. We've talked about 80 item changes. I think the changes for items are really, really good for Gangplank. I was surprised not to see the Essence Reaver because the combination of Essence Reaver and Trinity Force lands him on 40% CDR.
It did technically come 3rd or 4th, gentlemen, so it was collected right at the end there. Sure. The action, unfortunately, distracted us. But yes, it came in later than expected.
Yeah, but again, a very entertaining match. Sadly, not so good for the OPL team. It is SEA that gets their very first victory, and we're going to take a quick break. Rather, we'll be back in 3 minutes and a half with the Japanese LGL versus Brazil.
I felt really honored for being chosen to play on All-Stars. I have always dreamed of representing my country in an international competition, and I can finally accomplish that.
I felt very proud, and I was the only one who won the votation against someone from Pain, so yeah, I felt really good.
Da equipe da PEN, olha o Túlio, tentando ir pra cima, vem chegando com tudo, zero absoluto, o Kami fica com uma, com duas, já garantiu o double, vai partir pra eliminação, triple, quadra kill, vem pro penta, penta kill do Kami!
Eu fiquei bem feliz de ter essa nova oportunidade de jogar lá fora. Desde o ano passado eu não tive nenhuma oportunidade, nosso time foi bem mal, então a gente não teve nenhuma oportunidade esse ano e a galera deu o maior apoio, teve uma brincadeira ali também no meio, foi bem engraçado, mas eu tô bem sério para jogar lá, apesar de muita gente ter votado às vezes até um pouco na zoeira.
Playing with Lab for the first time is going to be interesting. He has always been a good top laner. He has always been like a renowned top laner in Brazil. So it's going to be interesting to finally be able to play with his playstyle.
Acho que individualmente a gente não vai ter problema algum. Acho que lá a gente vai ter que conversar e talvez deixar algumas diferenças de lado, mas acredito que todo mundo vai ser bem profissional e acho que todo mundo quer ganhar ir pro grande All-Stars nos Estados Unidos, então...
Enquanto isso o Kami tenta se reposicionar, o Crow é o primeiro a morrer, The Fox em sequência, double kill do BRTT, pode partir para o triple, vamos ver se isso que acontece, triple kill.
I think the strongest team is probably Brazil, but I would worry about Turkey because they won against us in the last IWCA, so I think they are the ones we should look for. I don't know quite how well it will go, but I think it's going to be interesting.
Welcome back, everybody. As we heard from the Brazilian team over there, it was very interesting, saying how they put their differences aside, or they were in the process of putting their differences aside. A lot of history there.
I actually like that, and I respect that a lot, because, you know, if you follow the teams and the players, you know that they're all from different squads. There's very big rivalries, even within the same team that's on the All-Star, but they all want to go to LA. They want to prove their worth against the 5 major regions, but you got to win here first to do it.
Yeah, and they started off great in their first game where they were up against Latam, as said by Revolta. After, well, our decision-making could have been a bit better. We could have closed it out, but he did a fantastic job specifically in that game 1.
Yeah, that guy is an absolute monster early game. He just completely takes over the whole map, and how he actually effectively jungles and picks up camps on the way to good gank paths just means that his first 15 minutes was unbelievable.
I hope in the upcoming game that Elise doesn't go through as easy as it did, because Elise, to me, is still best jungler in the game.
Well, trust me, man, his Lee Sin is just as good. He's able to really utilize the high mobility junglers and junglers that can turret dive quite well and just be able to get in people's face and makes them uncomfortable.
And definitely, if Brazil gets off to a similar start, I think they will have learned a lot from that first game to get to the victory quicker. And they are going up against the team from the Japanese LJL in this one. And we're going to run through their lineup as well with Eevee, Rainbrain, Seros, Mueki, and Dara. Just to note that Mueki is stepping in that lineup and is maybe even a better replacement for the AD carry.
I'm kind of happy that happened. I'm really happy that it happened, because we tried to do research on Meron and he hasn't played a single game of solo queue in ages. He's basically gone on vacation and tried to pull him back in.
That's what it is.
But Muaki, I know you love the guy.
Yeah, he certainly has a very impressive history behind him. He got the first pentakill ever of the LJL. His Jinx is fantastic. Target selection in particular is what you should watch for this guy. He's not afraid to shred tanks when he can or bypass the tank line if he thinks he can survive and get towards, I guess, high damage threats.
And it's actually something that this team has a little bit of competitive experience, something good that they have going for them. As a going away show, they actually played against some of the other teams from the LJL on 522, so there is some VODs to watch, which means there's a little bit of research. They showed that they play around the Rift Herald relatively well. They do prioritize that quite a lot in the early game, and they donated to Seros to try to push those lanes down. So I want to see if he's going to get his hands on his Zillion, which we all know he loves. He's played in the past and is banned against him so often. But it's changed. It's not really a solo lane. So that's what I want to look at. The Rift Herald with him and what Seros is going to play.
It's like looking at the rest of the roster, I'm thinking Rainbrain as well. He's a player that has retired and has become like a pro streamer. And with that in mind, he's coming back to the competitive scene. And like, to quote Rusty, he said that the Japanese team is kind of like a fun team. and I'm expecting a lot of fun. That's what I'm hoping for.
That was a big quote.
I think that, like, you're exactly right. Like, when we were looking through his recently played, it's like his main champion, LeBlanc, ? Because he plays a lot of mid lane at the moment. But hopefully they are able to put together something that I do want to point out is that Seros is a player that is all into zone control. And that's why he really favored the Zilean, but he also plays a very good Gangplank. And it was a champion that he got a pentakill in the first time he ever played it at the IWCA tournament. Unfortunately, they went on to lose that game, but has shown that time and time again, he can put out these huge damage numbers. So maybe a team that they can run some supports around him and really get their mid laner going.
It's going to be difficult against the Brazilian squad, though. So the theory here, in terms of individual ability, I think is sound. But going up against the likes of Kami, BRTT had a great laning phase with Loop in that bottom lane on his misfortune earlier today. So I want to see how LJL are going to perform against, you know, as the youngest IWC region against what is the oldest and most successful IWC region to date.
Yeah, and that's what I'm really looking for as well, because IWCA, the Japanese came and they weren't used to the ping. They were having some issues there, and they honestly didn't have a great tournament. I think they picked up the one victory, but when they came into IWCQ, they looked fantastic, and the growth that they had in that period was really impressive to watch. So as we continue through this, hopefully they can take another big step up, start trying to challenge the likes of the Turkish team, of the Brazilian team.
Well, we'll see what the Japanese team can do in this one. I think the players are ready, so let's get into that game.
Thanks a lot, guys. Welcome back to the caster desk, which is getting progressively shorter as the day goes on now that I'm subbing in for Atlas. I'm, of course, Richard Pauls Cam. Alongside me, James Rassoleri, my partner in crime from the EU Challenger Series.
Yeah, and it's a long way around the world here down to Australia, but having an absolute blast already with a lot of these games. And I think one of the real key fun little storylines coming into this is the one that Quickshot just touched on, which is the oldest and arguably most successful wildcard region. I mean, you even look at their results from Worlds for the CBLOL Brazilian region. Now we're going up against the absolute youngest region in the IWC, you know, the format of regions. And, you know, the Japanese scene is so young still, only a handful of really splits to their name, and some of the things that they're doing though is really cool. I love watching the Japanese teams play because they're always unpredictable, always exciting.
Always exciting. You even heard it on the Analyst desk as well. They were talking about the Rift Herald, even going to Seros as well, seeing how we can use that in the mid lane. And on top of that, you look at the Japanese scene, how they've done over the last couple of tournaments in the international wildcard tournaments alone, and they have gotten progressively better. That was only over 2, however. So was that a blip in the radar, or are they getting better every time we see them? That's the question I need answered both today and the next 4 days.
I think you're going to get it, Pulse. I think you're going to get that kind of answer.
They are going to be facing a bunch of teams to kind of test their skills. Teams even against like the Brazilians who have gone up against the best in the world.
Yeah.
So this will be a very good benchmark to see where the Japanese are standing.
I'm really looking forward to seeing this mid lane matchup. Kami against Seros, because Seros, in the couple of games that we could find from the farewell party in Japan, he played Ezreal AD mid lane. Which I don't think is particularly great on this patch. He also played Rise, which we've just seen is great. So we've kind of got this coin flippy, like, is he going to go for something kind of crazy? Is he going to go for something that is very standard and very good? Whereas Kami on the other side, I think you just look at and you say, okay, well, he can play most things. I'm really anticipating, hoping he picks Lux. Because he's an old Lux main. It was the old story about Kami, but I actually think Lux is pretty strong on this patch as well, so it does suit him down to a T, but he is a player that showed so much versatility at Worlds.
Yeah, we should be getting into that champion select soon, but, of course, Seros as well, if you don't know him as a player, big Zilean player, and you heard that right, in the mid lane, so we're going to see if that comes into play. The true wild card of this champion select is going to be that Zilean here, Stress. And the first ban has been Soraka.
Okay.
So the bananas are off the table. Misfortune has also been banned away by the Japanese. And Dr. Mundo will be the next ban from CBL.
I love that the Brazilian team is just like, I don't want to deal with any kind of just healing team.
Yeah,
Get that out of here. Nope. Don't want any of that, which has been very effective in solo queue, but there are ways to play around it in competitive. The first way to play around it is ban it.
Yeah.
So that's not going to be an option today.
Step 1 complete.
The LJL. And, you know, they did show us... in fact, the LJL didn't really play either Soraka or Dr. Mundo. They actually banned out a bunch of stuff, like had Brand banned away from them in the farewell games. I kind of taking them with a pinch of salt, because a lot of those bans and the plays in the games were a little bit less than, you know, competitive level serious. So there is a lot of freedom on this patch. A lot of the standard bans we're seeing come out here. An interesting one, Malphite, Scream's first pick Jax coming out here. Jax or Aurelia, I would imagine, is what Lep is going to look for here in the top lane.
So it's all down to the Japanese. What's their final ban going to be? Will it be that Jax? Will it be Aurelia? No matter what they ban, there's going to be a Guinsoo's user up in the top lane for a Brazilian team.
The other thing is if they don't, Kindred will be available for a first pick, or the Kalista will be up. There are so many blue side high priority picks that could be picked up here by the CB LOL team that, honestly, it's now down to what do they prioritize the most. Do they want the Kindred out of the jungle for a high damage based composition to look to close the game early, plus have that extra utility from the ultimate, or do they go for a stronger AD carry? We haven't delved too deep into the AD carry pits here at the 5v5 tournament, or the portion of the tournament for IWCA, so I'm interested to see where that goes.
Yeah, there's a lot still open. Jax was the final ban, so Japan did read that out from Brazil. It's gonna put them in a bit of a loop just while they wait for what their first pick will be. You mentioned how many picks are open, actually. In fact, Kindred, of course, is a big pick, but Rek'Sai will be the choice for Brazil here as their priority, and that has just left open many priority picks for the first two picks coming in for LJL.
Yeah, Rek'Sai was not the pick that I thought they were going to look for there. I mean, Kindred typically in the games that we've seen, specifically 521 with IEM, a lot of the tournaments that happened just between Worlds and now at IWCA, Kindred was a pretty much first pick. If she was up, or if they were up, was a first pick priority. So Rek'Sai being taken is very strong on 522, is one of the warrior-based junglers that we have seen, although in the last game Carbon did go for the Cinderhulk. So a little bit of a different change-up out of the OPL team. I'm looking forward to seeing how Revolta is going to play it. Of course, we saw his early game presence in the last game.
We did indeed, and how effective that was, but we're still waiting on the Japanese first two picks. They are utilizing all of the time available to them to decide on what they want, and it looks like we're going to be seeing that Lucian come out. Many AD carries are regarding Lucian to be the strongest, if not in the top 3 AD carries right now, and Gragas is going to be coming back in as well for the jungle. Of course, Gragas was a huge pick before 522. You have to see how he adapts to the meta. If you actually went back a patch and just said this game is from the last patch, this wouldn't, you know, confuse you too much. Maybe the bans would confuse a little bit, but Rek'Sai, Gragas, and Lucian being prioritized, maybe not so much.
I like the priority here from the LJL team. They're looking for lane dominance in Lucian right now. Expect them to pick up something like a Thresh, I would imagine, coming out here just for absolute dominance. And then they're going for disengage out of the jungle. They're saying that whatever you throw at us, we're just going to push back and allow our lane presence to win the fights that we want to take and stop you from ever fighting us when we don't want to.
That's what they have so far, but there's a lot of room to maneuver in Champions League. They have another 3 picks ready and available for them. Still waiting for Brazil's next 2 picks. We're toying with the idea of something a little bit different, but they will lock in the Caitlyn and Bard. Caitlyn, again, going to be sitting in that top 3 of trifectas when you look at the AD carries. Caitlyn is just mental right now. You can almost match Graves damage and burst in laning phase with the classic combo that's now evolved with the headshot, the E, the Q, the headshot once again. So we'll see how well BRTT has practiced that champion. And from what we saw earlier today on Miss Fortune, I'd probably say pretty well.
Yeah, it seems like he has prioritized a lot of the upcoming AD carries. I mean, Caitlyn now has a significant range advantage over Lucian. A long time ago, he had 50 range shaved off his auto attack. So now Caitlyn, being, you know, significantly longer range, will pressure Lucian. It is now going to be a battle of how do the piercing lights line up. It's on BRTT to just avoid as many as he can and then just return fire with the damage. That is exactly what that lane is going to do. Bard is an interesting one because we did see Bard in the beginning of the day on loop. And it worked very well. He was catching people very effectively, comboing it with the cocoons that came from Revolta. This time that's not available. It's going to be on the Rex side to tunnel in and follow up.
Yeah, that was very much a wombo combo comp that we saw earlier today. This is something a little bit different. The next 2 picks have come out from Japan. That will be the Morgana and the Hecarim. And Hecarim is seeing some more play nowadays, both in the top lane and jungle. I've actually seen it now. Morgana could be in that support role, could also be mid lane, try and neutralize Kami in the mid lane, depending on what he goes for. And the final pick well, they have multiple flexes, so we're not sure quite where Japan are going to throw that one.
So Hecarim Blind seems like a bit of a weird one until you start looking at the champions that are left. Normally Aurelia as a Rageblade champion would be a high priority here, looking at the top lane. The problem is Hecarim is such an effective champion into Aurelia. Because of his passive, you just stand on the minion that Aurelia is about to Q, or at least this was how it used to go. Used to just stand on the minion and just kind of outlast Aurelia with Spirit of Dread. I don't know whether that is as effective. I would love to see that matchup, but we're not going to get it.
No, not today. The mechanics have changed, probably, I would have to assume.
I assume so.
But I don't know. Gunsoo's, yeah, exactly. Azir, the Emperor of Shurima, has entered the Rift, ladies and gentlemen. He will be going into the mid lane. Shen has also been picked up, and with Bard being locked in, that Shen will be going to the top lane. Still yet to see any Shens go for the build that I personally love, which is Titanic Hydra and Triforce, where you just poop out damage, and it's disgusting to play
The mastery we did see. I wonder whether we will see the Zillion here. I mean, the OPL casters we've been talking to, they're like, he's going to Zillion anytime it's available. And I'm looking at this, well, like, they were right.
Hey,
they're 100% right.
Yeah.
I almost doubted them for a second, but there it is. I trust in OPL, we trust. Well, maybe not in-game, but seemingly out of game, we trust in them. And maybe the 1v1s as well. But there is the Zillion. Not a champion that you really see at all.
No, but Seras has made a name for himself on this champion, and we actually haven't seen Zillion for such a long time because of all the changes that happen. Now you can place those bombs on the floor, you put two on top of each other. That's an AoE stun. Is incredibly strong on paper. We just haven't seen any mid laner make use of it to the maximum potential.
And one of the biggest things was that his ultimate then didn't get ticked down by cooldown. You didn't reduce the cooldown on that every time you used it, which was the old big thing about Zillion, was you could get two ults off in a team fight just by spamming W when you got later into the game. That doesn't happen anymore. So very interesting to see them opting for this, but it's tower pushing is the name of the game for the CBLOL team. Caitlyn, Azir, Bard to pretty much put the presence there behind a tower with a Shen in a side lane, with a Rek'Sai in a side lane. This could be a very effective fast push kind of strategy coming out from the CBLOL team.
Oh yeah, there's no shortage of support either, as you mentioned, the Shen on the top lane. Meanwhile, you've got the Zillion with the Hecarim combination, speed up that pony, throw him into the front lines. Lucian as well, on top of the Morgana. Morgana's just going to shield everyone all day. That is an initiation you cannot stop. Hecarim jumps in with Black Shield and Zillion on top of him, plus the potential of the Chrono Shift. What are you going to do? Hecarim runs at you, you kill him, he comes back.
That's a good question that I hope we get an answer to. And I am really just looking forward to seeing this mid lane Zillion into Azir matchup. Honestly, this is one of the matchups that I'm really looking forward to. Kami just as a player, Syros as one of these wildcard players will just bring anything, and he's brought Zillion to the table today.
Yeah, the best thing about these strange picks is the person who's picking the strange pick knows exactly what to do in every single matchup. The other person has no idea what to do. It's Zillion mid lane, I'm picking Azir, what do I do? I'm not really sure. He might just throw me off my game with something completely random. We're about to find out what happens in this game. Brazil versus Japan. First time we're going to see the Japanese team enter the Rift. I'm expecting great things here, Stress.
Yes, I'm expecting great things. I'm also expecting great things from Kami. He's bought my favorite item on 5.22, the Dark Seal. It's the mini Medjais, which is incredibly risky because you don't really get many lane stats. When you compare it to a Doran's Ring, where you get the extra health, you get the more ability power, and that Dark Seal will give you a little bit more effective health from potions. You get 25% more healing, but the key component of it is assists grant you 1 stack, kills grant you 2 stack. Make it a Medjais, that'll grant you 4 stacks for kill, 2 for an assist. You get up to the top echelons of stacks on a Medjais very quickly, up to 25, but you will lose 10 if you die on a Medjais.
Yeah,
so it's risky. Kami doesn't intend on dying anytime soon.
No, it's the definition of all in this mid lane. Kami, and remember it gives flat mana and not mana regen, which Seros will have. So he's basically on a timer to pick up a kill or do well in that lane. Otherwise, Seros will just outlast him.
Didn't take long. On a timer, we've gone straight back into it.
Yeah, I mean, of course.
God,
always going.
I missed
back
this.
in time.
I missed this, but it's a little too soon for me. You need to kind of like warm me back up to the jokes and the wordplay.
Okay, so yeah. Anyway, in his bottom lane, Loop and BRTT. Saw the misfortune earlier. We'll be sitting on that Caitlyn in this game. And speaking to a couple of people are generally saying that the second match from the second max ability from Caitlyn, people are starting to max the W, using it as like a mid mid-game kind of siege comp type pick. Also around objectives, you can just start trapping up an entire area, actually just block up whole sections of the jungle. It's like, well, what do I do now? I literally can't go through here.
It's great. When you get to 5, you can actually cover pretty much the inhibitor. In where the destroyed tower is in front of it, you can kind of put 3 on one side, 2 on the other, and say, okay, try and walk through. Because as soon as you try, I'm going to kill you. Although if your inhibitor tower's already down, you're probably not going to walk too far through there, but it's just those little you know, nuances on the map, areas that you can cover.
Very, very true. In the top lane, though, I'm actually very interested because you look at this Corrupting Potion coming out from Evi versus Lep, who's gone for the Duran Shield. Some debate on whether Duran Shield is actually worth it now, because you have the health regen. Okay, sure, you have the passive, which reduces auto-attack and single target damage to you, but then you look at like a Duran's Blade, which gives you the same amount of health, which you want as Shen. You also get the lifesteal if you're auto-attack trading against the minions, and straight up, it just kind of seems better. But we're still seeing a lot of Shens up towards the Duran Shield regardless.
It's almost as if you played a lot of Shen in the preseason.
Really?
I can tell you he has gone Grasp of the Undying, but interestingly, mid lane, Kami getting a very early blue buff given over to him by Revolta. So that will compensate for the lack of mana regen that comes from having Dark Seal. Also, the fact that Azir in this kind of matchup, where you can just shove in the Zillion time and time again, force him to use his own mana, Kami should be fairly safe when it comes to his laning phase, so shouldn't get punished too hard for picking up Dark Seal.
So far from what I've seen from Saras is he literally just double bombs the wave, and if Kami's caught in there, great, whatever. Otherwise, I'm just going to shove it towards you. I would like to see a stun come down because that would be a lot of damage against Kami. It's actually a fairly big radius, around the same as the attack range of that Sand Soldier, but Saras, he's still pretty healthy on the mana. He hasn't even popped many of his potions either, so he's not hurting.
And Kami just gets hit by one of them. It's like, okay, well, I'm just going to take one of these bombs and I'll avoid the other, and doesn't really mind how that's going at this point. But this mid lane matchup, it's going to be a later game mid lane matchup. Azir into Zillion, you need a couple of items under both of them to really start hurting. Evi, however, top lane, gets taunted.
Gets the taunt literally as Evi was trying to get away with the E, but he's turning it around with the auto attack, the rampage, the flash away, but the ignite comes down, it's not quite enough, and Revolta is literally going to chase him down. Actually flashes through the minions, make sure he doesn't get creep locked there. First blood over to Brazil.
Nice taunt onto Evi, did also consume the knockback, consume the extra movement speed that would have come through, so good play out from Lep, knowing as well when to back away from that. Obviously, Grasp of the Undying gave him a little bit more health. I think it was barely enough to keep him alive. That is the difference on Keystone Masteries, is if he didn't have Grasp of the Undying, he potentially could have been dead there. Those really meaningful choices that come up when you're putting in the Keystone Masteries, you can see just about affected that top lane, you know, the ending result.
Yeah, no potential about it. He would have been dead.
Yeah.
He was on single digits of HP, but we do have Gragas. Rain Brain is coming in from the side. That's a very short range. Shifting Sands coming out. I'm not sure that's going to save him. Flash away, and the barrier burn. Oh, it's actually enough. That is disgusting. Saras in the mid lane picks up the kill onto Kami.
That's a really important first kill onto Syros as well, because now Kami has to respect everything that Syros is doing in this lane. Syros hits the level 6, means that Kami right now isn't going to be able to all-in him, cannot really get anything from this lane, so has to now stack up this Medjay's or the Dark Seal in other lanes on the map. He cannot get that from mid lane, and at that point, that's when the itemization comes back to bite you. I mean, this is a very small and bad silver lining, but dying with no stacks doesn't harm you on the itemization. So if there was a time for Kami to only die, if he finishes this game with 1 death, it's worth. However, as long as he wins, of course.
Yeah. I'm not sure Kami has faith in Kami at this point, though, because he hasn't gone for the Medjay's, he's actually just gone straight for the Stinger.
Oh,
so
no,
he's going straight. You never upgrade?
In my estimation, you don't do that. That's risky. That is like, I'm 5 kills already in this lane, I'm just going to snowball
But isn't even picking
hard.
up the Dark Seal in the first place saying that I'm just going to win this lane?
It is, but at the same time, it's also like I'm going to get a lot of assists and not die for it. I mean, I agree with the thinking.
Yeah.
There is like a slightly less risky play on that, but certainly Medjay's insta-rush is insanity pretty much at its best.
I would have liked to see Kami pick up the first blood and see if he would have done that.
I would have liked to have known that. I think he would have.
Yeah, I think so too. However, Kami jumps over the wall, wants a bit of damage back onto Saras, just gives him a bit of a love tap as he heads on back. Muoki in the bottom lane though, BRTT taking a couple auto attacks. and also the Light Slinger as well. Those traps are still coming down. Keeping up that line of traps, very difficult to just kind of get in range of those back minions. BRTT using that to his advantage. Meanwhile, Dara cleaning out his jungle. And Revolta just kind of hanging around, just burrowed up, so he does have vision on everyone who is on that side of the map from the Japanese team.
Yeah, and at this point, see, second blues have come up. Seras is going to look to get this one for himself. Kami's is going to be at a little bit of a weird timing, so he has to be careful in this lane right now. Doesn't have that much mana regen. Now is against a blue buffed up Zilean, and he's got to wait a good minute or so before his is actually available, so has to absolutely respect that Seras is going to just shove him in again and again.
Also interesting, Seras has picked up a very early Boots of Lucidity, which also reduces summoner spells now. And also if you go with the Distortion on top of that, plus the Mastery, you can get your summoner spells down really low. I think it's 40% if you combine all of those components. And you're getting Teleport back down to 3 minutes. You're also getting the Flash on 3 minutes because they share the same cooldown. So Seras is actually looking for more of the utility, going less for the damage and more for that mid-game, late-game.
It is interesting to see the teleport again. And again, the reasoning is, as you were talking about, the cooldown reduction is the key part of that. It wouldn't be the same if you were looking to go for a mid lane that doesn't really opt towards that. So that's why we've seen some instances of the teleport, some instances without. That is one thing I'm really looking forward to seeing evolve over this preseason patch, especially when it plays into the Rift Herald, is how important is winning mid lane to allow the freedom to get the Rift Herald, because we haven't seen that focus. We haven't seen early game focus onto Rift Herald yet in any of our games.
I honestly think over the next 4 days we're going to see teams starting to adapt. I don't think it will be long before we see either the duo lane from bot lane swap to top or even mid, so you can start challenging both Dragon and the Herald. Luke, meanwhile, the ultimate on top of himself, and Dara's will proc. There comes the Shen ultimate, actually keeps him alive. They need to take him out before Shen arrives. Actually, he comes down, gets the taunt coming in, but Seras, his teleport also comes in. He gets the Chrono Shift. No one is dead just yet. Lep dodges the first bomb, not even sure if it was meant for him. Doesn't get the stun out, and after all of that, no one dies.
Loop survived that entire fight by kind of just faking out what was happening there. I think that he was trying to just fake the play with the magical journey and just try and exit out to the lane, but he just walks through, flashes and walks down through the lane. That is just Loop outplaying in that situation. Yes, okay, there's a lot to be said from the Stand United that came out from that as well, but that was a nice little tricksy play.
Yeah, genius or just super stupidity that they just didn't think would happen. But 1-1 on the scoreboard, and we've had so much action in the first 10 minutes. Just not a lot of kills have gone down. And when you have Zilean, no one can kill you in the Zilean, or anyone else in the team apparently. Yeah. So not too much going to happen there, but we'll see the Sand Soldiers once again push out. Despite Seras going into the bottom lane, he still has the CS advantage in the middle lane over Kami. He did die once, but it wasn't a huge minion wave that hit the turret.
One thing I love, and it's the reason that Seras is going to be able to keep this CS lead, is realizing they're against a tower pushing team. Seras has gone, okay, I'm going to go tier into instant level 3 Lucidity boots with teleport. So I'm always going to be in my lane. You've got to try and find opportunities elsewhere.
Okay, great Onslaught of Shadows will fear Lep back into Rainbrain. Fantastic flash coming in from Lep. That will actually be catapulting himself away using Rainbrain and his ultimate, so he'll be going back to tower, but he will have to go back to base, has the teleport available, and Stand United is about a third cooldown left, so he's good to go. Actually very difficult to get anything of value from a Shen gank unless you 100% have the kill.
Yep, yeah, unless you know you're absolutely getting it, good luck, because you're going to get taunted, and there's feint, and you're just going to run after him down the lane. But it does, however, open up the priority for Rift Herald. Doesn't go to Seras, it goes to Evie, and I think that's the right play here. Seras is doing well enough in his own lane, is able to just push through, and then never going to push to the turret safely. Put it up onto the Hecarim, already going to be able to help him out in that top lane.
Yeah, Seras doesn't really want to get closer to Kami, because that's when Kami will start murdering him. So Mueki in the bottom lane, still farming away. Caitlyn has a large CS advantage, which, to be honest, is kind of to be expected with the large range advantage, and Mueki not really getting those big all-ins that he'd like from the ultimate as well. Still has his flash, doesn't have the heal, but neither does the BRTT. We're looking at Loop and Revolta right now, going into the jungle of the Japanese. Mueki taking away the Grump, and still has that Tremor Sense. We're going to see him going into lane, but they know the support is still stuck up and away from his AD carry. Luke comes in with the kill, actually. We're going to see if he starts building AD carry. Will stop that turret from activating, and Mueki has to go off to the left-hand side to try and escape the assault coming in from the Brazilians, but it's not going to be to any effect, and they pick up a second kill in that engage.
I like it, the makeshift dome wrecker, but mid lane Kami's in trouble.
He is in a whole heap of trouble. There comes the Emperor's Divide, and the Channels bit comes in. Lep is looking for blood, comes in with the auto attack, gets the key strike down. Lupa is now right behind him, giving him the movement speed boost coming in from the Caretaker's Shrine. It's not quite enough to chase down the Hecarim. He's still faster on 4 feet. Meanwhile, BRTT in the bottom lane takes the tower in response.
Another fight with very little in the way of casualties coming from it. And BRT taking the tower is pretty much the significant thing here, because now it frees him up to go elsewhere. And if you thought Caitlyn was difficult enough to get off a turret as she's pushing as it was, is building by the looks of it, or it could be a static shiv, I guess, but is looking perhaps towards the rapid fire cannon that we've seen a couple of times. Could be static shiv. I kind of hope it's rapid fire. See like an 800+ range Caitlyn, where you just run up to a tower and hit it from half a lane away, but that is remains to be seen. Has opted for Infinity Edge first, though. So that is something we actually were expecting to start falling off a lot.
Yeah.
Just because of the way the numbers were changed on it. It became less of a first item, more of a third item. Once you have some attack speed, once you have some extra damage, then you can start applying the extra crit.
It definitely feels like a comfort build, you know? Like, just going back to what worked before the patch and not thinking too much about the future. But still, the Infinity Edge coming out will be a decent chunk of damage. Remember now, it does give slightly less AD, but it is still an Infinity Edge. It still does a lot of damage. Rain Brain and Dara gonna head towards this dragon. Has reset very briefly, but should get control over the Rift Scuttler. Crab down. And Revolta, waiting over the wall, still sees them under the Tremor Sense. Rain Brain starting to head into this jungle, try and take out all of these outside tunnels, just to try and prevent some of that mobility from Revolta. Rain Brain now into the mid lane and joining Muaki. They should be able to get this push down. It's only Kami there, and the rest of the Brazilian lineup is a little slow to respond.
But ult is up, though.
Catches Gragas. He's going to drink it off. He's out of there. Taking some more auto attacks, taking a little bit more damage, but there is the calling coming in from Muaki. It's kind of a lot of poking, war of attrition right now, but BRTT caught right in the middle of the Venn diagram of those bombs. And there's a lot of poking coming out. Both these teams have a lot of tools to chunk down their opponents, soften them up before a fight.
4v4 in the mid lane is well underway, and both teams are just going to clear this away. Next time this happens, the CBLOL team, the Brazilian team, may be in a better position to look to push the turret, but they're going to opt for the easier objective right now, get the first dragon of the game. There's no real other objectives for them to take right now. Good spot just being like, okay, dragon's us. Doesn't matter that they've got the Rift Scuttler, let's just take it.
Yeah, swift rotation as well. Even the Japanese had the vision over the area with the pre-taken Rift Scuttler coming in from Rain Brain, so just weren't really feeling a fight right there. They have a lot of disengage, whether they have a lot of damage without Hecarim is kind of remains to be seen. Well, more like the answer is no. But 3-1 right now. CBL are leading this game by around 2,000 gold. Do have that tower and the first dragon. And honestly, before heading into this tournament, I was like, are we actually going to see people prioritizing dragon at all? Because you don't really get that much on the first 4 dragons. And if one is disrupted, then you're probably never going to hit 5. Then in the first game of the day, we saw a 52-minute game.
Yeah, I mean, the thing that remained to be seen with a lot of the discussion about the patch 5.22 was we didn't see competitive games. You didn't see games with a lot of communication where objective control is a lot easier to do. And you let 2 Rift Heralds go away, 2 towers go down to your top laner, suddenly you're in a commanding position of the game, and the other team don't have communication to react. However, in a 5v5 setting, games are going to go longer, and then Dragon becomes more effective. It's still the same as it always has been. Earlier dragons mean for less, and it's obviously a stacking mechanic, but Rift Herald does have some early game presence, and teams will have to be aware of that. It's just what your team composition actually wants to go for.
Nice sidestep coming in from Revolta. He will be tunneling away from the action. Rain Brain very fast to take away that tunnel, making sure there's less options to be tunneled to with Revolta's ultimate. Evi still sticking around this top lane turret, does not have a lot of health points left. Bombs on both of the mid laners, still being chunked out by these Sand Soldiers going towards the turret. It will be timing out a little bit faster. Evi with the ultimate now coming in, gets the fear backwards, and has to flash into the body slam from Rain Brain, looking for the ultimate, finds Luke, is enough damage, it is, takes him out just before the journey, but What? Where's Jen? He actually went through the magical. He's just like, I'm out. See ya.
That may have been a miss.
Where are you going? Your team needs you.
I just saw him fly through the magical journey. Oh dear, that's going to be the turret going down towards the LJL team. But they're not done yet.
Brain looking for engage number 2. This one is not going to go too well. Soros had his ultimate as well, but apparently Dragons was not valuable enough to use his ultimate on. And there comes the ultimate now onto Evie. He's the priority target. Revolta's going to limp away. Meanwhile, Cammy taking some damage in the back lines, but he's still good to go. Looking for the ultimate to come through from Caitlyn, but I believe it was interrupted coming in there. However, she's still got her sights on Muaki. Eventually, that ultimate is going to come through.
Eventually, it'll take a while. Now they're looking to push the turret as BRTT is pushing that through. Has a significant amount of damage right now, pushing down on that turret, and has a significant CS lead as well. I mean, that is where a significant part, and I've said significant a lot there, that's where a large part of the gold lead on this game is. 1,600 gold between the AD carries. Is a massive amount when you look at the fact that it's only 1 kill really on an AD carry. That is mostly from farm, and it was a higher value just before that fight started. So really BRTT is showing up in these sets of games. Is looking pretty good. Was on Misfortune in game 1 of the day and did get caught out a couple of times just by getting blown up before his ultimate went out. This time Caitlyn far less reliant on just an ultimate like bullet time. All he's got to do, position at the back of the fight and just keep dealing damage.
And it's also an ultimate here that you could use before a fight as well to start softening up your opponents. So will not be as much of a problem. Plus the extended range is going to be way happier in those back lines. Lep and Evie still at the 1v1 in the top lane. Only small CS differential, basically the same right now. And also has the Sunfire Cape already purchased. So Lep is pretty much good to go in the top lane department. He can basically contain Evie for the next century if he wants, as long as it remains like this. As soon as Evie starts picking up kills, starts hitting those item spikes like the Triforce, it'll be a little bit harder for Lep to deal with. Evie was trying to recall, but he was doing so on top of a ward. And Luke will be taking that one away real quick. And Evie will have to back off and pick a little bit of a better spot to go back to base. But it has delayed his timings overall on where he wants to go by around 8 seconds. Going into the bottom lane now, he will be pushing it out. But the wave is already away from him and pushing towards the opposing tower. So we'll see what he does around the bottom lane.
Yeah, right now, of course, on 522, the minion changes were not adapted. So it means that if you are behind, minions can still push away from you in this situation. So it just pushes a whole bunch of farm to BRTT. He will, of course, even that out. But LJL do know that they had a little window there just to push up, get a few wards. But the CBLOL team are reacting. They're putting just their own wards down into the jungle, clearing out the wards that the LJL team just managed to establish. And right now, you look at what the LJL team have to do, and it is a bit of a tall ask because somehow they have to lock down BRTT in these fights, and there really are no tools outside the Hecarim ultimate. They didn't get them there.
That is not good. That is very not good. And the ultimate coming in from Brain. BRTT manages to get out just by the skin of his teeth. Meanwhile, Revolta around the side. The flat forward coming in from Seros, but the stand united as well. The shield should be enough. Meanwhile, Brain will be going down, but he has the Chronos Shift on top of him. Seros was able to get that one out in time. Luke will be taking the magical journey out of the fight, but the rest of the team wants to go in. He's pinging everyone back. He's like, just take the journey, guys. Push out the wave. Actually, I'm going to push out the wave. I need the gold. And Revolta will be the one to clean that up as they decide to back off. Only 1 kill onto Dara from what looked like a fantastic play from the Japanese.
It looked like a great catch onto BRTT, who was just stood out in the middle of, or in the side of the lane outside the minion wave. So a really weird set of circumstances there to get caught on a Caitlyn with a Dark Binding. That should almost never happen. Provided that minion wave is there, you just stand behind the minions. That is what makes Caitlyn so very strong against a champion like Morgus. You can never lock her down if the Caitlyn is playing correctly. Unfortunately, in that situation, Caitlyn gets caught, does survive, but it did force a fight in that situation. However, it doesn't really mean too much for the CBLOL team, as they're just going to take the second dragon of the game for themselves. And they should get away from this. They have the magical journey available. They shouldn't get caught, but they want to fight.
Well, Luke's lucky for it. Luke, I feel like, is maybe on his own page a lot of the time. I've seen multiple plays from this game and also the other one that they played, where Luke is kind of calling the shots, but only to himself.
I like it, though. Like, Asbad, realistically, Asbad, when you're ahead, that's what you have to do, is you have to see the opening and look at the range that you can use the Bard ultimate that makes it almost unavoidable for a team from the LJL. It means you're just looking for those opportunities to catch a flash, catch a summoner spell, which is already a win. The Bard ultimate starts getting really short on the cooldown, and if you can just catch one person or get a few summoners, it's already worth it.
Yeah, I mean, I've never thought that Loop was doing the wrong thing. I've always just felt that like he was the only one following core, and the rest of the team was maybe a second and a half behind him. And that has led to some of the plays like before, where we saw the Lissandra ult, both him and his AD carrying us. So, well, I guess we're dead now, because you know, the rest of the team wasn't there.
That really is one of the interesting things about an All-Star tournament, is that can happen to pretty much any All-Star team as well. So you see that dynamic of players that aren't particularly used to playing with each other, maybe aren't too used to playing with a Bard. I mean, I don't know exactly how used to it BRTT is. You have to be used to it in some capacity, but if Loop makes these plays that are significantly different from a player that BRTT is used to, it is very different when it comes to mentality in a game, because you have to trust in that person to land the Bard ultimate, to look for those plays.
I mean, it's true. I've heard that this team actually hasn't had a lot of time to prepare as a group, or haven't really decided to do that. Left is actually being chased down here, was getting the better of Evie, managed to get outside of the range of the Soul Shackles, and as a result, I'm not entirely sure if he's able to be taken down. Actually, Evie will be able to get the Rampage and knock him away from the wall. Great binding as well stops the Shadow Dash.
The key thing is, though, he took a lot of time from the LJL support and top laners, and took a lot of health off, so the CBLOL team were pushing on towards the Baron, did pull back away as they weren't quite doing it fast enough, and the rest of the LJL team were in position to contest. But there was a split second there.
Kami's caught. The flash from Rainbrain finds Kami right into the Dark Binding, but he's actually disgusting damage going on to Dari. He'll take him out. Looking for the 2v1 meanwhile. There comes the Emperor of the Sands bringing up the turret. This is Shuriman land now. And Moaki, he's also taking a bunch of damage. Evie's gonna go underneath the turret, but there's the Stand United. Is he gonna go huge? Not quite today. Finds the second shutdown though onto that Hecarim. Meanwhile, that was almost a kill into Mueki. The ultimate had to be used from Seras. Almost a triple kill coming out from Kami. Meanwhile, overall, that was a 2 for 3 coming in for the Japanese.
Kami once again showing a little bit of his strength there on a mid laner like Azir. That time, he got the kill, went in aggressive and was like, great, I'm getting stacks, guys. And you can see him desperately try and hold on to them, as this is the replay once again. This was the start of the fight. Watch the teleport on the top side of your map. Teleport coming in from the Zillion as well. And we are back into the live game, as I thought Seras had been caught out there.
Looked like he was under some heat, but he's good to go. As we mentioned, can't kill him as in Howard. He actually has died once. Wait, this is the patch where Caitlyn just says boom headshot over and over again, right?
I believe so.
Yeah. Just heard it there once. It will not be the last time we hear it this tournament. Muaki in the mid lane. Picked up the Essence Reaver, by the way. That was his first item. Gone into the Static Shiv, and now on that pickaxe as well. Essence Reaver, pretty much the item of choice for a lot of AD carries. Both that plus a crit item brings him up to basically 40% CDR. You get a lot of CDR from that item. Maximum you can get is 30% from just the Essence Reaver alone.
And now that Lucian has passed that level 11 mark, oh, we're going to see ultimates do a lot of damage to people now. It's especially with this itemization, it's going to come out early and often and hurt a lot. That is one of the things that is making Lucian very strong right now. Lane dominance is the other. Not against a Caitlyn, though. As we talked about, the range is too much pretty much to overcome. Seras wants Lep here, doesn't get the second bomb, so that's going to spell the end of his chase, I would imagine. He's not gone past those turrets.
BRTT. However, Milwaukee is also caught. Both the AD carries not in the greatest positions, and the onslaught of shadows goes right on top of the AD carry. Kami, though, blocks up that choke point, and this is the turnaround that the Brazilians need. The double kill comes in. That's a 3 for 0 going over to Brazil, and they will immediately start the Baron being in the perfect place. Luke's just going to clear out the wards as well. I don't know what the Japanese are going to do about this. They have Seras coming over, but I think the Baron's dead.
Well, this was another situation where we're seeing a team putting members with global summoner spells down in the bottom lane where they just can't cross the map in time.
Uh-oh, this is not a good situation for Japan. Dara will have to flash away, gets away from the slow field. Meanwhile, Revolta trying to get in there. Dara is going to be the sacrificial lamb, allowing Seras to live. Saros was trying to get in range for the Chrono Shift, but probably wouldn't have even saved Dara had he got it down. Dual bombs come out, will be stunning up that front wave of minions. And those bombs are coming out extremely fast. Even with those Baroned up minions, the minion wave is already dead.
Yes, and this was the beginning of the fight. Watch Loop's ultimate here, doesn't actually hit anybody, but it was a nice attempt. They could see Hecarim coming in, he's like, I'm going to stop him before the ult, but the ult comes out just as the marker goes down for the Tempered Fate. At this point, you're trying to fight Nazir in enclosed space. Not going to happen after the ultimate, and Kami picked up a couple of kills. Sadly, sold the Dark Seal, is opting just for the Rabadons.
Feels bad, man.
I mean, that's the thing, he died twice. Once in lane and once after means that he actually is not a good item anymore.
Is that the cutoff?
That pretty much is the cutoff. As soon as you start losing stacks, it doesn't become valuable anymore. That's very basic, but at the same time,
this was not a net game,
like,
boys. Gotta sell the Dark Seal.
I feel like the fact that he was sat on Dark Seal until 27 minutes into the game is a big indicator of how Kami felt the game was going. He didn't feel strong enough to have picked up those kills earlier in the game, so it's not a worthwhile item anymore. So sell it, go for the Rabadons now, and hope you get AP off that, because I hear it gives you quite a lot.
Really stressed. Not at all. 5-2-2, Kami. And kind of a sign of respect as well to the Japanese that they have done enough to shut down Kami from snowballing out of control, the Brazilian faker himself. But 250 farm also under his belt. That was an AoE stun coming down. Revolta will be tanking up that culling. And that is a bouncer of command coming in for Luke in that bottom lane. That minion, the hero minion, look at the AoE damage, absolutely amazing. Saras will be ulting himself there, and actually didn't die, so he has to go back to base. Actually, more valuable to die at that point. And that cannon minion is doing work. Look how much damage it's doing! That's like 5% every single time it fires an auto. And Revolta and the rest of the team will just nuke that one down. BRTT coming in with the long-range sniper bolt. And the cannon minion is still alive.
It is. I mean, everything about this composition has been orchestrated for just pushing towers. And the LJL team haven't been able to cope.
Revolta trying to get out of there will be followed down by the Onslaught of Shadows, and Spectral Riders will find him, but Evie will not. Comes up with the Sun Disc. That will be going down as well as the minion wave floods against that tower. Crashes in. Meanwhile, Kami jumps over the wall. The rest of the team will be heading back to base. Has the enhanced Baron recall, going back to base only 4 seconds now. 12 and 6 overall. Have not had a lot of time to kind of step back and look at the game. Been action all over the place here, Stress. But almost on the horizon of getting a 10k gold lead. And even with this new crazy patch, it's still a lot of money.
And honestly, that's one of the limitations I feel of Zilean, is in a very hectic, very quick kill-based game, the ultimate is on too long of a cooldown now. It just... You're not able to use the ultimate as effectively and efficiently as you can because everybody's dying around you. And if you can only save one person and the rest of your team dies, that's not an effective use. And yes, you have a lot of zone control with the bombs that come from Zilean, and it's clear that Syros is very strong on Zilean, does have a significant CS lead, but Kami has had more impact on team fights in general because of the fights that CBLOL team have taken over the LJL in those enclosed spaces. The one in the top tri-bush comes to mind, where Kami just absolutely decimated the LJL team.
Yeah, I mean, Evie doesn't really have a lot to do because he's not super strong right now. He has the Sterak's Gauge, he's got the Triforce, that's basically sitting at his core, but great if you can just send him in, comes in at light speed, but it's just Kami with the ultimate every single time. He can't get past that.
Yep.
And now in this top lane, that tower will also be going down before LJL can respond. And the minion is back, boys. Not Baroned up though, so not quite as glorious as the one was before in bot lane. It's encroaching on the position, Murky in a 1v1 to the death with it. And there's the culling coming out onto BRTT, trying to get in range, but Rain Brain is CC'd up. Gonna have to throw out the barrel roll. Dara heading back, the ultimate comes through. Will not be landing, no Tempered Fate today for the Japanese. And the minion wave now flooding into the top lane to see if the kill can come out. Dara's dropping very low. He'll have to go back to base. Meanwhile, on the bottom lane, by the way, there's the Shed chilling out.
Yeah.
Just that.
Just taking down the inhibitor. So at this point, this is all on CBLOL. I mean, LJL, what they have to do here is try and get a teleport flank with the Hecarim. Try and take out BRTT or Kami if they can. But as you already said, the Kami ultimate is just going to completely push away Hecarim. I don't think they can get enough damage done. He wants to go. Oh, he got clipped on the wall.
He might get it, but no, he has to turn back, and the Sterix gauge comes in. Sterix will be ulting himself. He'll be going down. Now comes the re-engage. But there you go, textbook every single time. Kami with the ultimate, splitting up the fight. But Revolta's dropping low. Evie now rampaging after Kami. He'll be flashing away, taking him down with his final breath. Loop now on the run. Lep wasn't even able to get into that team fight. I believe the ultimate was cancelled as his target did die. Loop is still trying to get away, but Seraph, he is relentless, and the double tap coming in from Ueki will be enough to take him out. That'll be a 4-for-2 coming in for the Japanese.
Yeah, look at this. Evie gets clipped on the wall, slows him down. This could have been a cleaner fight, but watch for the Gragas ultimate that comes after the Emperor's Divide. It blasts BRT back into his own, the enemy team. Blasts him in, he gets taken out. Kami then cannot really peel back as Evie turns his attention back onto him. At this point, the rest of the LJL team are just there to do a little bit of damage, and you can see the Stand United was used, the target died, and Lep didn't teleport into the second half of that fight, and it meant the numbers advantage for the LJL team holds them in this game. They are significantly far behind still, as Baron is due up in 30 seconds time, but nice little fight. Could have gone cleaner from both sides, though.
Oh yeah, but that has bought the Japanese squad a lot of breathing room. They needed that to basically stay in this game. Yeah. They do need to win another fight after this, though, and that will be centered around Baron Nashor. 14 seconds remaining. If the Japanese can get in there, place down some walls, Brazil finds it maybe a little bit harder to get right in there and just take it immediately. Wards come out, the vision war has begun. Dara is kind of by himself, though. Have to head back to the safety of Brain. Revolta clearing out some wards on the bottom side. It's so difficult though, with that bottom inhibitor being down and Baron being up on the map. It's just an impossible decision for the Japanese to make.
It really is. I mean, they have to leave Evie there. Luckily, that wasn't a teleport play in the last fight. Otherwise, it would be almost impossible for the LJL team to find that kind of opening. They do have the option to teleport if the CBLOL team push up past a ward line. That ward line hasn't been established in the bottom side of the map yet, but if it happens top lane or top side, then CBLOL could be in trouble. The thing is, it's pretty quick for the Brazilian team to clear out all the wards here around Baron. LJL are going to establish some, but they're not going to survive for very long.
No, neither will that ward. That ward's pretty dead, and so is the Risk Scuffler. But 4 Dragons now over to Brazil is a big deal. 6 minutes time. That will also become a factor that Japan will have to contest. Loop around the area, trying his best to try and get some of that away. You are just seeing Evie literally just stand in base for the home guard. That's all he's doing right now, just so he can be ready with his teleport, just in case an engage happens, or they want to set it up. Void Rush comes across, he'll be heading back onto the map, and just clearing out some minions. The calm before the storm really here, Stress.
Yes.
Because the fight will inevitably happen.
I mean, the biggest problem that the Japanese team has had to deal with this entire game is the fact that they've never had the minion control. They've never had the opportunity to have wave control because there are still 2 outer towers standing in their side lanes for the Brazilian team. You cannot establish wave control in that situation, and they're so far behind that even if they did establish it, the CBLOL team at this point would be able to just run over them in the other lanes. Honestly, Brazil just would be willing to trade away those outer towers at this point. LJL have to basically ace the Brazilian team, take the Baron, and then look to establish a lead or a comeback from there. But that is a very, very long way away from this. And you can see even Lep is still causing problems in the base.
Baron has been started out. The Tempered Fate comes across, doesn't quite find Brain. He'll be heading over the wall, does not get the steal, and he'll be taken out. This will be the last hurrah coming in for the Japanese to go for this fight. Evie comes in, will be trying to obliterate Kami, but there's the ultimate. He'll be using his ultimate through that one. And Milwaukee from the backside decimates the back line. What is happening? Lep is still alive, but his back line is non-existent. Meanwhile, Revolta jumps over the wall, and the Japanese, all of a sudden, this amazing play from Brazil looks to be falling apart. and the tower has fallen. 4-for-1 over to the Japanese squad. How much can they take from this?
Well, Lucian showed up with his damage, that's for sure. Finished that Infinity Edge on top of the Essence Reaver Static Shiv, and it was enough to take out the low health members of the CBLOL team, and a lot of that came from Evie getting onto Kami. His ultimate didn't quite land flush, but the damage that Evie has with that Sterix Gauge and the Triforce Revolta just gonna waste a little bit more time.
Yeah, he's literally just trying to waste the time. I don't think it's worth.
No, I don't think it's worth either. He was the only member with Baron buff still on. I mean, they've got a fast-pushing team as it is. Add on the Baron minions on top of that. I don't know whether that was actually going to end up worth for Revolta. At this point, watch the positioning from the LJL team. Coming in from the bottom side, Luke gets chunked out, doesn't have his ultimate in this fight either, remember. BRTT cannot find the right opportunity. He's trying to decide between Evie and Mueki to attack. He picks Evie and lines up. Oh, it was actually a bomb that came from Zeros that did it.
Oh, dirty.
I thought it was a piercing light that did that much damage, but that was a massive, massive hit from Zeros inside the pit. There's the Venn diagrams in action.
From there on, solo queue was destroyed as mid laners from all over the world picked up Zilean.
I mean, that's happened before, and it was one of the worst timelines.
Yeah, the darkest timeline. Yeah, Zeros is going to be chasing after. He's picking up bombs, he's throwing out bombs. Bombs everywhere. Ziggs, eat your heart out. Rainbrain heading into this fight. He's basically by himself though. Mueki is there behind him. The jungle's already dead. Kami actually gets tagged by the binding even though he goes for the slide and glide. Mueki going to be in this back line, still good to go. Evie using his ultimate onto BRTT, but instantly has to back off there. Is the Tempered Fate, but the shutdown comes out onto the Lucian. BRTT still alive and kicking, and Dara will be taken out before he can even get to that priority target. This was looking so good from LJL, but now Evie will have to head back to base with literally his tail between his legs, and Zilean trying to defend this with the minion wave, but the banned up minion is going to say no to that, takes out that turret. This is going to be difficult to defend.
Oh man, BRTT is going to be so happy from that ultimate that came from Luke in the middle of that fight just to close off an entrance, because BRTT looks at the map, sees only a Lucian in front of him, takes a step back and just starts unloading damage all the way onto the LJL team, takes out Lucian and looks to take out more. And at this point, the CBLOL team getting a little bit greedy if they overstay here. Look at the health bars, got to be careful. Evie can look to maybe run someone down very quickly here. This is a bit risky.
Yeah, that inhibitor should be falling though. Revolta on those front lines. Evie looking to try and get in there. Great Shadow Dash will go on towards that Hecarim. Revolta trying to get out of here. Lap as well will be sitting on top of Hecarim, making sure he can get him just as he comes up. I don't think the taunt landed there though. Just overshot just by a little off to the side. But they are good to go. No deaths in this engagement. The inhibitor, I believe, did die though.
It does look like the middle inhibitor died, the bottom lane inhibitor did not.
Oh, wow.
So only the one inhib comes through from that. Kind of greedy from the CBLOL team at this point. That they could have been punished a lot harder than they were, especially with Dragon coming up. It delayed their recalls, now delays the actual control of that area. They weren't able really to get too much more off that other than the middle lane inhibitor. Now LJL are just going to storm down looking for BRTT.
Yeah, got to go fast, but does not get the fear into his team. BRTT was able to get away. Had to use his flash for that privilege though, because that is a flashless Caitlyn for the next fight. And AD carries, their value goes up exponentially as the game goes on. Evie going to be tanking up the ace in the hole. This Dragon is going to be going down. It just matters
to get it.
Which team is going to pick it up. Mueki has been caught out. The spike comes out. Revolta gets it down. And now LJL has to be on the run. Rainbrain once again is going to be the sacrificial lamb. He'll be trying to get away from this squad. Dara is extremely slow, and Saros will be using extra movement speed basically for himself. He needs to get out alive. The double kill. BRTT is literally death incarnate coming into this game. Mueki with the call comes out. Not enough damage. He'll be going down, but Saros did manage to get his ultimate out to him just in time. It's not going to matter because Kami still has his ultimate, and he divided Mueki a 4-0, and this should be the game for the Brazilian team.
All on a great steal from Revolta at that point. Now they're going to be able to finally crack the Nexus turrets, and that is going to be the game going to the CBLOL team. They're going to take their second win of the day.
2 games, and neither of them have been easy. The first one, 52 minutes, the second, 41. But always, Brazil comes out on top, taking the second game.
As you said, both of them haven't been easy, and a lot of it has been decision-making, getting stalled out throughout the games. LJL putting up a good fight. I mean, there were a lot of moments there that Zeros around that Baron pit. Man, the damage that came from that, the bombs in the Baron pit, very impressive, but it just wasn't enough for the LJL team not to fall behind early. The massive lead that was accrued in the bottom lane by the CBLOL team went so far in finally closing this game out.
Good to see the smiles on the faces of the Brazil team in the bottom lane. Dara, Rainbrain rather, was actually just still looking at the damage graph. Guys, look at how much damage I did as Gragas.
Rainbrain just sat there like, I thought I had it. I thought I had the smite at the end.
Didn't realize the game was over. He was like, guys?
Stuck in the moment, frozen in time. Wasn't able to get the smite, but that's more of Revolta, just picking the right time, tunneling under, ignoring the fight, picks up 5th dragon for his team, and turns that little fight on its head.
Literally clinched the game for his team right there. In another 6 minutes, I'm sure we would have seen another fight, but the Japanese were definitely coming back into that one, and that was getting more and more sketchy for the Brazilian team. However, that's what I thought in the first game of the day as well, and then they won that one as well.
Yeah, the same. I was looking at the first game of the day like, just engage, dive turrets.
Just do it.
That time it was just push turrets for the CBLOL team. Good strategy out by them. Just take as many things that can push, no armor, no no resistance turrets in the early game, and just go, we're going to just take 6 turrets and then try and take the game from there. Impressive beginning of the game. I'd like to see them maybe work on mid-game shot calling a little bit more. It seems to be somewhat sketchy.
Yeah, me too. I think the biggest takeaway from that game for me, though, was getting to see the Zillion. Saros did manage to get that pick. It's usually banned against him, so we actually saw that in this game. We saw why it was so strong. That Baron fight in particular, had to slow that down to 0.25 speed just to see how much damage came out from those bombs, but glad we saw it. And I think even with the results of this game, we're going to see teams starting to take that away from him.
And on the Zillion, he killed the Brazilian Faker. So is that like the same as killing Faker in middle lane, 1v1 kill? He got it on the Zillion.
Yeah, I mean, one of those things is like Kami greater than Faker, therefore Saros greater than Faker.
You heard it.
Who knows? But anyway, we're going to send it over to Pastry Time, who has stood on stage with one of the players.
Thank you very much, Pulse and Stress. I'm here with BRTT, the AD carry Brazilian All-Star here. First of all, you played Misfortune, you played Caitlyn, you're playing all the new champions. How do you like AD carry on the patch, just in general?
Então, até agora você jogou de Misfortune, jogou de Caitlyn. Até agora, o que você está achando para o AD carry nesse novo patch?
Eu tô achando que é um patch que tá bastante divertido jogar de AD carry e o AD carry é uma role que vem vindo muito forte. Com as mudanças nos AD carries, tem tipo muitas builds para você fazer, então eu diria que tá bem mais divertido de se jogar.
And this new patch is really fun to play AD carry since there's a lot of different builds that you can do, so it's a lot of fun and it's really, really hard, and it's really, really nice.
Well, that's 2 different champions already. Is there maybe some other stuff you've got, maybe secret stuff to play?
Você já jogou com 2 AD carries em 2 jogos, tem mais alguns outros segredos que você vai mostrar nesse torneio?
Eu não diria que tem algum segredo assim, eu sou um jogador conhecido por ter a Champion Pool muito grande, então acho que se tiver oportunidade eu vou pegar o que for melhor para o time, seja lá o que for.
So I'm known to have a really big champion pool, so either way, if my team needs anything, I'll just pick it.
All right, very excited for that. And speaking of your team, how have you found playing on a kind of a mixed team, an all-star team? You guys are 2-0 already, which is pretty good. But Revolta earlier said they maybe having some trouble talking to each other. Just how have you found the team, and how do you like your teammates?
Então, você é a primeira vez jogando junto esse time. O Revolta disse antes que no primeiro jogo teve um pequeno problema de comunicação. Como que você acha que o time está vindo?
Eu acho que o time vem vindo muito forte. Nós temos, jogadores excepcionais em cada posição. Acho que o que a Revolta falou é certo, porque nós não somos um time, nós não temos team play nenhum. É claro que a gente vai ter problemas de comunicação. É só questão de ir jogando e aprimorando essa comunicação e melhorando que a gente chega.
Yeah, we have really good players in every lane, but as Revolta said, of course, we would have some trouble communicating since we've never played together. So step by step, play against after play, we'll still build our confidence and build our communication on it.
Well, it seems to be going well for you. Congratulations so far for staying undefeated. And with that, we are going to throw it back to the analyst test.
Thank you very much, Pastry Time. Always fun to hear from BRTT. 2-0. Let's evaluate this game, though, for them. Starting off in picks and bans, they gave him the Zillion, man, and he wrecked earlier.
What the heck? You just don't do that anymore. I thought we learnt this lesson at IWCA when the same gauntlet was thrown down and Seros went absolutely berserk. And that game, again, that man does everything he can to try and win. The Baron fights, blocking off mid lane when everyone was roaming up. I think that Banner of Command really was the MVP because that was the only thing that was stopping him from just denying siege after siege.
And I definitely think on the side of the Brazilian squad, they need to shape up their mid-game. Stress was alluding to it in their post-game. In both of the series we've seen today, they've gone a little bit over their lead, basically. They've overstepped their bounds, been punished for it, and they've allowed their opponents back into the game. Both times Brazil has been able to regain control, but you can't take those risks and expect to not expect to lose games at some point once these other squads also find some synergy.
I feel like even though BRTT plays phenomenally in lane, every time there's a scenario he gets caught once again after like all the time getting caught. And sometimes it works out because the enemy team kind of misplays, but having that mindset that, oh, I just baited them, it doesn't really work in competitive play. So I just want him to kind of step up his mid to late game because that is where the issue lies. He keeps getting caught.
Well,
and this time
NA
I
isn't
piked
here,
the bombs.
so he's cosplaying maybe for Wild Turtle a little bit in that one. But I think it's a very valid point because we have said that Brazil could be the team to take the whole thing here. We, of course, have seen a lot of regions not play yet. But then I beg the question. Revolta said, okay, communication issues, obviously. This is a team that has been put together of all-stars. But if we look back at Pain's gaming performance maybe over the entire time and ints on the international stage, this is not something that hasn't been gone away in the regular teams either. So they'll have a lot to work on.
Yeah, something coming into Worlds was the fact that Pain had the longest win time at IWCT, and that was a 3-0 against KLG. So we have to look at how they play that game, and it is a lot about how they get caught out, and they rely a lot on their mid laner to peel for their AD carry. That's why Kami plays a lot of control mages, and you saw time and time again that he was trying to keep BRTT safe, but on Caitlyn, you can siege from so far away, especially with the new mechanic of traps and nets. Your range is phenomenal, and to be able to be pushed through a Zia wall time and time again just wasn't great positioning out of the AD carry.
It's like based off these two games, what I'm expecting, like if I expect Brazil to win, it is simply because of the synergy between Loop and Revolta, because they are dominating the early game. The strategy is to put Revolta on a strong early game jungler. This time he got the Rek'Sai and it shows, and that is the biggest reason why they're dominating the early game.
And he was like 2-0-2 and 20 CS up this time, so he did the opposite. He just went like Cacao style and just power farmed until there was a point where the other jungler couldn't go into the same lane as him because he was like 2 levels up and just all these items. So once again, credit to the early game, I guess, synergy between those two guys being able to move towards the top side of the map and doing a great job.
And if you look at the LGL squad, their mid to late game was very impressive. They found some team fights that were good. They were down 9,000 gold, and they still managed to win a team fight against Brazil up in that top lane. We've actually got a replay of that. We can pull it up onto your screen. And, you know, if you look at Seros's bombs throughout the entire game, they're incredible. They're going to round out this team fight. The one thing I would say, I would have loved to have seen some more of these aggressive plays from Rainbrain earlier on, and maybe it would have avoided them in this hole as we roll this clip out, Spawn.
Yeah, Yamato Cannon called it right. Why was he saving the ult for late game? Because there's just so many times he doesn't throw it at the start. You see that the whole Japanese lineup wants to go in, and Seros gets a really nice play here. This is what I'm talking about out of BRTT. He gets knocked through the Zillion wall, and from there it's just up to Mweki and Seros to continually clean up the fight. This bomb was beautiful. Kami thinks he can get the kill onto the Hecarim. Unfortunately, bomb on top of him does explode and take his life.
And we saw earlier today when Latam was playing against Brazil, there was 1 or 2 moments where players would engage, but they wouldn't have the support of the rest of their team. And in this matchup, especially in the earlier stages, the LGL squad would get into these skirmishes. One guy would go in, or they would land a stun from Seros's bombs, and there was no follow-up from a Dark Binding or the explosive cast. So you're seeing these individual plays that land and that are great. But because of the inexperience when it comes to playing with your team and playing with a Zillion, for goodness sake, you're not seeing the follow-up. So it's my hope that as more games get logged and more games are played, we have a lot of games over the next 3 days, that we're going to start seeing some refinement. And that's going to be the most exciting for me.
Yeah, and for my solo queue experience sake, I hope that Seros doesn't keep getting Zillion, because last time it happened, like, the whole office is just like, Zillion's this awesome champion. They take him into solo queue, and it's just honestly Seros that can do this on the champion. He controls the lane at level 2 so well and gets that CS advantage and just is able to burn summoner spells. And the slow is obnoxious the later the game goes.
And this was also against an Azir. Kami is famous for his Azir. Azir got the blue buff in the early game. He got the first blue buff from the first clear, and he still managed to end up ahead, which is super impressive.
Well, he managed to get up ahead. He did get killed there, and he had the Dark Seal. He went and sold it after he died for the second time.
I meant the Zillion end up ahead,
yes,
of course.
But couldn't push it through to the end game. That means that Brazil is now 2-0 up already. What are we thinking? They do have the issues, but it might be very possible that the other teams have the same issues, just worse.
Well, we haven't seen all the teams yet, so that's number one. I do think Brazilian squad is showing on an individual level they're very good, and their laning phase is to be feared, but they make a whole lot of mistakes. So for all the other teams, it's now a matter of, okay, let's play damage control early, play for the 15 to 20 and not be in a 7,000 gold hole, and then we can outplay them, because we've seen Latam do well, LJL do well, so there's realistic chances here.
Yeah, and I think on the other side of the map, we had that big question about the Japan squad, like how far are they jumping in between these wildcard tournaments? And the answer seems to be they've made another jump because they were able to consistently go at the Brazilians, even with a 10,000 gold deficit, and their team fighting is just very impressive to watch.
Yeah, Japan All-Stars definitely have something to work with as they prepare for the next game. We are going to take a quick break, and when we come back, it will be the first appearance of the CIS team versus Latam, so don't go anywhere. Welcome back to the IWCA, where Brazil has taken a stand and is already up 2 wins in this tournament. For now, though, we're going to have CIS versus Latam up as our next game. But I would like to remind you of our social media challenge, as we have asked you to send in your best Warwick impression. And you're in luck because we have a couple of examples for you, so that it would be better for you to orientate yourself what to do in these videos. I think they'll be coming up in just a second, because 2 of my colleagues here on the desk have actually done a fantastic job.
Only 2?
So bad. I was just all so bad.
You know what?
Is the best.
You gotta believe in yourself.
I'm owning it. They are fantastic.
Let's roll the
You
clip.
have some moves.
There we go. There we go.
Oh my word. That's good. That's good.
I like the chicken neck.
Oh, the chicken neck, huh?
Yeah, the chicken neck makes it. I said I liked it.
Oh, wow, that pose afterwards as well. That was a blue steel and a half.
Petrifying gaze.
In any case, great examples from our guys, but we of course want to have your examples as well. Send them in with the hashtag IWCA. Challenge your best Warwick impression, and you can win a bunch of RP and cool skins for Warwick. So thank you guys for doing that, by the way. Good job. Very stylish.
There are no words to describe how horrible that was.
It wasn't. Come on. Anyway, back to the action. As said, CIS, we've taken on Latam, and this is the very first time that we'll see the CIS squad in action. So let's meet them.
Я был немножко удивлен и рад тому, что меня выбрали представлять свой регион. Я знал, что у меня есть какое-то количество фан-базы, которая будет за меня голосовать. Но я не ожидал, что я смогу выйти с таким большим отрывом, не занимаясь медийностью, такой как стримы и прочее.
Я очень рад, что за меня проголосовали, и я смог поехать в Австралию. Всегда мечтал посетить эту страну, ведь родина, в первую очередь, кенгуру. Сейчас мы выступаем на международной арене, поэтому это довольно-таки все-таки большое давление, но также и это интересно, поскольку многие играют по-разному, новые лица, поскольку в России я уже отыграл много, соответственно, новые команды, новые игроки, новые заготовки. Это сложнее, поскольку можно не ожидать чего-то, но также намного интереснее.
Hard random now, looking to disengage from this one, but there's the, oh my goodness, beautiful, massive ultimate to come down, but look at Smurf, massive in the back line, Lex getting the auto attacks that he wants, Wild Growth onto Macau saves his life, but Super Mega Death Rocket's gonna kill him.
Со своей командой я играю уже не первый сезон, в целом мы, можно сказать, что знаем друг друга очень хорошо, это не первый турнир, даже международный, который мы посещали, поэтому многим членам команды я могу доверять, потому что практически мы приехали старым составом, за исключением лесника, и я думаю, мы можем очень неплохо выступить, осталось только хорошо подготовиться в связи с новым патчем.
На турнире у меня есть личная цель – выиграть всех мидеров, доказать, что я силен, и пройти с командой дальше.
Я рад принять участие в таком турнире, как All-Stars в Австралии, хоть и добраться до сюда было не так просто, как оказалось, но при этом поиграть на этом турнире – это уникальный опыт, и, безусловно, я не хочу его пропускать, и я рад, что я здесь.
Мы настроены на победу и хотим показать очень хорошую игру. Надеюсь, фанатам понравится наша игра. Даже если мы будем проигрывать, мы постараемся сделать это как можно круче.
Yeah. There we go. Hello! Okay, so welcome back to the Harbour Casting Desk here in Australia. Down Under, it was great to hear from some of the players there. Just a bit of personality. I actually hear that, well, Kira himself was saying it's great to be in the land of kangaroos, and I actually believe Kira is actually named after the character from Death Note, and I hear he actually has a Death Note. So I actually want to see if he actually has that on stage and just write something in Champions State. You just see the enemy mid lane and just keel over.
That would be a little, probably against a lot of rules, if that was the case. But honestly, this team is a little different from a lot of the other teams that we have, because they alluded to it. 4 members of this team are either on hard random or were on hard random altogether at the same time. So when we come to the communication issues that we've talked about for other teams, that in theory shouldn't be as much of a problem for this team. The jungler is the one that is different, so it is still objective based. Could cause a problem in that area, but certainly could be a big boon to the strength of the StarLadder team.
Yeah, the synergy should be up there, and at least for me, and you at least, Stress, this brings me back in the day that we used to cast StarLadder.
Yes.
So I recognize some of these names for sure.
Although, I'll be honest, the setup is very different to how we used to cast StarLadder.
It used to be in our bedroom, Stress, when we were just in different parts of the UK. But yes, Azia, Tam Kench, and Jax will be the first couple of bands coming out. Dimashk and Damonko, two of the names that I do recognize from back in the days of StarLadder, where these teams do hail from. Dr. Mundo will be the following band coming in from that CIS team. We're just waiting on the last band, which will be Lulu, coming in from the Latin American All-Stars.
Old school, so locking down any kind of, attempt at one Cogmore comp that we saw earlier. I think it was Yamato that was talking about perhaps pairing those two together again. So not going to be an option here. What's available? Elise is up. That has been high priority. Kindred now banned away means Callista is up. We've also got the Rek'Sai that is up, and hell, the Soraka's up as well if people really want to go for that. I'm waiting. I want to be proved internally wrong by a good Soraka play.
Well, 2 out of 3 games have featured a Soraka in bans or picks so far in those bans. Waiting on that first pick, what will be the priority? Because we saw the priority being Rek'Sai in the last game.
Yeah.
And that threw me through a bit of a loop when there's so much available.
Misfortune's up as well. That was one of the other first picks that we have seen.
Yeah.
So there are a lot of strong picks on 5.22. Expecting to see some Aurelia. We've seen a lot of Shen that is available as well. Honestly, this is kind of one of those kind of reach in and pull a mystery champion out, and that is not a champion I was expecting to be first picked. Alistair in the support role as the first pick is something that is completely not first pick priority in my mind.
Yeah.
I mean, it's great as an engage tool, it's great as a tank-based support, but the game has started to move a little bit away from that. We've started to see, a lot of priority on other support champions, and I don't know.
I don't know.
Difficult to kill, though. That is one thing. With the changes to Last Whisper, difficult to kill.
Yeah, very true. I do want to see what the first 2 picks are from the Star team, which Graves is currently being hovered. Would love to see some Graves and cast some of that. End of the line does some pretty crazy damage. If you step near a wall or any piece of terrain, you are going to lose most of your health bar. Elise is also being hovered over, as you mentioned, was that pick that has been prioritized so much during the day so far, and those will indeed be the first 2 picks. Now, we are seeing Graves, not just in the AD carry role.
No, we've seen him in jungle in a lot of solo queue games, but I think it was in the HCC Ascension tournament. Saw Graves up in the top lane. And I think we've seen it in a couple of Chinese tournaments as well. So there's been a lot of different spots. I actually think AD carry may be one of his least favorable roles, just because of how the passive works with the shotgun shells that can't pass through minions. So it makes last hitting very difficult because you have to push forward, and especially into a champion like Alistair, the short attack range plus stepping forward means we shouldn't see Graves in the AD carry role.
Yeah, he gets outranged by every other AD carry, and Alistair can literally just headbutt him away and you're never going to get to CS. So, we're waiting on the next 2 picks coming in from the Latin America team. Just depends where they want to sit. Vayne has been locked in for certain, and the Evelyn once again, so we're seeing that coming out onto the Rift. And Vayne, there is this new build where you go for the rapid fire cannon and the static ship, and it is absolutely mental. It gives you the extra range and the crit, and you literally just max over bolts and you just shoot people and they die. And yeah. That's pretty much it.
We'll see if we see that. I hope we do.
I'm so hyped.
Honestly, how does that build affect Vayne when it comes to... Normally she's a very late game champion, need good few items. Is that kind of the spike when you get
pretty much
those
spike at 2 items.
Okay, that's interesting. I wonder how that interaction is going to go now, because she has a lot of peel on this with the Alistair and the flank potential to start a fight from the Evelyn setup here already for the... Latam team. Oh, yes, I'm so happy to see a Brand, because this is one of the champions where some of the mastery changes are insanely good on. Brand has enough burn as it is on his passive. Then you take Deathfire Touch, and you take a corrupting potion, it means that you end up burning your opponent for about 8 seconds after an ability hits. It's
Yo, Dog,
insane.
I heard you like dots. Let's have some dots with your dots, and that's Bran.
Support.
It could be support, and probably will be support, actually, looking at this lineup. And Bran support is so infuriating to play against, because if you don't have extra movement speed, if you don't have that from like masteries, or you don't have that from boots, then you pretty much can't dodge a well-placed Pillar of Flame. You are going to take damage, and you are going to take a lot of it. I wonder what he's going to start as well. Will he just go straight for the Corrupting Potion?
I mean, from the support role, I don't think so. I think that's a little, well, far too risky, if I'm being honest. That basically says I'm going to win the lane at level 1, and you're going to have to take heal, and you're going to use all of your mana, and I hope that's enough to control the lane from there, because Vayne and Alistair are just going to kind of end up next to each other. So I don't think you do that, Pulse, if I'm being quite honest.
I mean, you say you wouldn't do that, but I would.
You would.
Riven has been locked in, ladies and gentlemen. That makes me and Pastry Time very happy as two dedicated Riven mains. And Rumble has also been locked in. So I want to see what Star do to respond to this one. They are hovering over. The Croc has been very good, as Marin has brought that into the fray. But going to talk more about the Riven and Rumble. Where are they going to slot? Because both of them can literally go top or mid.
I mean, it's Riven likely into Kassadin right now.
Yeah.
That's the matchup I would assume, which in the laning phase, Kassadin tends not to struggle anymore in the laning phase, but if you put an AD carry, an AD champion like Riven in the middle lane who can get on top of the Kassadin in the laning phase, punish him for his shield only being magic damage, that is a potential matchup that could snowball away from them. And if Fiora gets picked up, that's actually, I mean, I would still expect the Riven to go mid, but that's another matchup that the Riven is favorable one for. So if we end up in a crazy lane swap scenario, that's two potential good matchups for the Latam team.
I mean, the Fiora-Riven matchup is very fun to watch. Yeah. It's very much a skill matchup. I think Riven has a small edge, but you look at Fiora and it's literally just timing the riposte with any of the 2 CCs that Riven has. And that is basically that matchup. Everyone's going to swap around, so we're going to see which player is going to pick what. But Seiya looks like he's going to be picking the Riven for now. They have until around 20 seconds before they can fully lock in their picks, but these are two exciting comps to watch.
And it's Graves AD carry again into an Alistair. I feel like it's already difficult enough not to disrespect the Alistair Flash Pulverize coming out. I guess the brand does now allow them to harass from a significant amount of range, so I'm looking forward to seeing that. But both teams, very short range, a clear focus on the top side of the map from the Latam team onto enclosed space team fights. You look at a Riven, you look at a Rumble, they want to fight in very small areas where you can get maximum damage coming from your abilities with an Evelynn flank. On the other side, for the Star Ladder team, you got Fiora looking to duel, looking to 1v1 for as long as possible, and the Kassadin that, in theory, could get out of control pretty quickly.
But there's a lot of champions in this game that can get out of control.
Yes.
The Graves, for one. Vayne as well will snowball out of control. She gets a couple kills. Riven is literally the queen of doing so, at least in solo queue. Caston, as you mentioned. Fiora, we've seen that multiple times in World, and even Rumble to some extent. You'll get those 2 items, those 2 spell pen items, and you just go to town. So we're going to see an extremely explosive mid game. I really want to keep my eye on the bot lane as well. There's just too much to watch. I just need more monitors, more eyes, more everything.
More everything. I mean, we did start seeing brand support. It was tried at Worlds. I think it was IG, perhaps? Reaching back into my memory, it was one of the LPL teams pulling that out. And it was okay. It wasn't amazing. Typically does well against champions like Tom Kench, who you want to burn through a lot of their health and don't have the sustain. Against Alistair, you're going to force out a lot of heals from the Alistair, so that is one thing to keep a track of.
Well, we are about to get into this game. It will be the Latin American All-Stars versus CIS All-Stars, hailing from that Star League. Which team is going to come out superior here? Latam looked very good earlier on, as we saw them in one of our earlier games. And this is the first we're seeing from CIS. What do they have to offer? Well, Kira has not written any names in this Death Note so far, so we're actually going to have a 5 versus 5.
I mean, that's just kind of cheating.
Is it really?
I mean, that's like, to be honest, you know when you watch anime and stuff like that, and that's like the final move, because you don't want to use that right at the beginning, otherwise there's no point in doing the anime, like the whole show. You know, that's why they had to charge up on Dragon Ball Z. But nevertheless, like maybe we'll get to that point if the Star Ladder teams start falling behind. But one thing that we were discussing earlier, actually during the first Latam match, that we were in the cast room just talking about the way that Thiak builds on Evelyn. Or at least Evelyn builds in general, and the way that an early corrupt Hunter's Potion came out, that's not going to get annoying. Early Hunter's Potion came out just to sustain around the jungle and look to counter gank and gank efficiently. I wonder whether we'll see that again in this game from Thiak.
I just realized that was a conversation we were having.
That's what I mean. That's why I said it was a conversation we were having. I mean, I like that it plays now into this, and I'll give you a lot of the credit for it, Pulse. It was, you know, you were bringing up the thinking, so there we go.
I was looking at you, and like we were having this conversation. I was like, was that a spawn or something? I guess it was. That was really smart. I was like, wait a minute.
Yeah, that was you, Pulse. You were talking about that. I was just listening. I figured I'd try and kind of set you up for that one, and you're just like,
went
oh, wait,
right
that was
over my
me.
head.
Man, I said something smart for once.
Yeah, unreal. Was not expecting that to happen. Mid lane, it's going to be that Riven versus Caster matchup. So as you mentioned in Champion Select, the Magic Shield not going to help you too much against Riven, who deals pure physical. Has gone for the triple pot and longsword, and the Hunter's Potion has already been picked up. So once again, Thiak has gone for that item build, and as you mentioned, it looks like he'll be going for those heavier ganks. And the first game, it looked like he was just trying to snowball that Jax. There is no snowball Jax in this game, but there is a Riven.
Yes.
So I want to see how many times he goes into that mid lane now with the Hunter's Potion.
Yeah, there is a Riven that is pretty much a key thing. But against a Kassadin, if you don't kill him before 6, you're not going to kill him in that matchup. There's not enough crowd control and burst to actually shred him down once he gets Rift Walk available. So they're going to have to make use of that fairly soon. For people that maybe aren't as familiar with the Hunter's Potion, every time you kill a large monster, it will regain a stack. So it is a refillable potion just by jungling.
Yeah, super refillable.
Yeah.
It will keep you sustained literally for all of your jungling needs. Dimashk looking for a gank into the bottom lane on Elise. Lex heading forwards, has kind of given up the game just a little. White Lotus trying to put some damage on to the Elise. Demonco gets the stun off onto Arce. But Lex is there, just trying to farm away, just giving an extra bit of breathing room to the Graves, allowing him to get some of that CS. And actually right now he is slightly ahead in that measurement.
Yeah.
Heading into this bush, places down the ward. I actually don't know if that would have spotted Evelyn. I'm going to go with no, since he's staying around.
Great knocker.
The flash into the combo. And that would be the flash coming in from Brand, looking for the flash from Lex as well. Has already popped the heal, turns around, blasts them with the auto attacks. And Demonco will head back into this bush. Actually going to hold for a second. I did not see that ward go down, I don't think. Lex will take the damage coming in from the Silver Bolt. The blast back with the Condemn as well. Dimashk was thinking of going for a gank, but that has now been warded up in that bottom bush, so we'll be heading back into his jungle. A lot of action in the bottom lane so far, but the minion count has just evened up just a little in the bottom.
I'll say in that little engage, I mean, brilliant knockup. That's what this Graves Brand lane is going to struggle against. The distance, the spacing in the lane is so difficult against an Analyst, but now his flash is not available. So that means that that's not going to happen again anytime soon. Double laning mid lane as Dimashk is like, well, you're a Riven. I need to get my Kassadin to 6. I'm just going to sit here. I like it. Just get Kassadin through safely. Allow the recall. Very interestingly, and obviously against the Riven, you want to take Exhaust in general. No teleport on Kassadin. A big departure. And this is, again, you cannot let that laning phase snowball away from you because of the presence of Rift Herald. If a Riven all-ins and gets the kill, teleport's going to be nice just to get around the map, but the Rift Herald onto a mid laner or a top laner is just too much to actually deal with.
It's such a big deal because the local goals you get from towers now is so massive. If you take that tower before your opponent, before they can get that down themselves, it's so much. It's like getting almost a double kill. Actually, more than a double kill. And that's it's difficult. But bottom lane once again, Lex is actually holding his own despite the short range of Graves. As his mini wave resolves though, White Lotus will have a slight advantage. Back in the middle lane, putting that down a bit of damage onto Kira. He's not going to pick up the kill. Just trying to give Saya a little bit of help. But this Riven matchup in the middle lane is essentially even. Has the level 6 advantage and he's going to capitalize on it. Trying to get in with the combo. Didn't quite get the execute combo off. Waited just until the exhaust had gone down so he could use the wind slash. Needed one more spell, one more auto. That would have been enough, but that will send Kira packing for now and force Elise into mid lane.
And again, if that wasn't the exhaust, that was a kill.
Yes.
100% kill in that situation. So again, we're moving back to a metagame where summoners are more important than just teleport. So I'm happy to see that. because it does allow for a little bit more exciting play in the lanes. And speaking of the lanes, top lane that we are looking at, Smurf is doing a good job. He is ahead of the Rumble, but Elio's time to shine is not this early on in the game. You need to wait until he's got at least some extra magic pen, look for the teleport plays with the equalizer. That is when the Latam team are going to want to fight. And at this point, they're just waiting out the game.
Yeah, not a lot has happened in that top lane, honestly. This has been a lot of farming. Smurf is pulling ahead in CS, just ever so slightly, but neither of those top lanes have gone back yet. Helio hasn't even felt pressure enough that he's had to pop a second potion. And Smurf will finally be going back to base. Actually, Helio's going to get a fair chunk of damage onto this turret while Smurf goes back. He has to teleport. I do wonder when he's going to use that teleport to go back up. White Lotus taking punishment from Lex, but will Smurf walk? He's heading back to base. He's a little bit undecided.
Yeah, he's walking.
He's walking, okay.
He's walking. I like that play because you have to now anticipate when the equalizer is back up. You have to anticipate the Rumble teleport. And at this point, if Smurf can't make that fight, he realistically can't push down the tower without Rift Herald. Fiora with Rift Herald is one of the most scary things I think I can think of for a top lane right now. If a Rift Herald goes on Smurf fairly early on, Rumble is going to have to just go and affect the map in other ways. Can't really afford to just sit there. But the StarLadder team right now are comfortable in where they are. Lex managed to regroup a bit of the CS lead that was building on White Lotus's side, mainly because Lex is just unable to get some of the range minions when the melee minions are still alive. You can see he will use the Q, just blast off the side ones, but has to forego some of the other CS just because it's too dangerous to farm.
The interesting thing is this game is made up of champion picks, which are probably the most aggressive we've seen today, and yet we haven't had first blood yet.
Yeah.
It's 8 minutes into the game. But, I mean, Saya tried to in the mid lane, but we should be getting kills very shortly. Like, all these champions are made literally just to blow up someone on the opposing team. And Lex started to, looking for an engage. He is level 6 over the 2 level 5s of White Lotus and Arce. And Demonco continuing to be annoying, continuing to be a pest as Brand. He's gone back yet. No, he has. He's gone for the second upgrade of the Frostfang. And White Lotus will carry on farming. So, basically, we're just playing Farmville at the moment.
Yeah, at this point, that is the case. I mean, that benefits of Vayne. She's going to be fine. Smurf is potentially in trouble. Flash is the equalizer. So that is the end of that one. But that is the flash used now may even force the teleport, because Smurf is going to have that wave pushed in towards him in the top lane. Bottom lane, there is a trade.
And the line comes out. That will be the stun coming down onto White Lotus. He'll flash away. Lex taking a bit of punishment from the Pyroclasm back onto the minions. And gets that 21 gold. Hitler in the top lane, though, takes another turret shot. Fayak actually had the grand challenge on top of him from Smurf. They still want this kill, but they are too low. If either of them take a tower shot, they will go down. And that could be converted into a double kill for Smurf, which is not what they want.
Kassadin's roaming up. He can clean this up.
He's looking for Akira, putting down the damage, gets the W on, and the ultimate as well for the first blood. Cleans up the Rumble. Meanwhile, Fayak was able to get out scot-free, going back to base. So the first blood going over to the God of Death in the mid lane on Kassadin is actually quite a big deal.
I really want to see what happened top lane. I mean, you look at the situation that Smurf was in. We saw a brief glimpse of Smurf on half health backing away to his turret. Then the next time we see it, Rumble and Eve are both under half health, and Smurf is still alive.
Yeah.
That looks like Smurf put up a massive fight under the tower, or it was a misplay by the Latam team. But Kira, at this point, no teleports on either mid lane. That means Kassadin wins the roaming game every single time.
I mean, Saya didn't even try to go top. He went into the bottom sides of the map and tried to contest just in case. CIS decided to go aggressive down there, but actually didn't in the end, so his roam did essentially nothing while Kira went to the top side. We're going to see that one once again. Smurf's heroic defense under the tower.
So what happens here? Just miscommunication. Fayak goes in, takes so much damage, and Helio finally goes in, doesn't quite follow up. Miscommunication all the way around there from the Latam team, and they know at that point they can't really afford to go back in. So nice play by Smurf to just hold this composure, but that was mainly just Latam not being on the same page.
Yeah, Fayak didn't even stick around. He was like, see you later, mate. This is now you. Helio was taken down by Kira. Dimashk putting down some wards, and this will be the dragon attempt by CIS, but Latam, they're completely blind to this, and this will be the first dragon of the game going down. Not super significant as the game goes on, but still is a nice advantage to have.
And you can see the difference in communication here. The orchestrated play bottom lane by the Star Ladder team and the whole top lane compared to the Latam team, who these are from different teams. We talked about Star Ladder being 4 members from Hard Random, or previous Hard Random. So Arce goes in.
Dimashk taking a lot of damage. We'll have to flash away. The crit coming into Lex. That will be the kill from Bayak onto Dimashk, evening up the scoreboard real quick. And Static Ship has been the first item from White Lotus, so they will be pushing down this turret.
Is he going for it?
I hope so.
Is it going to be the
We have no
build?
indication just yet, as he hasn't gotten any other components, but after taking this turret, he should have enough to go back to base. We'll see. There's still time.
There is still time for the rapid fire cannon Static Ship. I believe in the build pulse. I look forward to seeing it, which could be the point at which, for once, Vayne is actually a valid AD carry in the early game, or at least mid-game that we're getting into. We're about 12 minutes into this one. One of the first towers is about to go down in the bottom lane as well. So Latam's still hanging on here. But the Star Ladder team in that bottom lane, that has really been one of the only issues so far in this game. And I feel that maybe is a little bit harsh. But they picked themselves a very non-standard and a difficult-to-play bottom lane. Short-range AD carry with a funky reload mechanic that can't farm as easily as he used to. And then an off-meta support that likes to deal a lot of damage, but against an Alistair and can't. It's a weird one. They kind of picked themselves into a corner, but it hasn't gone too badly for them just yet.
Yeah, I didn't know what to make of it. I just didn't know the lane was just gonna completely collapse, but they took the tower in the bottom lane. That's now even better.
I mean, the theory behind it is they do have a fair amount of burst when you look at the damage that comes from a Brand and a Graves if you can get the explosion off the wall. But the Latam team just haven't really been in the position to have that happen, because every single time there's been an engage, it's either been from an Evelyn gank or a Flash Pulverize coming in the middle of the lane. And that is the key thing, is if you can't get that instant explosion coming from Graves, you just walk away. You get out of the T and you don't take the follow-up damage.
So that's that lane in a nutshell. Like, Dimashk, literally, their engage potential is so conditional and situational, where he has to land the stun for them to follow up. Otherwise, nothing happens at all.
Yeah.
So, I mean, still they help their own, which is fine, but we just need to see what the Graves can do throughout the rest of the game, because it's really reliant on someone messing up from Latam. And Arce, speaking of that, Saya over the wall immediately with the exhaust coming through. Smurf will be heading back to tower. Took a bunch of damage, but the riposte blocked most of it. Lex now coming in and heading towards this wall. He will be doing a bunch of damage with the end of the line. Meanwhile, coming back into the fight will be Saya on that Riven. Kira now turning around, will have to use his ultimate to get away. The Rift Walk immediately finds Helior though, and he is going to town onto Lex and also Kira. A 3-0 over to the Latam team.
The Star Ladder team just do not have the point in the game where they have enough damage to clean up these fights on the Cassidin. Still need a little bit more time before they can do that, and the Latam team have a fair amount of damage with this Riven, with this Rumble who came in to clean up the tail end of the fight, but it was a weird position because Vayne came down through the jungle, and Arce took enough time from the Star Ladder team to just force the fight to go longer and longer, and more people from Latam just ended up joining, and that was the way they were taking it down. That went to Evelyn. They're taking the Rift Herald. It's not the worst thing in the world to have it on the jungler, but it's certainly less optimal than somebody who's going to sit in the solo lane. This was the beginning of the fight, so Arce takes a lot of time here to actually even drop low. Great riposte, by the way, from Smurf, otherwise he was 100% dead. At this point, Lex, look, he's trying to get in and deal damage, but he gets pulverized. Again, it's a short-range AD carry into an Alistair. You will get hit by that, and the rest of the Latam team just come in to clean up.
Gotta say that the damage was juggled so well by the Latam team, by the way. Like, as they all split, literally, Arce tanked so much damage as the Star team believed they had the pick there. But, I mean, Alice is always going to be Alistair. He's always going to have the unbreakable will. Lex clearing out these minions here. So, that was just a bit of a misplay. And just believing he had a little more than they had.
The other side of that is using Grand Challenge on an Alistair. I mean, yes, you get increased damage from hitting the vitals. The thing about that is if you don't get the kill, Alistair is obviously one of the more difficult champions to kill. You don't get the heal, you can't stay in the fight. So it is risky making a play like that, to go onto a tank with the Grand Challenge if you aren't 100% sure you can kill them. And that is what happened there, and Star Ladder's just kind of team fight fell apart. As soon as Smurf had to back away, it's a massive amount of damage not in the fight.
If you rewind as well and had the grand challenge on either Seiya or Helio in that fight, would have been way different.
Yeah.
Literally would have been enough damage to make that happen. DeMarco drops low, the immediate engage, and he just disappears off the map. Smurf comes into the fight, teleports in, but just a couple seconds too late. I gotta say, from the top lane, remember now that the teleport is half a second slower. Yeah. It's now up to 4 seconds, and that can throw off the top lanes just a little. And the ultimate comes in, the equalizer comes out, and that's so much damage. The first kill goes onto Smurf, and the rest of CIS are having to run back into their base even. It's 17 minutes, and Latam are just pushing into the top lane.
You know what? I want to go back in time to Champ Select. First pick, Alistair. I wasn't sold on it. I am now. Yeah. Arce's Alistair is on point this game. All of the dives are landing. The flash pulverizers are landing on multiple people. And it's clearly a valuable first pick here for the Latam team. I actually think it's something you have to start kind of thinking about. Do we want them having this dive potential with a team like this? Because if you are making those proactive plays, if you are continuing to dive turrets, then you can snowball a game pretty effectively. The problem is we have seen every single game today start this way and get stalled out just through needless fighting sometimes.
We'll see if Latam will correct some of those mistakes that have been made so far. Fire! The damage coming in from Kira. He wants blood. He has the Rod of Ages as well.
And it's these kind of plays that stall the game. Thyak taking a random route, going over a catwalk that, yes, they had a ward on the catwalk, but around the top side of that jungle, you didn't have anything. There was nothing to spot anybody coming over from Wolves, and that means the Starladder team now are looking for their second dragon of the game. Yes, it's only number 2, but again, it's slowing down the lead that Latam have.
Yeah, Dragon's going to reset real quick, but CIS should be able to get this. That goes down. But if Latam win this game, by the way, this will be the 4th game in a row Blue Side has won. Is this still a coincidence, Yamato Cannon? Still? I don't know. But Blue Side...
there was a lot of disdain in that.
It was such a bold comment, but...
Almost like when we opened the day with the OPL casters talking about Soraka and jabbing at me for a little bit. I'm like,
I haven't seen it yet.
Who's 100% pick or ban in this tournament now?
Soraka, boys. But, Kira deciding to recall in the middle of lane. Ballsy decision. The Wolf now be heading back. The Vision War continues, taking out that ping. However, the red was taken by White Lotus. And lo and behold, take a look at that build. Stress.
There we go.
It is complete.
I love it. All about the empowered auto attacks.
We mid-game now, boys. Seiya on Riven, Rumble, the mid-game power spike of the Vayne build. Fantastic.
I love it. It's great.
It is great.
Has
I've not what to say.
Yeah, I really want to see this in action. That's the thing. It's I love getting to see some Vayne, bit of Vayne spotting, but thus far there has been
no points.
Yeah,
at all for White Lotus. He's just too good.
Well, so far, he
just goes like, just stays at 6 assists and goes like 0, 10, 6.
I hope. I want to see. That is some damage.
That is some damage.
That's some damage. Some meaning more than none, and a little bit short of a lot. But,
oh, Seiya going deep though onto Lex, jumps after him and picks up the kill at the cost of his own life. Probably worth it. Was a flashy play. We'll give him that. White Lotus almost caught out by the cocoon, but sidesteps just in time. Arce taking a bit of damage in from Smurf as he comes in from the sidelines. Level 11 has that tier 2 ultimate. Dimashk will have to head on back. Fayek jumps into the fray, but he should be going down here with Smurf. Jumps after him. He doesn't even get the kill, and he picks up that one. Helior now jumping onto Dimashk, and this will be a 5-for-1 over to Latam.
Great fight out of Latam again. The equalizer just cutting off the escape path right up to the base of the tower. And you can see White Lotus, as soon as he can get those empowered auto attacks off, there's a big spike of damage. Then the Silver Bolts proc comes through as well. Really nice play and a great adaptive build onto a Vayne. I really like seeing this kind of adaptation with the preseason.
Yeah, there's so much damage, that empowered auto as well, so long range. You can, if that comes up in the middle of your combo, it's just like you get your third proc. If it's at the start, you just start running after them. Like, it's just so good.
Rapid Fire Cannon is one of my favorite preseason items because there are so many dumb champions that it works on.
Yeah.
I mean, Twisted Fate, is kind of one of the more standard ones now that we're seeing. You build on hit Twisted Fate. This was 522, by the way. I don't really think it's as effective on 523 with some of the changes we saw to Gwynsu's, but that's one champion I like it on. It also works on Hecarim, by the way, and Rengar. So
probably the most disgusting one.
I hope we haven't ruined solo queue. I think it was Rusty and some of the OPL guys that were telling us about Rengar, so I look forward to trying that out. But certainly on Vayne, that's an interesting one, where who normally is a short range AD carry, she becomes a normal range AD carry. Yeah. It's great.
And that makes her very strong. Yeah, but man, Rengar, that is literally the stuff of nightmares. I believe it goes up to 850 range, which is, for context, 8.5 Teemos.
How is that context false?
It is for me. I literally think in terms of Teemos.
That's because you're about the same size.
Well, yeah, but so are you.
I didn't say anything about me, but Kira has been caught.
He has been caught. White Lotus is chasing after. Does not get the third proc of the silver bolts there. And these teams literally just going back, farming, and then they just go all in. Like, this is literally how this game is going.
It's how the last 4 games have been. Kira's going in.
Oh, White Lotus is dropping low. He'll get out of there, but meanwhile, Smurf is facing off against Saya. Gets the better of him in this one. The Grand Challenge heal comes out. He is not going down in a hurry. Helior, great ultimate. Will be able to pick up the kill though onto Lex. The answer is a yes. Picks up that one, still running for his life though. Smurf in the one-on-one with Fire. Fire comes out ahead, and Kira is looking to chase down this Rumble. This is, yeah, literally a lamb caught in the crosshairs of a very angry Kassadin. Mid lane though, Arce and White Lotus is taking down this turret, because why not? So I think net gain over to Latam.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, White Lotus didn't die, managed to kite back at the beginning of that fight, and that fight spanned all the way from mid lane up into top lane. The entire jungle was the battlefield for that fight. Very spread out, difficult to keep on top of everything that happened, but the key thing is, again, Helios' ultimate. Hitting like 3 people in an enclosed space in the jungle is just enough to decimate the Star Ladder team, or at least a lot of their health bars. You could see that Helio didn't have a Zhonya's Hourglass. Of course, that recipe price increased on 522 to a considerable amount. It's like 1100 right now, which when it was 500, you used to be like, great, got my components, I'll farm 2 waves, come back. This time he didn't have it yet. Was still waiting on that, and he actually probably would have gotten a triple kill had he had the Zhonyas. That was a big AP item change that you just see reflected in the gameplay.
And he has now picked up the Zhonyas. Yes. So in the next fight, we should be in better shape, for Kira at least. Actually, I haven't paid too much attention to the rest of the build so far in this game. Lex has picked up the Essence Reaver, pretty much the item of choice for kind of castery AD carries coming into this patch. Tracker's Knife as well, picked up by Dimashk. Great for the early game, and kind of just a nice replacement in general to the Sightstone, so you can actually just place down a couple of wards. I have the Equinox, new item, picked up by Arce in the bottom lane. And I have to also question how well the brand pick has been working out, because we've seen a bunch of damage being done. I would like to see the damage graphs out of this game as well. And also in lane it was okay, but he's now 0-5, usually being the one to die in these fights. Gonna shut up for that one for a second as the engage comes out. Once again, another fantastic ultimate coming in by Rumble, and that will disengage the fight just for now. Lex was the one taking the brunt of that damage. Now Latam will head back into this mid lane. CIS also just on the retreat. And the Riven ultimate does not do a lot of damage against people who are full health, but the Kassadin W will.
However, with the Rumble ultimate down, Latam have to be careful here. They can't really afford to take the fight unless, man, they chunk Dimonko's health out. Dimonko, by the way, has completed Frost Queen's Claim, which is an item that typically does not get completed for a very long time. Kira goes in!
He does get caught real quick, but he still has the Zhonyas. Remember, Dimonko has to flash away, otherwise he would have been dead meat for Latam, as they are looking for the chase. Riven's on the front lines here. And that's another summoner spell burn. Actually, a lot of summoners there. Ignite, Flash, Heal burn away from the Star Ladder team. And now Latam will turn back onto Baron.
This brand support just isn't working. You've admitted defeat by picking up a Giant's Belt on top of it. Frost Queens was just used. They're going to try and engage.
Oh, Helio just caught in enemy lines, and now Kira jumps in as well, but he has gone into the Zhonya's. Smurf jumping into the back lines. He'll have to flash away as well. Kira looking for the assassinate onto Alistair, but unfortunately he has the ultimate up, but there's the Grand Challenge and the heal. Everyone from the Star Ladder team will pile into the heal just to allow them to be a little bit healthier for this chase. Dimashk looking for the stun. The jump back in from Seiya does not quite connect onto the right target. Wind Slash comes out, but a first kill onto Vayne. A shutdown comes out, and this has quickly turned into a bloodbath. And CIS come out dominatingly ahead. 5-1 in that trade, and Helio just caught with his pants down.
It's again another example of a team not being prepared to fight. The Rumble Ultimate was still not available at the onset of that fight. They turned back to the Baron buff thinking they've deterred the StarLadder team for just enough, and the Latam team, why all in the Baron there? Why go for that? Because at this point, you know you're significantly far ahead. You know that you have the lead. You've got the extra damage. Why give them the opportunity to get kills onto the Kassadin? Very strange. And what was Helio doing up on the platform in the jungle? I'm a little bit surprised. He died before he even managed to get his Zhonya's off. So he was just way caught out.
Yeah, I'm not really sure. I think he was trying to get vision, maybe deep vision by himself, but as a priority pick and Rumble coming into these fights, you need to be in the back lines. Sacrifice Arce for all they care, really. I mean, Arce is usually fine. He had his ultimate still available, so he would have been good to go. But still, we'll see what happens in this next fight. Dragon is still up, remember. And the first two have gone over to CIS. This Scuttle Crab will go down, and the teams are preparing for another fight once again.
Dimashk is going to utilize that giant spell going towards a Raleig's Crystal Scepter, which is standard, but giant spell first was basically saying, well, I don't do damage, so I'm going to continue to not do damage, and then I'll get damage with the needlessly large rod, and just hope I can burn enough people to enough and land those stuns. He is only level 10 though. He is hurting quite a lot. Alistair level 12 right now. And that pretty much the position results in a dragon going to Latam. That is the first dragon of the game. It's going to slow down the ability for StarLadder to look for a 5-dragon spike, which we saw in our last game pretty much turn things on its head.
Yes, I mean, that game was literally just rotating all over the place. Like, you couldn't really just tell who was going to win that game until that smite came out. Fantastic steal coming in. But Dimashk will be the only one clearing out the Baron wards. Taking the Scuttler is also quite a big deal, because the fight could erupt at any moment around this area. I'd like to talk a little bit about trinkets as well, because just in general, the blue trinket right now is really quite good. Places down a ward at the target location from long range. Doesn't disappear until attacked as well, so literally infinite if no one catches the ward sighting. So super good. We're seeing most teams pick up 2. In this game, we're only seeing 1 coming in from StarLadder team. Smurf potentially caught out here. Arce on the front lines trying to get in range as the Iron Solari coming out, but it's not quite enough. 2 kills over to the Latam team. Just in a pick, Smurf and Dimashk, quite a big deal heading into this fight. Kira will try to turn around, get an exit kill. Kira have to jump away, still has the Zhonya's Hourglass, but there's not room to go into Zhonya's right here. Elise may be going down, and that Spider does get fried, and the shutdown goes over to White Lotus.
There's so much damage behind the Latam team. Oh!
Going back in once again, Fayak did not even go down, and Lex, yeah, he's got burst, but White Lotus had even more. Triple kill coming down, the triple item AD carry, 5-1 and 11. That build is definitely paying off.
I mean, I can see what they were trying to do there, but they're just 2 people, 2 squishy champions at that point, trying to go aggressive onto 5. Not gonna happen. That's the Baron going over to the Latam team, and you know, you were talking a little bit about trinkets, and that was actually something that I'd be really interested to see different team dynamics. In some of the Chinese tournaments, we actually saw 4 blue trinkets and 1 red trinket, which I think is a little overkill. I think we're going to start to see the progression of probably 3-2 when it comes to red trinkets and blue trinkets, or 1-2-2 with 1 yellow trinket mixed in there. And the reason I think that is, it's highly dependent on what your jungler has gone for. Do you have trackers? Do you have Sightstone? If you don't have an option for another ward, that's when the number of yellow trinkets goes up, because there are no green wards to be purchased anymore. And that is where I think we're going to see the biggest disparity, is it's highly jungler dependent.
Okay, we'll see if that theory rings true, as we have a lot of games to go. This is only day 1 of the IWCA. And still have another 3 days to go after this one. Still a bunch of games today as well. The 1v1 tournament will resume later. And CIS are just hunkering down in their base, just trying to wait for the oncoming storm, which is Vayne, which is dealing a lot of damage right now. Also has a Quicksilver Sash, so it's going to be so hard to pin down.
I mean, Latam have problems pushing up to the turret unless they dive, which is kind of risky. Rumble comes out, there goes the turret. That's enough to push through. That is the play that they needed, but now they've got to get this inhibitor and back away.
Yeah, the turret is broken, the inhibitor goes down. This will be enough for Latam for now. They'll back off, do have that Baron buff and will rotate towards the mid lane. But they can siege those turrets fairly effectively. Okay, you have a Vayne, and before this patch, usually you say, well, Vayne isn't able to siege very well, but when she has rapid fire cannon, actually sieges fairly well.
And when she has Baron minions. Kind of like the flowchart for this whole sieging situation for Latam is, do we have Rumble ult? And Alistair ult, kind of in with that. Do we have Baron buff? If any of these, or both, are yes, siege and dive. If not, don't do it, back away, prepare for other objectives. That's pretty much the
Latam flowchart.
Yeah, the flowchart. But Theak steps up, not too much damage put onto him. Ooh, Kira, that was not worth for that trade.
That was not a lot of damage. I will say that much. Doesn't have a Void Staff yet, doesn't even have the death cap, so the amount of AP he has right now is not a whole lot. Not usually seeing a lot of Rod of Ages either, just because of the length of games, but we've seen the games today going fairly long, or at least long enough for them to stack up and be really valuable. Helior just gets CC'd up here. Fayak from the sidelines though, looking for the flank. Arce on the front lines, has the ultimate available. Fayak has the grand challenge on top of him, and Smurf wants him, but he's instantly exhausted, down and taken out. Arce still right there, tanking up for his team. Helior jumps forwards onto Damonko. Not sure if the flash is worth it for the support, but Seiya, CC'd underneath this turret, will be jumping away, cleanses out of that one, and the repel comes up. Dimashk is still alive, but Kira needs to try and get out of here. He goes down though to Fayak, and man, Starladder, they are just bleeding out in this game. The two big carries are down.
Latam are looking to push in for the win. Another double knockup by Arce. They're actually going to pull back by the looks of it, play it a little bit more conservatively perhaps than they need to. I mean, okay, Smurf is up soon. Pinkward stays. Ah, well, I mean, it's a risky one. The rest of your team are recalling. You don't want to
is there any reason to try and finish right now? I mean,
no.
it would be ending the game, but if there is the slightest chance of it going wrong, then why not just back away? The result is going to be the same regardless of when they fight again.
Perhaps. I feel like they, with a pick, they probably could have looked for more. They are
I think so too.
So far ahead that it's a possibility. I want to pick up on something, talking about Rod of Ages, actually, that I actually agree with Yamato on, something he's been talking a lot. The AP item reshuffle on preseason patch, where they all got kind of a cost increase to kind of compensate for the cost decrease and adjustments that came earlier. I actually feel like Rod of Ages is a pretty strong item right now when it comes to mid laners specifically, and not to the point where you just build it on everybody, but the champions that do use Rod of Ages are going to be very strong. I pretty much tie into Yamato's point on that. Like, we're going to see a lot of Kassadin, I feel like, on this patch.
Yeah, I mean, when it's fully stacked, it has crazy efficiency. Yeah. Like, not quite Quincy's levels of efficiency, but up there. Like, really, really good. But yeah, once you can get that stacked, it is pretty damn good. Mid lane, actually no Tiamat picked up from Riven. We actually do see kind of one or the other. You see like the Tiamat build or the Black Cleaver build, because you rack up stacks so quickly on multiple targets with all your broken wings. Like there's so many ways to do that. But it does not allow you to get the animation cancels in from some of the combos, which is a little bit annoying, but still, it's fine as like more of a team fighty build.
I'm still hesitant on this Graves. In the AD carry role, Starladder are going to look to set up a pick. They only hit Arce with the stun, so that is not the target you want. That's an Alistair. He's just going to throw on Unbreakable and just kind of just stand there.
I feel like there's been a lot of focus actually from the CIS team onto the Alistair in this game. Smurf was going one-on-one against Fayak, did not get the better of him in this duel. Fayak jumping onto Dimashk, he will be jumping away. There comes the Rumble ultimate once again, just zones them away back into their tower. Kira jumps in, tries to get the kill onto White Lotus, doesn't quite get it. The shutdown comes in onto Seiya though, and this is looking like a better fight coming in for the CIS team. And they should be able to pick up Helior as he comes out of that Zonias, and then indeed they do. A 2-for-2 is good enough for now, but they have to play tower defense because all of these minions are doing so much damage to that tower.
Yeah, they're going to clear them out though before it actually takes it. Very weird choice in this situation. I mean, the Latam team consciously backed away about 2 minutes ago in a position where there were fewer people there from the Starladder team to actually then get caught up in a fight. When the equalizer didn't quite land flush, yes, it zoned away, but Heliod just didn't do much damage with the ultimate, so they really are relying on that to keep them safe. Well, I say keep them safe by killing the enemy. Since best defense is a good offense.
I mean, that's the composition right here. Like, it's literally just go in, press some buttons, hope it works out. That's basically League of Legends, actually.
I was gonna say that actually.
Go in, press some buttons.
Yeah, just press buttons. It's great. Like,
yeah.
Any buttons, but at this point, Starladder, they're hanging on. We're seeing a lot of these games get stalled out. And again, this is something that I expect out of some of the All-Star teams. It's just the communication when it comes to mid and late game shot calling is so difficult. I mean, you see LCS teams struggle with it.
Oh yeah, Bayek has found Lex though. Will be going into his own Zhonya's. This is a member of this game who does not own Zhonya's. Smurf gonna go down actually. White Lotus jumps over the wall, finds himself a double, looking for the triple. He gets that one. That's another kill going up to Seiya. And just in the blink of an eye, that actually could just be game. Arce is just gonna start headbutting away Kira. Nice grip walk. It doesn't really matter because I'm just gonna keep headbutting you. And actually there's no minions, so this is gonna maybe take a little bit. But as soon as those minions flood in, this could be game.
I mean, that's just decisive calling in the middle lane right there. They knew that White Lotus was exceptionally strong. Kira's trying to hold on with the minions pulling them around, but that is going to be the game ending here. Kira's going to hold on, gets a kill for himself, but it's not enough to keep Starladder in this game.
Valiant attempt, but that 5-1 will seal the deal, going over to the Latam team, securing their first win.
I like what their comp was showing us. I like it. A lot of fighting a lot of strength in fighting. If you're going to take random scrappy fights, bring a Rumble.
Yeah.
Realistically, bring a Rumble. The Fiora wasn't enough to shut him out in the early game. Rumble manages to go huge the entire game, and he wasn't the only one going huge. I mean, credit to the bottom lane duo from Latam. I actually think they're a force to be reckoned with looking at that. Alistair and the Vayne. I mean, Alistair 0-1-26, Vayne 8-1-15. A lot of those were picked up at the end, but still, a great performance overall.
Yeah, in the words of Huni, I love it. Riven and Rumble as well is the composition.
This is the Huni comp.
Yeah, it just needs a Hecarim in there. What else?
A lot of things, but
as well.
what it did have was the ability to fight and take the fight to Starladder again and again. And as much as they were trying to clean up with the Kassadin, I feel like they were hamstrung by the Brand and Graves a significant amount. I mean, the Brand, yes, they were getting stuns. Yes, Graves was able to do damage, but I felt like that lane pairing fell so far behind very early on that it was so difficult to recover.
Yeah, we were a little confused by that lane, but you also have to remember that Alistair was that first pick. Yeah, and Alistair did so much work in this game. As you mentioned, just 1 death and 26 assists was absolutely insane. But that's enough from us. We're going to send it over to the analyst desk to take a look at that game.
Well, thank you very much, guys. We did say after the Brazil game, Latam was going to have to regroup and work on it a little bit, but they just looked incredibly impressive, and you especially were really enjoying the way they played this game.
Yeah, for sure. Like, I want to start off like at the beginning, right? In the pick and back.
That is usually a good plan.
And we had the Kassadin Rivet interaction, and Kira here, he wrote the wrong name in his death note. For those who watch anime, at least, he should have put the Kassadin, or they should have put the Kassadin against Rumble, because this is a matchup we've seen in the past in Korea, and it's super good for Kassadin because the magic shield actually does something, but against Riven, it's so hard.
Yeah, and you know, you got to give Kira some credit. He did leave the lane, try and roam around, got first blood up there in the top lane, but I completely agree. And if Worlds taught us anything, it's this Fiora-Riven matchup is very versatile, and Fiora is a great mid laner. Just because she has that dash so early on, you cannot gank her, and I honestly feel the same. If they had to set up that matchup in the top lane, sent some jungle assistance up to help Kira out, he was set up to snowball this into a pretty big lead. Instead, just didn't work out that way.
And also on top of that, Dimashk on the Elise, he has to do more in the early game. The Evelyn got to farm up and eventually got the item, the first buy needlessly larger, which I thought was hilarious, but it worked out in the end because she was doing a lot of DPS and Elise just fell behind because she is kind of built to be strong in the early game.
Yeah, definitely not the Elise play that like we saw it from Revolta, who is absolutely wrecking on that. Evelyn doing all the work. And then the early game, Kassadin, as you said, did get the first blood, got going, but couldn't capitalize on it. And then a team fight happened. Let's get that up on the screen. And I think that that is something that we really have to commend meant. That's what I meant. Latam 4 is the way they play these fights, and they're so scrappy, Pastry Time.
Yeah, I agree. And this replay was just awesome when I watched it live. So this starts out very well, actually, for the CIS team here. We're going to roll the replay out now. Just watch what Smurf does here. He's going to get CC'd. Kira's now chasing down. Arce, not the best target, but they'll be okay. Seiya jumps in, instant exhaust. Stan parries the wind slash and tries to flash away. And Sia, he's got no ulti. You'd expect the Riven not to do anything, but he knows he's still got enough range. He's going to go back in because his team's here and watch his 3-man knock-up. Pulverize, 3-man knock-up, and then there's plenty of DPS everywhere. Even flashes out at the end. They chase down who they can, they get their kills, and this is how they played all of their fights. Get aggressive, start the fights, and White Lotus cleans up.
I think the most impressive thing that Latin America has shown is their coordination in fights. Same thing in the game against Brazil. The Lissandra engages. They are so coordinated, which is super impressive.
Yeah, that's what I was actually going to say that they're doing really well. Their mid laner, like big cojones. He will jump in and like completely smash people. He was doing it on the Lissandra, this time on the Riven. Even without cooldowns, he just always wants to brawl these guys.
Bit more of a suitable champion, I think, on Riven. Lissandra was like, yeah, you're trying to be more of a control mage, but impressed by both these players. Kira did have his moments here as well, but Sia's just played so well the 2 games we've seen him.
Serious cojones indeed. Well, what is also very impressive to me from Latam, as we said from Brazil a couple of times, that they admitted themselves, yeah, we need to work on our decision making and ending. When they got that 4 versus 0 or 3 versus 0 in that fight, they kept going. They pushed all the lanes. They kept pushing that fight. There were some problems in the end, but I am quite impressed by Latin America for maybe the entire tournament, although it have only been a couple of games.
Yeah,
so far.
I think what it's shown is that when they get ahead in lanes and they get that advantage, they're really willing to push it, right? These aren't people that are going to back away. And the turret dive in the mid lane definitely showed that, you know, they were able to get the equalizer down in the bottom lane and then rotate it straight away into the mid lane and just try and capitalize as much as possible.
I think the biggest difference I saw between this game and the previous game was their understanding of which AD carry they're supposed to pick. I feel Vayne into this matchup is perfect because the only thing that can happen is Brand catching someone in the stun. Okay, Graves can do something. Otherwise, he does kind of nothing. Because in the previous game against Brazil, there was MF, and she is super strong, and I don't think you should give it up.
Yeah, 100%. And I think the other thing that we learned from this is maybe that the CIS region hasn't spent as long practicing on the patch because some of their item builds were really wonky. I'm going to point towards the Elise one that had a Frozen Fist in there without any armor. Go towards the Graves one as well. Generally, you want to go double BF sword item with your Essence Reaver into an Infinity Edge to get the cooldown reduction in there, but just was not putting out the damage he needed to.
Looking like they're already playing Ultimate Bravery, and they're up actually next.
Good segue there. And yeah, on the other side, the Rapid Fire Cannon Static Shift build that we heard Pulse talk about at the top of the cast, that's a very 5.22 build. On White Lotus, he made it work. Not only did he play well with his carry and his items, but the way he plays just kind of suits his team. It's so aggressive.
Yeah, and let's dig into that build and what it gives Vayne. It gives her 80% crit when she hits the Infinity Edge. It means that you can transition your lifesteal item into the QSS and the Mercurial Scimitar. And on top of that, double passives from the Static Shiv as well as a cannon just means that with the ultimate, because of all the bonus AD you get from that, you don't have a weak part of the game. It really smooths out her power curve.
Yeah. Well, we'll see. CIS has some work to do, and Latam looking very, very strong in their second game here. We're going to take a quick break, but when we come back, it's time for Ultimate Bravery and South America versus Europe in that one. So don't go anywhere. It's going to be dope.
And welcome back to the International Wildcard All-Star from Melbourne, Australia. We're about to get into our first show match of the weekend, and it is Ultimate Bravery. Now, this is a challenge that we've given our mixed teams, and we're going to be mixing them even more. Let's start with the regionals that will be taking part. It's South America that will be represented by Latam and Brazil, taking on Europe, who will be represented by Europe, CIS and Turkey. Now, Ultimate Bravery is a challenge where teams will be drawing a card, and on the card will be a champion, a skill to max, and an item order that they simply cannot deviate from. So in the example that I'm showing you, it is an AP Darius build. You have to build from left to right, starting with boots and enchantment and traveling all the way down the line. Now, if any of these players deviate from this strategy, you can expect them to be shamed and named on a broadcast, because that's the name. It's about Ultimate Bravery. The players are setting up behind me right now as we speak. They have been assigned their champions, and then we'll be deciding on exactly how they're going to play this game in a moment. To talk about those champion builds, of which the 60 unique champions appear only once, we're going to head over to the analyst desk with Shox and crew.
Well, thank you very much, Trevor. I'm very excited because I've actually never seen Ultimate Bravery in action, but you have a lot of experience with it, Yamato.
Well, I have experience with it, but in a different way. Like back in the day when I played a lot of solo queue on the EOS ladder, whenever someone was like, whenever you flamed someone for building improperly, oh guys, he's just playing Ultimate Bravery. That was basically the phrase people used. That is my experience with it.
Fair enough. I mean, personal experience, I have actually played this game many times and actually have seen every single build that they could potentially get coming into this one. And it's not like EUS solo queue, to say the least. There is a lot worse, believe it or not.
You can see the players on the screen. So look at his card. That looks like Caitlyn.
Oh, let's look at... We
players.
actually have our list right here, so let's see what that will make Caitlyn do.
I see 2 support items on that card, just at a glance.
Hurricane into IE, I think it's... Late game Kate.
If you get to the IE all the way at the end of the build, yes.
And obviously the talisman for some mobility.
All right,
there.
so it's with Summoner's Heal and Exhaust, Boots of Lucidity, Talisman of Ascension, Lich Bane, Runettes Hurricane, Miguel's Crucible, and Infinity Edge. Well, I mean, at least there's one full lady item in there.
Crits.
Yeah.
I mean, Hurricane Change actually going to help here, yeah?
Oh, Runettes as well. There we go.
If you make it to item 6, it could be considered viable, I guess. Like, place the traps, run
with
fast.
Talisman, you can just chill in the bush and you're accumulating gold anyway. No action. Perfect.
Are we going to put that Caitlyn in support then?
I also just heard that BRTT will be playing Annie in this one. Annie with Teleport and Ghost to max Q first, with the Onion Boots of Lucidity, Static Shift, Nashor's Tooth, Zeke's Harbinger, Sunfire Cape, and Banshee's Veil.
That started off so well.
Yeah.
Like, Teleport, Ghost, oh, Max's Q, that's not bad. And then it just went horrible. And that's the fun thing about Ultimate Bravery, is that you have to do what the card tells you to do, and it's just so much fun. Rusty, I know you've got a lot of experience, like you mentioned.
As Annie, no. But Ultimate Bravery, yes. I was going to say...
Ultimate Bravery, thank you.
This particular build, if Annie was about a season ago when the auto attack range was a lot longer, maybe it would be very good.
Yeah. We will see. We got a new one in here. Lep has drawn Katarina with Barrier and Exhaust, W Max, Boots of Swiftness, Captain Enchantment, Blade of the Ruined King, Rage Blade, Essence Reaver, Archangel Staff, and Zeke's Harbinger.
That actually sounds like a real build. Yeah.
He should be happy. Like, any champion that has AP scalings and AD scalings are super good in Ultimate Bravery.
Yep, and a Quinzu's Rage Blade to boot, but having to build Blade of the Ruined King first... It'll be okay because it's a W max, I guess.
Sure. I keep forgetting that you also have to do the right order, which is actually
and have the
really
same summoner
messing
spells and have the skill max. It's everything in Ultimate Bravery.
Let's talk about that. White Lotus has drawn Warwick with Cleanse and Flash. W, Sorcerer's Shoes with Home Guard Enchantment, Luden's Echo, Phantom Dancer, Black Cleaver, Yuma's Ghostblade, and Static Shiv.
No, that was legit.
There's potential. There's potential.
That's legit. Once again, a champion that has like some synergy with AD, some AP, Luden's Echo for the proc, Static Shiv. The burst is insane on that Ultimate.
And a dance. Let's not forget.
No, not the dance.
You know all that all too well, I should say. And White Lotus to boot is a mid laner, if it's worth anything. Going AP first.
Perfect.
Yeah, might help.
Totally makes sense. I mean, I guess, Russ, again, you've played quite a lot of this game mode. How much of it is just like knowing the champions and just feeling it out and being like, just honestly using your mechanics and your knowledge?
I think it'll just come down to how you can play your individual champion, so all of it, I think, basically. If you know that Luden's Echo does a certain amount of damage with each 100 proc. You can use your ultimate, maybe time it, get a Q after, get some extra damage. I feel like it's big, but not that big.
One question though, Zach. When you've played it, is it like in a normal game that you just queued up and you just explain to your teammates, guys, I'm playing ultimate.
You have to do it as a team. You have to go in as a 5-man lobby and say, all right, we're all doing it. Get your build. You get the build ready to go, and then you just try your best to win with it. It doesn't ever really work.
Well, we've got another one in here from Sia, who's actually a mid laner, and he has drawn Ziggs. So far, so good. But with Barrier and Ghost, I mean, it could be worse. W Max, Mercury Treads, also not terrible. Frozen Mallet, Talisman of Ascension, Bloodthirster, Infinity Edge, and Archangel's Staff. A little bit of AP.
He's the guy that chases you down and slows him. You tag him with an auto attack, no one's moving.
Talisman for the gap closer.
Exactly.
Maxing W for the CD for the gap, another gap closer. Ziggs tank. That's what it is.
He's all about this. Control make Ziggs is what you're telling me.
And then the Frozen Mallet to boot. That is absurd.
What a slap. As a note, by the way, when you play Ultimate Bravery, Zach, does the other team also obey by the rules?
Oh, they don't play it. Yeah. They play standard. They might decide halfway through when you've gone for this Ziggs build with a Mercury Treads first item maxing W. They might go, oh, it's got a little bit easy, maybe, but they don't often do it all.
Another one we've gotten in is Arce, who will be playing Lux with Heal and Exhaust. That's not too bad. Emax, Boots of Mobility, Runan's Hurricane, Lichbane, Death's Dance, Phantom Dancer, and Zhonya's Hourglass.
That's
wow.
legit. So the thing is, when you think about it, maxing E first, with the Hurricane, you apply your E on like a mini wave, you auto-attack once, and you just, poof, your passive explodes. Genius.
But that also means you get your Lichbane faster if it's worth anything. You do get to farm effectively, and then double on hit style of play. It can be an auto attack based.
I don't think it's brave at all. I think it's genius.
Maybe attack
Look up
speed
Yamato's next game. This Lux build, like, what have you done?
All right. Well, excuse me. I was getting in the players' choices. Holy Phoenix, of course, fantastic AD carry from the Turkish region, and he got his hands on an AD carry, Graves. But now it's to see what he has to build. No awkward silence, please. I'm trying to look for it.
The other thing to note as well is that the players can tune their runes and masteries. That's the only thing we let them choose.
So, Graves, Ghost and Flash, E, Boots of Lucidity, Hextech Gunblade, Manamune, Zeke's Harbinger, Warmock's Armor, Death's Dance. That doesn't sound, that's not too bad. Yeah.
That's perfect.
Super.
But honestly, what more
And
could
Holy
you want?
Phoenix.
Yeah, and Holy Phoenix is aggressive.
What
He's
a
got a
tryhard.
Warmock. Yeah, seriously.
There is no bravery in this.
Ultimate unfairness. Yeah. I can feel that.
RNGesus. Pulls the right card. Why not?
Another one, Dumble Doge, the famous Dumble Doge who
oh man,
killed Faker.
Did he get Thresh?
The Faker Slayer.
The Faker Slayer? No, he got Trundle actually. So
basically
I mean,
a support.
True letter the same. With Smite and Ghost, W Max, Boots of Swiftness, Hextech Gunblade, Luden's Echo, Athene's Unholy Grail, Spirit Visage, and the Zizirot Portal. That can come in handy all the time.
Like this would have been good a long time ago when the Ultimate actually had AP scaling. But now it does not.
I don't think
You're
so.
the analyst.
You gave me this look as if it did.
It lost me at maxing W. I don't think it matters what he builds now, because this Trundle has to max nothing. It's just ground to move fast, right? How's it going to affect him at all when he has to go for a Hextech Gunblade
Trundle the
first?
Terrain Master.
Does the 2 give you tenacity? There you go. Get out of the way.
Sure. Max the tenacity build.
Makes him run away better.
He can get away from that Ziggs we were talking about.
With the frozen mallet.
It's going to be necessary. The other one we've got is Thaldrin, who got Gangplank.
Wow.
So at least it could be played top. Cleanse and Heal, W, Boots of Mobility.
No.
Face of the Mountain.
Did he...
Crucible, Righteous Glory, Locket of the Iron Solari, and Talisman of Ascension.
Did he go for a black letter Ultimate Bravery build? Is that what I'm seeing?
Mm-hmm.
He's
That's
a man.
amazing.
He's actually gone for a build which is designed to lose you the game. I'm not kidding. We made these ourselves. Mad scientists apparently crafted these to make you have a very hard time.
So maxing W, I think this is the type of gangplank that is just designed to annoy people. And usually being annoying doesn't win you games. It's probably pretty brave.
Speaking about annoying, Smurf got his hands on Tom Kench
Oh man.
with Teleports. That is pretty good. Teleport, Ignite, W, Mercury Treads, Manamune, Archangel Staff, Lichbane, Banshee's Veil, and Bloodthirster.
Manamune and Archangel Staff. The mana synergy.
At least he has a mana pool.
Could have been a lot worse. Does go for Lichbane as well after. So let's say 3-item power spike for the Tom Kench.
I've seen that AP Tom Kench. I'm ready. He's going to kill some people. I think the other thing as well is that these players, I believe, can choose where they go. I don't know if they're set in the roles. So they have to decide, like, we have these 5 champions. Maybe one of us has Smite. Where are we going? Who's our jungler?
I think the explanation, we just lane swapped, you know, it's strategic in case of rules, but I don't think there are any.
Well, actually, you don't get any points if you win the Ultimate Bravery, because also the mixed teams, and also it would be very hard to track, and sometimes they might not exactly do what they are told. We hope they do, because otherwise they'll be shamed very much so by us. It's more for fun. And for fun, Kira has Caitlyn, Heal and Exhaust, Emax, Boots of Lucidity, Talisman of Ascension, Lich Bane, Runaan's Hurricane, Mikael's Crucible, and Infinity Edge. Not too bad. A little bit of support, a little bit of AD.
The Infinity Edge in the end.
Maxing net.
Actually,
yeah, more headshots.
I keep forgetting that it's not, that I'm like, oh, Infinity, I should build that first. No, that is not the way you play this game.
Yeah, you have to build your boots and your enchantment first, so hopefully you got a good enchantment.
I was going to be okay with it.
It's fur.
If it was traps max. Because you get Boots of Lucidity first, reduce the cooldown, just place traps everywhere. And by default, you just get AD runes.
What's up with every champion getting Talisman?
I don't know.
Actually,
everyone's just going to run away from
each other. It's a very brave item,
No. Yeah. Run at each other, obviously. Hopefully.
I feel like it's the opposite. I feel like they'd run at each other faster, but they'll be running away just as fast, except for that Ziggs. He will be running at them very fast.
I can't wait for the aggressive like satchel charge into like empowered auto, frozen mallet slow. Talisman, go. Ulti.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy. Just to go over the teams again, South America, Arce, Seiya, White Lotus, BRTT, and Lep, cool combination, and then Kira, Smurf, Thaldrin, Holy Phoenix, and Dumbledoge. Do you have Holy Phoenix and Dumbledoge?
Yeah, the actual bottom lane. I don't know if they're playing actual bottom lane champions.
Probably not. Holy Phoenix is playing Graves, so that's not too bad. Trundle and Graves in the bottom lane. How theorize that?
Trundle.
If this was the LMS, that is a legitimate lane. Unfortunately, they're not building like the LMS either, but we can make it work. I think they will.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. Any predictions as to this one?
It's going to be fun. That's the only possible prediction for this game mode.
I think that Lux with Hurricane is going to do massive work. I just see the synergy. The passive proccing is going to be insane. Lux is going to win the game. For sure.
I'm watching Gangplank. I love that build. That's so manly to take that envelope and just go for the full support Gangplank. So I don't know if he's going to do well, but I'm excited to see what he does, if anything.
I agree. Completely behind that Gangplank, but what I'm most excited for is BRTT and Lep in a team together, assumedly in lane together. Will they even troll each other, or will they actually be the best friends squad they say they are?
Hey, it's turning into that. 2 wins already. Brazil is bonding. Well, we'll see what happens here in Ultimate Bravery. I think the players are ready, and I can't wait to see what happens. So let's get into the game.
Thanks, guys, and this is going to be an interesting match. Stress. I think the best part of this is trying to turn all these builds and see if they actually maybe work in some way. Like the Ziggs one actually seems pretty legit.
That's legit. I'm going to try and look at some analysis on this one, but it might not be like a, rotations. In fact, that might be the only thing you can do in this game.
I mean, they have the talismans, right? So they can rotate even faster.
So quick. Just got to make sure you don't, use them all at the same time, and then it all just falls apart. We did want to clarify one thing on the Gangplank build, actually. The Talisman of Ascension, speaking of it, has been changed out. The 6th item has been changed out for Zhonya's, because you can't have 2 gold generation items.
Yeah, cannot break the game. That would be too broken. That is one of the black cards, though.
Yes.
There are 5 black cards, which are even harder, as Quickshot mentioned earlier today, than all of the others. One of them includes Fiora, where you build 5 Nash's Tooth and 1 Boots of Swiftness with Fiora.
I like that.
Fiora?
Yeah.
Fiora for your Fiora.
No.
But Gangplank is one of them, and that's quite cool.
So we are getting closer to the time that the players are ready, but certainly Ultimate Bravery is a game mode that I normally would say I've got some experience with. A long time ago I used to play it. Fair enough. But it seems to be like more of when we play together, I'm just like doing whatever these days.
I thought you did that in every game we
That's
play
what
together.
I mean. It's like every game we play together, I'm like, I'm just going to do this.
Oh, yeah.
And
do you do that in solo queue as well? Is that why
a little bit. I did that when I was actually over in America. I just played...
But then it would have worked then, right?
I was getting to that. I was actually just playing like on-hit TF that we were talking about in the previous game, which it looks like Ultimate Bravery though, because you go like Lich Bane into Guinsoo's. and resultedly a week until 4 items, you just hit people and they kind of explode. So that's one of those things is nobody knows what the power spikes are. But I agree on the Lux build, as Yamato so eloquently put it. You hit the E, you auto attack the minions, and poof, gold,
Gone.
gold, gone, gold, everything. That's one I'm looking forward to.
Yeah, Tam Kench coming in here has a Lich Bane in there, Archangel Staff. So at least he has mana. Has Mana Moon as well. So going for the double tiers, he's gonna need a lot of tiers in this game. I feel as the game progresses, and players, just the eyebrow raise there. It's just like I know what I'm doing.
I think I know what I'm doing. I think this is what is happening. If in fact that Tam Kench is correct, just trying to remember exactly all of the builds that we do have. Have you ever built Tam Kench AP in an ARAM?
No, but I heard Faker did it in mid lane for a little bit in solo queue.
I think that might
AP
actually have been
Kench.
why I kind of jumped into an ARAM. And when I got Tam Kench, I was like,
It's
AP, all in.
What, you jumped into an ARAM immediately after and was like, okay, the 1 in 127
No, I
chance
just mean
of
the
getting
next
Tam
time I got
Kench.
Tam Kench. Have you ever had that, though? I have had that, where it's just like, I really want to play this champion. And
Yeah, I mean, I got my main like 4 times in a row once, and it was just like Riven. Lost all of those games, but it was still great.
All of that advice from Hooney. And
Yeah.
all you do is waste it on Riven games.
Well, he told
in
me,
ARAM.
just outplay your opponent, and I tried. But I hadn't got to the bit where I had to eat the Mandarin, so...
Did you know Riven is the only champion where that is the strategy of outplay your opponent? It's useless on any other champion.
Oh, yeah. With Rumble, you've just got to play 1,000 games. Like, you look at these other champions, like, literally outplaying plays very little part, especially in Ultimate Bravery.
I'm looking forward to seeing how some of this goes. I mean, Graves has insane base damage on his Q when he finally does end up maxing it, so that is one thing that we may end up seeing.
Which doesn't seem fair, by the way, because I believe Holy Phoenix is on Graves, right? So
yeah, Khal Drogo himself is going to be able to blow a couple of people up with that Q. But I just W max. Oh no, it's E max. Sorry, so he's going to be able to reload pretty quickly. That actually isn't too bad. I mean, it's still bad, but it's not too bad.
I'm actually a little sad it's not Smokescreen, because if you do that in an ARAM, that's actually legit. Like, it has like 0.6 scaling, but actually like a fairly decent AoE, so you just poke people from super long range. It's like AP Nasus if you ever run that in ARAM.
Well,
so
that's
good.
because AD Nasus is useless. You can't be in an ARAM and just
like,
be
hold
like,
on, guys, let me
wait, guys,
don't kill
I've
the
got
minion
this. I've
You
got
freeze this real quick.
In fact, have you ever... I once played an ARAM. I can't remember who it was. It may have been Impaler, one of the players from EU, who was like, guys, if you're not going to farm, if you can't last hit the minions, don't hit them at all. And I'm like, you are taking this ARAM way too seriously, my friend. It's an ARAM.
Have you ever played with someone who's just like a Dominion player? Like an actual Dominion player? Like,
yes.
Yeah. Because those guys, like, they have these crazy tactics, like, down to, like, the millisecond. It's just like, how do you even have this for Dominion? It's Dominion.
Well, I don't know. I ended up playing some Dominion just after Worlds, actually, just in between doing some of the researching and stuff. And yeah, Malzahar is so OP in that game mode. I don't know.
Apparently.
I would have loved to have seen... Do we have any Malzahar in this? Yes, we do, actually. If Malzahar gets drawn, Ignite Teleport, that already seems good. Ninja Tabi with Home
That
Guard.
already seems good.
ZZ Rock Portal, there's some AP. Frost Queen's Claim, Manamune, Rabadon's... That's a legitimate Malzahar build.
That's, like, actually okay.
That's not too bad. Okay, it looks like we are getting very close to being in the game. The other one is we have a Katarina, right, in this game?
Yeah, with Blaze the Ruin King. First item.
Sure. But remember, she does scale off both AD and AP.
You are correct.
So I'm not too worried about that not doing well.
No, I mean, like, Blaze the Ruin King wouldn't be my first choice for an item. But, I mean, overall, like, that build is pretty legit. I'm trying to find it on my sheet here.
There is one, however, significant advantage that we have for our blue team right now. For Europe, actually. Go Europe, we have Smite, which means we can actually do objectives.
Oh, yeah, efficiency, boys.
Nice.
Really,
whereas the Latam and CB LOL team, they're going to have to rely on Ziggs ult or a Lux ult.
I wonder if Dumbledoge is going to go into the bottom lane or jungle, because they could be an actually decent bottom lane. Like, we did see some Trundle support.
I'm going to have a look at Dumbledoge's runes, actually. I'm going to see. What's he got loaded?
Because remember, guys, that
he's got a
masteries
jungling page.
You can actually choose.
He has a jungling page active.
Right.
He's running attack speed, physical damage, armor, magic resist. That's
Masteries?
I will check that now, actually.
Yeah. I'm actually surprised that masteries, or at least the keystones, were not, like, forced.
Wait, is he?
Because I know Rusty did some of these, and he is an evil dude.
He is.
So I'm surprised that the Keystones weren't also locked in, but there you go. Got to give them a little bit of leeway. Did just have a little bit of technical difficulties there for a second, but we'll be jumping back into Champion Select very shortly.
Yes, we will be getting back into this one. Yeah, he was running full Trundle jungle. His mastery page was even called Trundle jungle, so I guess that kind of answers that question.
That's not really good though, because like you click on your opponent and look at their page, and it's just like you want to hide it, right? Like in the sea of 20
I mean, there's
pages.
not really too much hiding in Ultimate Bravery. I mean, it's Bravery. Hiding isn't Bravery, Pulse.
I mean, some of these builds are not brave at all. Look at the Graves one, like that's legit.
It doesn't mean it's not brave. It's
really
what I'm looking forward to is seeing the W Max Trundle try and clear early on, because he doesn't have Q to get the increased damage. He's relying purely on like increased attack speed. His runes of mastery is doing a lot early, and then running around real fast.
Got to go fast build. It is the Sanic build for Trundle. And as Trevor was telling me earlier, like these players actually have to max those skills. You know, it's common practice as you hit level 6 to go for your ultimate ability. You don't get to do that. If you do, we're gonna name and shame you.
I really hope like our observer team keep an eye out for that. Yeah. I mean, it is difficult to keep track of 10 people maxing one thing, and honestly, there's no like official reprimanding. We don't like march them out on stage. Shame. Shame.
Oh, we should get that. That should,
if someone gets a bell, we can. I expect chat if you see something like that.
Yeah.
Just shame.
I mean, half of you have to do the ding, ding, ding, and the other half the shame and get the synergy going. But
that's really difficult. Like
it is. Yeah, organizing.
I think you and I would struggle to do that with the two of us. So let alone like however many thousand people are in the chat. If you really like, I know you're a king of Twitch chat in some regards.
We'll make it happen.
That would be a superpower in its own right.
It would. I mean, Bob Ross did amazing things to Twitch chat, so I'm sure Ultimate Bravery can do the same. I have faith, guys.
Well, we'll see who can beat the devil out of the other team right now, and see which region is the most brave.
Yeah. And we're literally just seconds away from getting into this absolutely incredible game. I wonder if we're going to see a level 1 actually, if these two teams go for it.
Wait, what is the Lux build? Hang on.
Does she go binding first?
What is this? Arce does... you'll get into the game in just a second as well. You'll see what I'm seeing, but we've already got a shame bell coming out here.
Yeah?
Yeah, we do. There we go. We're in game. White Lotus has been caught to start this off.
Double Dodge going ham already. Swinging that bat. Putting the damage onto the Hyena Warwick. And a couple wards come out. They're actually going try hard. Trying to put down the ward, getting the early information on the junglers.
Shame.
Ding, ding,
shame.
Ding.
Dark Seal, Lux, that is not the Lux build that is listed.
What is this?
The Lux build is Boots of Mobility Fura upgrade.
Into
Maxing E into Runans. That is none of the Dark Seal.
What is this?
This is as if I was playing Lux and I'm just like, nah, guys. This is what happens. This is when one person wants to try hard in a game and it's like, it's a fun game, guys. In-house custom game. Somebody always try hard.
Yeah, rule breaker. And Annie, you can see the build there. It is the Teleport Ghost. Very common summoners on Annie, of course. You will be going Static Shiv into the Nash's Tooth. Of course, no build would be complete without the Zeke's Harbinger into Sunfire Cape, which of course does synergize with Burning. And the Banshee's Veil will top that one off. And the max skill will be Q, which actually is okay. I would have maxed E personally. I think that would have synergized very well with the Sunfire Cape.
One thing that we can say though, however, is good job it's not Thaldrin once again that's tryharding. If you remember MSI, he was the player that like in the show match with casters just ended up just going ham on LeBlanc and tryharding completely. This time it's this is not happening. He's gonna have to recall and just take like the little camps until he's strong enough.
Holy Phoenix though. Going big in the bottom lane, dropping Lep very low. Still don't know how I feel about Holy Phoenix being on an AD carry. But Kira in the middle lane. TV has more success on Caitlyn than he did on the Catadin.
I've got to admit, when we've got a rule breaker like Arce on Lux, I'm happy
dominating that lane.
No, right? I'm happy he's against a Caitlyn, because good luck with that one. You're never proccing light passive on a Caitlyn. Like, you are never going to catch him. Good luck light binding or Eing in that. Caitlyn's never going to get hit.
This is one of the black cards, the Gangplank build, now finished off by Zhonya's Hourglass, of course. It was the talisman of Ascension before. Cannot build more than one support item, but there is a lot of support going on in that GP build, and we're no longer in the meta of support GP, which was once a thing.
Also, the pre-reworked Gangplank, when you could go full AP, that actually hit onto Kira.
It did, and they're going all in. White Lotus, he couldn't take on the blue buff, but he's going to take on Kira, and can't do that one either. He's going to be taxing the mid lane like a good solo queue jungler.
Yeah, pre-rework Gangplank, AP Gangplank, you could actually afford to put a lot of points in W first because of the scaling on the Mandarin. Just kind of like, you'd take half of your health, eat the Mandarin, and be back at 90%. I used to love that because you just end up building like Avarice Blade into full AP and just get 1,000,000 gold off just proccing Parlay, and then your ult would destroy people for 1,000,000 damage.
Oh, first blood! Kira with the first blood onto Warwick. Arce, can he get the return kill though? This is extremely valuable because of the stacks he'll gain. But Kira, the auto attacks are coming in. He just needs one more, not quite in range. Oh, he walks back into it! What were you thinking, man? That's 2 kills over to the mid laner there, which will be Kira. Holy Phoenix going toe-to-toe with Lep. He needs to recharge. He doesn't have it, but he's maxing E, remember. He'll have another one in no time at all. And Valdrin, I don't even think he's playing. He's just playing kill the minions. Like, he's not even going after the bottom lane.
As soon as Ziggs gets the next empowered auto, it's about to come up. Does he throw it at Thaldrin? Oh, he actually just used it.
Yeah, he just wasted it on a minion.
Yeah, he just wasted it on a minion. I was like,
that is like 90% of your damage output.
Yeah, you can do damage like once every 12 seconds. Oh dear.
But the gank is coming in. The level 2 Warwick coming into the spot lane. Remember, he does have Cleanse, which will not help him at all in this engagement. Holy Phoenix taking a bunch of damage. Meanwhile, the nice chain of the barrels does very, very little. But White Lotus should be able to not get this auto. Left with the resets. Nope. Saya taking it down from the minions. Caster minions come in. Make that a double. That was an execute against minions. I can't remember the last time I've seen that outside of an Aaron.
Oh my goodness. This game is just... Bot lane, Warwick tries to run in. This is my attempt at analysis. Cleanse Warwick tries to run in. It's Cleanse Warwick, so he doesn't do too much. And then Holy Phoenix is the epitome of bravery and manliness with that giant Khal beard.
Yeah, Cleanse Warwick is probably the Magikarp equivalent in League of Legends. Trundle, you can see his build on screen. Hextech Gunblade into Ludens. A lot of synergy there, straight up into the Zerat Portal, which will be the final build, which I really think will clinch the game if we do hit max items.
I'm still mad that Lux has a Dark Seal thing.
What's he got now?
He's got the boots now on top of that, so... But I can't tell whether that's a strategical option, just to try and auto...
This is an okay build for Warwick. Okay, yes, he has Cleanse, so I guess this is okay, but...
Well, it will be okay
if he builds stuff, which I actually don't know if he's actually going to get there. Holding out bot for a second because Saya coming in for this classic Ziggs gank in from the bottom lane, and he tried. Arce will be supporting his ally, taking another couple headshots. 5-0 right now. Caitlyn, despite doing very well, has taken her ultimate, however, so minus points for that one, Kira.
Shame.
Shame.
Shame.
Shame.
Yeah, the reasoning behind that, by the way, is, or at least why that's a bad thing, is you have to max the ability at all points.
Yeah.
So it means you don't get an ult until level 7.
White Lotus.
Oh, look at that.
Back
cheating
to the fountain.
in action. Cheating.
I do wonder whether White Lotus has spent more time dead than alive in this game so far.
He is 0-3.
He is. He is also level 4. We'll see. Ziggs, of course, with the Frozen Mallet build. Yep, that's a build. Holy Phoenix, still chugging away in the bottom lane. How's he actually doing compared to Lep? He is farming very well, actually, in this bottom lane.
Yeah, he's not doing too bad at this point. Looking back at mid lane, I think Kira is 4-0 right now.
He is, but he's also a dirty cheater because he's gone for an ultimate.
He was also against a cheater.
That's true.
I mean, if you can't beat him, join him.
Yeah, okay. I don't disagree with that. Seiya has now subbed into the mid lane. Arce was not having a good time against Kira.
Ghost has been bombed.
Holy Phoenix, he's got that E-Max. Doesn't do a whole lot, it turns out. Arce will be returning fire. Has a lot of damage coming out. Whoa, gets a stun underneath the turret though, Smurf. Will he be heading down? Down under? Not quite today. Dumble Doge will be assisting. Air quotes, assisting. Cauldron looking for the dive. Left will jump in. There's the ultimate. Another dirty ultimate skiller in the bottom lane. Cauldron, another dirty skiller. Arce will be the one in the 1v2. Has the exhaust. It's going to pay dividends. The nice flash out of the way of the dark binding. Or the light binding rather in this one. Meanwhile, somewhere on the map, the Cleanse Warwick picked up a kill. And Holy Phoenix caught in no man's land. The ward comes out. This is a battle to the death. There are kills literally happening everywhere, but we're looking at minions.
Gotta get that farm, man. Also now, stacks onto the Lux. This is 3 stacks more than should have actually been there. Gotta get that farm with the ult.
He's going back to base, it's fine. He'll have that back up in 2 minutes or so. 6-4, this game is really evened up here, Stress.
Yes, Pulse. This game is getting way closer between these two. Gold is about even, as you know. It's to be honest, I think just whoever reaches their 6th item fastest, I'm going to be like, that's the team. That's how you win. Just get the items faster.
Yeah, but you could just like funnel the gold into like one person. White Lotus with the counter jungle. I mean, it's not like he has too much else he can be doing right now.
Not a whole bunch extra.
No.
Tom Kench is on the road, though.
On the hunt, he is ready for some culinary action. Is sat on the chef skin. I believe he has found White Lotus. What happens when a hyena meets a catfish?
We're gonna find out.
Catfish will eat the wolf. And here comes Annie, Kira from the mid lane. The Shinigami himself, will he find the kill? No stun comes out, fantastic charge. That was probably the best E I've ever seen from a Caitlyn. Into the wall, into the death chamber.
I mean, just because you got to max different things doesn't mean you can't start throwing abilities around randomly at this point. Seiya could be caught, but there is the light binding coming out from Arce. Seiya with a lot of shields coming from his summoners.
Oh, Smurf into the action. The laser comes in, takes him out. That's another kill going over to whatever that team is. And the shutdown comes in. Tamkench, another one onto Arce. And EU, man, we're ahead by 200 gold, 100 gold.
Oh, yeah, regional pride. Let's do it. I'm sorry.
It's
Biases are going...
EU asterisks.
I think, EU asterisks.
I mean, we're not fully EU here, but we're close enough. We'll take it. Oh, analyze this one,
okay,
Stress.
I've got this. Holy Phoenix dies.
Nice.
I mean, it was a good kill by Lep. I mean, you're maxing W on Cat, you've got a little bit of damage coming out. Easy peasy.
I mean, that's basically Canarine. You max W, you build some items, and then you get pentakills.
Yeah.
So
Lep could actually penta you.
He actually could. Faldrin into the bottom lane. He's going to be clearing out these minions. Of course, usually the big damage spike that that most Gangplanks get is the Trinity Force into the Infinity Edge. In this game, the big item spike will be Face of the Mountain, Mikhail's Crucible, which is fairly similar.
Fairly. A little bit similar. Bottom lane, though, here's Lep's time to shine. Can he kill Faldrin here?
BRTT with the stun, but the Mandarin comes out. Faldrin will be making his way underneath this turret. No matter what happens, he's going to get the 1-for-1. And indeed he does. The shutdown onto Annie.
Mid lane is the next point of trouble here for Kira.
Oh, the combo! But Kira manages to survive. He will walk up to his opponent and promptly E him just to send a message. Dumble Doge showing that he is indeed a troll. Holy Phoenix, he's looking for some kills, but he is immediately exhausted. Why wouldn't you be by Lux? Dumble Doge now heading underneath this turret. He's going to pop his ultimate. He's going to put up the pillar, and he does set up the kill for his AD carry, Holy Phoenix. You can see the synergy in action. White Lotus pressed R, picked up a kill. That is a 2-for-1.
Europe have lost the lead, Pulse.
No!
The gold has gone behind. One thing that you kind of keep a track of is Lev is about to get stunned up after getting thrown onto the barrel.
Would you like to take this one, Stress?
Yeah, I'll take this one.
All right.
Lep is on the way. Thaldrin's actually just going to give up chasing him, so...
Oh, that's pretty boring.
Yeah, that wasn't too good. But, you know, what I was going to say is Dumbledore through the jungle, clearly showing his expertise, because with that W max, the 20% increased healing, he's just able to just go through the jungle and not lose a whole lot of health.
That's true. What has that turned into? A build water cutlass.
Is that actually in the build? I feel like that would actually
Is it
just
really,
be good.
like,
Hextech
you
Gunblade.
find
It is. It is.
Okay.
It's swiftness distortion with Gunblade. That's legit. I mean, it's half of what Trundle would normally build.
It's going to take him a while to get there, but once he gets there, it's going to be Value City. The RTT. He's got the stun. He's found Holy Phoenix. He is going to kill him eventually. The laser comes in, though, from Arce. That will be picking up the kill. Dumbledore is hammering away on his target. He is eventually going to kill him.
See, what is this?
This is
a
broken.
legit Trundle build.
This is broken, Stress.
Bilgewater Cutlass.
All we need now is a Gwynsu's. It's actually good.
How good would that have been if these builds were written before that? Like all the changes? It was like, give everybody Gwynsu's. Oh, dear.
Alright. Bloodset will be speeding up Warwick. That can only be good things coming for the SA team.
In goes Cat. Lep's on the
R. It's reset town, boys. Lep looking for these kills. He's going to try and jump over Thaldrin, but Smurf will eat him. Gets satcheled. And Smurf will be heading back to base while he cooks up a meal. Thaldrin trying his best to clear out these minions. That was a legit
Lotus.
It's gonna queue him real quick and laugh my way out.
Just stopping the recall. But you can see Lep just is... Lep could be the carry right here, just in general. Oh, not if he does that. Lep, no! Oh, Lep.
The carry they didn't need, but the one they deserve. Smurf, he's coming in. He just needs these stacks. That's all he needs. Whoop.
He's got it. I mean,
kill,
that's
boys.
the thing is, like, base damages on some of these champions are actually ridiculous. Like,
oh, yeah.
Like, what is the Tam Kench nerfing? Maxing.
What is Tam Kench
He's
really
just
nerfing?
things. He is maxing Devout. And that does
like,
a significant amount of damage.
Oh! That was not okay.
Hit the wall.
Yeah. You walk near a wall and you die. I feel like every League player knows that pain by now.
Yeah. Certainly the first time I ever played with like a jungle Graves, I'm like, oh, mid lane, Graves. Graves comes into my lane, kills the enemy laner. I'm like, oh, okay, jungle Graves does that.
Okay then.
Okay, sweet. We hit the wall and everything around it dies.
So what do we got? We got some of these first items being completed here, Stress. Luden's Echo on Warwick, of course. And Annie has picked up the Static Shift.
It's time. The first Talisman of Ascension is here.
Is everyone building a Talisman of
There's
Ascension?
like 3 of them.
There's
in
a
this
lot
game.
of them in this game.
Like, it's the gotta go fast team comp with Trundle increased movement speed, Talisman of Ascension.
That's probably the lowest damage ace in the hole I've ever seen.
Annie with the half AD, half tank build. You can see on your screen.
I like it. I love it. I love it. Smurf lands the Q. He's got
look at
2
that damage
stacks.
coming from Q.
Just needs one more. Tam Kench's hungry.
Has he got? I was
got
going to say,
flash.
has he got flash?
Of
Doesn't
course
even
he
have it.
doesn't.
He's got TP Ignite. Does any? Yeah, there are some flashes.
White
Oh,
Lotus.
Kira's got him.
Whoa! Did not expect that. I literally looked away for a second. I was like, he's away. He's definitely not away.
Come on, EU. You
Round
got this
6.
tower as well.
Yeah. Evening of the turrets. EU Pride. Holy Phoenix.
Ooh.
That damage, man. You immediately go near a tower. Boom, headshot. Thank you, Caitlyn. White Lotus coming into the fray. He is currently out of mana. And eaten. So, yeah, he's pretty dead. Lep is going to be heading into the bottom lane. Oh, meanwhile, mid lane, everyone is dying from SA.
Oh, ace in the hole.
That's not going to do any damage.
Oh, you're right.
Oh, but Dumbledore, though.
Use that movement
Basically
speed.
the kill on Faker right there. I've never seen a more hype place into them.
I don't know whether that translates. Also, look at how much difficulty Holy Phoenix is having there, trying to auto through minions on the new Graves.
Whoa, it's Lep time. Holy Phoenix, run for your life. He's actually just gonna dodge into the base of SA. Lep, he's gonna take him out. Arce is gonna be the one to pick up the kill here. Holy Phoenix, just gonna farm some minions on his way out. This might be a kill. Oh, he gets it with the end of the line and will take one with him, just like the cinematic. Wasn't Nautilus, but still, I'll take it.
I'm kind of tilted.
Why is that?
By the Dark Seal.
Because it's still there.
It's still there. It's like 5 stacks.
He's not even trying to hide his crime. Oh, Smurf. He was so close to eating Arce there. If you just needed a refresher from Trundle, that is his build. Warwick as well. The Phantom Dancer, there's a new one you can see. The third item coming in here. I'm trying to think which synergizes with his ultimate. I guess the Black Cleaver would be okay.
Yeah, that's not too bad. I mean, that was like Warwick for a while.
That's a frozen mana completed, isn't it? Because Paladin's moving very slowly every time say hit. What a quality item though.
Yeah, I'm gonna hit solo queue with that after.
I feel like there's a lot of people already doing this in progress. Kira,
I mean,
that's the ultimate. Oh, that's
Boris doesn't go on there, just kind of like swiping at the air.
BRTT, how much can he do? Smurf with the E, he will be shielding up. Kira doing a lot of damage, but eventually Arce will kill him. Tumble Doge, he's on the chase. He's running away. White Lotus looking for Faldrin. He's already used his ultimate, so that means he probably can't do anything else.
Dancing shoes are on, boys.
So White Lotus is literally just waiting for his looters, I think. Whoa. Doesn't quite get him this time.
He's just toying with Faldrin. White Lotus
oh,
is dead.
Holy Phoenix.
On the side.
It was all bait. Tumble Doge. He can move fast, small areas of the map, but Lep, he's going to pick up the kill. Lep is doing really well for himself, by the way, 6-3 and 3.
Also, you can see what Arce was trying to do at that point, trying to make sure he got an assist on that, just by throwing out the shield.
Ruh-roh.
Just to get more of those illegal stacks in this game.
Illegal stacks. Smurf, run away. You can make it. Lep's got the reset, though. He's after Holy Phoenix. What does Holy Phoenix have? I don't think he has very much. Oh, he's got a lot of damage over his close range. He's looking for the E. That is, of course, the max skill. And both of them bite the dust in the end. So that was a 1-for-1 trade. Just as an update, we have 46 kills so far in 19 minutes.
You know what I worry about?
What's that? Kira's lifespan? Or?
No, because Kira's dead on this one. Just gonna keep going. I worry about, you know, listening to Yamato talk so much about how some of these builds were genius makes me a little bit more worried for Europe, even more than I am after the big player exodus that we've seen going to North America. Because like Rocket are going to come out with like Ziggs with Frozen Mallet or something like that.
Runan's Frozen Mallet.
I'm a little bit worried. It's just like, well, you know, we figured we can do this. And,
I saw it in IWCA. It seemed good.
Seems legit.
Oh, that is a lot of lifesteal. Ooh, that's actually quite good. Where's Smurf going? Come with me. It's like, no, no.
Tibbers.
I don't think this is. Oh, okay, maybe this is a good play. That's like 50 gold in the bank.
I think that was actually like the most useless Tamken shot I've ever seen.
Well, not really. What else are you going to use it for? Flanking? He just got 50 gold, man.
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, mid lane now, Holy Phoenix, if he was there in the ult, this could actually be legit.
So Lep is pretty big. Cancels the ultimate and gets the rebound off the end of the line. Meanwhile, Kira stacking up those kills all day with the ultimate. Smurf, he's going to be wandering around. Look how happy Holy Phoenix looks at himself.
Is there ever a moment that man is not happy? If you were like Caldrogo 2.0, would you not be happy like every moment of
And you got an AD carry this game.
I know, right?
Sort of an AD carry. Boom, headshot.
Please stop. Can I get Pulse patch 5.23 with a hot fix?
White Lotus just hot fixed Tam Kench. And Kira, he's got the stutter step mechanics as well.
He's going for it. Oh, couldn't quite get Sia.
Close, but no cigar. Needed Graves on that one.
Please stop.
Tumble Doge. He's after White Lotus. I think he's got pretty good chances in this 1v4. Oh, I said that as a joke, but I actually do think he does have a good chance in this 1v4 now.
You look at the health bars and it's like, huh.
Tumble Doge not going down, actually going up on auto attacks.
Oh, BRTT's caught him though. Oh, no.
Rest in Trundle.
By the way, one thing to go along with Star Guardian Lux, just as a skin. This doesn't work in like anything above like plat. But if you throw out her shield, players that aren't familiar playing against Star Guardian Lux will think it is her Q. like 100%.
Oh.
Because the particles are so different and very similar to each other, and different from Lux's standard, that you can actually mind game people pretty significantly with that. I mean, as soon as people understand the Lux skin, it doesn't work anymore. But anybody that's in like silver, try it, and I bet you'll get a flash at least once in a game.
I mean, do you remember the Katarina skin where?
Where you could
she
recall
tossed
and throw a bouncing blade
yeah.
up? That was insane. That was so good.
Actually legit. A team fight happened, by the way, while that was happening. White Lotus just lost most of his health to Graves Q. Lep, he's definitely chasing after Dumble Damage. Oh, he gets the kill, gets the reset, jumps onto Kira. How much does he have, though? This is some disgusting damage. No way did that just happen! Meanwhile, in the mid lane, cannonballs are raining down from the sky. It is literally the apocalypse underneath the inner turret here.
And now you've got the split push, Cat.
I can't
She
even tell
clears
who's
the winning. Is there a winner?
Does anyone really win in this game mode? Yes, we do.
What Lep's trying to.
Yeah,
Lep
he's
really
ending the
is.
game. He's going ham, man.
We finally the Dark Seal is gone. I wonder whether it was like Kami and he just wasn't doing well enough, so just sold it for the extra
It was after
gold.
the 2 deaths. In this case, it was after 9 deaths. He was like, guys, it's not really working out. Boom. Got him. There's 9, 7,
I feel like you
and
should
10.
take extra damage if you go into an impassable wall as Graves using
Yeah, you should take damage
collateral
yourself. I mean, that's how it worked in the
get
New Dawn. And die.
What? No, that's. I mean, that's inconclusive.
And summon Nautilus.
I just feel like if you blast yourself back into like an impassable wall like that, I think there should be a penalty.
I think so too.
Although I am now trying to bring physics into the game, which I don't know. We've kind of got like a.
Is it coded as a
girl that
minion?
can throw fire?
Oh, Smurf with the epic flank has eaten up Lux.
Got him.
Has definitely killed Lux. Dumble Doge. Another point to him. On the chase. That was a fantastic not stun Tibbers. And gets chomped down. Lep coming into the fight. Pentakills will surely ensue. There's the ultimate. Takes
Here comes
one.
Lep.
Looks for the reset. Looking for the second. Has been eaten up by Smurf. Doesn't quite pick up the kill onto Baldrin. There's the hill coming out. What was that damage? Where did it even come from?
I honestly feel like Lep could have just like shunpoed halfway across. He had it available, I believe. Maybe. Kira's got like Frozen Mallet in action here from Sia.
Get him, Ziggs. Get him. Oh, this is not good for Ziggs.
Nope, not
Get
anymore.
out of there. Saya, run him. You can make it. Oh, White Lotus with the flank though. Has been exhausted, and he is also Warwick, but gets the lifesteal off the Hungering Strike and shut down inevitably to Holy Phoenix. Has completed the Mana Moon, and the Zeke's Harbinger, who did he bind? He's with Gangplank. Okay, that kind of makes sense.
That does kind of
Because he actually, I don't think he has crit from his own build, so this is actually straight up synergy here.
Straight up.
Yeah, no, Gangplank does not have any crit in the rest of his item build, so yeah, fitting in the shortcomings of this glorious build from Valkyrie.
Is that a short joke?
Is that a short joke? No, it's not.
At this point, Europe, they're in a good spot right now. Kind of. There's not too much of a lead, but they did just get a dragon. It is the first one of the game. They are the only team with Smite. So
ultimate control over all objectives. 26 minutes in and first dragon. Lep. Trying to get out. I hear an ultimate going on. There it is. But unfortunately, Tam Kench exists in this game, so that's never going to work. Lep's coming in though. Oh, it just detonates Holy Phoenix. Smurf does manage to shield up, but it's not going to be enough. He'll be going down. Dumble Doge. The triple kill coming in for Lep. Maybe Lep should add Katarina to his champion pool.
I actually think Lep is probably going to carry this game now. Like,
I mean, it's
I thought about
Katarina
it
with
earlier.
items, so.
Yeah.
And she has Gwynsuits. Like, there's no way that Katarina can lose.
Is that in the build? I think it is. I remember hearing that and being like, Gwynsuits? What? Archangel stuff coming up next, so that might be a pretty slow stacker. Just try and stack off W every.
I don't even think that helps like at all. Baldrin with the chain. Oh, it's not a lot of damage. There's the ultimate coming in. Baldrin. Oh, he's in the hole. Saya tries to block that. Actually surprised he didn't Satchel Charge out of the way. They are actually trying to win this game. Baldrin. Oh, epically low damage Qs. Smurf comes in from the side once again. Smurf has had some pretty sick flanks this game.
He has,
gotta say. Saya is chasing after Valdrin, throwing kills left and right. I literally can't process what's going on in these fights because it's like Dumble Doge with just some random item. It's like, oh, okay, Dumble Doge just hit him with the Luden Trunk.
As it happens, Saya kiting back.
Left probably doing more damage with his auto attacks at this stage. Smurf gonna spit it back out. He's gonna be shumpoing away, takes the tongue to the face. And Smurf goes down without even activating Tough Skin.
Leb really is the true carry in this game. 16, 7, and 5. I thought it was 15.
He is the true carry. There's also a lot of items being completed over the last couple of minutes. Got the Zeke's Harbinger also on BRTT. If he wasn't AD carry, he'd be loving it.
Bloodthirster on Ziggs, just completed. I mean, means he's going to hit not very often, but do
but
some
when
damage.
He does. Lux has completed the Runan's Hurricane.
That was not as impressive as I thought it was going to be. Seeing it proc the light passive.
I mean, it sounded great in theory.
It does, and then you remember that Lux, actually, the passive scales off AP, so in order for it to do damage, you have to have damage.
That's true. Kira, pretty dead. And the Holy Phoenix is making other people pretty dead, such as Saya in the mid lane, as you can see. White Lotus in his natural habitat of the jungle.
Oh, in comes Time Kench.
He's on his way. Left. He's also attacking.
Whoa! That was a Holy
Phoenix.
Phoenix.
That's quite some damage. BRTT is being drained slowly by Dumble Doge. Got the stun off. This is the Great Escape Mark II, League of Legends Annie on her way out. Not really sure where BRTT is going.
But just anywhere that he can.
Anywhere that is not around Holy Phoenix. BRTT turned around. Will he get the turnaround? Yes, he does. Takes them out in the showdown, the one-on-one. 1-for-1.
White Lotus.
White Lotus has given up on life and is now just split pushing lanes.
He's like, I'm just not going to fight you. I'm going to fight your turrets.
He's like, this is a fight I can. This is not a fight I can win.
There's a Gangplank build, as you can see in the bottom of your screen. Ace in the hole shouldn't be enough.
Nope.
That's not a full.
I mean, why would it?
I mean,
Valdrin.
Oh no!
Does he have enough damage?
I'm
not sure.
Valdrin do not play Zillion. I mean, Siros with the Venn diagrams was good. Okay, that one hit.
If you place down enough barrels,
1 out of 2
one's
ain't
gonna
bad.
hit. That was no, that's 1 out of 4. Yeah.
I love how you took a moment just to double check your maths, even though I was like referring to the Venn diagram as a whole.
Okay.
See, I'll beat you on a technicality, it's fine. I don't have any shame in winning on a technicality.
And Lux, he's got a Lich Bane. He seems like good. What's the rest of his build? What's he at right now?
Lux has a Lich Bane, the Hurricane. That rhymes.
Good
Sorry,
stress.
you just catch yourself like, huh. Our item
You're a
designers
poet, you didn't even know it.
Very, very clever. A lot of items, right?
Oh man. We are 30 minutes into this game. There have been 88 kills.
We're about to crest 100.
We're about to have a full-on team fight, ladies and gentlemen. Arce will be the first casualty. Saya and BRTT on the retreat. Ace in the hole is going to scratch the backside of Annie as she retreats. Dumble Doge, he's on the chase. Smurf was thinking about being on the chase, but quickly gave up. Saya with the ultimate coming in. He'll be taking him out. And you were saving that one, weren't you?
I was. I had that one
How
about
long
10
were you
minutes.
sat on that?
Like 10 minutes, Pulse. 10 minutes.
Just waiting for him to pick up the kill.
Didn't get a kill with his ult. I watched like 4 fly and I was,
92 kills.
Just cast a thing.
Just 2,000 gold separating these two teams. And 2 turrets as well. SA are slightly ahead in that regard. Currently, this is minute 31, no ends in sight.
Day 31. Still nothing.
They still suspect nothing. Smurf misses the tongue. He's going to turn on White Lotus. White Lotus going to jump on Kira here real quick. Has been exhausted. And GP is here. GP has arrived into the fight. GP is kind of derping around. Doesn't really have too much to do with all the support items. As well as button suppress.
Damage.
Hex Tech Gunblade.
Nice.
White Lotus. Uh-oh. Death has arrived. Get him. Oh, style points. Hey, it's Baron time, boys.
It is, well, they have Smite, so although Dumbledore can't die here, that would kind of take away the Smite.
Yeah, you can.
Will we see a Ziggs steal? How good a support's he using Smite? That is a question. No ultimate up available for Ziggs.
Well, does he have vision?
Is he going to try? Can he do anything? No, he's getting to.
No, this isn't happening. Ultimate objective control with Smite.
I actually think that kind of just wins them the game, to be honest.
I think so too. Holy Phoenix is doing quite a lot of damage. You know who I haven't seen in like 10 minutes? It's like Lep. Like he was killing everybody. Now I just don't know where he is.
Well,
there
this
he is.
This is like, you know when. Okay, this is a weird one, but you know when you got somebody that you're playing a normal with somebody that's like very high ranked.
Yeah.
And they like go 10-0 on Lee Sin.
Yeah.
And then they end the game like 10-11. Because they're like, I can carry this, guys. That's what Lep is kind of doing here. But this is a big fight.
This is a big fight. I can't really tell what's going on. I think
all I know is Europe is winning.
Oh yeah, good job EU Asterix. The 5-0 and the tower and the inhib and the death timers are 40 seconds, and all of a sudden EU just kind of won.
That's it. Ship the win, boys.
Ship it. The first Nexus turret's going down. Saya desperately trying to hold on, and in true EU fashion, more hungry for the kill than they are for the Nexus. The second Nexus going down. There we go, Smurf going one-on-one with the fountain turret, but I think the Nexus is going down, and I don't think that team could have been any more ecstatic to have won that game.
They won it. They got it.
That was quite something
Europe
to
proud.
behold. God bless Europe.
I mean, this basically goes on the list of accomplishments. I mean, Europe, we had 2 teams in the semifinals at Worlds. Basically, you know, did incredibly well in group stage, and then like the third one on this is beat the South American team in Ultimate Bravery. I guess
I think the only way is down from here, Stress. Like, I don't really see any way.
Well, I mean, all of our players are gone now, so
that's true. Yeah, it's got to turn on the stream to see them now.
NA equals EU these days, so there is no more greater than or less than. But what we do know is that Ultimate Bravery EU Asterix is greater than SA.
It's like the Borg, you know? They kind of just assimilated Europe. Oh man, that was quite something. That's not the only show match that we have for the rest of the tournament. We've got plenty more coming. And if that one's any to go by, I'm sure the rest of them will be quite amazing.
I'm just waiting for the one where they take just a lot of the super hard challenges. Like, I think there's like a Riven with like 7 tiers. I mean, you can't even have that many, but...
I wouldn't be surprised. Let's check real quick. Yes. Archangel Staff Man Moon.
It pretty much is. But, I mean, when you look at that game... there was some really high-level play there, I feel.
Oh, yeah.
Lots of high-level play. That's basically, as Yamato was saying, was kind of a glimpse into EU West ladder at times. At times.
At times, yes. There was some interesting item builds. Some of them were actually quite good, but yeah, nice. Anyway,
Nice.
we're gonna send it over to Atlas, who is standing on stage with one of the winners.
Thank you very much, guys, and thank you so much to Dumbledore as well. Picking up his Trundle, he has played it as support, so I actually think that he's cheating just a little bit. Already had so much practice, but how was it hopping into the jungle, Dumbledore?
Well, it was really hard to jungle because since you don't have the jungle item, you can't hit level 2 after a camp. But after all, it was really fun.
Most certainly was, and I think you had a better time than Mr. Warwick in the jungle as well. You just sort of sat there and farmed, got through it, and everything was fine. He was just dying all the time.
Yeah, I was kind of full tryhard, I guess. Maybe I should play like Warwick to have more fun.
Oh, potentially, but you did manage to get to your gunblade. You know, you were shooting people. What did you feel about the build? Did you think that it was like something you might try in solo queue?
Well, it was actually really useful because when I use the Hex Tech, it also procs the Ludan, and it was really good burst, so maybe I should try at least once.
Yeah, maybe even if you're playing it in lane as well, you play the support Trundle. Do you think that, you know, this is something you might pick up? Maybe swiftness boots, maybe some gunblades?
Yeah, as first item especially, it's really good.
Fantastic. You don't need any gold generation, guys. You just need gun blades. That's exactly how it works. But how are you feeling moving out of this potentially into some more games here, playing in the All-Star team? How are you feeling moving forward? Do you think that you'll be able to learn anything from this?
Well, I think this really added to me personally. I think I learned a lot, and I'm looking forward to use it in more competitive scenes.
Fantastic. You heard it here first, guys. Trundle in the jungle, played by the support player of the All-Star team from Turkey. This is exactly how everything's going to go, but we are going to throw it back for some more analysis of that game to the analysis desk.
Thank you very much, Max.
And what analysis we have.
Well, the first thought that comes to mind is the composition on the red side, of
Max,
course.
oh God.
It is this,
Never mind.
it is this one-shot composition with the Annie, the AP Warwick. They need to stick on a target, preferably Tahm Kench, because in the early game we saw Warwick ulting other people, and Tahm Kench was like, full terminate, come with me if you want to live. And I think they should have figured that out earlier.
I think Yamato's a genius. Some of those builds actually worked out really well. Smurf did actually absurd amounts of damage. He would like get them, stun them, slap them, eat them, and then as soon as you come out, you get a free Lichbane proc. So, like, you talked about Lep being the carry of that game, potentially couldn't quite get over the line. Smurf honestly was carrying that game by the end of it on Tahm Kench.
We do have to call a couple of people out who we noticed it from
That's
that broke
true.
the rules. First off,
Guys,
and
come on.
most blatant perpetration, Lux. Dark Seal, just out there for anyone to see. That was not on your item.
He gets the paddle.
Yeah.
It's just not okay, is it? It's not okay. There's rules in place, and we get to name and shame him endlessly from this.
Yeah, definitely. I want to give out an honorable mention to Kira on Caitlyn. He's a mid laner, chose at 80 carry. He did cheat a little bit. He didn't level his ultimate. He did level his ultimate on level 6, which we know that he's cheating. That should be at level 7, but we do have a replay to show that he was doing really well on Caitlyn. Some suave moves, honestly.
I think you have to give some credit to Smurf here as well, because the combination of it, I think this is what the composition is about. Just creating picks with this amazing Caitlyn that has the talisman already to just boost the movement speed, pick up. We can roll the clip already, because I'm running out of things to say here about this particular replay. There's the combination, beautiful. I want to frame this and put it up on my wall like a Harry Potter picture, you know, that moves. Beautiful.
Seriously, that was actually really smart. Smurf like boosts Kira out of the way to get in range for the headshot, lines up the E, and then knows he gets a free headshot to get the kill. Like, all silliness aside, that was actually very well played. I was impressed with Kira's mid-AP Caitlyn mechanics.
Yeah, definitely. If we look at builds, we heard that we were talking to Dumbledore, who played an impressive Trundle and actually said, well, it was working pretty well, and he did used to play it as a support just in regular games, so that was good for him. Other things that were quite successful, Katarina with Taginzus, but you say that you guys made the builds, and it was on this patch, but before you realized how strong it would be.
Made the build. The mad scientists, as they were referred to, I don't think I'm actually mad or a scientist, but like...
You are a doctor, though.
Yeah, exactly. So, hey, it was good. Surprisingly good. I forgot when we were making this that Katarina's ultimate has a 3.0 AD scaling. So it turns out when you max W that scales with AD, you have an ultimate that scales like that. So
Not bad.
Bravery is rewarded.
Bravery is rewarded.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think Lep actually could have gone a little deeper in some of the situations. We saw it. He was going off, getting kills, would look like he was lined up for the Penta, and then just stopped fighting, it felt like.
Well, I mean, it was also because you feel like, okay, he's coming in, he's going to get a couple of kills, but then they all do negative damage, so it's in the end.
I think it's also you have to kind of blame his teammates as well, because you have the combination, the Lux ultimate, the Annie Tibbers, the Warwick. You just have to get the resets going, but I never saw them use this sick combination that is...
Pretty hard to reset, to be fair. So when the frozen mallet Ziggs throws down the ultimate and Katarina's thinking in his head, this is my chance, I'm going to get the resets, and then it does 150 damage.
Yeah.
There's a thing that comes in hand with Bravery, that is faith. You need to believe that you will kill something.
CLG should have just played Ultimate Bravery, that's what it is. Anyway, well, very interesting game mode, and we'll be seeing it every day, and in this one, EU has won it, so yay for that. We are going to take a quick break, but when we come back, the regular 5 versus 5s will resume, and we'll see Turkey on the field for the first time, so don't go anywhere.
Bu etkinlikte öyle seçilmemin yıl boyu performansımla alakalı olduğunu düşünüyorum. Bu da gurur verici bir şey. Aynı zamanda ülkeyi temsil etmek de çok hoş.
I don't have any goals coming into the event, but I'm here for a new experience. In wildcard events, Turkey has been a really successful region, so I believe that we can keep the success going on All-Star event too and win it.
The wave completely missing. Oh, Holy Phoenix jumps around the side. The exhaust is on, but only for so long. Arce gets taken down. He gets the reset, comes in towards them. It's a support for support, and it's the damage dealers going in. Ripwalk, force ball straight up towards them. Double kill, triple kill. Goes in towards Arce. Gets the quadra, gets the pentakill, and Holy Phoenix just cleans out the Russian forces.
We couldn't find a time to train together, but I believe our synergy is going to be really high.
Açıkçası bu sezon orta koridorda çok rakibim yoktu. Herkese ezip geçtiğim için rahatça seçildim.
And welcome back, everyone, to the International Wildcard All-Stars. My name is Julian Page-Timecard, taking over for Shox here on the Analyst House. Joining me are James Stress O'Leary, Jacob Yamada, Kenan Memdi, and Zach Rusty Pie. It has been a great day so far, but before we get too involved in everything else that's happening, we have to remind you there is a contest going on that you guys all at home should be a part of. You've seen some of our entries, well, interesting to say the least, but if you want, go ahead, get on Twitter and give us your entries. We want your Warwick impressions, I believe, your best impressions of Warwick and his dance.
I'm glad none of mine have come up yet. I mean, the Warwick, when we saw Spawns here earlier, and I was like, man, compared to mine, that is actually good. I mean, and Spawns was bad. Don't get me wrong. Like, you know, Spawn, I love you, but mine was horrible, horrible, horrible. Please don't use this on the video team, please.
And I'm sure that'll get cute just before the game. But before we get into it, we do have some teams to talk about as well. Turkey taking to the Rift for the first time here, I guess apart from some of them playing in the Ultimate Bravery game just before. But it's going to be on Summoners Rift 5v5, taking on Southeast Asia, who already have a win in today's tournament. But let's start with Turkey. Of course, they are the new team in Stress. I want to ask you, we've seen this team play a bunch of times. Thaldrun, Holy Phoenix, two standout players from this team.
Absolutely, and two players that have just a wealth of experience overall. I've had the pleasure of casting them probably for the last 3 years. I mean, you look at this lineup and you can kind of reach into a bag and go, oh, it's the Dark Passage lineup. Oh, it's Aces High. Oh, it's Team to Quality Blue. Like, whichever combination you pull out. But Thaldrun and Holy Phoenix are big name players when you look at it. Very experienced, not only on an international stage, but they've been up against some of the best of the best. And honestly, they're players that are very, very confident and very consistent in their roles. I mean, we saw Holy Phoenix Graves in the last game. I mean, imagine if you had a real build.
Exactly. I agree.
And also like the player that fits in that category as well, together with Thaldrun and of course Holy Phoenix, has to be Naru. These are three players that have played a lot of European solo queue and have had a lot of success. Naru, in my opinion, like mechanically, I think he's one of the strongest mid laners in this tournament. And with that in mind, it's like Turkey as a region as a whole, it's like they have the players that are pretty good, and they have the backing and the infrastructure, but still they haven't had the same success that Brazil has had in international competition.
That's the big question. Can they actually step up to the plate and finally get themselves where they need to be, which is at least matching Brazil, who, as you said, seem to just be this upper echelon of performance when it comes to the day, opposed to that of Turkey. And something that's actually going to hurt them even further in this particular tournament is that they're no longer in Turkey. If you think back to all of the other events that they've actually had, they've all been at a hometown, and they haven't made it out of group stages, or they've lost in a finals match. Now that they're not there at all, they're actually in Australia. It could be even worse.
Well,
could be better.
Could be better.
Melbourne, mate.
Exactly. Well, hasn't helped Oceania just yet, unfortunately. But let's go through the Turkish lineup real quick. Starting in the top lane, of course, it is Thaldrun, their jungler, who's looking real strong there as well.
Crystal,
sorry, thank you very much.
At the end. It's all right, man.
Kira their mid lane.
You changed name a bunch
Holy
of times.
Phoenix, their AD carry, and of course, Dumbledore, who I would never forget playing their support.
It's a pretty all-star lineup when you look at a Turkish team. Like, honestly, and that sounds really strange because I don't think a lot of fans maybe from North America, maybe European fans will be familiar with the scene in Turkey because there are big-name sports clubs that football clubs like Besiktas that, you know, are invested in the Turkish infrastructure. And it really makes a team like that never want to stray outside of Turkey. And that may be one of the things that makes it a little bit difficult for the Turkish teams to compete. I'm interested to see how they can do here at Wildcard.
Well, we'll have to find out soon as you are going to take the lift. Let's start over our casters for the play.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Quick shot here, joined by Spawn as we take over the caster desk, elevate the height just a tad, and we'll be rounding out the 5v5 for the day. It is Thanksgiving in at least East Coast, so welcome to Turkey and to our American viewers if you are still watching. Turkey, what are we expecting here, Spawn?
Yeah, I'm expecting big things because, you know, the lineup that they sent to the IWCA at least performed fantastically, had a little bit of a letdown at MSI and trickled off after that, but this is a proud region full of very proud players, and the man on your screen right there, Tholdren, went off at IWCA, so I cannot wait to see if he can get back to that level.
He's going to be playing up against Arce this time around, of course. Southeast Asia picked up a win. They beat the locals, Oceania, earlier today, but let's be honest, they kind of gave that game away. I mean, they let Carbon get the Baron steal, and Southeast Asia were maybe a little lucky to punish a mistake.
Yeah, definitely were, and that's one thing I will say, that they started off with a game plan. They looked fantastic, but as the team fight started, maybe a little miscommunication or uncoordination came through, and I want to see whether they can clean that part of their game up, because that's what C is famous for as a region, being able to smash people in team fights.
So let's find out if Turkey can match that smashing power. It's, of course, the first time we're seeing them. This is the 7th and final region from the IWCA. Straight out the gates, taking GP off the table. We've seen, honestly, a whole plethora of champions across the entire day. There's not really a standard when it comes to the ADCs or top lanes, mids, maybe the junglers to some extent, but even then, not really.
Yeah, it's funny because, you know, I was watching an LPL cast, an NEST cast on this same patch, and one team went all AD carries. They had a Graves top, they had like Kayle, Caitlyn. The other team went like Rammus, Mundo, like Zed, and just went complete anti-AD carry. So there seems to be so many ways to play on the current patch, and each team is going to irk something different out of it and see if they can get that advantage.
So we'll find out. One of these teams decide to lock in their champions in a moment or two. No big surprises. Mundo off the table again. One of the highest bans today. Soraka's 2 for 2 as far as bans are concerned. We want to keep track of this for the Stress versus Yamata Cannon, Soraka versus OP or not OP. But these teams are taking their time.
They certainly are, and one thing I do want to point out from GPL is that they've banned Twisted Fate again. And this is something that Oceania, I guess, imposed on the C region. They played it a couple of times in the group stages, then once in the final, the Chiefs versus the Bangkok Titans at IWCQ, and from that period onwards, they've just gotten it off the table. They don't like the global pressure it provides and prefer to allow G4 to split push and pull people around the map where he can play those assassins.
So we'll find out if G4 gets his hands on a comfy assassin. Southeast Asia ban out Tom Kench as their final champion. Second time, so they banned it on blue side, they banned it on red side. Maybe they just don't like that champion. Again, up against, of course, a different squad. And for Turkey, Rek'Sai is available. We've seen when Elise is taken off the table, Rek'Sai raises in priority. We've not seen Kindred. Banned once or twice, but not actually seen her yet.
That's who I was actually going to point out, because Kindred is one of those annoying AD carries that if you get the Rift Herald onto her, maybe with a tanky top laner, you start shredding through these turrets. And once again, with the ultimate at level 6, very easy to turret dive. So surprised we haven't seen it, but there it is.
So we are a little bit figuring this one out. Are you expecting this in Holy Phoenix's hands or Crystal's? That's the real question.
So from what I know of Crystal, he does like to go a little bit deep sometimes. He is an initiator for his team, and I think it'll be very fun to watch him play a new highly mobile jungler. So looking forward to seeing if he does pick it up. In saying that, Crystal is so famous for his Rek'Sai. When you think of Crystal, you think of Rek'Sai, and that is still available, so maybe it can be changed around.
Yeah, SOFM could take that away, deny that opportunity, but I like the power of the flex, right? It gives you that a little bit of doubt. Southeast Asia will lock in Kalista Thresh, their bottom lane. Moss went to town on EDG with his roaming Thresh. He has death sentences for days. and Turkey have to figure out how to dodge those.
Yeah, and Moss had a great first game. I think he took the Alistair away from Egypt in that set versus Oceania and did great things. And we'll see on his signature champion this time whether he's able to have a similar performance. Optimus, we've seen a lot of Kalista. I actually thought she would fall off with the changes to crit, but people just seem to sub in the Infinity Edge instead of the Bloodthirster after a couple of items and go to town with a Hurricane still.
It's just so many things you can do with the Kalista. Or initiation, peel, engage, disengage, poke. Like, there's nothing she does badly, really, if you think about it.
She even has good range and mobility, right? So she's just an overall safe pick. And Yamato Cannon always says it's about the support when you've got Kalista on your lineup, because Moss now can go berserk.
So let's see what Moss can do. But Turkey have locked in Corki. Now, I love Corki. That special delivery on Valkyrie is just like a homemade rumble, and it is my favorite spell in the game at the moment. The only problem is it gets me killed all the time because I just jump into every single team fight and hope I can then Valk out. So I want to see what Holy Phoenix can do with it.
Well, I don't even know whether it will go to Holy Phoenix, because Naru is a big-time Ezreal player in the mid lane as well. And Corki fits this kind of hybrid, like, mishmash of AP, AD damage right now and can be played there. I know that Rusty is a big fan of it, so we'll see whether that is the AD carry position. If it is, I expect Naru to take an AD carry somewhere else on the map to try and balance out that magic damage.
Well, let's see how Turkey decide. But again, another flex. You know, we do know Naru plays that Ezreal mid lane. If there was one thing you wanted to run into ranged auto attackers, I think Malphite is a safe option. Yamato talked about on the desk earlier, one of the highest win rates. The auto attack speed slow, as well as building all the armor. Lost Whisper less effective on this patch, so good luck in there for Arce.
Yeah, it certainly is. Also interrupts Valkyrie quite easy if you're at close range, so it's very easy to roam around with Malphite and gank. Team 8 was actually really famous for doing that in the North American region, so we'll see whether that is something that Arce is able to get done. And so far, it looks like they have a lot of people that can start up these team fights. So as long as G4 gets someone that can put out consistent AoE damage, a pretty well-balanced comp so far out of the GPL lineup.
Only lacking a tiny bit of magic damage, I feel, on the side of Southeast Asia. But we're seeing that Lee Sin as well. SOFM had a great Rengar game earlier today, really punishing the Oceanic squad and finding those baller strikes. Now we're going to see what he can do with the Sonic Waves and the kickbacks. For Turkey, 10 seconds left before they round out their composition, and they're going really all in on the magic. With a LeBlanc locked in and a likely Rumble, we should expect Kindred jungle. That's a lot of range, a lot of poke, but no front line to speak of.
And that's what I was going to say. You know, as soon as one Lee Sin kick comes through from SOFM, it's going to be so hard to live through the team fight. I think that banking on an all-in engage and then hoping that the Kindred ultimate can save someone and they can clean up the back end of the team fight. But right now, G4 is locked in probably one of his most famous champions in that Yasuo. And if I knew anything from the IWCA tournament, was do not let this guy get an assassin.
So we have battle lines drawn. It is Turkey against Southeast Asia. It is Magic against Physical. It is Poke and Kite versus Wombo Combo. You couldn't get a starker difference in team compositions here. And I want to see, Naru had some big words about the lack of competition in his local region. G4's got some world experience and may say, come on, let's go to town.
Yeah, I certainly agree. G4, the thing that I will admire the most about him is he does not shy from any challenge. He would not be intimidated going up against Naru. Hell, this is a guy that picked Aurelia into Faker and went to town in that match. I've got first blooded at level 2, you know, but didn't back down from the fight.
He went to town because he was killed so early.
Yeah, exactly right. He just had to go back.
Is not a bug.
But we'll see whether he's able to have a better performance, because I think it was game 4 against the Chiefs when he was able to grab this champion. Just was absolutely phenomenal.
So pressure on G4's shoulders. If you can get ahead with that Yasuo, it can block out so much damage with the wind wall. And of course, Turkey looking to get on the board, looking to pick up their first win at the International Wildcard All-Stars. There's your team compositions on screen. Jump on Twitter. Let us know who you think will win. Check out the @lol_Oceania. They've been running those polls for every single game. And let's see if GPL and Southeast Asia can pick it up and go 2-0.
Yeah, and you know, looking through the Turkish lineup, this all-in team fight really does suit how they like to play. Tholdrin is a great Rumble player, but over on GPL, it looks like they might just have enough disengage to get away from this, and no one can really stop the split push out of G4. So I think there might be a little bit of conflicting styles and maybe regional differences, and that's why I love these tournaments so much.
Well, we'll find out if those conflicting styles and regional differences will come into play, and just how good the communication is on the side of GPL. Their team fights against Oceania were pretty good earlier today, and they're going to need to be very good if they want all of these knockups and this Yasuo-empowered comp to really pay off.
Yeah, there certainly is a lot there to get G4 going, putting a lot of pressure on him. Tholdren actually has a favorable matchup here into Arce, but Arce played a pretty good Shen, just a nice, big, beefy player, and we'll see whether he's able to have a similar performance on Malphite.
And you know, we haven't seen many lane swaps, if any, throughout the course of the day. It's not a big surprise considering the coordination involved, but when GPL did initiate some shenanigans earlier today with that, you know, between Tower 2 and Tower 3, pulled the wave, denied some waves to Oceania, it showed at least some level 1 prep and some planning. We're not seeing it this time around.
Yeah, it certainly looks to be a one-and-done strategy. I know they would have put a lot into beating the Oceanic lineup. A little bit of a rivalry has begun to form there. But this time it looks like they're very comfortable. And why would you not be? Thresh Kalista bottom lane is an absolute pain to go up it with a 2v2, and Morgana not really going to be able to add much to that harass in the early game that Corki needs to be able to put down.
So we'll find out if Holy Phoenix can get those fast bombs.
Ooh, a Q start from G4. That's really strange to see out of Yasuo players.
Yeah, because it's traditionally now Emax as well, isn't it, in that 522. Let's find out. Got an early knock-up, so advantage, G4.
Yeah, it certainly is, of course. The new masteries really do suit Yasuo, especially in a split push situation. Don't really have to build that lifesteal. Get 100% crit off just 2 items with that Static Shiv and Infinity Edge. So G4 playing arguably one of the more strong champs on this patch.
I want to see how far ahead G4 can get. Look at this trade down bottom. The Holy Phoenix has been chunked out. Moss really zoning Holy Phoenix and Double Doge away.
Well, this is a thing about the Flay auto attack as well as the Soul Link passive that comes in from Optimus's Kalista. Just means that the auto attack trades early on in the game are always going to go in the Thresh Kalista lane. Now they've got level 2 on Dumbledore. She wants to go aggressive.
Well, the Dark Binding doesn't connect, but nor does the Death Sentence. It is a comedy of errors as every skill shot goes wide. We'll pretend it didn't happen, all right?
Get
Reset.
there, Iron.
Exactly.
You miss 100% of hooks you don't take. A little bit of an invade coming in right now as well for SOFM. One thing I do want to point out, he took Exhaust, so he wants to fight in the jungle there, especially against Crystal, who is going up on that Kindred.
Well, I'm glad you pointed that out because I didn't actually notice that. But I guess there are more rewards easier accessible on 522 for SOFM. So at least we'll allow those ward hops to work out in his favor. And we've actually got a little bit of a jungle steal here from Crystal on that Kindred. I want to track his marks. We do need to keep track of how many of those marks and those hunts he's able to secure with Wolf. Because those empowered autos could become difficult for GPL's team to deal with.
Yeah, it certainly is relevant, especially when that Baron does start to come into play. The longer the game goes, as once again, Tholdren trying to push Arce and maybe setting up for a dive, although action in the mid lane.
Oh, G4 manages to get away from those chains, but we did see Arce. He's being pushed out quite heavily. A Flame Spitter from Tholdren shoving the wave in, so the CS deficit will hurt a little for Arce, but I think the matchup is going to be tough until the team fights start happening, really. That's where Malphite's going to shine.
It certainly is, and you know, they both want to do the same thing in top lane. Farm up, see if they can impact bottom lane with those teleports and get busy. Because realistically, not much hope in killing the Malphite as a Rumble, but also the fact that Malphite just has so many mana issues at the start of the game. He's not going to be able to do much either.
Yeah, it is definitely the case. So for Arce, survive and sustain. G4 is being pushed around for a mid laner with experience and history on Assassins. Naru's doing well. Takes a turret shot, just overstepping his bounds, but he gets the exhaust out of G4 in trade for the Ignite.
SOFM comes in, cleans up the minion. There's Moss.
Good come for the roam. Actually pulled up Optimus as well. I got so excited about the clone kill that I didn't even notice they had roamed.
That is such a strange roam to come out at this point of the game. I feel like they thought they could kill the mid lane, maybe go pick up an early Rift Herald and start trying to control the map, but in the end, they just roam around. Holy Phoenix picks up some CS for himself.
So manages to keep himself healthy. Early backs have already come in, so Ruby Crystal in the top lane for Arce, Boots and Amp Tome for Tholdren's Rumble. Heavy Carry still farming themselves up, so it's pretty even Stevens. And really, Double Doge, not the greatest accuracy on those Dark Bindings yet. But swing and a miss. It's when it hits, that's what counts. Phoenix takes a chunk, eats the flay. Velks out defensively, and this one connects from Dumbledore. They put the Ignite down. Exhaust is onto Holy Phoenix. Holy is going all the way forward. Fast Bomb plus another auto attack will give first blood to Dumbledore. Optimus is looking for a kill back.
Oh, wow.
Holy Phoenix is dancing on the turret aggro line, and he manages to get taken out. Optimus goes down. Double kill for Dumbledore.
Dumbledore once again coming up absolutely massive. A good flash out of Moss actually denied the kill from Holy Phoenix, so, you know, arguably the Kalista will get a tiny bit more out of that, but Dumbledore will be able to go back, secure that early HP and Sightstone, and really try and roam around and help the rest of his team.
I have so much regret. All I needed to say, it's a double doge. I missed my opportunity for a great one-liner.
That's all right. If we know the support player out of Turkey, he'll get another one this game.
Oh, I feel so bad knowing that Pulse and Atlas and Rev and all the play-by-players will be yelling at me. So, sorry guys, I let you down. But very good plan, as you said. Never a bad thing to get an advantage on. At least your supports.
Yeah, so we'll see whether he is. He does go back, picks up a whole bunch of wards and a ping. So, and the other thing about Kindred is she does Dragon really well. So if they can get any control over the bottom side of the map, might open that up, because we've seen that games are going a little bit longer than we thought they would be.
We have to take a look at Kindred's stacks at the moment. How many of those hunts has she been able to complete? Also, when is she going to target somebody? If you look at the minimap, making her way towards G4. Let's find out if any CC can connect. Wolf's Frenzy comes down. Naru's looking for the chains. Will miss, but still force out the flash. Holy Phoenix is going, holy crap, because he just got dunked in a 3-man dive.
Yeah, but the exhaust came out of SOFM. Maybe a little bit of overkill there. Didn't really need to burn the summoner spell. Might give the Kindred an advantage in a 1v1. They're still going.
Well, Crystal and Dumbledore in a 2v2 for the time being. Optimus is nearby. Dark Binding connects, but there's simply no follow-up. And SOFM did use his Dragon's Rage, so in the end, nothing further transpires. But GPL, they've got themselves 2 kills now.
Yeah, they certainly have. Hawk just goes by that.
There's no ulti for SOFM. Wolf's Frenzy is down. Dumbledore is on the wrong side of town.
And a nice shutdown picked up. Optimus grabs another kill. Now bottom lane definitely in the favor of the GPL lineup. And SOFM, wow.
That was not too bad at all. Exhaust is on Naru. He misses another. Oh, I take that back. The chain does actually proc. Naru gets knocked up. G4 decides not to follow in. Crystal's looking for the mounting dread. The dance of arrows is continuing to follow. And he manages to pick up the kill.
Yeah, and a little bit of a strange wind wall in the end means that it doesn't block anything. Crystal able to dance in there, grab himself a kill after a little bit of an ambitious 1v1, you have to say, from G4. And this is a very scrappy fight at the start of the game.
Well, scrappy I do not mind. IWCA has proved to be action-packed and bloody. We heard the World War II alarms, which means Holy Phoenix can go pick up that special delivery on the minimap. You can see them. I can't wait. It is literally my favorite spell, so we'll find out how effectively he can use it, if at all.
And it's so strange in the bottom lane in particular, because sometimes you just dive that far ahead of your support that you're like, what the heck am I even doing here? But we'll see whether he can put it to good use, as Dumbledore might be getting baited here.
Sonic Wave connects, Black Shield comes up, and will at least root SOFM in place. A little bit of extra gold there as SOFM's looking for more. He's got the support of Moss from the river. And Holy Phoenix is now caught up. Dragon's Rage boots the Phoenix into the river. And he gets dropped, not before taking one with him. Dumbledore was able to get some help there with the assist, and they trade 1-for-1.
Yeah, 2 of the bloodthirstiest supports going at it right now. Moss and Dumbledore. SOFM, this is why he's really famous for his Lee Sin. Outright aggression from the full Lewis jungler. And all of a sudden, G4 looking for a roam. No, he turns around. He might be trapped.
Arche's in a little bit of trouble. He's still down in CS. He's at least pushing Thaldrin in. But unfortunately, the dive was not to be. And there we go. Thank you, observation team. Holy Phoenix is going to look to engage. Dumbledore does have those soul
ultimate.
shackles.
Yeah, so we'll see whether Dumbledore maybe kicks this one off and goes in.
And there's a teleport from Thaldrin. The equalizer's going to get dropped. It's going to get followed with a special delivery. Holy Phoenix is on the board, and Dumbledore gets himself one more. Archie, you do not want to be here. He's got himself 1 kill onto the Faker killer. He's knocked up Holy Phoenix and Thaldrin, and they don't want to be flying. Thaldrin's now in trouble, and with the GPL roam, they've got themselves some kills back. The exhaust onto Naru prevents any further burst, and Archie gets out alive. The ignite doesn't kill him. Thaldrin Thaldren will get one on the way back as he sneaks under my vision. Crystal gets knocked up in the air. Lamb's Spite is down, and that means nobody can be down. Finally, it times out. They're still fighting. Knockup connects onto Crystal as he's dropped, and Thaldren, how are you still alive? He's finally taken down by SOFM. And what was that?
What a team fight out of the GPL region, and this is why you don't take scrappy fights into them. They're just able to live on the barest of health. And wow, SOFM's Lee Sin, 3-1-4, that was amazing. Teleport did come through to start that all up, and then the big special delivery, as you said. But Arce, he looked like he didn't want to be there. It started perfectly for the Turkish lineup, but very good kiting, a great bait coming out, and the Lee Sin player just going berserk and doing so much damage with the new warrior enchant. That's 60 AD now, meant that they couldn't clean up the fight.
The fight was just on so many fronts. Arce sticks around a couple seconds too long, gets dropped by Thaldren, and you know, at the end of the day, GPL make this work. They come back, they get the delayed ace effectively, and we didn't really see the power of that Lamb's Respite helping out the Turkish squad at all, and it's not over yet. Now Holy Phoenix comes back, and it's Tumble Doge, 4-2-2.
And here's Crystal one more time.
Let's take a look. Lamb's Respite is not available. I take it back, it is. Not going to be needed yet. Naru's dropped as he's under the tower. They're going to trade one more back. G4's down. Crystal and Thaldren, they're looking for more. Turret is too high. Equalizer does not connect. But Double Doge does. Oh, what on earth? 12 minutes in, 20 kills, and gold is even.
Yeah, and this is absolutely beautiful to watch. This is going to be one of the most accelerated games we've seen. Arce trying to defend a turret. I think we're going to have another fight.
I think we do. Unstoppable Force is available. Not going to use it just yet. How on earth do you judge who's going to pull ahead when everybody has all of the kills?
I actually thought they were going to go for that. They had ult on Double Doge as well as Crystal. Probably could have started that one and maybe even dove the Mel fight, but instead they settle for a turret and we get maybe a little quiet calm.
Don't speak too soon because GPL are grouped up and the Unstoppable Force catches the Crystal as the rock lands in his face. Death Sentence will connect as well, and Lamb's Respite is not long enough. Crystal gets shut down as G4 gets the kill credit. He's got himself that Static Shiv completed. Holy Phoenix has got his hands on that Essence Reaver. They're the two biggest items at the moment. Thaldren's basically power on with the Haunting guys, and he's the one that's now in trouble. Sorry, Spawn, you're not allowed to talk because Thaldren's getting killed.
And you know what? This kind of game actually suits GPL so much as Optimus.
Well, let's find out. Holy Phoenix does have some burst. He's going to Valk over the wall. Burning will hurt Optimus. Get some AoE down. 400 hit points versus 400 hit points. Make that 300. Flash for flash. The Frost Bomb. The Rocket. Not going to be enough. Holy Phoenix needs to get past the wall. And it's too big and too great. Now Double Doge is in trouble again. The Black Shield will at least prevent the Death Sentence. Get me another play-by-play. I'm running out of oxygen. Naru continues to chase forward. The chains root Moss down, and he gets sent to the fishes as SOFM manages to run away.
And Naru is not done yet. Will he go over the wall, or will SOFM? No, we are done. And what I was going to say is that Melfight, because he is so accelerated, 3-1-1, is going to get tankier against this AD carry lineup so much quicker than you would expect in a normal game. And that just means that Kindred, the Corki, are going to start slowing down in their damage. And LeBlanc has always been a mid-game carry in that AP assassin role. So honestly, the later this game goes, and it's going to get late very early, the better it is for the SEA team comp.
It's going to get late very early. I'm following you. I'm following you.
There's been 24
Itemization and gold. Yeah, I get you. I get time will not change. But now Thaldren, he's in trouble. Guys, buy some wards. Thaldren is going to get dropped.
We removed them from the game. This is what we wanted when we made the change. So they pick up another kill in the top lane. You see that exhaust coming up huge. I love it. He goes exhaust and blue smite instead of red smite to get all of the resistance shred on there. Optimus taking a look at Holy Phoenix, but he's okay right now. And 24,000 gold apiece. Only one turret to make it.
That's the most mind-boggling thing. Towers have been made basically paper thin on this patch, and you'd think that when your team would get 14 kills, you'd have a tower. But no, GPL are showing they want at least 1 kill a minute. Turkish TCL squad needs to prove their worth because they are currently 4 kills behind the time to limit.
The thing that impresses me even more is there was an ace right in front of the Dragon pit. And Dragon wasn't even looked at. It's like, nah, that's not our jam right now. Are there any more humans around? Who can we go PvP against? PvE is not their game. And once again, looking for Tholdren.
Well, let's find out. This is a 1v1 that I think Tholdren may be able to win with an equalizer, but he's taken too much damage. The overheat is there, and wow, he just melts SOFM. He needed to be some support, or he needed his exhaust up. G4's looking for Naru. The chains connect. Naru's going to dash over the wall and not play with his fate.
Yeah, and this is one thing that Tholdren is very good at, is making sure that he balances the overheat very well, and he got in there very quickly, got some nice auto attacks down, and will be able to defend his turret.
So, Tholdren's going to get in, pick up a bunch of the CS, while Crystal finding an set his sights on this Dragon. There's no support. Naru's got knocked up. Last breath comes out. G4 kills the clone. Naru does have flash. Oh, very nice juke on that distortion.
But he also went back towards a creep wave. He needs to be careful here because one will be coming up quite soon.
There's some support there from Crystal. So if G4 went too far, maybe. Tholdren's been poked out a little here by Arce, but look at the damage in return.
Yeah, returns a favor. Looks like he's heading towards some more penetration. Maybe even a death cap at this rate. And G4 starting to farm up in the mid lane, has created a 20 CS lead, but SOFM wants to get busy again.
SOFM is... he wants revenge. Come on, do it, Phoenix. Do it, Phoenix. Everybody... oh! Yes! Holy Phoenix is powered up. Now, the alarm would have gone. Where is he going? Where is he going? This is the question. Tell me, Spawn.
There is no teleport available is what I was going to point out, so I don't think they can actually engage on this one. Bottom lane turret falls at the same time as top, so all of a sudden the GPL have opened up a gold lead and maybe just an accelerated way out of base.
Now, if you remember the replay, the last time we saw that, it's about a screen and a half worth of distance on that special delivery Valkyrie.
He's
Look at Phoenix.
looking for the mid lane gank.
I believe.
No turret there. He probably could have made it.
Yeah, he could have, but now it's just going to burn out. 2/3 of the time is burnt away. Rapidly increased movement speed, so we can still catch up that wave in the bottom lane. And we've had about 3 minutes of gameplay with only 1 kill. This is complete change to what we've been experiencing, but it has allowed the teams to settle into their lanes, complete some of the major items. Leandri's now for Tholdren, Spirit Visage for Arce.
And wow, a straight up Leandri's Torment, so probably going to go into a Rylai's Crystal Scepter after that. Moss may be caught.
A little bit of trouble, has a lot of support though from the rest of his squad. And that will allow the GPL to push in on this tower. I don't think there's enough wave clear here for Turkey's squad to clear without that equalizer. GPL, though, they're not committing.
Oh, Double Doge gets a ghost out, actually, looking for SOFM.
And it's going to find a Raptor instead. SOFM is going to smite that one away. 66 gold in his back pocket. The tower still somewhat under pressure, but...
And you can see that Crystal's already had enough of SOFM. He's like, that's it, mate. I'm marking you. You are now my new target in this match, because he's been in his jungle at every step of the way and really has started to get those kills on the board. He's part of 10 of 14. I can't believe that at this stage of the game.
Very impressive numbers. Find out whether or not it's going to impact the rest of the fights. We're about to hit 20 minutes, 2,000 lead. The gold for GPL.
He's got home guard boots and he's going for another offensive item. There's probably going to be a Youmuu's Ghostblade you'd have to think coming out. Maybe actually a more Malmortius.
Does SOFM know this is not Ultimate Bravery and this one counts?
Oh, he's got him!
Phoenix, he's getting chunked. So I go back to my original question. Maybe I take it back because that build just
does a heck a lot of damage. So you saw it right there, especially with the exhaust reducing resistances just means that no one can fight back against him. You don't do enough damage, and he's a legitimate assassin on this ladder.
Well, that works in favor of the GPL. And extend their gold lead.
I'm waiting for the time he goes for an insect that just one-shot someone and they don't go through the team and he's like stuck waiting there. Like, why did I even do that?
I'm pretty sure he'll be pretty happy. 5v4 will still work out. You can see Crystal still targeting SOFM, but he's too slippery.
Yeah, and this is something that the Bangkok Titans like to do a lot. They move Warlock into the mid lane to just hold down the farm and try and elongate G4's lane. And you can see Arce playing a very similar role here.
And Naru, of course, going to catch what I think was a ward. That was a little weird. We'll admit that one. But not going to matter at the end of the day. Arce had a lot of hit points to play with. And GPL have got themselves 3 of those scrying orbs. We've been noticing 2 is somewhat of the standard. This one is a little more. Arce takes a bunch of poke, but nothing really going to deter him from pushing this wave in.
Nothing is going to phase the Rock at this part of the game. As we said, he just got so many kills that he's very accelerated. All of a sudden going in on G4.
And the wind wall says nope.
Yeah, exactly right. At this stage of the game, 100% cooldown reduction, already has Merc Treads. In a 1v1 situation, no one can really go up against Yasuo because of all the mages.
No, not the case. And with Arcee's MR and HP, he's even able to withstand some of this all-in from Naru, some of the poke from Holy Phoenix. But it will add up, it will stack up, so we can't just keep taking face tank shots if they want to try take that tower down. SOFM, I believe, is still the target of Crystal.
And one thing I do want to point out right now is the GPL wards very deep in the jungle. This is something that, not going in this time. This is the two wards down on the bottom side of the map. When you leave mid-turret up, you get this wow.
Wow, Naru's caught. G4's looking for more. Flashes over the wall. Naru's going to distort away. If G4 can get through the Mimic, that might be enough to close the difference, and they end up trading summoner spells. G4 again wins out.
Do it, SOFM. No. So what I was going to say, if you leave the mid turret up, you can actually control the jungle pass, and people get caught out very often in wildcard regions, cheating and going through the shortcuts around the jungle like that.
Crystal's going to be in trouble. Lamb's Respite keeps him alive long enough that the Dragon's Rage does not kill him. There's the counter to your Assassin Lee Sin.
Yeah, it certainly does survive it, but they pick up 2 turrets for their trouble, and you can see that Crystal, he wanted to cheat through the jungle to get towards that bottom lane. SOFM reads it like a book because of those 2 wards, and is able to make the right play.
So, 5,000 gold lead at 22 minutes. GPL have now hit the accelerator pedal. That early, late game, early game scenario is getting to a stage where Optimus is now powerful as well. Dragon's up in 5 seconds.
This game is ridiculously accelerated. Look at G4.
Ooh, that was close.
He is on boots and 2 completed items. Like, this is exactly where the Yasuo wants to be. Anything on top of this, honestly, right now is just luxury for the guy. Pretty much has his lifesteal off the new masteries that did come through. And Tholdren, this mid-game team comp from the Turkish lineup, hasn't really been able to find those big wombo team fights.
Because the mid-game started at 6 minutes. I don't even think he had his ultimate really when it started. It's been chaos.
And the funny thing is, it was the play that they started in the bottom lane that really unlocked this scrappy team fight kind of style. And as I said, maybe it was a little bit of an overstep to continue that fight.
And of course, if we step back and we look at Southeast Asia and the GPL squad, they did the same thing to Oceania earlier today. They had a great early game. They picked up a ton of kills. They really punished the Aussies. And then in the mid game, they started to fall apart a little bit. They didn't really push the towers down very effectively. They put themselves in what was like a 65-35 Baron scenario that like Carbon won out. So for GPL, let's see what they've learned from that game to this game in terms of pressing their advantage and closing the game out.
Yeah, 100% agree, and I think it is to just go back to that split push style. You can see how comfortable G4 is in this bottom lane, and with SOFM playing such an aggressive role, it means any rotation to try and catch out that split pushing Yasuo is going to be punished very quickly. And you can see Holy Phoenix once again looking to make a play. See what he gets this time around.
And there is a teleport from Tholdren, but Phoenix did get spotted out, so Southeast Asia will be aware of the engaged power that Holy Phoenix can put down. GPL
Naru's
on the other
in trouble
hand,
here.
they're going to look themselves for a kill. Steel Tempest does not knock Naru up. Therefore, G4 does not have an easy engage, but there is a flank opportunity. The Black Shield has been used. Crystal's put down. Wolf's Frenzy looking for a target. That Valk goes so far with a special delivery. Lamb's Respite keeps Crystal alive, and look at the heal. That brings him back up. Naru's been dropped on the backline somehow, as is Double Doge. Moss is following shortly thereafter. 2 members of the Turkish squad are down. Tholdren's already used the equalizer. He's been exhausted by SOFM. That serrated Dirk is doing damage. The knockup comes in from Arce, and G4 closes it out. That's an ace for the GPL.
And once again, SOFM gets 2 kills in that, cleans up Naru before he even gets to the fight, and then takes out Tholdren as well. Turn their eyes towards the Baron with the Kalista, with the Yasuo. This should be so easy.
The only cost was Moss's life, and Turkey opted into that. GPL were challenging them in the mid lane, and instead of falling back, Turkey engaged. They end up losing their entire team and the Baron.
Yeah, so once again, Turkey now 10,000 gold roughly behind. And it's over these fights. They picked a scrappy team fight comp and just are not able to get it done. That was without Arce, the big tank, arriving until the very end. Let's take another look at it. Crystal gets completely destroyed here. And once again, Optimus flashing out of a lot of the magic damage. And SOFM just deleted Naru. I don't know how that happened, but as the team fight continued, Doldrum wasn't there, not enough follow-up damage, and SOFM and Arce just able to clean up.
And if the only target you can take out as a support, it simply does not matter. Optimus stays alive long enough to re-engage, and Moss the only victim. So Turkey, their team fights are being left in question, and they now need to deal with Baron-empowered minions and this ridiculous, ridiculous power that GPL has. Frozen Fist actually picked up there for Arce in the top lane. That's not traditional at all.
No, it certainly is not, but the reason I think he went for it is because Doldrum looks to be answering his split push. You can get in melee range of the Rumble quite easily, but Rumble cannot deal with these creeps at all. And SOFM...
Wow, Doldrum's in trouble. Doldrum's dead. SOFM is... Well, this is what you wanted to see, Spawn. You wanted to see the Lee Sin, and SOFM is putting on a clinic. G4 engages, doesn't get the knockup, is going to get away with that Quicksilver Sash before the range poker Phoenix takes him down, but it's worth, because Optimus gets 80% of the mid lane tower down. Optimus is in a little bit of trouble. Death Sentence catches onto Naru. Boss gets pulled up, knocks up Double Doge. They've got themselves a kill. Optimus is still alive. The barrier keeps him up before Holy Phoenix drops him. Lamb's Respite will keep Moss up for a few seconds before Holy Phoenix gets himself a double as Naru's got himself some kills. Tower dropped, I believe, in the top inner lane, and Naru's now in trouble. SOFM not going to get the kill. It's another one to Holy Phoenix. Defensive flash from Crystal means the Unstoppable Force doesn't connect. And Turkey finally finds some mechanical outplays.
And you saw the incoming pings from Moss because he's like, Arce, where are you, buddy? We're fighting here. Instead, he was taking the tier 2 turret. But once again, Turkey finally put together a team fight that actually looks okay for them. But they just lose so much control over the map. Sure, that gets rid of the Baron buff, but now they're on the bare minimum. Mid-turret so low, everything else knocked down, and this was so funny. This is a 2v4 that Optimus and Moss opt into. Naru trying to get as much work done as possible. But look at the Malphite in the top lane. He's just not moving.
Hashtag gotta get that tower. Double Doge is in trouble again. G4, though, doesn't manage to connect with his Tempest. Actually uses the exhaust. There's no Unstoppable Force from Arce. The one irony I would say from that fight, if Optimus had gone into the Lamb's Respite, he would have stayed alive. But obviously, not all that much experience against Kindreds as G4 was dropped in the background. At this point, I have to stop talking about single kills because there's other stuff to talk about, Spawn.
All of a sudden, Arce also caught out.
All right, let's see. Crystal wants to chase, but he's alone. Doesn't have support of the rest of the team. And the true assassin, SOFM.
He's still alive, man. Dragon kicks that pink ward out of the pit. That will be number 2 for the GPL. And as you said, there's just these little picks happening left, right, and center. But GPL are that strong at the moment that they don't really care. G4 can die, and they will still take the team fight.
40 kills in 29 minutes.
Play-by-play dream.
My word. There's still 2 more games to cast after this, and I'm already losing my voice. So, GPL, you're killing me just as much as you're killing the Turkish team at the moment.
All right, cool. Another item I really want to talk about is Merc Scimitar because they gave it... Oh, don't do it to me, SOFM. They gave it some lifesteal. So as far as the likes of Kalista and Yasuo go, actually really helped them out because along with that passive, it is enough to really sustain you through the mid part of the game where Bloodthirster used to be kind of mandatory. And we'll see whether, now that they've reached those cleansed power spikes, they will be able to get the team fights going again.
Well, GPL haven't needed a full team fight because they've been able to find those skirmishes so effectively, so often. We did see Holy Phoenix being pushed away from the mid lane there by G4. And look at that bounty board. I believe that is a max bounty Holy Phoenix. So if he does get dropped, all of that team gold will be valuable. G4's in trouble. All the cleansers in the world are not going to save you against 4 members from the TCL. And holy hell, Holy Phoenix goes deep. It delivers the package to Moss before SOFM boots him to bout. And it'll be a kill onto Moss, though, regardless. GPL now making the mistakes Oceania made earlier in terms of positioning and map placements.
Yeah, they certainly are. And, you know, they need to take that big, deep breath and just slow the game down a little bit because they are so far ahead still. But if they keep giving gold over to the Assassins on the side of Turkey, it will eventually come back to bite them in the backside because the game will even out. We've seen that all the wildcard teams are struggling to close. And
There's
this game
no real
doesn't look
big
to be
surprise.
different.
There's no real surprise for that one when you consider that these teams don't necessarily have the same, you know, practice, the same training. But when SOFM can just do this to an AD carry, that's your way into the game. SOFM took a lot of damage in return and needed the exhaust, so that is a good sign for Turkey. And all the global gold from that bounty is an even better sign for the GPL.
One thing I will say is that Holy Phoenix kind of panic used summoner spells there. When SOFM had already committed, Baron is up for it in a minute. He needed to hold them if they have any hope of being able to contest that objective. Now he's an AD carry without his escape summoner spells, and that could come back and bite the Turkish lineup.
Let's take a look how Holy Phoenix positions. Good damage onto Optimus. But may not be able to deter him. He's got lifesteal from that Merc Scimitar and Blade of the Ruined King. Couple seconds with some minions, and he'll be right back to healthy. Crystal with the long range.
He was kind of tentative. I don't really want to hit you right now, just in case you kill me. I'll let you go back to base, and you see that finally the GPL, they take that breath we were talking about. They're looking to set up around Baron. Not very many wards, so they recall, get the whole team out there. Check in on SOFM's build for those playing at home. He has a Dead Man's Plate. I guess that's technically a defensive item, but the rest of it's just full offensive.
I absolutely love the more on this patch with some of the changes, and we'll see if SOFM can keep using it. Movement speed is great from those Moby boots, plus the Dead Man's allow him to find more targets to kill. And Baron is the order of the day. So that's spawned right now. Vision is not the deepest for GPL, nor is it very deep for Turkey. So some blind face checking is in order, and this pressure in the mid lane will buy some time for the GPL squad. They now have themselves 4 of those oracles. In actual fact, it's 4 on both sides. So this is a big departure from our previous game.
Yeah, they just don't care about dropping wards. Instead, they're using the blue trinket to scout out. They start up the Baron. See whether Naru can get in there for a potential steal.
Oh, this is scary. Thaldrin has started his teleport, but it will be too late. The wind wall will block some of the poke. Baron's been secured by the GPL and the Callista. G4 will not follow the knockup as Naru is booted away. A shutdown onto Holy Phoenix. Lamb's Respite is down and Crystal's left for dead as Thaldrin's off on the back line. Now Crystal is going to use that Dance of Arrows followed by a flash to get out. He'll dodge away from the Sonic Wave as well. It's a 1 for 2, 1 for 3. As Optimus should be able to chase that down. Crystal will follow shortly, and with 4 members of the Turkish team down and Baron, GPL should be able to get at least 1 inhibitor if they can go for it. But no, kills is the order of the day. SOFM almost predicted that dash.
Yeah, it certainly looked like he was going to be able to get it, but they're still chasing the kill here. Maybe just trying to stop Naru from going back to base.
Go for the objectives. I guess they can, now that they have Baron buff, and you can, of course, see Optimus shoving it in.
G4 actually left the mid-wave to try and chase the kill one more time. They're just so thirsty for blood right now, the GPL lineup, that everyone's respawned. That meant nothing.
So, teleports come in here from Arce onto the top lane. Mid inhibitor turret is down as well. Unstoppable Force will only be a few seconds longer. Do it, Arce. You can find a target. G4 does have access to his ultimate if a target were around, but it is not this time.
I want to point out that they spent like 30 seconds chasing Naru and still got 2 inhibitors. They probably could have ended the game off the last team fight, but 33 minutes in, Baron buff, double inhib, certainly looks to be going the GPL way as we take another look at that Baron fight. Great flash there from Optimus, but Moss's timing was even better to throw himself back in and catch Crystal out there with Holy Phoenix. And from there, the team fight was just over.
Yeah, it definitely was. The moment they split up, the strength of the skirmish from GPL, simply too much to overcome, especially with the lead they'd built up. And thanks to all the gold, GPL now super minions in 2 lanes.
And another more picked up right now. G4 also going for this item. As we said, with the drop-off of the Last Whisper, no longer really mandatory, never really was on Yasuo anyway because of the ultimate, and he can just keep stacking these defensive/offensive hybrids and make himself even more annoying to deal with.
even more annoying. It's been incredibly difficult for the time being. What a great performance from the GPL. The Turkish squad, they've come out. The Kindred, which was first pick, has not really done a lot. It didn't have a great impact in the early game. Lamb's Respite has been intermittently successful, but truthfully, it has not been game-changing. And this composition that the Turkish team has put together has been found wanting against the aggression of GPL.
Yeah, certainly has. Just was too squishy with how far ahead SOFM got. And, you know, once again, got to take a look at Crystal's item build. Trinity Force into Blade is quite expensive for a jungler. You would maybe expect to see something like a Maw, or even, Holy Phoenix wants it with a flank. They have to go soon because creeps are coming into the base, but something like a Youmu's maybe would have been more appropriate as Moss gets Crystal.
So let's see, Dark Passage, the Dark Binding connected from the Dark Passage player, and all of a sudden the Turkish team is getting dunked. The final breath comes out. Holy Phoenix, you've done a Trevor. You velked in only to die. There was no support, and you went way too deep. GPL have got themselves 3 kills at 0 death. Naru's looking to make it 1, but he will not find it. Doesn't even channel the Ignite, and Turkey lose 4, lose a Nexus turret. They will be losing their base, and Southeast Asia go 2-0 and keep themselves tied with Brazil at the end of day 1.
And this is a question we were asking of the Turkish lineup. Can they get it together on the international stage? In the first game, answer is no. And the 2 teams that went through to Worlds to represent the international wildcard region both exit day 1 undefeated.
I just need to catch my breath. 53 kills in 36 minutes. It's great to see the Turkish players smiling. Humble Doge there, standing next to Holy Phoenix with some grins. You know, even with a loss, that was a fun game. It felt almost like an ARAM.
Trevor, I want to point something out to you. SOFM has just done the most damage in a game with the Yasuo on this patch. That is absolutely insane. The Jungle Lee Sin has won damage dealt to champions by 10,000.
It's ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. But what a great performance. SOFM has a gigantic Lee Sin backpack, and he can put the entirety of his team in that backpack and deliver them to wherever there are champions to kill.
Yeah, and all we heard of the full Lewis lineup and SOFM was that this is a guy that is a playmaker, like never a dull moment, will go in on a dime. And the entirety of that game, he was just challenging people on the Turkish lineup, and they were found wanting.
Definitely were. So congratulations to Southeast Asia and the GPL. We're going to find out more about that game from the analyst desk.
Thank you very much, Quickshot. And what a fun game there as Southeast Asia claim their undefeated streak. Turkey unlucky, unfortunately, and do pick up 1 loss to start off the day of the first one. But oh, man, that was a crazy game. Like, as Trevor said, it kind of felt like an ARAM, and with how chaotic and how many kills there were, I can see where he was coming from.
It kind of felt like everyone was kind of smokescreen. They had no minimap, no vision, and the goal was to just walk as far to the enemy base as possible and fight whoever you see first. And with that in mind, like, who does it really favor? And looking at GPL's lineup, like, at the other side, Turkey have a lot of magic damage, so the gold efficiency of magic resistance is going to be very, very high. And then you have the Yasuo that has this item breakpoint where when he reaches 100% crit, he becomes very strong, and we saw how the matchup in mid kind of shifted towards him when that happened.
I think the biggest thing about that, though, to take it to a little bit more of a holistic level, how this affects GPL as a region, they search for kills. They don't look for objectives. This has been ringing true for months. The IWCA, they had the most kills out of any team in every single game that they would play. It was absurd to consider, and this plays into their favor even further. Not only are they the better team efficiently in terms of champions and items they can build for them, but that's how their region plays. Turkey catered to that, and it just felt like this chaos theory, basically, where they just went all in all the time, and it didn't make sense.
Well, let me tell you guys about the word chaos, because, you know, being from Europe, I feel like we've got some unicorns that are very experienced, or previously would have been. And I like to think I know a thing or two about chaos style and how bad it is and unsustainable it is for a team-based game. You cannot just consistently win from being overly aggressive and taking random fights. That being said, it's all-star teams, so the level of coordination isn't as high. I think I'm going to get get sick of saying that over the next couple of days, but it is very true. It does ring true, and you can see it in this game that mechanically, if you can outplay just again and again and again and just snowball harder and just keep crushing your opponents, it can result in a win, but it's very messy, and the games are getting drawn out because of it.
So I like the point you bring up about it being an all-star team and how Chaos, it actually works. They're a team that's not meant to be refined. They're meant to be all over the place. They're just solo queue heroes, essentially, brought together as 5 superstars to try and win the game. Chaos Theory, this over-aggression that they're actually bringing about, can force errors. And if you're forcing errors against a team that isn't as refined because it's an all-star event, it might work out well for them.
With that in mind, it's like the Lee Sin even played with exhaust. Yeah. It felt like the GPL lineup really, truly wanted the game to go like this, just full crazy mode. And speaking of Lee Sin, we saw the first pick Kindred. And I feel like Lee Sin is the natural counter to Kindred because he can simply kick anything out of the ultimate.
Yeah, I mean, chaotic and coordinated in different ways in different parts certainly was the name of the day there for C. But Rusty, you had a replay that you wanted to look at, which emphasizes just how ridiculous parts of this game could get.
I mean, to put it simply, the replay goes for upwards of 45 seconds. So we'll just roll this through right now. We'll talk about it as it happens. This is all because of Corky having the special delivery, engaging with the teleport from Tholdren, and Dumbledoge using the ultimate to try and keep them down. The problem with this is they're actually engaging at a very predictable time. G4's got the inside track and has zoned Naru, and SOFM, as we have seen from him time and again, is hitting every single Lee Sin queue and just proceeds to destroy everybody ever. This is one of the big turning points for him as a player. G4 one more time hits the mechanics. He's on point with this Yasuo. That is definitely true. It's almost like it's counterintuitive. They've got the Malphite, they've got this big combo to work against this Turkish side, and you expect the Kindred to be very good at denying it. But what we're seeing is them playing mechanically and individually very strong. They're not using the wombo, they're just destroying their opponents.
Wow, and you basically did that whole replay in one breath. I'm very impressed. I don't expect to see too much of this composition. I like it with the Turkish team we're running, with the Rumble, with the Corky. I think we should call it like X marks the spot, because you just want to like layer the equalizer and the empowered Valkyrie over each other. The number of times Holy Phoenix is like, I'm going in, guys! No, it just was not. I just heard an eruption of laughter right at the last fight when he just zoomed straight through. Not the most effective of fights to have your AD carry go straight
He used the special package, he used his Valkyrie back, and then flashed to get to the original position with 10% of his health left. Like, what is he doing?
I feel like the Corky passive, since it's on a timer, you only have it for like a certain period of time, you kind of want to use it. It's like, same thing with like Lee Sin. Oh yeah, I really want to press Q again here, even though I'll die, just for fun. Why not, you know?
Yeah, I mean, we saw a lot of that from SOFM, certainly. So we'll see if his Lee Sin and his Q button's working, because it certainly was in that game. But we're going to take a quick break, and when we return, Oceania will take the roof once again versus Japan. And welcome back, everyone, to the International Wildcard All-Star event, live here from Melbourne, Australia. My name is Julian Page-Time-Car. I'm still joined by Stress, Yamato, Cannon, and Rusty, as we've just seen our last very fun game between Southeast Asia and Turkey, with Turkey playing their first game and picking up their first loss. And now Oceania and Japan take to the rift again, this time against each other. And Rusty, these two teams have kind of met each other before at the last wildcard event. And it seems like they're actually pretty good friends, which is kind of nice.
They do have a history playing against each other, and O's seem to always come out just that little bit further ahead. But in saying that, Japan always so graceful in defeat. They really love everyone they play against and want to make friends with them all. Oceania were very happy to do so, to the point where they've even swapped jerseys after tournaments. They are a best friends club. And even if they lose these games now, I'm sure they'll hug it out at the end.
And it's a really interesting dynamic when you look from kind of a bigger picture point of view for both scenes. Oceania was kind of one of the newer regions, maybe a year and a half back, and it reminds me a lot of where the LJL is right now. I mean, they've set up in Akihabara, one of the main gaming hubs for Japan and Tokyo, very rich in history, but League is only just breaking through. It makes me wonder where we'll see Japan maybe another year on, whether they're kind of matching the OPL, where it comes to, like, we're looking at it and they could compete for third. So I'm really looking forward to seeing the growth of both regions and whether one is significantly better than the other right now.
It is like both teams are coming off of losses, right?
Yep.
So I'm looking at the OPL. What should they do? First of all, they should ban Zillion. For sure, because this is the best Zillion I've ever seen, and I've seen a bunch of Zillions in my time, right? And with that in mind, the thing they also need to add to their gameplay is, like, I was complaining a lot about how they are fighting without their summoner spells on that Cog and on that Rise, their composition, that turret composition, as I called it before. They just need to understand when they're supposed to go for the pushes, understand, and just play with a little bit more patience. And I think they will actually have some more success.
I agree. They completely had that game in their hands. Oceania, they just got what they were looking for, and then they tried to re-engage without the summoner spells available, and they threw it all away. Japan, a little bit of a different story. They kind of got outscaled to a degree. The Zillion, he did so much work to keep them in that game, but it felt like it was Syros and friends instead of Japan.
And it's funny, because especially in the OCU Southeast Asia game, I just felt like OCU let Southeast Asia get to them. It's like we've seen how crazy they are. They play absolutely insane speed League of Legends, and OCU were like, yeah, we got a match and we'll keep fighting. Like you said, just slow down, play the game you're known for, because you know you're about as good as them, or if not, maybe a bit better, and you can beat them. So really play this one calm and try not to, let Japan get ahead of you in that way.
I mean, it's something we just mentioned after that last game from the GPL side. They were playing the chaos style of game, and Oceanic All-Star team is not a team that is always going to be together as five. So coming together for this particular event, they might have struggled against that chaos style. Up against Japan, they're a little bit more standard. They play a little slow. Their jungler hesitant to engage. Might raise some questions on how they can perform and if Oceania can do well against that and push an advantage.
And as I look in at the Japanese side, what should they do to improve their gameplay? I'm looking at one specific player. It has to be Rain Brain. And with that in mind, he just needs to replace his Twitter finger with a trigger finger, because he was just holding his Gragas ultimate throughout the game. Yep. He had opportunities to do good engages. I just want him to find the confidence. Even though he's retired, I want him to find that confidence he had at the end of his run.
For sure, and I'd actually like to see maybe the OPL and LJL teams maybe take a page out of some of the tricky little compositions and plays we've seen. We've seen the wave cutting top lane to open the game. We've seen the tower pushing strategies, which were just good at getting a lead at the beginning of the game, and it makes decision making so much easier. If you play for the early game, win the lanes, you're able to create like dive compositions, which are very easy to snowball a game through. And it's only when you get stalled out, the decisions that like the GPL region made, pushing the bottom lane, because OPL just didn't react. If you don't make any decision, any one decision that your opponents make is going to punish you.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we've seen this a lot, I feel like, from some of these teams. I don't know, Stress, you've alluded to it before, but it's just like these teams aren't together for much longer than this event, really. It's hard. The cohesion's been hard. We've heard the Brazilians talk about it. I know the Oceanic guys as well have had troubles, despite the fact that quite a lot of them have played together, really getting cohesion down. And it feels like the best performing teams have been the ones that have quickly found that cohesion and were able to play more like a team.
I think to build on that a little bit further, it's not even just that, it's the teams that actually pull the trigger with confidence. Yeah. The best example of that has to be SOFM from that last game. Yeah. No one expects that, but he makes that work anyway. He didn't even have a sweeping lens. He had a scrying orb, and a sight stone. So he was ward jumping off that sight stone and using the sweeping lens to actually, the scrying orb to scout himself way into the jungle and would just sit in bushes and cheese people. It's brilliant.
And I think, sorry, Yamato, I was going to say that I think is why Malphite is just being a big pick, because there is only one decision to be made with that. It's just you go in and that's
boom. And it's like, I was thinking about the exact same thing. I think like a good example has to be the Latin American team that has come here. Like every time we have the mid laner doing plays with the Lissandra coming in, everything just feels so synchronized somehow, magically. I remember us talking like when we were preparing that they're speaking different dialects of Spanish, but in reality they are the team that have the most coordination out of them all.
Yeah, they've certainly looked good. We'll have to see if a bit more confidence can be found as Oceania and Japan will pop up to the Castades to get the call.
Thank you very much, Pastry Time and Co. So, Japan taking on Oceania, both teams 0-1. Both teams going to get their first win on the day. Let's assume a slower pace of game because Oceania had a slightly weaker laning phase earlier today. Japan, going up against Brazil, they struggled, but then their late game team fights were good. So, what do you make of this?
Yeah, certainly. This is one of those games that we have seen rather recently, and Oceania was coming out on top in the wild cards. But, you know, I'm agreeing with what Yamato was saying. If Japan can play well around their mid laner, they have a really good shot here because, you know, Rainbrain, he just needs to be able to get into that lane and impact it a little bit more. And all of a sudden, you got Choo-Choo's one of the big carries. You know, we saw his rise already behind in the game. On the other side of the rift, though, Oceania was known as a 3-threat comp coming onto this. Do not put Ryu on a tank, you know. He absolutely looked horrible split one up playing on takes. Then he went towards the Rises, the Fizzes, the Hecarims, and started taking over games. They have a beautiful 3-threat comp if they just put Aegon and Carbon, who played together on Legacy, on the 2 initiators, and just let the rest of the team do whatever the heck they want.
Well, during picks and bans, it was a Ryze Rek'Sai first lock-in on that red side for Oceania, and there was so much talk about Ryu taking that Ryze, and they ended up swapping it up for the Malphite right at the end. As you mentioned, did not put up a great performance, but Seros on his Zilean did put up a great performance. Is Oceania going to make the mistake of letting Zilean through, or do you think they have a counter that they can run?
There is no way they let it through. The Oceanian players actually think very highly of the Japanese players and are very vocal about how good Seros is mechanically. This is a guy that plays on the Korean server, plays a heck of a lot of Zilean, and I honestly think it was maybe a little bit of like mis-scouting and maybe not understanding how he plays Zilean, because the zone control those double bombs give you means that at certain parts of the game, you completely split team comps down the middle with tanks not being able to go back to carries, and carries just cannot walk over the bombs.
The number of stuns he managed to secure during the course of those mid to late game team fights is what gave Japan a little bit of a hoo-ah right towards the end of their matchup earlier against Brazil. But we will be jumping into picks and bans, and something that I do want to discuss a little bit is some of the trends that we've been noticing. You know, we've seen some of these power picks come and go. We just saw the Kindred left a little bit to be desired. The 80 carries still sticking in that 80 carry lane. We've seen Graves, we've seen Corki, we've seen Caitlyn, so we've seen the changes, but nothing's really super standing out just yet.
Yeah, and I was super surprised about the Graves game being in the bottom lane just because he does have some range issues, and if you put him in a top lane scenario, he does do very well at the moment. Same thing, we haven't really seen much Jace, not much Ezreal mid lane, where with Trinity Force as well as Essence Reaver, they hit the 40% cooldown cap and are able to take over the mid-game team fight. So looking for maybe Choo-Choo's to try and get something going on something like a Jace, because he is very famous for that, and whether Seros can respond in kind.
So let's see what the teams do decide as Picks and Bans is underway. Ryze and Rek'Sai, the first two that OPL locked in earlier, now taken off the table. So some respect there from the Japanese, and we're seeing Zilean removed as well. So Choo-Choo saying, nope, don't want none of that time-winding nonsense in my lane, and a follow-up Kindred ban as well. So Oceania have now banned Kindred in both of their games. Misfortune is up, Mundo is up. And I think those are the two big ones that stand out who've been banned a whole lot.
Yeah, I certainly agree with that, and we'll see whether they do want to go for some kind of trade, although the LGAL squad just taking Misfortune off the board, so we'll see whether the Oceanic lineup really does think that Mundo is that high of a priority.
Well, Elise is there as well, so Mundo, Elise, I wonder what they're going to prioritize to take away. Tom Kench is up there as well. Some of the options available to them, and Twisted Fate even for Choo-Choo's, it was banned out earlier today, and I remember we were talking to some of the guys on the analyst desk about how Oceania as a region and as your mid laners really like that Twist of Fate where possible.
Yeah, they just love it. And, you know, maybe people like Swiffer, Claire Perfection, known for it a little bit more, but Choo Choo is definitely no stranger to it at all. So we'll see whether that is something that he does want to bring onto Summoner's Rift. And it is a Latam Kench. So we were speaking about Mundo in the jungle right now. Red Smite Mundo with that auto attack reset can really wreck AD carries' lives. In the top lane, is a little bit more prone to getting dove early games, so maybe has a little bit more hard of a time, but certainly very viable in both roles.
So we're thinking that, but what does Oceania get in reply? So let's assume this Mundo comes in. Elise has to be a high priority.
At least Gangplank. Like, honestly, looking at the picks still available, Ryu had Gangplank banned against him when they were re-qualifying to the OPL. In every single game they played, they threw 3 bans at him. Fiora, Gangplank, as well as Arise, and Elise Carbon has just played it so much across his time in the OPL, and expecting him to pick that up.
Now, of course, with the Mundo locked in, Oceania have a couple options if you want to go for Mundo killers. The Vayne is an option, the Cogmore. The reason I'm going to say the Cogmore, they ran Cog earlier today. Lulu is also available. Elise, Lulu, maybe put a Cog in there, try for a peel, protect, kill that Mundo while he's running at you. It's a possibility?
Yeah, certainly is a possibility, and Radiant was originally known for his Vayne, has had some poor performances on it in the past, so maybe not going to look towards that one, but the Cogmore looked relatively good.
Relatively, when he had his flash, but of course for the OPL they do need their jungler to be with them on the front line. Of course, Carbon flashed over to go for the 1v1 jungle, only to have his entire team killed behind him.
Yeah, he certainly did. Went for the big play, but instead we get Ejim Ali God locked in here. Of course, made a huge name when the then Avant-Garde lineup went overseas to compete in, I believe it was the IEM, and this is what I was talking about. Get Carbon and Ejim back on your initiating tanky members. Expect Carbon to go the Cinderhulk here. Then Ryu can play whatever the heck he wants in the top lane and just try and 1v1 Evie over and over again.
I would not want to deal with the Dr. Mundo on this patch. He goes where he pleases and he kills what he pleases as well, as you mentioned already, with that attack damage steroid on his E and the fact that it resets. So it's a scary thought. So for Japan, they're going to play the safe route here. Lock in their duo of this Lucian and Thresh, the Wifesteal lane, if you will. And we're still not 100% sure if that's jungle or top Mundo, but I'm kind of inclined to think that's going to be top just because of the power that he gets.
Yeah, I am as well, and the fact that he gets low on his first clear, as soon as you leave Elise open, there always is that, I guess, possibility that you're going to get invaded into your jungle relatively early, especially if there are some lane swap shenanigans. So would not be surprised to see Evie take, once again, another beefy top laner up there, try and contain OPL's Ryu.
We'll see if Ryu's going to do something different. He played the beef tank earlier, Malphite, didn't go well. It's still available. I'm not expecting it. I'm not expecting it. So what does he run into Evie's Mundo? Does he go for something more teamfight oriented like a Rumble? Does he look towards... I mean, Darius is something he's played in the past. It's kind of a hybrid. You get some damage out there, you get some tankiness.
Yeah, he also has a very good Renekton from what we've heard as well. So might be able to take that, and it is going to be the Oceanic Special Radiant. Oh, this is either going to be really good or really bad out of Radiant, because he used to be a great Vayne. Recently, it's been very wanting.
Well, the pressure is on. Go big or go home when you've only got 6 games to play in the International Wildcard All-Stars. You need to pick up wins, and of course, it is one of the options to kill a Mundo.
Yeah,
that is the thing. You have to have a hyper carry to kill a Mundo.
Yeah, you certainly do have to be able to cut through that. All of a sudden, they've got the Elise, they've got Vayne. Both of them should be able to start chunking this Mundo out as the game goes on. Hovering Gangplank right now for Seros. Pentakill in IWCA, yes. Went on to lose the game, but they're the 2 champions that really stick out for me. Maybe it's just something to do with circles in general, but this man's zone control is very good.
So, circles in general. Thank you. I was not expecting that one. So a few seconds to go, and the Japanese squad do not have the greatest amount of physical magic damage yet. But we are going to expect that Malphite to be then in the top lane, so that should be then a Mundo jungle. So it is going to be that route. Opportunities for Carbon if he wants to punish early, as well as Choo Choo's once he gets that Destiny. But what does Ryu then run into what is going to be most likely Malphite top?
Yeah, all of a sudden it really shrinks the pool because, you know, having a look at it, Gangplank top really would have done well in this lineup, but of course it was picked up by the LJL squad. We'll see whether he wants to run a Rage Blade user. You know, we've talked about it a lot. A lot of them can do okay in the mid game, especially because of low mobility that will come out of Lucian until he gets that 40% cooldown reduction.
Jax,
Aurelia. Olaf is something else that he played a heck of a lot of.
Going to be the Olaf instead, and I guess that's one way to get to the back line. I mean, when you look at the Japanese squad, there's not a lot of damage. They are so reliant on Gangplank setup and then Lucian to clean up. If at any point the LJL team falls behind, TF into the back line, Olaf into the back line, Elise can repel to the back line. Look, screw Radio, you don't need to protect him if you can kill the only damage dealers from the LJL.
And you know, we used to make a joke about Radiant that he used to play only Ezreal or Caitlyn because no one on his team back then Immunity would ever peel for him. It was like, mate, you're on your own, we're all going and catch you later. And this is a very similar comp. It's like all in, rush the 2 damage threats. Radiant, as long as you're kiting one of the big beefcakes in the front line, then we're going to be completely fine as this game goes on, and it is a triple threat comp.
I do think, though, the early game is so important for both teams. Because if either team gets ahead, they can use the tools in their comps to punish their opponents. If Olaf cannot deal with Malphite or cannot get to Gangplank Lucian, that 3 threats become significantly less viable.
Yeah, the thing that I'm looking at is there's a lot of mid-range, and that is what Gangplank actually thrives against. You know, he doesn't like people in his face like Aurelia and the Fiora. He really likes these mid-range carries that skirt around the edges of his barrel, because if you ever get one of those really lucky good barrels, he can chunk people out, and that's what Seros made a name for himself of. So a lot of pressure on the execution part of the game for the OPL.
Let's take a look if they have the ability to pick up their first win at the IWCA. Guys, you know the deal. On Twitter at @lol_Oceania. Hit us up with your votes. There's going to be hashtag LJL win or hashtag OPL win. I like both of these team comps, and I'd like to watch this laning phase as closely as possible, because that will determine, I feel, who's going to pick up the lead. Overly dramatic music loading in. That's really intense. And we got the makings of some level 1 shenanigans here from the OPL. Taking a page out of the Southeast Asians book.
Yeah, certainly are, but that's the thing. As soon as you have an Alistar as well as that Olaf, just get in there level 1. They're so strong at this part of the game. Choo-Choo's also has a stun available that is point and click. And you see, straight away, LGL respect it, back the heck out of there.
Yeah, very smart play. Evie's going to be placing some wards up in that top half of the map. And at least a reply to the OPL invade. I wonder if OPL are going to be setting themselves up for a little bit of a lane swap. Thresh Lucian could really make life difficult for Vayne Ali in the very early stages of a matchup. And of course for the OPL, they definitely want to bounce back from their earlier showing where Southeast Asia really gave them a bit of a beating in the early stages of the game.
Yeah, they certainly did. Southeast Asia just seems to have the Oceanic lineup measure right now in international events. One thing I will say about EGM Radio, they play on the same team, the Chiefs. They were known during the regular season to take unfavorable matchups. In fact, even got called a little bit arrogant at times for doing that, because they will just continue to fight at any stage of the game.
Well, looks to be the case again. I don't think it's going to be arrogance this time around, and we'll see whether or not those jungle wards pay out in favor of the OPL. But I also want to watch Rainbrain. You know, Yamato was saying he needs to take his finger off that the Twitter finger, put it on the trigger finger. Dr. Mundo is, I think, somewhat of a binary champion when it comes to engaging. EGM's got an early level 2 and jumps forward, but look at how much damage in return. I don't think you wanted that.
Yeah, and that's not even a miscommunication. Radiant goes on to the Lucian. EGM goes on to Dara for some reason. They split focus, and Mweki just says, thank you very much. There's a Light Slinger passive to the face, and all of a sudden chunked a little bit out of that lane.
And that's actually inexcusable when you consider they're from the same team.
Teammates.
Both of these guys were voted in from Chiefs. They are, in fact, the #1 voted players from both of their respective roles. So a little bit of a miscommunication. Let's see if it's a little bit of that best friends club clouding their vision, you know? Just want to give their opposite number a hug and a pat on the back.
Certainly do. Looks to be a fairly inactive early game. Carbon not invading at the start of it, although Choo-Choo's getting chunked out of that mid lane. And is Seros running Grasp of the Undying? Is that what that was?
I think that may have been. We'll have to get the observers just to confirm that for us. Take a look at Seros's mastery page. And of course, while Seros has built up an advantage in the middle lane, Ryu has come out swinging up top. He's got himself 17 CS already to the 12 of Evie, has pushed that lane in. And we'll have a little bit of freedom. Jungler's about to go toe-to-toe. The Cocoon connects onto Rainbrain. Again, Mueki and Dara really just out-trading Ejim and Radiant, but it was as to be expected in this matchup.
Yeah, we said this is the way it is going to go, just because of the range advantage that Thresh holds over Alistair, unless it really is that all in, as Rainbrain might be in a bit of trouble.
Let's take a look. Choo-Choo's has Flash and Ignite. Gold card connects. Ignite is ticking away. First blood and double buffs. That is such a painful thing for the LGL.
Yeah, one for the fans at home. Seros' lane just got domoed there. That is absolutely inexcusable. Runs into another jungler's jungle and then gives over double buff to a losing lane. All of a sudden, Choo-Choo's can recall, come back with another Doran's Ring, and Seros is going to be in a lot of trouble because of the mana and the damage that will come out of the red buff.
Choo-Choo's is going to wave clear for days, make up that CS deficit. He's got enough for Ionian Boots of Lucidity as well. That's actually going to open up the map even more when he gets access to Destiny. So that is a very, very big swing in available power to the OPL.
Ooh, Evie just missed that ward, so doesn't spot out Carbon, but instead they do decide to recall. Ryu doesn't want to go into that.
Oh, Dara, you gotta respect the knockback. He flashes away from the turret. Death Sentence doesn't connect. Mueki's gonna be low on mana, but Ejim with the flash pulverized headbutts, forcing Dara out of lane.
Yeah, fantastic trade in the end. It is 3 summoner spells for just those of Ejim.
Choo-Choo's is in trouble now. Rainbrain wants his buffs back. Choo-Choo's looking for the kill. Not gonna find it. Seros flashes away, and Rainbrain, he gets what he donated in return.
Yeah, gives him the ukulele to the back of the head. So Seros able to survive by the skin of his teeth. That will make him a little bit happier. And he continues to get the CS advantage in this mid lane.
Of course, Evie, it must be very cold in Australia because he's picked up 3 cloth armors. Really, really feeling the pain. Dara didn't even try sidestep that one. Ejim pins him against the wall. Dara should get run down. 150 hit points. Drop to low enough for Silver Bolts to pick up the kill. And Radia, he's got himself the kill.
Yeah, so in the end, it is Radia that gets one back because of a little bit of attention from the jungler. Carvin holding off on taking that kill. Very, I guess, nice teamwork between Legacy and Chiefs players there, and Radia will come out the beneficiary. One thing to point out is Seros is nearly about to tick level 6, and Choo-Choo's only just got level 5 in that mid lane. If he uses that ultimate to maybe set up Rainbrain for a gank, Choo-Choo's cannot respond.
Choo-Choo's flash, 50% of its cooldown, still ticking away, so defensive summoner or utility summoner really not available yet. And the OPL, they've got themselves a gold lead, but Rainbrain, level advantage over Carbon. And he's just going to take him out here. That ukulele is going to get swung. The burning over time.
And this is exactly why people fear the Mundo. Choo-Choo's in trouble.
And that's exactly like you said, Spawn-Dara. Death Sentence, will it find its mark? And the answer is no. The ukulele flies wide as well, and the roam from Dara well-timed, albeit inefficient.
Yeah, and in the end, it is the summoner spells being down that really do save Choo-Choo's life. So Ejim probably throwing his mid laner a bone there, and Rainbrain not done. He's going top.
Wow, what a different performance. Ryu is going to throw out that Ragnarok. Does not get knocked out by Unstoppable Force, and trading ultimate for ultimate plus summoner spell. Rainbrain, a much, much better performance this time around.
Yeah, he got busier around the map early, and that's what we wanted. Sure, Mundo very strong on the current patch, but still need to be proactive and make things happen after that first shot. Definitely has done that.
All right, 20 CS already, 2-1. Got a challenging spot. Hasn't been back to farm in a little while. Mueki almost set himself up to get stunned, but manages to put it just enough distance away from Radia, who already has that Zeal picked up.
Oh, Radia.
Second Vayne of the day. Let's see if he's going to go for that 522 patch of Shiv into Rapid Fire Cannon.
Yeah, blowing off a little bit of the rust there. Tumbled straight at Mueki, who could not punish him as much as he would have liked. Ryu going in.
Well, let's find out. Reckless Swing comes out. Ryu's going to at least have that wave pushing back towards him. So the lanes have now petered out, standardized, and that gold lead that the OPL had earned has now shrunk away thanks to the LGL picking up some great kills in the mid lane and jungle.
Yeah, and you can see 14 CS when it's Gangplank, who already gets extra gold from that parlay. You just saw it right there. Another 7 means that the further Choose falls behind, the worse off he is going to be. We have to see whether he can really recover this lane, because all of a sudden, Carbon's falling behind because of it. The Twisted Fate is falling behind, and that's a lot of the global gank pressure gone.
The one benefit is that the side lanes are still doing relatively well for OPL. So if Choo-Choos gets enough time to use a Destiny, you can see him moving north of the map to that top quadrant. That Destiny could enable a good play.
Yeah, certainly could. Egypt also still wants to be very aggressive, much more comfortable on the Alistair this game. No bluffs this time, just going in at every opportunity. And Seros is still being pushed in, so even though mid lane is kind of going in his favor, he's not giving much pressure to the rest of the map, not going to be able to teleport at the same rate that Choose can. And as long as they secure that vision control, he can kind of play what Pawn does on EDG, and that's just be that distraction and get in there for some games.
Well, Seros really wants to get some lane pressure here. Slightly awkward ultimate, I feel. But he knows something we don't.
Dangerous back timing actually coming in right now. Ryu had gone back, just purchased, and does have teleport available. They could have potentially set up a play on that ward on the bottom side of the jungle and maybe even gone for a dive of the LJL team. But unfortunately, Carbon not on the right side of the map.
Well, Seros will have his ultimate shortly, so maybe we wanted to set something up. Phage and Sheen picked up, as well as those Brawler's gloves. Choo-Choos has been able to control the mid lane for a long period of time, thanks to getting those Ionian Boots of Lucidity. Now we're going to see Choo-Choo starting to back away.
So we'll have to see whether the Chiefs are able to use this Elise to get anything else done around the map. Still a very quiet performance out of Carbon, and Mundo going to scale much more successfully as the game goes on. So needs to be able to get something happening, you feel, in the next 10 minutes. Otherwise, Chiefs are just going to continue to fall behind.
Let's take a look at how these lanes continue to then play out. Of course, we do see Egypt and Radia. They've made their way back into that bottom lane. No real tower pressure from most of the teams, despite the fact that Ryu's been pushing Evi in. The HP is still standing quite high, and Egypt again going to clear out those wards in the tri-bush.
Yeah, and Dara had left him, so not much support coming there. Not able to get anything done just yet. Rainbrain on the other side of the map, so Destiny's still available once again.
Let's see when it's going to get used. Initially, there was a couple of kills early because of some questionable decisions, let's say. But now the tempo of the game has slowed down. We're going into this extended laning phase. What do you think is really going to break this game open? Will it be a Choo-Choo's play, or maybe an objective like Dragon, Rift Herald, maybe?
Yeah, well, with the rate that they're pushing, maybe the OPL lineup is really just happy to see if they can get the turrets at a good click, although Seros looks to be trying to get aggressive with Rainbrain there. Yeah, maybe they're just happy with trying to take the turrets out, because realistically, Vayne will continue to scale up. That's a lot of pressure on Radiant to be able to deal with 2 big bruises in the front line. But they still do have win conditions late.
I guess for both teams, they'll be happy to play for late. There is a cannon barrage in the middle lane. Rainbrain's flashed over. He's lobbing the ukuleles out, but Choo-Choo's not dancing to his beat. He's managed to get away. Down in the bottom lane, the death sentence connected onto Egypt, and he's also going to be able to escape, and it ends up resulting in a flash from Rainbrain for a flash for Choo-Choo's.
Yeah, so in the end, just traded. Seros will be very happy with his jungler, because now pushing down the mid lane turret.
Well, Gold Card catches onto Seros. He eats an orange, and it's okay. Manages to back away to fight another day. Well, OPL, they just want to continue to play.
And this is a very slow start to a game, you know, on a very accelerated patch right now. Rift Herald sitting all on his lonesome, has not been looked at one iota as of yet, as maybe Egypt looking for another play, but not much happening at all, really.
Yeah, there's no real follow-up, so despite a great, you know, headbutt pole, it just looks good. So, like, well played to Egypt, but, you know, you look at across the rest of the map, and Frozen Heart's been picked up here for Evi. Trinity Force, very close to completion for Seros. Big items.
In the end, it is. Oh, Egypt goes in.
Egypt has found Doris, knocked him back. Teleport's being channeled from Evi. A flash away from Radia to dodge the death sentence. Carbon's going to throw out a volatile Spiderling and eat a dragon shot in the behind for his troubles. LJL are now tanking up the Drake. They got the TP from Evi as we catch a glimpse of this mid lane. Choo-Choo's gold cards himself out to safety. And he manages to make it away. Ryu did get the first tower of the game thanks to all of those shenanigans. He's got himself a 40 CS advantage, and maybe that's how the OPL get themselves ahead.
Yeah, and this is what we said. If Ryu can get onto a carry, a good damage-dealing source that can be a threat, and continue to push in these lanes, Evie wants to be in the team fight at all stages. He's not going to be able to continually defend this, and Ryu can just take structure after structure and put map pressure on for the OPL lineup.
And that's exactly what they needed. Without that threat, then Vayne would have been easy to target out. Then Choo Choo's ability to deal with any of the threats on that back line is significantly reduced. So OPL will be happy with this turn of events. The back timing from the Japanese means that the Australians and New Zealanders and Oceanic players can get themselves onto their first Drake of the game. So first tower, first dragon.
So much threat now for the OPL team because that teleport was used. All of a sudden you have the Black Cleaver picked up for the Olaf in the top lane. If they do try and challenge that whatsoever, or even jockey for position right now, you just feel that it will be a very hard team fight to win. So instead, we have Seros, once again, that bank plank just sitting there, continuing to farm up.
The bank plank. I didn't know that there was no Rek'Sai in this game because the farm alarm has simply not stopped.
That guy's an absolute monster as Ryu actually tries to get some aggression in the top lane. Tanks a whole creep wave for his trouble though, so we'll be chunked out a little bit, and that's still Dr. Mundo hanging out up there.
So tower dive is a real possibility, but with Ghost and Ragnarok, Ryu should be able to get away very, very easily. That ukulele is not going to slow him down at all once Ryu decides to go in. Evie, close is he to level 11, just to get an extra rank in that unstoppable. It's not going to be
just
enough.
gave that away. There is no way as a Malphite he would continue to stay that far up the lane if his jungler wasn't in his back pocket. You know, they've got an Elise and a Twisted Fate that can join at the drop of a hat. So maybe a little bit of a tell there, although now he is backed off and Ryu is starting to take the bait.
Oh, I just don't know. Unstoppable does connect. Ragnarok is out as well as the Ghost. The damage is good, and with the cannon barrage, it's going to be enough. A three-man combo, they take him down.
Yeah, so that's what I was talking about. Evie needed to back away, get out of line of sight. He had flash and ultimate would have worked, but Dara in trouble.
Now Dara's been caught out. Destiny lands. Gold card connects. But Mweki's putting the damage down. Radia's got his second kill of the game, but he's been slowed by the box. The turret shots hurt, and the barrel hurts more. A flash forward, throws out that flaming passive blade. Seros gets one, Mweki gets a second.
And you can see how good Seros is. Even though Radia ran off the first barrel, had the confidence to be able to patiently sit there, gets a second one layered across, flashes with the passive available, and grabs himself the kill. That means that the bottom turret is now under fire for the OPL, and they lose the trade, even using the Destiny.
So, LJL get themselves the kill lead, the gold lead. They even out the towers. And that was a very, very well-played team fight. They turned that around effectively. The teleport from Seros, greater than the Destiny from Choo Choo's.
Yeah, it certainly was, and you know, we've said that Choo's needed to get more active earlier, and now that Seros has had all of this time to scale up, looks like he is going to go for an Essence Reaver second. That will mean 40% cooldown reduction on 2 items, defensive boots for the Gangplank, and still going towards that crit build path.
Well, we'll find out how well those barrels work. Because for OPL, they've unlocked one additional way to try win this game through that Olaf split push. The only risk is their wave clear is so reliant on Choo Choo's Twisted Fate. It looks like Radio's going a crit build here. We'll see how that continues to pan out with the BF sword and the pickaxe, not the rapid fire cannon we saw earlier today.
Yeah, I think what he is actually going for is he'll park it there for the time being. Just wanted some extra AD, go towards a rapid fire cannon, then finish off the Infinity Edge. At least that's what I hope he goes for, because he really does need to stay safe. So the movement speed as well as the empowered auto attack, probably going to do more at this stage of the game than any additional damage.
Heavy will be donated that Rift Herald with the help of Rainbrain, focusing it down. So the additional pushing power and stats will help him a little against Ryu, but he still doesn't want to be in that 1v1. He does not want to get run down from those undertows over and over and over, and the true damage that Olaf can put out.
Yeah, certainly does not. The problem is, though, that Ryu kind of doesn't have a lane right now, so the one winning lane from the OPL lineup is just forced to kind of roam around the jungle, and the wave clear is just so good.
It really is. Cannon barrage in the barrels.
He nearly killed Carbon.
Seros almost gets a kill on the side, almost unintentionally in some ways.
Carbon, of course, one of the shot callers. Egypt, maybe a bit caught.
He's going to use the headbutt pulverize. Radio was left a little alone. Teleport comes down from Ryu. Destiny follows with Choo-Choos. If they don't get a tower out of this, this is a monumental waste. Evie teleported as well, so wow, everybody's invited to the party, but there's simply no music or DJ.
Yeah, there certainly is not. Everyone kind of looks at each other, draws battle lines, and decides they want to fight at a different time. Seros, oh!
Wow, that hurts so much.
Yeah, it certainly does. And Choose wards it. He's like, what the heck was that? But it was blind, of course, just very good timing from the Japanese mid laner.
It's all about the circles. I learned today. If there are champions that have circular spell reticles, Seros will be a god on those champions.
And already Frozen Heart picked up here. Rainbrain joins. This is a very real dive.
Unstoppable Force is available. Rainbrain does have an ultimate as well, has thrown it down. Tanks up a turret shot and a defensive flash from Egypt. Rainbrain just says, I'll face tank this one, but nobody else wants to take the tower. So he just shows off his regen and then backs away.
Oh!
Wow.
Seros is continuing to put in work, and I cannot stress enough, the OPL lineup has a Gangplank player on there, and to leave it up for that long, Gangplank saw so much popularity through Worlds and even more recent tournaments, and crit is just so much easier to build on this patch.
And crit cooldown reduction, it all combos so naturally. Seros should have enough gold, I think, to finish off that Essence Reaver. We'll keep track of that as he will be back in shortly. The CS deficit has closed somewhat for both Choo-Choos and for Evie. Because Evie was struggling against Ryu. Choo-Choos has now been able to just sit back and use those wild cards.
Yeah, and that is just so much value. You saw right there, give the 3 little Raptors over to the Gangplank. He gets the bonus gold. They're trying to get Ryu into a short lane, see if he can push down more turrets, but because Dragon is actually up, putting Radier in the top side of the map means they have to forfeit that, and he can't even farm still because there's no turret behind him.
Yeah, and you have to ask again, what did the OPL hope to accomplish with their previous bottom lane play? Like, the teleport into the Tribush, the Destiny into the lane, maybe behind some vision from LJL, and then hey guys, they waved and walked away. That was a major investment for very little commitment. So the shot calling, not on the same page.
And this is like watching a Ziggs play, to be honest. Seros has just cleared mid lane and then gone top lane, but he is being dode.
Well, Oranges are going to help him out, and Choo-Choos has delivered a kill to Seros's hands. You can see his player cam on the bottom right. That is not a happy camper. And now, again, a poor call. Hourglass was available, not even used.
Yeah, and that was just absolutely mind-boggling from Choose. And Seros not done yet.
Well, Radio wants to try fight. Silver Bolt hurts a lot. Oh, they trade!
I cannot believe how much damage that Gangplank just did. Flashes in one more time, gets the passive off. And now the siege continues in the mid lane because they still have these 2 tanky members.
And there's no wave clear from Choo-Choo, so LJL will be able to just take this tower down. Mweki's dropped 50% of the HP. Tara finds a death sentence, but does not want to follow it through. Carbon still pretty tanky with that HP and that MR stacked up.
And as of now, the LJL have just reached so many spikes. You can see Lucian has the Essence Reaver, some crit. That puts him on 30% cooldown reduction. All of a sudden, Gangplank, he's at 40%. The 2 tanks have really accelerated their rate because they've given a lot of farm over onto Rainbrain. Frozen Heart completed for Evie up in the top lane. And if they fight right now, there is absolutely no way the OPL take a team fight.
No, they aren't. And simply no chances. For Radier, though, he does finish that Infinity Edge as his second item, in fact. So didn't go for that rapid fire cannon. We need to just take a look if he gets enough time. Now, I quite like the I-Edge in terms of if he has some time to deal with Mweki, or if he's alone with Rainbrain, maybe he can deal with him. But the moment you add 2 threats against him, it's simply not going to be enough.
Yeah, the problem is you just cannot kill Rainbrain right now. With his ultimate running and his flash available, you can nearly guarantee he's getting in Radius space. And then you throw a Malphite on top of that with the attack speed slow. And once again, some more Ziggs action coming out of the Gangplank at this stage. In fact, Evie can just kill him. He's got flash available.
Well, save it for the bigger team fight. Maybe when there's a Dragon or a Baron, something like that available.
Sometimes it's about sending a message.
You've been watching too much IWCA today, Spawn, because you're just saying, Flash, do it, fight, kill. Only 11 kills in 23 minutes? What is this?
What a slow game right now. And you can see Oceania, this is their only hope, is for a very slow game. I'm talking like 50 minutes where they finally can even it up. Because even though it's only 3,000 gold, the items just feel so much more impactful on the carries of the LJL. And Rainbow, once again, gonna take it up.
They're finding their target. Bravery does have that ultimate available to heal Evie and the target of the Cocoon. So they take another 30, 40% of this inner turret hit point. OPL as well as LJL transition over to 3 of those oracles.
And finally, this is what they're continuing to do. Put Ryu in a different lane. See if he can get anything going for himself. Does take another turret. So the 2 turrets that the OPL have are on the back of their top laner.
That's a flash from Egypt, but he doesn't find the pulverize, really. It's now a split. Zeros is in trouble, but Rainbrains come in. He's healing. Radia's auto attacks will not take him out. Choo-Choo's is going to destiny in to trade a jungler for a mid laner. Radia needs to get away from the cannon barrage as the seismic shard rolls him to death. Zeros is still alive. This is the man that started the fight. Ryu teleports in. He swings those axes and finds a kill. Throws out the undertow. Moeki dashes over the wall. Finds the auto attack for the kill. LJL lose 2 and OPL get ace.
Yes, what a good team fight once again out of the LJL.
Eventually,
Egypt finally goes down. Ace does occur, but this is what we were talking about. Right now, the LJL side is just way too strong. Everything pretty much went right there for the OPL. They got onto the carries. You know, it was Radiant trying to peel for himself, but he just couldn't get anything done.
Unfortunate for Radia, but well played by LJL. Sierra survived so long, so it's 4,000 gold in the lead. LJL take their 4th tower of the game in that middle inner lane. And here's that replay again.
Yeah, let's have a look at it. It looks like Carbon wants Seros, and Choose kind of just teleports to try and get onto Moeki, but that change to the Lucian ultimate means that's so much damage. Raid is still standing in pretty much a full duration of the game playing ulti, and even though Ryu comes in here to clean up and gets a lot of work done, doesn't seem to be enough right now. And you can see Lucian with that increased cooldown reduction, he just ice skates around the map.
Yeah, really well played. So flashed away from that unstoppable force, almost blind, but managed to get it caught, but it simply does not matter. Now Radiant, no flash available. He gets caught out, he's in trouble. A couple steps closer to that rapid fire cannon is his 3rd item, Lich Bane. Choo-Choo's another blasting wand.
And no
Infinity Edge almost here for Seros, by the way.
That's what I was going to say. No Infinity Edge yet picked up from the LJL side. So that damage, it gets worse from here. Because you know Lucian's going to pick up 1 Carbon, a little bit caught.
Let's see if Carbon can get away. Blue buff secured by, I believe, Seros there. Just on the outer edge of the frame. For the LJL, they do have the damage to deal with the OPL. They do still need to be a little careful, because if they overstep their bounds, Seros and Moeki is left alone, they're in trouble. But when you find a very early kill, almost onto Carbon, he manages to get away. The rappel keeps him alive. That's running away from Ryu. Comes in, throws down the Ragnarok and runs away.
Yeah, actually a really successful disengage, although, wow!
That barrel hits so hard. Avi's going to take the Lantern to safety. Death Sentence connects onto Egypt, and Aradia does have a lot of HP, but there's no mana for Choo-Choo's, and Egypt, he just eats another hook.
Yeah, another weird re-engage coming out of the OPL lineup. Carbon's in base, wants absolutely nothing to do with it. They still lose the Dragon, and now their mid lane turret will be under siege because they don't have the anti-dive threat of an Alistair Pulverize.
No, not the case, unfortunately. So OPL not reading the same book, as it were, despite the history that these players have with one another across the different versions of the OPL squads. But they are now 5k gold down, 2 dragons to LJL. Baron, not really a focus yet, but there is some vision now being placed inside the jungle of OPL. So for Japan, they could play around this objective in the coming minutes.
Yeah, they certainly can. Cleavers absolutely tear through Baron, so another use of the Dr. Mundo there. You can see double Infinity Edge just finished up for the LJL side. So many pick wards, they want a play.
Yeah, you have to think with the tools in their kits, now is the time to take over the game. And Cannon Barrage will not save the tower, But it will allow Seros to clear out that wave, continue farming up 290 CS in the 28 minutes, the highest CS by a very large margin. He's just pulled even further ahead of Choo Choo's now.
Yeah, he's put him in an 80 CS hole right now, and Choo Choo's, you can see, he's trying to catch up with Jungle Camps. Unfortunately, he doesn't do it the same way.
Good flash from Dara. The Destiny comes out. Egypt eats another death sentence. He's got his unbreakable will, though. Carbon is fighting Rainbrain, but he's not going to win. With Choo Choo's gets caught by the unstoppable force. He goes golden by the hourglass, and some beef has been served up. It's a kill secured for Seros as Mueki's running down the OPL. He's slinging his light across the fight, and the OPL are down. Everyone but Rady is killed, and RJL can turn to the Baron.
And OPL once again pulled the trigger on a very poor play. They knew how much had just been picked up. Mueki had walked into vision. They knew that Seros had an infinity edge, and they just once again run head first into an enemy team and get cleaned up.
Deficit in gold, deficit in map play, deficit in pressure. OPL still commit to the engagement, but what a great flash from Dara.
Yeah, Dara really started that off well, and then caught Egypt. And as we said, with no peel, it really means that the rest of the squad is on the back foot. Choo Choo's gets blown off. Seraph once again continues the chase, and Malphite, Mundo, so many slows, and an ice skating Lucian just means that the LJL lineup is unrelenting in their pursuit.
Well, no wonder the OPL have no idea how to deal with this Lucian. There's no ice on this continent. It's too warm.
It is actually true. I've never seen snow. You are correct.
See? Exactly. 6-0-5. Mueki's Lucian. He's got himself that QSS picked up.
And let me tell you, you cannot move that quickly in our sand. Impossible.
Another BF sword there for Seros as well. And a Thorn Mail for Evi's Malphite up top. So if it wasn't difficult enough, you can see their auto attacks from Radia. They are just tickling Evi. Ryu's drop before he can really stick to Seros, but a very good play from Radia. They've got one of the damage dealers down. Radia, he's got a double. They've been Rainbrain to the wall. He's looking for more. That's the triple kill. That's one stolen away from, of course, Choo Choo's on that Twisted Fate. Evi shuts him down with the ground slam. Radia wants to chase, decides against it thanks to the armor and the Thornmail, and LJL. They are the ones that make the mistake this time around.
Yeah, and Radia picks up a triple kill. It is those big three items that we talk about on Vayne at the moment picked up that allow him to do so. The empowered auto attacks really started those fights, that fight off well. But you saw the contrast. Rainbrain getting chased, took no damage. On the other side of the map, Ryu looked at the carries and melted.
What a difference. Ryu's just not tanking out back. This will give a reprieve to OPL.
Yeah, it certainly will, and that's what I'm talking about. Ryu literally took a light slinger, and it was done for, but thank God the Silver Bolt's coming up. Massive hit for Radiant, able to get the tumble empowered autos in. Ooh, little bit of a missed ult there from Evi meant that the team fight went probably better than it should.
And that's the only weakness of this LJL comp. When Malphite and Mundo are not in front of their damage dealers, it's actually very easy for the OPL to kill, you know, Seros and Mueki. Even with Ryu going down so quickly, it didn't really matter because Choo Choo's and Radia could follow up, right? So you trade a threat for a top lane half threat, and you completely nullify LJL's ability.
And they also kind of need something to fight over, right? They can't really fight running in separate directions because Gangplank requires linear gameplay to really set up. So if there isn't a Baron, there isn't a Dragon, it is harder for the LJL to execute on their win conditions. When you look over the other side, Olaf, Vayne, Twisted Fate, they're very much a chasing composition. So if it ever does get to that point, it's really only Mueki that can output the damage.
And with all of those kills that the OPL secured, with the bounties picked up as well, they've closed that gold gap to something that's a little less significant. At 32 minutes in game, 5,000 gold is maybe a little less relevant. So the OPL, they've got another breath of life. Ryu shoving in this top lane once again. Choo Choo should be able to get that bottom lane outer turret, which has stood for what feels like an eternity. And that, again, will also close this gold gap further.
Yeah, so they're just trying to pick up standing gold where they can right now. They know that probably all their eggs bar the back door in Radiant's basket as Mueki just saves that turret to rub a little bit more salt into the wounds of the OPL lineup. So they're really giving him majority of the farm. See if he can get that upgraded Last Whisper that will allow him to do more damage to targets with more health on him and try and take over the game.
So, the 4th dragon of the game is going to spawn shortly. Chuchu says no flash. He does have an hourglass, not even going to get a chance to use it. And the OPL, they got read like a book. It was so obvious to LJL that they wanted the dragon.
Yeah, it certainly was. You know, LJL, that's only number 3. OPL, we just said you want to scale. Take the game as it comes to you, not run through unwatered territory. In the end, another kill is picked up. They see the mid lane pressure that they were trying to build with that Vayne, and everything is just going in Japan's favor right now.
Well, they still need to close the game. They still need to find a way to actually knock down an inhibitor turret. That goes for both of these teams, really. And it's so funny because the first 20 minutes of the game we had maybe 10 kills, which is significantly lower than most of these IWCs, but it's picked up as these team fights have gotten bigger and more chaotic. Ryu wants the tower, Evie does not want it, so he's pulled the aggro of the minions.
And if Evie ever gets a frozen fist, that Iceborne Gauntlet with all of the extra armor that he's put up, that slow is going to be very hard for Ryu to deal with in a split put situation. So they're even missing out on that win condition. Good news though is that Ryu did pick up, Radier did pick up his upgraded Last Whisper, so can maybe start doing a little bit more damage to the Mundo.
And I like the fact that Ryu went for the distortion boots on his enchantment, going to give slightly more opportunities to TP, maybe more windows of opportunity against Evie, but that's definitely the long con. You need time for that to pay off, and right now they do not have time. LJL have committed a cannon barrage, they've committed Rainbrain's ultimate, but look at the burst from Radier and the reply from Seros. There's a lot of damage, 4,000 gold the difference. Ryu is not teleported back yet. Egypt gets chunked out, goes out the unbreakable will as Carbon repels up. Teleport is coming out from Ryu. He's going to arrive on this back line, but he's not tanky enough. He's in trouble. Unstoppable Force connects onto OPL. That's a triple kill as Radier does get one in reply. Seros gonna look for more. It's a quadra kill and the Penta steal from Rainbrain. They kill the Oceanic team and they will be able to kill the towers.
And once again, a little bit of miscommunication. Ryu way too late on the teleport means that the LJL team cleans house. That will be the game, and the second loss for the OPL region on day 1.
OPL goes 0-2 to kick off the International Wildcard All-Stars, the opposite of all previous showings. And for the LJL, they get themselves a win, taking down the Oceanic squad in a fairly clean, fairly controlled game. They truly had the chances there. Nexus took a little longer to kill than we were expecting. It does drop in the end. And I think credit to Japan and to the LJL for this particular game, from the laning phase to the mid game. Very clear and very controlled, barring one team fight misstep.
Yeah, and this time, Seros once again with an amazing performance, but the rest of the team showed up. Mueki on that Lucian, very good. Evie, I don't believe, died once that game on Malphite, had a very good performance. And then around their mid laner, Seros, this is what we said they needed to do. Just give him some support, because once again, that man is just unbelievable at anything that has zone control. You cannot give him a zone control champion.
Really well played. Barrel mechanics working in his favor. So now we know Zillion has to be banned against Seros. Gangplank also has to get banned against Seros. So now you only have one ban left when you play against LJL.
Yeah, and I'm looking at the Mundo. That guy just ran wherever he wanted on the map this time around and was able to just create havoc. And if you can upset these teams in the IWCA because they're not used to playing with each other and maybe don't have the clearest communication in team fights, split them up, really force them to make those hard decisions. You saw that the Oceanic region just couldn't get on top of the team fights.
And I really like that, Dr. Mundo, because of course, when it came down to the picks and bans, Misfortune and Mundo, the two that we've sort of looked at that have gone very contested. And first pick, Dr. Mundo, comes out. It's a flex pick. It works completely in favor of the LGL. And I would like to hear what our analysts have to say about that as well.
Unfortunately, the analysts are very sad, at least on the Oceanic side here. Tough game for the Oceanic players and a tough start as well to the International Wildcard. Normally, like we mentioned, good on day 1. Train falls off very quickly after that. Train's already off the rails, unfortunately, as the OC Hype Train's looking a little shaky / off the track. And when? Just OCE, what's happening, man?
Look, I don't want to blame Spawn for jinxing it at the start of the day.
I do.
But I'm pretty sure I'm going to blame Spawn for jinxing it. I don't have anything else to tell you. They're just not showing up. This is a side that I'm pretty sure is still half asleep.
Well, speaking of Spawn, he talked very highly of the Oceanic Twisted Fate, and the Twisted Fate in this game was not fantastic. What is the
What's the
opposite of fantastic?
Horrible?
Horrible. Yeah. I want to say garbage, but it felt a bit too harsh.
It's a little
like, honestly, Choo-Choo's, I can kind of agree with you. He had an okay game, and was obviously getting really picked on by Rainbrain, who might have was the other player you mentioned, maybe needed to have a better game. How much better was first pick Dr. Mundo?
Well, I mean, it's been banned in every other game up until this point. It's one of the things we're starting to see on 5.22. The Mundo, significant threat when it comes to having to deal with him, just so much health. There was only 1 or 2 fights where he was able to actually get shredded down consistently. But for me, one of the absolute biggest things of the day is with so many high priority bans that are just champions that can carry. You look at the likes of in this game, you had the Kindred ban, the Zillion, Tahm Kench Rise. It allows the Malphite play to come through. Nobody's really ever going to ban Malphite because generally he's never been good enough to just carry you a game through. It's a team comp thing, but he's strong enough to contain any enemy top laner that's put against him and is basically unkillable, just like the Mundo. When you've got 2 of them, you can never, ever, ever get through that front line. They're just unkillable.
Look, drafting was a big deal in that one, and I'm going to say they both improved their draft. There was no Cogmore, firstly, and I don't think Cogmore's very good, and I'm going to stand by that. So it's good to see that that wasn't there. Raider is a very good Vayne. But this Japanese team's draft, how do you kill it? Exactly right. Like the Malphite, he had a Thorn Mail, a Frozen Heart, a Spirit Visage, and was still out-trading a Vayne.
Yep.
It is like you said before when you mentioned it, like, imagine if they pick Soraka instead of Thresh. When you said that, I was like, oh my goodness.
So
no.
To provide context, I have been downplaying Soraka for like the last 3 days. Everyone's like, oh, Soraka's going to be great. I see this picks and bans, Mundo's first pick. I'm like, they're hovering Lucian. Soraka, right now, just do it. This is the one comp is going to go with when you got Malphite. You know, Thresh was good. It was good. Yeah. It allowed for picks. Can't complain about it. But that would have been truly unkillable.
Adam is already pretty filthy, to be perfectly honest, there between the Mundo and the Malphite. And let's move now into the mid lane for the LGL. We mentioned Twist of Fate already. Choo-Choo's is a signature pick, but maybe didn't have the impact that they wanted to. But oh man, Seros, he's got the Zillion, he's certainly got the Gangplank.
Now, to be fair, Choo-Choo's did get a lot of pressure placed on him. He did very well to not die. That's the one thing that he had to do, and he did that very well. Of course, he was pressured out of lane, and this is where Seros comes into play. Gets that Trinity Force very, very early, just starts split pushing with it, finds kills literally everywhere he goes. This guy was a beast, and there was no way to stop him, especially with a 40% CDR Gangplank build. At that stage of the game, he was unstoppable.
And it's like, speaking of the pressure in mid lane, on the other side, even though Mundo is super, super strong, obviously, still we have Carbon on the Elise. Something that I need to highlight is his build. It's like, he went Cinderhulk into the Abyssal, which makes no sense. It's like some cocktail, when in reality, you need to just decide if you want to go for the spell power jungle item, and then you go for Abyssal. Okay, it makes a bit more sense. But if you have the Cinderhulk, buy the Aegis, and it just does a lot more for your team.
Yeah, certainly not been working out there as Oceania do start their day 0-2. Japan going to even it back up at 1-1, but don't go too far or throw it to a break. But when we return, Turkey is going to be taking on CIS.
Welcome back, everybody, to the IWCA, where we have the last 5 versus 5 match of the day. For us, Turkey going up against the CIS. It, of course, will be followed by a bunch of 1 versus 1s as well, but this will be the last 5 versus 5 on Summoner's Rift. Today, Turkey versus CIS. We saw both of those teams in action already today. I want to start off maybe with Turkey. I had quite high expectations for them coming into this game, maybe being able to rival Brazil, but they didn't show up in their game versus SCA. Why do you think that guys was?
So I think the first thing to consider is they played an Ultimate Bravery beforehand.
I'm going to
call it, I'm going to call it a very interesting debut onto the stage, and from there it felt like they were still playing Ultimate Bravery. Like, they really struggled to adjust. They were playing against the team that wanted to play Ultimate Bravery. That's their style of play. They just want kills, and it actually favored them. So coming to this second game, they've got time now to think about their strategy, readjust, and actually come out ahead, play their style for once.
Yeah, and I mean, you look at the team composition that Turkey were trying to run. They had the Kindred coming from the jungle. That was their first pick. High, priority on a lot of damage. No real tank ability on their team, and you've seen every other game with the Malphite, with the Mundo bans, we're seeing a lot of presence on tanks, and if you run a very high damage but low health team, there is always the risk that you get drawn into a team fight where you don't have a Kindred ultimate available, that you're not all in position for that Lamb's Respite to keep you alive, and if that happens, your team just crumbles apart.
Well, it especially puzzled me because Crystal is supposedly a really, really good jungler. They had that Kindred first pick possibly to throw the opponents off as it to be for flex, maybe in the AD carry role, but he couldn't do too much on it when we've seen that some players have done so incredibly well on the Rek'Sais today, on the Lee Sins, and it was all open.
I mean, SOFM just went off in that game too. Like, it's really hard to judge like how good is your Kindred supposed to be when you're getting just wrecked by this aggressive Lee Sin player. Like, I was more impressed by his performance in that game than maybe any of the 9 other players in the game. They actually all played relatively well. Just the SOFM, this huge jungler, the best jungler from C, has completely shown up, especially in that game.
Can't argue. Honestly, SOFM was a big factor, and in saying that, the reason Crystal couldn't do anything was because not only was SOFM putting all of that pressure on, Crystal wasn't being proactive. He was reacting, and that was the biggest issue. Everyone from C seemed to be there first, whereas the Turkish players, they were slow to the mark. They took off a little bit late, and even in the middle lane, G4 was getting there before the mid laner from this side, so it was difficult for them to actually react and fight accordingly as a team. They were just running around the map.
Yeah, and that's interesting looking at their opponents in this one as well. CIS with Dimashk, who had his first game on Elise versus Evelyn, and he did not put any of the pressure down that we could have expected from an Elise early game pressure at all. So I think a lot is going to come down to the junglers. What else do you guys have your eye on in this matchup?
That matchup for the CIS team was a very tough one when you look at it. The lane matchups weren't particularly favorable for them in any circumstances, and bot lane fell so far behind. So I don't blame Dimashk too much for that, but I think it certainly is a valid point that when you pick Elise like that, if you have losing lanes, it's very difficult to get into those lanes and actually recuperate for any kind of errors, and I don't really want to see the brand again. I mean, it works in certain situations, but Brand Graves is just a tricky lane to do. I don't like that, especially when there are so much safer options coming out in the bot lane.
Talk about the losing lanes, but they did have a winning lane in the mid lane with the first blood even going to the Kassadin before that. Well, horrendous fight for the CIS. Is that what they should put their money on? Because Kira has definitely shown that he has the goods.
I mean, he's a player to me that I've seen him play before in Wildcard tournaments, had a very impressive first game there on Kassadin. Honestly, even his Ultimate Bravery Caitlyn was actually also quite impressive. This man's clearly very talented as a player.
And he used a great skin on Kassadin.
It's just clearly a very talented player. So he's the one I think they're going to lean all into. On the other side, conversely, Naru had a really poor showing in his first game, and he's this amazing player from Turkey. So it's weird to me that the CIS mid laner coming into this game looks a little bit cleaner than the Turkey mid laner.
And it kind of gives Dimashk a direction coming into this game. If you want to keep in mind, Naru did struggle, whereas Kira did step up, showed up in that game, and actually went off. Why doesn't Dimashk just focus that lane where his players are performing?
Well, we will see what they put their attention on. I do believe the players are ready, so let's get to their casters and get into the game.
Well, the players might be ready. I'm not quite sure I am, because both of these teams are ridiculously bloodthirsty. If we have another Turkey-style matchup with like 50 kills in 12 minutes, I'm done. Like, I can't keep up.
Yeah, that certainly was an interesting way for Turkey to start the tournament, but they played straight into Sia's hand, so I really want them to peel back. You know, they're a very smart team.
really shot call well in this game and see if you can get back on the same page, because they ran a great wombo combo comp and never let it come online because of how they played that early game.
And of course, for this particular matchup again, CIS, they lost earlier against Latam. They had a decent early game, and then it kind of fell to pieces as Latam snowballed ahead. It was the Cassidy into Riven matchup that really unraveled for CIS. So I think pick some bans maybe you want to think about, and then also making sure they don't make those same mid-game mistakes.
Yeah, 100% agree. And also focus where the problems are going to be. You know, they ran this Graves brand kill lane, and they weren't able to get anything done down there. In fact, Lex was 3 levels behind in the LATAM game at one stage. So if you are going to pick up a pick like Graves, it's very risky because of his short range. You need to massage it through the part of the game to get things done in the mid-game.
Well, we'll find out how these teams handle themselves. Of course, earlier today, they were also in the show match that took place on Ultimate Bravery. And there's also players that will be a little bit familiar with one another due to the proximity of the servers over in Europe. And of course, a lot of the CIS guys, they do flirt with the EUNE servers from time to time and try to climb those ladders. So we're into picks and bans. Evelyn removed off the table, so Dimashk will not get his hands on the Invisible Assassin. And Kindred is the reply to Crystal.
Yeah, and all of a sudden you have to look at like the Crystal. Does he want to go with Rek'Sai? Do they give Elise over to Dimashk? Or how does he want to play this? Because, you know, Crystal, huge Rek'Sai player back in the Turkish league, and Kira even getting some respect. You know, we mentioned the fact that he stood up in the Riven lane early game at least, but then kind of fell apart as the team fighting phase happened. Definitely one of the big carries for the CIS region, and a lot of support needs to be given to their mid lane.
Well, for the second time today, Misfortune and Mundo both up and available. For a less frequent time, Elise is still up, Rek'Sai is still up, as you've mentioned. There's a lot of these priority champions to think about. What will both of these squads decide? Turkey feel Dr. Mundo needs to get removed. Will it be a Misfortune reply from CIS? And at this point in time, I'm going to have to remind Stress of his Soraka discussion with Yamato, because I feel like he's currently winning. In fact, the last ban as we get back on topic is the Rumble. So CIS do not want to give Thaldrin that top lane champion.
That is just so much respect to Thaldrin up there in the top lane, taking away one of his most played champions. The Rumble means that maybe Smurf wants to try and play something a little bit more mid-game centric and is scared of being, I guess, out-team fought by Thaldrin. And Crystal is willing to pick up the Elise over the Rek'Sai.
So no real surprise there. At least Dimashk should get his hands on not only a comfort pick, but a power pick as well. Two of the, if not two of the strongest junglers on the patch at the moment. And for CIS, the world is their oyster. They've got a lot of champions available to them. If you were to pick 2 power picks, what would you pick and why, Spawn?
You know, I'm looking towards, well, they just locked it in. I was going to say Tahm Kench, Lulu, set yourself up for a hyper carry composition. I don't really mind who it is at this point of the game, but Elise is very good at picks, and 2 champions that take picks off the map completely is Tahm Kench. I'm actually really surprised we haven't seen as much of him. He has, I guess, I think that was the Ultimate Bravery game.
Yeah.
I don't think we've seen him apart from that.
No, not at all. So, surprise, and we'll see if the Lulu can be pulled off effectively here in conjunction with Tom. Now, Lex has played a bunch of Kalista in the past. He's got Sivir, he's got Ashe, he's got Graves. These are on the old patch. Need to see if he's going to pull out the likes of a Jinx, maybe, which we've seen comboed with the Tom so effectively.
So this is what Yamato and I talk about a lot. People look at new patches and think, I have to play all the new stuff. Well, we don't really change the old stuff all that much. And you know, Tahm Kench got typed a little bit, but he still denies any form of pick. You know, you have a look at Lulu, who saw so much play at Worlds. She still has all the buff that goes into the AD carry, and it is a big AD carry meta at the moment. So even if Lex takes something like a Lucian that can potentially stand up to the Misfortune in lane, I mean, SKT made a killing off running Lulu Lucian throughout the entirety of their playoff run, and potentially can do the same here to the CIS region.
And you could argue maybe even the synergy is even better with the cooldown reduction, the passive stacks, and help picks throwing out additional shots. For Turkey, they've locked in that Mel fight, so we're expecting that to be in Thaldrin's hands. You know, you assume if Dimonko's on point, he can just swallow up the most important target, but you can't swallow up a team. So, CIS mean they cannot stack up against the threat here of Misfortune and Malphite and their wombo combo ultimate.
Yeah, so Lex locks in the Tristana. That's the hyper carry we were looking for. Something with some attack speed that can really benefit from this. I would love a Gragas pickup just because a lot of Misfortune's damage right now is the ultimate as the game progresses. We saw, you know, Malphite's flying in, Bard ultimates going down, and the big Misfortune ulti going across. Now that you are Dimashk, all you have to do is piff a barrel at her. All of a sudden, break that channel.
Everybody on the Star Ladder CIS team can interrupt. You can polymorph, you can knock up if you're Lulu, knock away for Gragas, swallow if you're the Catfish. Hell, even the Buster shots can get rid of that threat. So I really like that the pickup thus far from CIS. We talked about picks and bans, maybe needing to change, and it feels like they've got some good options. I also like it against Irelia and Malphite because there are tools to get rid of every single threat that Turkey's put forward. But is that a mid-lane Irelia or a mid-lane Malphite or a... you're the color caster, you figure it out.
Yeah, no, I'm not even going to give this one a crack. I'm going to say Turkey can do whatever the heck they want with their team composition right now. I actually thought it might be a support Malphite, but they are hovering a brand currently. So, you know, maybe a mid-lane Aurelia would be a little bit more sound just because she deals with ranged champions better. But honestly, I don't know out of Turkey.
Right, so with Bard locked in, you've even got some like counter synergy because a Bard ultimate is then going to interrupt the Malphite and Misfortune ultimate, or it's going to set it up beautifully.
And who knows, it's probably going to do both if we've learned anything today.
So, CIS, they now need to decide, is this Lulu mid or will this be Lulu top? Kira's got some history playing Lulu, whereas Smurf has traditionally been a little bit more of a bruisery frontline type player. Nas, Hekarims, he's even got Fizz in his pool.
I'm really worried right now. If Smurf goes with what is a full Protect the Tristana comp, that means they cannot be caught out with the wombo combo once, because if that Tristana falls down, there is no damage on the rest of the team to be able to take anything through. Nah, especially if he goes Black Cleaver, gives them a little bit more hope in those late game team fights, so we'll see if that is the final choice.
It also gives another option. Nah can deal with top lane Malphite if he gets ahead. In some cases Irelia as well, but Split Push is now a tool that has been incorporated into the CIS team composition. So those options are available for them.
And we keep saying this about these Misfortune comps because they rely so much on Wombo. You have to commit a lot of resources to initiating the fight. You don't really get that much peel as a Misfortune, generally left to deal for yourself. If there is a flank that can come through from Smurf, get Holy Phoenix in that big ultimate, really disrupt the backline, all of a sudden they need to start peeling back here, Turkey, and Lex will be able to chase and chase and chase for days.
That's exactly what Lex wants to do. Get those resets, get the Penta if possible. We saw it so many times in the summer splits in the European LCS, but for CIS now, with their roster lineup, they're looking to bounce back from the loss to Latam. Turkey looking to bounce back from their loss to Southeast Asia, and we've actually got two more team comps that could want to tussle or skirmish, but I think time and farm is the #1 priority for CIS. They need to get that Tristana into a comfortable spot. They need to get Naru and Lulu also itemized up, and then group. That's so important for them.
They're a 2-item composition, and you know, we saw it time and time again where you get those 2 items, you start picking objectives that you want, but you don't really commit to fights because of the control they have around the map. And then as soon as that happens, as soon as you get towards the 3 and 4 items, you can really start taking the team fight. So different stages of the game, they're looking for different things.
And let's find out who can find what they want first. Guys, for the last 5v5 of day 1 from IWCA, it is, of course, the Turkish squad taking on the CIS squad. Former teammates in Ultimate Bravery. Now facing each other for their first win in IWCA. And interestingly, we noticed a trend of the 5 previous games. 4 of them have had blue side victories. Now, it is a very, very small sample size. But of course, the previous game was the first time today that red side was able to pick up a victory. So let's see if CIS and the Star Ladder can produce another.
Yeah, and automatically camera zooms in on that Aurelia mid lane because Aurelia very much beats Lulu in a top lane matchup, but because of the length of the lane and the fact that Lulu can just continually shove out, Naru has to play this very carefully. And if there's a winning matchup ever, it will be that Smurf into Thaldra, and Nar very good at poking out the Malphite.
Yeah, the entire kit of Nar can deal with everything Malphite has to offer. So Smurf, small advantages in terms of the trade. No lane swap shenanigans again, so only one time today have we seen teams go for some fun plays, and it was SCA against Oceania earlier.
Yeah, where they completely mind-gamed the Oceanic region. I love that play still. I think that's going to be something teams go back and look at and try and replicate, because it was very successful.
It's exactly what I'm hoping for, because we have a lot more games on Friday and Saturday before we start to round out who is going to get closer to the All-Star event in Los Angeles. But take a look down this bottom lane. Double Doge going to poke out Lex just ever so slightly, as Dimonko now has the duty of defending him. And Holy Phoenix on this very early game, Misfortune. I personally can't stand the MF passive. Boop, boop, boop, boop, boop. You should that. There are things that give me anxiety, and that sound effect is one of them.
Thank you, Mr. Observer, for getting us off the bottom lane there. One thing I do want to point out, though, is probably the two best auto-attacking harass champions in lane. Bard with those memes, Misfortune with that new passive where you swap targets, get all that bonus damage out, means that this is going to be very hard for Lex and Dimonko to weather the storm, but they really do need to, because that is the CIS's one win condition.
Let's find out if they've got the ability, because weathering the storm and playing slow early game is not something these teams have been able to do. And with Dimashk being pushed away from the Golem, the blue Sentinel, he's about to get bored, and that timer ended up saving Dimashk's life. And that is a mistake. That is really, really tough.
Yeah, one thing I want to point out, if you're a jungler, that potion sucks. Like, even if you're going to upgrade it, like, it's so hard to do your first clear as Kira gets caught out, has to burn a summoner spell, that it's just not worthwhile, because this is what happens. All of a sudden, Crystal level 3, he can clear as quickly as he wants, still got a potion in his back pocket. The invade will come in time and time again, and now Dimashk cannot deal with it.
Well, Dimashk does have the ability of scaling and time on his side as well, but more eggs in the don't mess up early basket is not something you really want to be toying with.
Yeah, especially when you have scaling lanes. What that does is put a lot of pressure on the jungler to be able to keep them safe. Not necessarily gank, but the presence of a counter gank definitely needs to be there, as well as all the wards that you can see, because he got forced back early, is much further behind.
And Holy Phoenix and Dumbledore still looking to trade with Lex and Dimonko, but no real advantages are being gained here yet. Holy Phoenix is doing a good job of CSing, and Lex is actually not pushing too heavily with that explosive or satchel charge, rather.
Oh, they're in trouble here.
No stun yet. Exhaust comes down from Dimonko onto Holy Phoenix. He's flashed away. Lex is going to rocket jump forward, gets swallowed by Dimonko. Teleports are being channeled. Smurf is about to go Mega Gnar. They'll give him some resistances. That Thaldren's TP followed through thereafter. Nothing comes of it except the summoners.
Yeah, and when you look at it, that was actually a massive advantage for the CIS region, because they got everything out of Misfortune. And the one thing I did say about MF, very immobile. If she does not have her summoner spells, I know Kobe hates that as well. Why do I do it? She's immobile. So need to be able to keep those up at all times, especially with the threat of the Gragas gang.
Well, low mobility is the term we'll try use, or just annoy Kobe. Kira's in trouble and will go down. Crystal's just going to sink the fangs in and pull off a very easy kill on an overextended mid laner.
Yeah, and once again, this is exactly why Aurelia beats a lot of ranged champions. Turret takes one shot at a creep, you're able to fly in there, or your backline whittles it down, stun up, and have the second dash available to be able to get a lot of work done. So that's a little bit disappointing from Kira, who we put a lot of pressure on to perform well.
And Crystal is then going to rotate around to the top lane. What an incredibly successful turn of events. He manages to get a kill mid, a summoner spell top. I think he was even around for that bottom lane pressure, and now all of a sudden Smurf is at risk of being dove once Solden gets 6.
Yeah, and what the heck was that flash out of Smurf? He legitimately walked into the middle of a creep wave, was no threat of being stunned, and still burnt the summoner spell. So just so much pressure being extended right now from Crystal, and this is what we wanted to see. Crystal, Naru really
putting the screws into the CIS region, having that high pressure where they just can't afford to scale up to the late game.
And with Crystal's ability to impact the early game, it's going to give Thulgin that advantage in a lane that he should have been losing. Holy Phoenix built himself up a 16 CS advantage over Lex's Tristana on a champion that he should have earned the advantage. Dumbledore, he's going to throw out the magical journey and he gets away. Any other champion, that would have been a kill. Maybe a fail flash would have led to a kill, but magical journey and Dumbledore gets out alive.
Yeah, keeps the summoner spell, walks over a shrine, back to full health, just trolls around the map as a bard, happy as
can be
anything at the moment. And right now, Crystal, even though he isn't farming at the same rate as Dimashk, is just implying so much more pressure. And Lex and Dimonko under this turret continue to take abuse.
And because he got first blood, he is actually ahead in gold. So not only has he got all that pressure spawn, he's even ahead in effective gold. Finds a cocoon, and look at this burst damage. Defensive flash from Dimashk, repel, flash over the wall from Naru, and Crystal gets a second kill of the game.
I'm actually going to call Crystal out on that one. As Elise, you generally do your job at stages of the game because of your kit. Like, you have scaling percentage health in both forms, a good stun. Really need to get this Aurelia going. That's the second kill he's taken away from Naru, and even though he's up in CS, Aurelia does need to hit that Trinity Force power spike relatively early in the game to be effective.
Yeah, especially considering the scaling that the CIS region have. So Holy Phoenix now going to avoid any further damage. Crystal with another gank. Crystal saying SOFM's not the only good jungler at IWCA, or Revolta, or a few others, but he wants to put his name in the list for
argument's
there he goes.
sake.
And he's going to jump back in. The spiders can eat fishes. Dimonka's going low. The stun connects from the Cosmic Binding, and Crystal does not donate more.
And Crystal takes another kill. Like, let's compare Crystal to Carbon. Sure, Carbon's not having a lot of success. He literally walked next to the AD carry in the bottom lane, so Radia was guaranteed the kill. Once again, no reason for a jungler to take that. Get your lanes ahead, because then your job is done.
Spawn, this is an all-star event. Turkey's team was voted in the #1 players for every single role and the only team to have that. Do not question Crystal. He is doing what is correct as the #1 jungler from Turkey.
I just want him to go like, I don't know, like Rylai's Void Staff or something right now and just go legit carry Elise, because he's 3-0-0, has 100% of his team's kills and needs to be able to take over the map even further with that goal.
We'll find out if he can. Somebody else who wants to take over the map is Holy Phoenix, because he's flying on boots of swiftness. I'm not sure when the last time is I saw those boots. Actually, I do remember a very fun story, Spontex of Dragonborns from 2013 in EU. He wore shoes in real life that looked like boots of swiftness.
It brings me back to when I used to watch A Lilac play, and he would go like Lichbane boots of swiftness or Nivea in the mid lane. I think that's the last time that I've legitimately seen them in a tournament game. Very strange pickup from Holy Phoenix, but hey, he's strutting his stuff everywhere right now.
Gotta go fast, gotta go fast, gotta go fast. And if TCL and Turkey are looking for skirmishes with an Aurelia and Elise or a Malphite, you know, make a 2-on-2 or 3v2 because of how quickly Holy Phoenix can get there, especially with Strut. Why not? Crystal's looking for more. Kira's going to go away. Crystal's almost going to 1v1, but underestimates the HP of Wild Growth, and Kira shuts him down.
Yeah, Kira able to pick up a kill and the red buff. So all of a sudden, this range versus melee and the extra gold that is donated over to the mid laner means Kira right back into this game, pretty much even on gold now. And Naru's like, damn it, Crystal, give me a kill.
Yeah, and this time around, Crystal just overstepping his bounds, feeling stronger than he really was.
He really was like, I am SOFM right now.
Yes,
I don't have the exhaust, but I will solo anyone.
I don't have the execution abilities. Well, he does have the execution abilities in his kit, I guess. Actually, I've got to look at the numbers to see which is better, the Elise Qs or the Lee Sin Qs.
Lee Sin's always better, man. Lee Sin best champion in the game.
Well, SOFM proved that. Cosmic Binding, as well as that meat-empowered auto, really chunking Lex out. And I know for a fact the observers are keeping us in this lane to hear this noise.
I now find it relaxing.
Thank you.
Naru actually gets the blue buff donated over to him, and it looks like they will meet on the top side of the map here, potentially. Both junglers in the area.
Dimashk does have access to that explosive cask, so there are some tools to get rid of a threat. But for Turkey and their 1,000 gold lead on what is now officially Thanksgiving all across the United States, they are drawing on their NA power to hopefully help them out. Maybe NA summer split power, not world power. And we see those dashes from Naru. He's gonna not be able to land that equilibrium strike into Kira. This is those transcendent blades, but look, 20-odd CS lead with only the Sheen and the Phage, and already he's bullying Kira away from lane and away from CS.
Yeah, he certainly is, and Kira has that double buff, so it's only going to get worse as it falls off. This actually might be my time to shine, though, because I have been talking about an Aurelia build for quite some time. Trinity Force into the Essence Reaver gives you 40% cooldown reduction, add 2 items. W into Q max means that you are a complete beast throughout the mid game, and it's not a bad amount of crit either, Quick Shot. If you get the Rage Blade after that, you just turn into a monster.
Well, Rage Blade third? I think you've just given Pulse a hernia. Rage Blade first is the only way to play.
Well, he already did that, so technically Naru gave Pulse the hernia. Pulse, you still have to show up tomorrow, by the way. There's lots of casting to do.
Oh, yes. We'll find out how Naru does decide to itemize. He's already got a level advantage over Kira. CS is even across the top lane is between Thaldron and Smurf, and Holy Phoenix has still got that advantage from earlier on in the matchup.
And that's a lot of credit you have to actually give to Thaldron up there in that lane, because Smurf should be able to bully this fairly heavily in the range versus melee matchup, and does look like he's going for an aggressive build, but just not getting as much done.
Look, I'll give all the props to Thaldron that he deserves, but I think I'm going to give even more to Crystal. The ganking presence, 2 successful pressures up top from Smurf, blowing the flash early. 3 kills. Well, take a look at this. Tempered Fate will hold Dimonko in place. Crystal, will you donate a kill? Flash forward, will get the flash out of Dimonko. Cocoon has been used, and Dimonko is going to nom. Regurgitate Lex under the tower, and the first really unsuccessful gank that Crystal has shown.
Yeah, it certainly is. They use a lot for it as well. Bard uses the Ignite as well as the ultimate. As Dimashk getting bullied by Dumbledore.
I know Evelyn was banned out, but Dimashk may as well be playing an invisible champion because we've not seen it. He's power farming up, sure. 53 CS at 13 minutes. He's got a big lead over his opposite number, but this is the first gank, and it will result in a kill. That is a rocket jump over onto Holy Phoenix. Teleport arrives to Thaldron, but he does not want to be there. Unstoppable Force has already been used, and he is in trouble. Cocoon connects there onto Dimashk, so Crystal gonna save the life of Thaldron, but he 1 for 0.
And Lex with the smooth moves just flashed a very short-range Malphite ultimate there to make sure that Thaldron wasn't able to pick up a kill in return. You saw that Thaldron was sticking around that mid lane, wanted to see if he could gank Kira, instead had to go bottom. Smurf didn't have the Mega Gnar available, sorry. So it is just a 1 for nothing. And slowly but surely, the CIS region is closing this gap.
Slowly, indeed.
Well, when you look at Turkey's last game, anything's slow.
Yes, yeah, well, that's definitely the benchmark to be set. A very brief pause as Turkey now, they've got themselves a small gold lead. That teleport from Thaldron did not pay off at all, really. Props to Lex for flashing away from that Unstoppable Force, but I think if you look at both teleports that Thaldron and Smurf have used in the 15 minutes to this bottom lane, they've both been maybe optimistic is the right word.
Yeah, 100%. And what I want to point out is that Smurf's job is to win the lane. Thaldron's job is to get into other lanes and win it. So on these teleport plays, Smurf really needs to just be there to deny the Malphite from hitting a big ultimate and setting something up for his team. So credit to Smurf for being able to follow successfully into those teleports, but Thaldron needs to make sure that his positioning's a little bit more on point, try and get a bit deeper with these teleports. Both of them have been quite shallow, and use that Unstoppable Force to start something positive for his team.
Especially when you consider the power of all the saving life tools inside the kit of the CIS. We have heard from our League Ops team, guys, there is a apparent vision bug, which we're busy investigating. The QA dudes and League Ops are on stage looking at all the possibilities, so we'll give you an update as we hear more. But again, another very close game in the laning phase. They've traded blows back and forth. For the most part, CS is pretty even between most of the lanes. It's only Kira that's struggling somewhat, and that is thanks to repeated ganks from Crystal, who has had a very impactful Elise. This is what you want to see from this jungle Elise.
But the other thing you have to do in League of Legends is very easy to draw 50-50 comparisons, but what does each team bring to the table? And when you look across at the CIS region, they undoubtedly have a stronger late game. You know, they've got all of this help to put on top of Lex, and he's going to be nearly impossible to pick because of the Tahm Kench. So really, you would expect Naru to, with the Trinity Force, be able to take over this lane, really get cracking. You expect Elise to be the strongest early game jungler in the game. And to only have, I guess, a 600 gold lead at 14 minutes with how well Crystal started this map is credit to the CIS region for just being like, whoa, we're not participating anymore. We know we need to scale, so we're just going into scaling mode.
I think that's important to note because we have seen Dimashk power farming. He's got a 20 CS advantage over Crystal, and yes, he is behind in gold thanks to the kills, of course, but he's keeping himself somewhat relevant. We've seen a great explosive cast, which sets up the kill onto Holy Phoenix earlier. So for CIS, it is the patient game. I think the next 10 minutes will determine how successful this strategy will be, because with the Triforce, with whatever Naru builds next, if it's going to go into your Essence Reaver / Ragebait build, maybe that's the power spike they need to overtake.
Yeah, it certainly isn't at that stage of the game. No one can split push against him because he just closes gaps so quickly that even, I guess, the relevant safety and Nar brings just isn't enough to escape from Aurelia. I think you can even tell that this is a game plan out of the CIS region just by looking at Dimashka's item. He's gone the Tracker's Blade. He just wants the ward and the vision to be able to counter gank successfully. And, you know, that he had one really good cast where he set it up for his Tristana there in the bottom lane. And I'm expecting him to just wait for summoning spells to come back up, continue to ward up the map, and just play that very supportive Gragas and just force Crystal to make plays. Because now all the pressure is on this guy. I said it. He took all 3 kills. And if he doesn't make an impact now, the rest of the game is on him.
Yeah, and it's also important to note that Crystal picked a 1v1 against Kira's Lulu and lost. A little bit embarrassingly, maybe forgetting or underestimating that wild growth. So, real margin for error. So we are back in game. Nothing gained or lost here for either squad. And Naru getting very close to this level 11, actually just hit it. So, going to have the ability to dash onto Kira at a moment's notice.
Yeah, and you know, when you have a look at how Crystal has played this game, it has been very good with being able to arrive at the right part of the map. So if he can continue to do that, you know, I'm looking at the top lane right now with how overextended Smurf is and Thaldrin's ult about to become back available. There is still room for the Elise to become active. It's just that the time will run out where he is very impactful in this game as they scale up.
Dimashk, Dumbledore rather than Dimonko. Going to have a little bit of a trade, but that magical journey is going to get Dumbledore out. There are too many Ds in this game. But that gold lead is now insignificant. It does not mean a thing. Consumables have more likely totaled the 500 gold difference, and it is in fact Smurf that is able to use that range advantage. While he's not bullying Thaldrin as a champion as much as we had expected, he's taken the tower, uncontested with no real threat, so well played.
And this is exactly where Nav becomes just honestly a pain in the backside for a melee champion, because he can throw out his Q pretty much on cooldown with that Black Cleaver and just continue to chunk through. And once again, Dimashk, bottom lane, forcing Turkey off the turret, so now they're becoming much more active.
Yeah, and they can really destroy this turret quickly if Lex wants to put that satchel onto it. But when a Cosmic Binding stuns up too, Dumbledore is going to say, "You shall not take my tower today."
And all 3 top of the map members for Turkey disappeared there. So CIS did not want to go any more aggressive. Instead, they're letting Smurf push further up the lane.
Happy to see that Smurf was able to back away. That was a very, very good tempered fate. It stunned up Lex and Dimonko. Dimonko's going to eat Lex, spit him out in a moment. If Dumbledore can find the Cosmic Binding, it may be enough, but it will not. He's going to sink the fangs in from Crystal. Holy Phoenix is looking for more. There comes Dimashk. He's not going to be able to knock anybody away. And eventually, it's Crystal Now picks up another kill. I think we'll forgive him for this one.
Yeah, we certainly will. That was a much better play for Crystal. He flew in there at the last moment and secured a kill this time around. Although Lex surviving and continuing to farm up is still good things for the CIS region. Maybe a bit of an overreach by sticking around on that turret. Very telegraphed play because you know they'd already been down there. And it was this time Dumbledore catching them out of position with a Bardock.
And managing to stun them both up. Naru and Kira are doing battle, and look at that. Wild Growth comes up. Ignite is ticking through, and Kira will not go down, but forced to run away. Naru is taking more control of this lane.
Yeah, he certainly is. Now that that Trinity Force has been reached, able to really exert some pressure. Whilst that was happening, Dimashk also had his flash burnt in the bottom lane, so even more pressure from Crystal coming out right now. But they still want this bottom lane turret.
Yeah, they do. It'll only take, really, I think, one wave. If Lex gets all 4 autos and his E down, that tower should drop. But Turkey have got pretty good wave clearance safety. That Make It Rain from Holy Phoenix can drop those minions very, very quickly if they got close enough. But no follow-up pressure from CIS.
Yeah, so nothing coming out there. Although now Naru on Kira.
Now, Wild Growth still unavailable. Flash away from Kira as Crystal actually flashed for that cocoon. All of a sudden, it's Turkey that want to take a tower. Unstoppable forces available for Tholdren. If Kira steps too close, there's no flash to get away. The risk is too great, and he opts not to. The tower is being taken down. Dimonko will make his way towards the mid lane, but simply too late. And Smurf, don't think he can take this one down yet, especially not with this teleport. Tholdren wants to contest.
I think he's going to stick around.
He's going to try. Tholdren's going to slow the attack speed. The minions will not be able to take it down. And that survives by the skin of its teeth.
So unless they fight right now, that's really inconsequential because it's pretty much taken off the map anyway, and I'm sure Smurf with teleport available will go back up there, but maybe a little bit even on the mind right now of the CIS top laner. He's like, I cancelled an auto attack. That should have been some more gold that I'm going to go back with. And we'll see whether they overstay for it, and it's something Turkey can punish.
So that is the real question. Sometimes the juiciest targets cost the most, because you think they're so easy to take.
Yeah, this is practically free. Oh my god, why did I die?
Yeah, so Holy Phoenix going to keep pushing out this wave. Not really a lot of shopping yet for a little while, and unfortunately, you are not the god of mid lane Irelia today, Spawn, because it is a Hex Drink, a second item.
But I do respect the Berserker Greaves at least. That's a very nice pickup coming out there. Means that he will be that aggressive Aurelia that we're looking for in the mid game. Because once again, I can't stress this enough, even though they will do relevant, I guess, team fight damage in the late game, it relies so much on wombo combo, which we've already seen is difficult to execute, versus what is pretty much just a protect the AD carry comp coming out of the CIS region. So Naru needs to get busy now if he's going to stay relevant.
So Naru. This is the story we've been talking about for the last 10 minutes. Maybe it could have been different if those first 2 kills had been secured by Naru instead of Crystal. But
here he goes again.
Let's find out. Oh, dashes backwards. Tempered Fate holds Kira in place, but there's no follow-up. Double Doge and Naru are not speaking the same strategy.
Naru is like, guys, get out of my lane. Like, that is 2 people that have now come into my lane and just done the exact opposite of what I want to do. I've just juked a Gragas ultimate. Like, Dragon's just come up. We could definitely use a Bard ultimate right now. We have all the positioning in the world. Like, I am winning this lane solo.
And not anymore. With the tools available, all of a sudden CIS, they're going to group themselves up. Dumbledore does not find the stun against the wall onto Dimashk. He's going to be able to get away. He's got those Ionian Boots of Lucidity, a little bit different on a Jungle Gragas with some HP, and have the
gives Summoner spell cooldown now, which is really good for the flash body slam initiation, and that's probably the only reliable initiation they have. So I actually really like the pickup coming out of Dimashk, especially given that there's very mixed damage. So Merc Tread's not really going to do much for the Gragas if he's getting CC, probably in the wrong space.
And I guess if he's the one taking the CC, you don't mind so much, really.
Because Triss ain't getting hit.
Exactly. Give Lex more time to work around. So Double Doge going to move back into lane here. Holy Phoenix is going to take a lot of damage. The exhaust is out. Make It Rain comes down. Crystals join the fight once again. A flash used to dodge a cocoon, but look at your mini-map. Naru's coming in from behind. Dimashk's in the jungle, and it's all of a sudden Naru that looked to be pinched. Tower secured by the Turkish TCL squad to once again take control of the gold lead. but it is ever so slight and ever so little at 21 minutes in. Kira's made his way down this middle lane. A flash from Holy Phoenix gets his explosive cast to knock him closer to safety, but Summoner spell blown and tower killed top. So trading blow for blow, objective for objective, and with that tower, CIS have the gold lead.
Yeah, everything's pretty much tied up right now, but as we said, so much is being used for Turkey to get their advantage versus just Smurf chipping away at turrets, that they will be able to secure this Dragon for themselves. First of the game, the added stats at 22 minutes, definitely nothing to scoff at, and they will go back and probably be at those 2-item pickups that we talk about in these Tristana comps.
That might just be the latest first Dragon of the day. We'll have to review that a little later tonight. And Turkey will get themselves their 3rd tower to keep even with CIS's 3 towers. They've got themselves 4 of the Oracles when it comes to the Summoners. And
Wow.
this is a departure. We're seeing so many of those as the day has gone on. The ability to just place that ridiculous distance ward is, you know, very highly prioritized. And Rylai's Crystal Scepter from Crystal. So at least, you know, he's investing that gold into DPS.
Certainly is, and he realizes that he needs to be one of the people, along with Naru, that kills Lex. And that's what he's going for right now. One thing I will say is they're running a kind of pick comp with the Bard, Malphite, and Elise, so I really don't like the 4 blue trinkets coming out of the Turkish lineup. I think they do need some red, especially because Dimashk went for that Tracker's Blade. There is a Sightstone picked up, and still a yellow trinket on Smurf means that they can get a lot of wards out around these areas and stop the picks.
Let's see how Turkey handles it. I mean, maybe they look for the skirmishes. I don't really know at this point. There's been no movement towards the Rift Herald because of how pushed in Thaldrun was, and Smurf needed to get the tower pressure. Dragon was ridiculously low priority for both of these teams. And I just feel like Turkey's not playing aggressive enough with their early to mid-game champions, which CIS is extremely happy about. So we'll see what works out.
Yeah, definitely agree. And one thing that I always say about Elise, she's one of those champions, if people are walking into you, she's fantastic. It is so easy to hit. Wow, Holy Phoenix caught out.
Here's a little bit. The Tongue Lash will not connect. The slow from the barrel does. The Tempered Fate will keep Dimashk and Dimonko locked up. Dumble Doge is looking for more. That will at least reveal the champions for now. Unstoppable Force will catch the Fat Man and the Catfish. Crystal is looking for Dimashk. Dimonko's going to look to throw down that Grey Hell. He's going to swallow, at the very least, Dimashk. Now Dimonko's down. That pops out Dimashk. It's Crystal with the double kill. 6 and 1. He has all of the kills.
And on the back end of that fight, Smurf was actually dueling Naru, who got the better of it, but Lex and Kira were not hitting anyone. And this is people with 4 summoner spells available. They just completely seed over 2 kills, and that means this mid-game comp, they're going to start up Baron.
And one of the most difficult things about playing Protect the ADC is working with your ADC. CIS have really not got the most experience with one another. Look at this, Baron is going low, down to 50% HP. Turkey peel away. Do not want to run the risk of a Mega Gnar against the wall.
If any region has experience playing with each other, it is the CIS. This is 4 members of the hard random team that were able to take it out. They come together on this lineup, and, you know, that was just straight up miscommunication. Do we want to go? Do we not want to go? Great Bard ultimate out of Dumbledore. We've actually seen a couple of really impressive Bards today, by the way. Just able to curtail all that aggression, and then the flank came through from Thaldrun and set up the fight.
Well, unfortunately for CIS, he ended up losing it. And of course,
wow, he's going Bork. Now I really don't like your build, Naru. You lost me.
Does not have the support of Spawn. 0-0-2, still got a CS advantage, but again, it means less and less, 20 CS as the game progresses.
I just can't stress how good 40% cooldown reduction is if you don't have to invest anything into it. Essence Reaver is a great item without the cooldown reduction. The fact that it gives you the extra 30% you need is just so strong, and that's why we're seeing champions like the Misfortune, like the Lucian come back into the meta, because with the cooldown reduction cap, they just do so much work.
Well, Naru doesn't seem to agree right now. But then again, he's not doing terrible, not doing great. Thaldrun's got Unstoppable Force and it grouped up CIS, but there's no follow-up, no bullet time to lay down. No Tempered Fate to lock people in. Look at the minimap. Crystal is so far away, as is Naru. Bullet Time uses to defend the tower, and it doesn't even do that. Tempered Fate will lock up both Kira and Lex, and it will not matter. Dimashk as well as Smurf pick themselves up a kill. Now CIS, they're looking to siege up. They've got themselves one tower, and they've got themselves a numbers advantage. They're going to wait for the minions to conga line in, and maybe look for some more damage on the center turrets.
Yeah, they literally just traded some bottom lane farm and a blue buff for mid lane and a kill, and they're not done.
No, they are not. Thaldren still has his unstoppable force, which he uses defensively to get away. Smurf's about to go mega. He finds himself some damage onto Double Doge as Lex picks up the kill. CIS, they have activated that 2-item spike, has allowed them to ruffle stomp Turkey. Got themselves 2 towers, got themselves 3 kills. They're going to take an inhibitor turret. They may even go for the inhibitor.
And this is what we said. Turrets are butter. Naru still looking for a flank with Crystal. There he goes.
A back away here from CIS. Naru, you're strong. You're not that strong. Instead, he's just going to threaten them away.
Lex has got red buff. They still have everything available from Kira. They need to back away right now. See if they can secure some of that vision. And this is what I said. They were going for red dots. They just gave up the whole path down the mid lane for Naru to secure away from himself. And sure, he's farming very well in this game, nearly at the 10 per minute mark, but that is a lot to give up at this part of the game.
Exposed inhibitor. One more mistake like that from Turkey, and that could be game.
Especially with a Tristana. This is like what Tristana comps have always done, you know. Keep her safe, win a team fight, take everything off the map. She destroys neutrals and turrets just incredibly quickly. They'll get the Dragon back in response, but probably not enough at this stage. Crystal might even be caught.
Crystal's in trouble. Dimashka's looking for Explosive Cask is available, and the Tempered Fate should be enough. Kira does not connect with the Glitter Lance, though, and Dumble Doge is looking for that Cosmic Binding. TP follows through from Thaldren. Unstoppable Force is available. Let's see if CIS group up. Tibonko gets stuck against the wall, and in the stun is taken out. Naru's burst is very, very high. Smurf is about to go mega. Locks Thaldren up against the wall, trying to interrupt that Unstoppable Force. If CIS group, Thaldren will go in. Instead, CIS lose just one. You cannot deny that even though Naru's not dominating, that was a scary amount of damage. First kill on not Crystal.
Yeah, it certainly is. They're going in again.
Holy Phoenix is down. His positioning is simply not good enough. Dimashk, he did not show up in the laning phase, but he is in the mid game. I think Smurf even teleported in here behind Thaldren. Another defensive unstoppable force is what I'm expecting. The satchel will not explode quickly enough. Smurf is looking to hunt. The boomerang connects, and with the help of Lulu, he gets himself another kill. CIS, they are just wrangling Turkey.
And look where Crystal is. Once again, another big creep wave that they have to absorb. They just haven't controlled that part of the map well enough, and this time Lex is there for the team fight, able to get it successfully. And, you know, we talk about the protect the Tristana. That was protect the Smurf. He had help picks this time, and that grabs him another kill. All of a sudden, going towards that Sterix, a very real threat in the top lane now.
And what a difference. What a difference in games for CIS. Earlier today against Latam, they looked lost in the mid game and then got, you know, really ran over. Now all of a sudden, they play patiently, they play controlled, they get their item spikes, and the moment a window of opportunity presents itself, CIS took multiple towers, multiple kills, and they did it back to back.
Yeah, they certainly did, and you know, it's kind of the Turkish lineup leaving that door open. CIS, they make a mistake. They get one person killed. All of a sudden, Crystal's like, well, that's me done. I'm going back to the top lane. And CIS are like, well, we can still fight this. Sure, the pick potential becomes more relevant because you don't have your Tahm Kench to protect your AD carry, but you still have all the tools to make Tristana do ridiculous amounts of damage, especially now that she's got a second attack speed item.
So rapid fire cannon to increase the range even further. On a champion like Tristana, who at level 13 has got extended range thanks to the draw bead. Smurf is about to go mega, so that is a timer that they need to respect. Started to back away, and Turkey's not looking to engage. The gold lead is still really somewhat insignificant, but that doesn't really matter because of the headroom of CIS's team composition and the synergy that the champions offer one another.
That's what it comes down to right now. Naru's build is committed to split push. He's not a good team fighter right now, doesn't have defensive boots, pretty much
he's probably one of the squishiest members on the map, to be honest, although he is level 16. So he needs to get into a solo lane and be able to take it to Smurf in a 1v1 and get rid of one of the tools that CIS have. On the other side of the map, you just group up as 5. You're a death ball comp with an open inhib and a very real Baron threat because of the lack of sweepers on the Turkish lineup. And it looks like right now, CIS, unless they really fail a team fight, have all the win conditions in their favor.
Yeah, Kira's the only sort of like super important member without a flash available. So maybe once he gets that up and running, Kira and Lex have the tools to, you know, dodge, dip, duck, dive, dodge again in a team fight. That might give them the bravery to move forward. Look at the vision though. CIS have got some great deep vision in the top half of the map. You can see Irelia and Naru going toe to toe up top, and it is in fact Smurf that is losing. Naru's build is doing a lot of damage. Thaldren looking for an opportunity. Flash, force, could connect. No priority target is available.
And once again, in a 1v1, Naru is ridiculously strong and will be able to chunk out turrets even with the build he has gone. But as long as Smurf stays safe and doesn't die, this should happen.
Well, Naru's getting bursted down. He's tanking up turret shots. Lex bounce an auto attack or two, and all of a sudden, it is Turkey on the retreat. Thaldren is going to get knocked backwards. Unstoppable force defensively again. I wonder if he knows which is the direction to win the game, because Thaldren's not going that way. Smurf is going to hop over his teammates looking for more. The rocket jump forward from Lex will allow him a couple of auto attacks onto Dumble Doge. He will not be able to get the kill. Spoiler, Dumble Doge survives for now.
Yeah, and the Spooky Ghost even used defensively off that Frost Queen's claim. And now all of a sudden, CIS moved back towards that Baron. Crystal is looking for a flank. They need to deal with their sideways this time around. So they will recall, reset, and look for another team fight.
So CIS have absolute control when grouped up. And that control dwindles when Naru can find somebody to fight. So how do CIS deal with this? How do they get the map pressure to disallow Naru from playing in a lane he wants to?
I'm just looking at the mid lane, like go top together as a group, push the wave out to about equal, and then just take everyone and go mid. The threat of an open inhibitor with a Tristana is just way too great at this stage of the game, and Naru will be forced to group. And you can see right now, that's exactly what they're doing. Shoving it out as hard as possible, gives you the Baron vision, and will be able to just continue that threat.
And very, very shortly, Smurf's teleport will be available. TP is up for Thaldren, but he's already in this middle lane. Naru is starting to make his way back, so he's warded up the jungle. I like the vision that is down across the map here for the Turkish TCL squad. And CIS are paying the respect to Naru. Turkey, and they've backed away. Not going to run the risk.
Certainly have. As soon as Naru disappears off the map, they don't really want to fight. But they just have so much in their favor. The longer this game goes, the stronger the Tristana gets. She's not going anywhere right now. And they are turning their eyes once again towards the Baron. They've left Myth Fortune, Holy Phoenix down the bottom to take Dragon, but Baron's been started.
It really is. This boost of swiftness going to have to pay dividends. Tempered Fate catches 4, locking Lex up in the air of that rocket jump. They've got the kill on Naru, who was one of the strongest champions for the Turkish squad. Now they turn their attention to Baron. Smite is available for Crystal, as well as the percentage on his Q. Thaldren locked up Lex and Kira. Lex is down. Lex is down. That's the damage for CIS. It's a shutdown as Holy Phoenix has got himself too. Dimashk is trying to run away. That Grey Health will keep him up for a few seconds longer. He's going to eat the Malphite before getting dropped himself. Triple kill for Holy Phoenix. Takes a magical journey, looking to hunt down Smurf, as Smurf is on full retreat in the river. Kira's up in the top lane. Holy Phoenix will get the last hit, securing the 4th unofficial quadra, and Kira is shut down.
And all of a sudden, Baron is open up for Turkey. Just seems 4v5s are the way to go in this game because they're able to take it, and the cardinal sin of a protect the AD carry comp. Mid laner stands on top of the AD carry, and Double Doge makes him pay.
What a swing in power. Now all of a sudden, CIS need to wave clear with a Lulu against Baron empowered minions, a Tristana's auto attacks, And really, that's it. Plus, Naru's split push threat gets even bigger.
That's exactly what I'm talking about. You just saw the stun there, layered beautifully with the CC from Tholdren. Man, the Kira couldn't even get his ultimate off. Lex died in the air from the Misfortune ultimate, and then Holy Phoenix takes over the rest of the map. We saw what he could do on Grave in the ultimate Bravery. This time on Misfortune, having another good performance. And in the end, he even donates the kill.
Dumbledoge has to be a wizard, because that play was magical. The Tempered Fate into the stun just set absolutely everything up. And, you know, you mentioned the Bard plays all throughout the day. Yamato was talking about Bard earlier on the desk. It feels like the most impactful support champion we've seen across all 6 of our IWCA games.
Oh, that is so bad from Tholdren. Once again, gets caught out, has to burn the ultimate on the retreat. That means that a little bit of the pressure that they're hoping to build up here, Turkey does fall away, although they're still going. Teleport is available, but with no ultimate, this might be the CIS region's fight to take.
So let's take a look. CIS need to find the right targets. They need to deal with Holy Phoenix's Misfortune.
Stun from Dumbledoge means that no engage will come out of Dimashk, and they will successfully back away.
Yeah, empowered recalls can allow Turkey the time to make whatever decision they want. Dragon was even picked up by Turkey in that previous fight as well, so that's 3 in our 40-minute game. Baron will still be up for around a minute 45, roughly, which means Naru still has more time and more tools to play with. So all of that good work, 15 to 20 minutes of positive play from CIS undone in one monumental team fight.
Yeah, it certainly was, and they were really drawing the game to the point that they wanted. You can see that Lex, he's nearly capped out in items. This is exactly when they wanted to put the screws in on the Turkey lineup. And you know, Naru still has 2 item slots available. If he goes Frozen Heart into something like a Randuin's Omen, will become very difficult to kill on that backline, and maybe Turkey can sneak one away here.
So let's take a look. Turkey, of course, looking to secure themselves a victory after losing earlier today. Tower number 5 will fall in this middle lane. Dumbledoge was hanging just on the outskirts, trying to set up a Cosmic Binding, but Turkey have split themselves up. Tholdren, Major Beefcake, going to pull the attention of Smurf. Teleport is up. The rest of Turkey are going to head up to this top lane. Dimashk is going to get dropped down by bullet time. Without the jungler and the disengage from that explosive cast, Tempered Fate will lock up Lex and Kira. The Cosmic Binding stuns Kira as well. And Turkey get themselves yet another kill. Naru just obliterates Lex. And with 4 members of CIS down, this might just be the game. Turkey, they're onto the inhibitor turret. They're onto the inhibitor. And there are minions with Baron conga lining onto the Nexus turret. Turkey just punish CIS. They punish to protect the AD. They've got a Nexus turret. They've got a second. And on Thanksgiving, Turkey pick themselves up a win in their 2nd game at IWCA.
I do not know what the heck just happened. Once again, Dumbledoge clutch stun onto both the mid laner and AD carry. Once is pretty unforgivable. Twice costs them the game in the end. And Kira and Lex just on completely different wavelengths. They cheat through the jungle. We even put base gates in.
Unbelievable. Dumbledoge,
God, he is so good.
The reason they picked up victories, turning the game around. And you know, it's not all lost for CIS when you think about how well they played that mid game. When you think of the decision, actually, how well they played the early and mid. Because they were under pressure. They had lanes that were going to lose a little. And they kept gold so even for so long. They pushed well, they played well, but unfortunately, they just got outplayed by the Dumbledoge.
Yeah, it was just Dumbledoge coming up with clutch play after clutch play. And you know, you have to say that he and Holy Phoenix definitely started the laning phase well at the same time.
Yeah.
So it was a lot of Dimashk's good work on the Gragas this time around. Much better performance out of the jungler for the CIS region, but they just were cheating around the map. I think that they felt like if they could just get the one team fight they were looking for, they would be completely fine. They started like not putting down the vision they needed to. Like even Smurf was greeting after kills on Tholdren. They just weren't grouping up like they were in the mid game, and in the end it came back and bit them really hard.
And you see all of the beauty of the team compositions, the strengths that they have, the split pushing from Naru on Aurelia, the team fight protect the ADC power, but the weaknesses at the same time. The moment you lose that ADC and the moment Kira and Lex, they were holding hands saying, hey, look, I need you close enough to wild growth. Oops, we got caught by another stun. Oops, we got caught by another unstoppable force, and it ends up costing them.
And even beyond that, we talk about Tom Kench's strength. Just send Tristana through that way if you want to look for the fight, nice and sped up, and then Tom can take her away.
Yeah.
If you put two together, Tom's mouth is pretty big, but it is not big enough for a Lulu and a Tristana. And Demongo, poor guy, was just like, I can only save one of you.
Yeah, and that was the problem of the team composition. It relied so much on positioning and vision. And you can start looking at some of the decision-making around wards. For a long time in the mid sort of 15-minute mark, there was a lot of vision around Baron, but there wasn't a lot of indication to try clear it out, gain control of that area. It was just sort of trading wards back and forth for a little bit until eventually Turkey found the team fight that won them the game.
Yeah, 100%. And, we were saying to Naru that you need to come through and come up with a big play. At the end of the game, he finally did. No hesitation. As soon as he saw Tristana by herself, he was in underneath that turret, executing. I thought even Holy Phoenix might have gone too deep, was saved by the Buster shot there. But in the end, that was really good. Like, as soon as the go button was hit, Turkey knew when they could win the game.
And it was just, again, a really great game. So Turkey end up on the day 1-1. CIS are now 0-2. So got a couple of teams starting to filter through the cracks here, starting to see, where the power rankings are. But let's talk about Turkey just very briefly, considering their two games. Really dramatic performance against SEA earlier today. They had some great team fights and some terrible team fights. And now, strong early game, weird mid game, and then good team fights late. So what do we make of Turkey, who's a region who historically has performed very well at IWC events?
Yeah, they certainly have. And the first question I'm going to raise is, Crystal, you're not having the performances we're used to seeing. A very good early game jungler, a very good team fighting jungler. Sure, it was 100% of kill participation, but I feel like their bottom lane is where they're really going to shine. Holy Phoenix having a great tournament so far. Give that guy some more support and he will carry you to good things.
And give Dumbledoge bot and he can just set things up and help you pick up wins.
He's a wizard.
He is a wizard indeed. So that does it for the 5v5s. To talk about how that game played out, we head back over to the analyst desk.
Well, I saw a lot of you, me inclusive, frowning when Spawn mentioned that Holy Phoenix has been having an incredible tournament of 2 games to read off, of course, because during the game, that is certainly not what I heard here.
I was quite the opposite for most of the game, to be honest. And there was a couple of parts at the last bit. That's not to say he's playing badly, but I was singing his praises coming into this about how good a player he has been previously on a wildcard stage. I feel a little underwhelmed just from some of his performances in lane, looking at decisions where he's out of position, gets blasted back. A lot of this is to do with kind of like playing as a team and the right positioning, but I feel like we've seen him play better, but he's getting better as the games are going on.
So I feel like it could be him. It could be the team that he's playing with, and maybe he's playing like he's used to his old team, and this is an entirely new one. He's been caught out of position twice in that game alone, and that was a big deal because the CIS team, they got back into that pretty much off the back of him getting caught twice.
I mean, he's just aggressive. That's how Holy Phoenix works as a player, and it's both been to his benefit in the lane and in some of the late game team fights we saw, and to his detriment when he's getting caught out, eating random stuns, eating CCs, and just getting blown up. CIS honestly almost won that game, trading on Holy Phoenix's poor positioning.
He also had boots of swiftness, which make absolutely zero sense because he's a misfortune with a strut anyway. You don't need them, and I'm pretty sure that Naru had his Berserker Greaves in that middle lane on Aurelia and just decided to go the tanky build.
More speed!
Exactly, yeah, just went the super fast build,
Gotta go fast. You mentioned Naru in that mid lane, also someone that we definitely had a rise, and I think it was Yamato Cannon as well, and he was up against Kira in that matchup, and he absolutely actually bodied him with Aurelia. Fantastic performance.
Yeah, really strong performance on Aurelia. We've looked at Naru's earlier performance, and we're like, it wasn't quite what we were expecting from, all the big talk that Yamato had about Naru. Much better this time. Sad the kill didn't go to him very early on. Stacking a lot of kills on the jungler normally backfires. The number of times I've seen like a Lee Sin or an Elise with 6 kills that just can never carry the game.
SOFM, anyone?
Yeah,
I was gonna say.
I mean, Naru finally managed to get there. Got a couple of items building, a little off what you'd normally expect from an Aurelia. I know we were talking about it, Rusty, quite a bit, but going for Blade of the Ruined King with the more of Malmortius as well. Bit of a different build.
Item builds, again, could be a little bit questionable. I do want to touch on the fact that Crystal did get all of the kills.
Yeah.
That was bad because he chose to take the kills and delayed Naru's power spike on the Aurelia. You're going for these very aggressive itemization choices, not going for the Guinzus, which is a super efficient item. You could have had 2 items, have all the kills on Crystal, and be perfectly fine. Instead, he's going for this other build with the Blade of the Ruined King in there. Crystal has all the kills, slows him down, but of course once Naru was online, he was well and truly destroying everything.
Yeah, and definitely because the kills didn't go to the carries, they couldn't accelerate their power and maybe finish the game out closer, because it got pretty tight there for Turkey at a certain point until they get this amazing team fight. Let's get it up on the screen. And well, they show what their comp is designed to do, Pastry Time.
Yeah, so you're right. Super slow game, honestly, and that does favor the CIS team just because they have Tristana, got a lot of ways to protect her, and this started off really well. So let's roll the replay, and they get a good pick here. This is exactly how the Salada side have gone in, but Thaldron, Strike goes straight in, gets the Dumbledore lands the initial binding, and Crystal just to the side as well actually stuns Dimashk, so he can't follow up after that team fight. And from that point onwards, you're never winning that game. Bard Q, Malphite ulti, MF ulti, Crystal on point on the flank, everything goes right there.
Yeah, everything going in their favor indeed. And well, Dumbledore, wow. Well, going forth with his legacy here, fantastic board play.
So good.
Yep.
Like, Dumbledore's an excellent player, as you can see them chase down the last few kills. We've seen how good he's been. He's, been the butt of some pretty awesome puns, of course, in previous events as well. We've seen his Thresh. Now we're going to see his Bard. Everything the man touches just seems to work out. He literally kept his team in that game and then single-handedly won it.
I was hoping that you would say everything he touches turns to gold.
Oh, I was going there. I was so going there at that
You
one.
had it. It was there.
I was going to jump in and you got it. But the one time that actually happened, one thing that in the very first game of the day, I was sat behind the scenes kind of like, Bard misfortune. This is a recipe for disaster. There was a team fight where it didn't go right. Oh dear, that it really is a recipe for a missed team fight. We only saw one of those, so I mean, generally that's been good for the day.
Yeah, definitely. And Turkey being able to, well, clean their game up and get that first win. On the other hand, CIS, not the best start for them. 0-2. Do we see promise enough for them to fight back?
I think there's glimmers of hope between what they have done. They don't feel like they're very good as a team just yet. Their early game definitely is lacking. They come into the middle and late game, though, and they do feel like they're a completely different team. They seem to just come online, a switch flicks in their brain, and suddenly they want to win the game all over again. So moving into the next games, definitely.
Yeah, I feel like that's a very important factor. We have 4 days of games, and all these teams have maybe even only played together since today or yesterday. So I think we're going to see some considerable growth from all the regions as we go forth. But we're going to take a quick break. That's it for the 5 versus 5 portion of the day. And we have a big chunk of 1 versus 1s coming up right after this. back, everybody, to the International Wildcard All-Star live from Australia. We've had a big day already. A lot of 5 versus 5 action, 1 versus 1 action, and ultimate bravery. But we still have some 1 versus 1 to go for. Actually, let's take a look at the bracket to see the group we have going on here. The first game was supposed to be Holy Phoenix versus Thiag, but we're giving Holy Phoenix a break. So we'll be starting off with Ryu versus Seiya, which is actually an amazing matchup instead to start off with. Pastry time?
Oh, yeah, super excited. Been very impressed by Seiya, just in general, about how well he's played. And Ryu, his most impressive games when he was really coming up in the OPL were actually carried top lane performances with the likes of Fizz and his Rise. So this guy, I'm absolutely sure he knows, A, how to win a 1v1 and also how to cheese the crap out of people. So I am ready for whatever he wants to do.
If I had to pick a favorite from the Oceanic region, it's Ryu.
Yep.
But I have watched Seiya play now, and he's my dark horse to take out the entire thing.
Yeah?
I honestly think he's probably the best 1v1 player that I've seen so far.
Interesting. My eyes are on G4 in this group. I know that's that's like the easy pick. I'm sorry, but whoever wants to get through this group has to go through him. Crystal has like the hardest test of his entire career in this bit. Going into 1 versus 1 against G4, that better be some Gouda coming out in that 1 versus 1. Bring out some European Gouda. Crystal, you've played against Sheepy and a lot of the unicorns in solo queue.
You know what to do.
You got to have something.
You know what to do. I do see here we have Ray Deer and Ryu, and well, 0-2 so far for the OPL today. And I mean, this 1 versus 1 portion also carries a lot of weight, so they will have to pull through. As we see here, Ray Deer will be going up against or Holy Phoenix or Thiag. Do you think the OPL can push something back here?
Raider, he has what it takes. He definitely has the mechanics, and he is going to be against another AD carry if Holy Phoenix goes through. So
Look, it's going to happen again. It's going to be like Carbon earlier in the day.
Is it?
He's going to be against a Heimerdinger who establishes enough of a lead to win the 1 versus 1 just by farming to 100 and not absolutely getting challenged in any way. And then somehow is going to all in with Kennen and win an unwinnable 1 versus 1. And that's how it's going to happen. OPL are going to pick up first in this, and then
Yeah, I see what's
50
going to happen.
points.
Yeah, they'll be first in the 1 versus 1 first, but then they'll end last. But in the 5 versus 5, which you're losing now, they will win in the end.
Yeah.
It's all going to be good, Rusty and Pastry.
just jinxing this whole thing. I swear to God.
What we have learned, though, is Spawn, with his lack of faith, somehow has, like, perfect predictions here. When he's in Australia, when he's on home field, he can do the analyst aspect
Truly the
just
world
fine.
upside down if Spawn has some predictions, right? Well, we're going to jump into those 1 versus 1s in a second. I do want to remind you one last time of our social media challenge. Remember that you can still send in your Warwick impression at LOL Oceania with the hashtag IWCA challenge. We've got a lot of cool ones already, so we'd love to hear from you because you can win some very cool prizes. And by the way, you can tweet whatever you want, questions, suggestions, anything to us as well, always. But for now, though, we're going to get into our 1 versus 1s with our casters.
Thank you very much, Shocks, and welcome back to the caster desk. I'm Atlas. This is Yamato Cannon. We're ready to take you through the final games of the night. These are going to be the best of ones, and we're going to start with Seiya versus Ryu, of course, the top laner for Oceania. And look, with true OPL fashion, we are going to try and continue the winning streak on day 1. We're just going to do it in 1v1s, Yamato Cannon, this time around.
Sure. But you're facing Seiya. Like with that Riven play, like Riven, I think it's a perfect champion for the 1v1 map.
But, you know, Ryu, top laner, has been against Rivens before, you have to think. He's experienced solo queue at one point in his life. We'll see what he does decide to pick up into the matchup. But I have a feeling Rise probably not going to be the best in 1v1, so we'll see what he decides to go with here. Because, I mean, this guy has been sort of considered a massive up-and-coming top laner, but hasn't necessarily seen any success today.
It's like you guys, all you Australian casters are hyping up so much this guy, and I haven't been impressed yet. Like I came here to learn about Australia, right, and the Oceanic players, and I'm not impressed yet.
Well, look, get impressed. He hasn't even played yet, man. You got to calm down.
Sure.
But we'll get into the game. So far, we've got the Lulu ban coming through as we do hop into Champion Select.
Kami impressed me with the Lulu simply because he built AD. Like,
against a Nami as well.
Yeah, the Nami made no sense, but if we just focus on the Lulu impressed me. With the full AD, it's perfect for the 1v1s.
Especially with that, the Executioner's Calling as well. Almost forgot the name, of course. It's made a reappearance here in League of Legends, but I really like that item as well. The Nunu going to be banned away, and I was waiting for the Nunu to come out. Because, of course, in any 1v1 tournament, there's that cheesy Nunu player that will just kill everyone and make the game completely unfun. So I'm so glad that it's been banned.
I remember that 1v1 specifically when Wicked played against Soaz for that 1v1.
Exactly.
And Soaz busted out that Nunu, and the absolute zero to take it home was amazing.
And Wicked was, and you could see it in his face. He was just
depressed.
Oh, I don't like anything right now. But Lucian is going to be banned away as well as the Caitlyn and the Urgot. So they are considering the Kindred.
Pretty good. Kindred has a very, very big power spike on that level 3, can all in, and is one of the few junglers in the game that can actually one-shot people.
He's done it. he's just done it.
All right.
He's locked in the Rise. Okay, well, we'll see whether he can scale into the late game in this 1v1.
Like, my professional opinion about Rise, it is not good in 1v1s. And especially against something like the Kindred that is going to all-in him, and Rise is not going to be able to do much. Especially, probably he's not going to run any defensive summoners like Flash.
Well, we'll see what happens here. As you can see, Ryu, his summoners haven't quite updated just yet. I'm not sure whether he's going to be taking the Ghost and the Snowball or not. Well, I hope not also. I have a feeling he doesn't want to be handicapping himself too much. But Saya as well. He's impressed us all day. I mean, even his Lissandra game that he didn't manage to pick up the win on, he was making plays all across the map, always calculating exactly what amount of damage he can do. You can see there's a lot of steely determination on Ryu's face.
I think anyone who plays a good Riven, you can just assume that he is good mechanically on any champion.
Yeah.
It's just an assumption that you have to do.
And how much animation cancelling do you reckon you could make happen on a Kindred?
On a Kindred? Not too much. It's just jumping around with the
Yeah.
W active. Not too much.
He's not even going to be tested here. Well,
Against the Rise with very strange summoners.
He has actually, he's gone for the Cleanse and the Exhaust.
Like, personally, I love the Cleanse because it kind of lines up with most summoners that enemies pick. Kind of a defensive summoner, removes the Exhaust, Ignite in some cases, and also some CC that some champions bring in. But the Exhaust, very interesting.
Yeah, well, we'll see how it goes here as Flash just hasn't been taken. I believe it was taken by one player so far.
The Nami.
Yeah. Oh, and Karma as well.
That's true. That's true.
But
The
that's about it. That's about it. Only support players. The Saya is just letting Wolf come up and down out of the ground.
It's like, speaking of support players, I feel it's so unfair coming into 1v1s. It's like support players are, in most cases, destined to become casters, as we have in Europe going on. They're not destined to win 1v1 tournaments because the role is not that big.
What role did you play, Yamato Cannon?
I played top lane. I would destroy people in this tournament.
Oh my goodness.
No, I shouldn't say things like that.
Yes,
Someone's going to challenge me somewhere.
Someone, maybe a certain Deficio or Crepo. I don't know. Maybe one of those.
Come at me.
Well, see how this one's going to go. Ryu starting off quite well, hasn't taken any damage at all. We'll see whether Saya is going to start putting on the pressure, as you can see, already pushing up this lane. The real difficulty, though, with the Kindred is the fact that she just has so much sustain.
That's true, that's true. It's like my biggest difficulty with any champion that cannot buy Torrent's Blade on level 1 usually has like a bad time in 1v1s. Like Rise, sure, on some AP mids you can start the Torrent's Blade. I'm thinking LeBlanc, I'm thinking Orianna, but Rise, it just doesn't fit because his auto attack animation is not the best in the game.
Yeah, and actually the thing that you were talking to me about is the fact that, you know, auto attacks are what win you 1v1s generally, because you're going to be fighting early and often. You're not going to have all of your spells a lot of the time. And Ryu's picked Rise, who arguably has the worst auto attack in League of Legends.
Sure. That's right. Like
one off.
When you mentioned the Rise, like the thought went through my mind and it just felt unreal. Like it shouldn't happen. Rise appearing here. So I'm really hoping Ryu surprises me.
Well, he's going to have to do some work here, as already slipping a little bit far behind. Saya hitting the level 3 there as well. He's going to get the third proc. Not actually quite going to get that. There it is. My goodness, that extra true damage as Wolf chomps him in the butt. Going to be very difficult. Ryu with nice timing there on the relic.
Now, he's done some research. He can't say he hasn't practiced the map. He knows when it spawns.
He certainly practiced Rise as well. Trying to lock down as much CS as he possibly can.
In terms of which particular masteries people run, like in my opinion, the best mastery you could run is 18-6-6. You get the biscuits in the second tree, and in the third tree you get the block damage, and of course in the first tree you get the Fervor for Battle, which is perfect for these 1v1s.
Yeah, well, it is Fervor for Battle here for Saya. Thunderlord's Decree was picked up by Ryu, but it also looks like he's grabbed the Bandit one, where he's gathering 1 gold from every minion that he misses. So it's not exactly an optimistic look at how this lane's going to go.
It's exactly as you said. He's going to the late game.
Yeah.
But these games don't tend to last long. So I don't understand his approach. Well, I do understand his approach. I just don't like it.
No.
Rather.
Well, he hasn't died yet. Of course, made it to level 4 so far. We'll see, of course, the machine gun rise could come out, but we're just not used to seeing it this early. But of course, confirmation that he did manage to pick up Bandit. It's not just a visual bug or anything like that.
Glorious.
Well, of course, Dangerous Game doesn't do anything, as has just been pointed out in my ear. So, Zaya with not a whole lot of mana left, but it doesn't mean that Wolf won't eat Ryu for breakfast if given the opportunity now, able to sit under his turret.
He's gonna start chipping away at this turret, and what can the Rise do to respond? Nothing at all. Seiya can just keep sustaining. Ryu does not have enough mana to even kill him at this point. Just keep pushing, and at one point Ryu needs to base. He's gonna end up even further behind in CS.
Well, he's going to be able to start stacking that tier pretty soon.
I think he's doing it in real life, realizing now that he picked Rise in 1v1.
Oh my goodness. Well, he's going to be basing at this point. Seiya, we'll see whether he tries to stop that back, but I don't think that these minions will even make it to the turret. Oh, yes, they are. But the back does come through. So Ryu grabs his health back, has a Sapphire Crystal as well as another Doran's Ring. So going all in for this sort of early game power, as Seiya takes a turret shot just trying to shove this wave through.
I kind of thought he would go all in into his idea to go for the late game. Like the tier, even though sure it needs stacking, the mana is very, very efficient for Rise. Hex Drinker. Now I understand why Seiya stayed for another wave. It makes sense now. I was thinking he's just going to base at the moment to make sure that he misses at the minimum amount of CS, but now he just stayed and got the Hex Drinker.
Yeah, that's going to be a whole lot of pain for you to deal with. Unless he can continue locking Seiya down, who has now hit level 6.
Just, I cannot imagine now with the Hex Drinker, with the Rise also being behind, he doesn't have enough DPS to go through this Kindred now. Especially with the exhaust. Sure, there's a cleanse, but I just can't picture it right now.
Well, we did see Choo Choo's playing it earlier on, definitely doing some work. Ryu is known as the Rise player on the side. We'll see. Of course, it will just take that all in. Of course, 45 to 32 on the CS markings at the moment. So a definite lead here for Seiya as the queue goes wide from Ryu.
Well, as I said earlier, Kindred has this spike on level 3, and after that she kind of falls off. So maybe the idea of the late game kind of makes more and more sense. This is the first time the Rise actually sees the enemy tower, which is awesome.
Frenzy coming out one more time. Seiya actually getting caught up, but Ryu gets the Rune Prison. The Exhaust is down here as well. He's going to have to use the cleanse, does so, but one more auto attack's going to be enough. First Blood goes down, and Kindred's able to pick that one up. Ryu, his beloved Rise, just didn't quite work in the 1v1.
That's such a late cleanse though. I don't know if it would have mattered, but I still get annoyed with these late cleanses.
He also still had a pot. Could have been spamming that potion button a little bit faster as well, go through all of them.
But I think the initial mistake is picking Rise to begin with. You have to agree with me, right?
It's a very good point. So not exactly able to quite scale it up to the late game. Of course, a late game doesn't quite exist in the 1v1 scenario, but probably wanted to get to the point where he can use that desperate power, make use of the passive as well, be that machine gun Rise, but just wasn't able to lock down the Kindred.
Got to also respect the fact that he just goes for something that he's comfortable with.
Yeah.
He has played a lot of Rise in the past, and why not just go for something that you're comfortable with? We saw the Kalista earlier that someone picked, and I was like thinking, Kalista, you have two abilities that don't do anything at all. Why not? Took the victory against the Yorick. It worked.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's like Jace of old, you know, you only level up the gate and the Shock Blast. Yeah. So you don't even need your other buttons. It's absolutely fine. So, look, does the same thing on the Kalista and makes it work, but was against a Yorick. Yorick is one of those champions that doesn't do a whole lot.
I feel like ever since Yorick has lost his beloved mana potions, he's not going to do much in the 1v1s.
Is a little bit difficult, most definitely. But we'll see what happens here as we move forward. There might be someone who's found the key to Yorick. Maybe, you know, that mastery that gives him back percentage mana. Who knows?
I was very surprised that the person, I don't remember who played the Yorick, but he didn't go for the Corrupting Potion. The Corrupting Potion has a lot of synergy with his ghouls because they reapply the dot from the potion, and it also gives him some mana back, which he has a lot of issues with.
Yeah, and look, maybe just don't pick Yorick. I don't know.
That's true.
That could be an option here.
Like, some tips is stick to Orianna. You know, AD Orianna is sick in this. The Nunu, the AD LeBlanc is also something that is very successful. Just take a look back in the past tournaments, the past 1v1 tournaments, and there you go. A lot of ideas for what you should play.
Yeah, but we are straight into it, guys, for our second 1v1. It is going to be Thiak from Latin America taking on Turkey's Holy Phoenix. The game that was supposed to be up first up. But of course, now Holy Phoenix, he's rested and able to get into this one. Yeah, Heimerdinger is going to be taken off. I was about to say the Rift. We're not going there. We're going to the Snowdown Showdown.
I become so happy whenever I see the Caitlyn ban, because the Caitlyn mirror is one of the most depressing things to watch.
Who can farm better?
Pretty much. And in this case, I think Holy Phoenix, that is the natural AD carry, is going to be the better farmer in this case.
Yeah, able to sit around in the early game, do absolutely nothing, and just kill creeps. I mean, that's just right into his wheelhouse.
Yeah, it's like when it comes to junglers, like Theak's case, usually,
God.
like I'm thinking they should have the same odds as supports. But there's one thing that kind of differs them from others. It's the fact that some of these junglers play Lee Sin, and Theak does. Lee Sin is a highly mechanically capped champion, so maybe that will show today in Theak's play.
Could potentially, but he's going to lock in Teemo.
Why not?
Yeah, when in doubt, probably better than Ryze.
It actually probably is.
And with the blind as well, I mean, he can probably safely assume that Holy Phoenix is going to pick up an AD carry. In these sort of short trades.
Genius.
Oh my goodness.
Genius.
Who would have thought that picking Teemo would be genius in any situation? It's happened now. Holy Phoenix is going to see it and he's going to be like, oh no, what has happened? What have I done? Look at his face.
Yeah,
he's like, I am a
Teemo
dirty
smile.
man. Yeah. Oh my goodness. Well, I'm actually all of a sudden completely biased towards Holy Phoenix. Completely and utterly. Does depend on the skin. Does depend. If it's the little spaceman Teemo. Astronaut Teemo is pretty adorable when he bounces around and all that sort of stuff. But there are so many skin options that I don't even know. You could go for anything. You could try to be badass with the new one that I just don't like it.
Yeah, it feels a bit fake almost.
I know,
it's trying
right?
to be
It's
like Sylvester Stallone, Rambo,
Yeah.
but it just
don't be
doesn't make
someone you're
sense.
not, man.
Yeah.
Go Cottontail. That's the usual.
Exactly. But once again, the Kindred. We saw it have a success against the Ryze. That doesn't tell us much. But still, Kindred has...
You had success with it against a Heimerdinger.
That is true.
In our 1v1.
Yeah, but...
that was level 1. And I don't think I did all that much. So
that is true.
That's not going to tell us much either. So really, we're yet to really learn the Kindred power.
Well, it's like, once again, Kindred, level 3 is her spike. We saw the big trade he did on Ryze in the previous game. And also, like, if you can make use of this spike, usually it's the small things that make the difference in the 1v1s. These small advantages, you end up with a small CS lead, small XP lead, and it puts you in these item advantages as well. The Hex Drinker wins you the game.
Well, we'll see whether he does get to that Hex Drinker point, or whether Theak, of course, does have a Doran's Blade. Doesn't tell us all that much about what's going to happen, because, of course, you can build Doran's Blade on anyone. Whoever's got a ranged auto attack probably wants to pick it up. Even maybe a melee auto attack, now that I come to think of it.
Something like back to the corrupting potion, also something that is very, very good on Teemo.
Oh, well, speaking of which, Theak going to go in at level 1 here, but Holy Phoenix, Wolf doing a whole lot of work helping him out, and Theak's just going to say, all right, well, let's try again another time. There's the exhaust, the ignite's down as well. Holy Phoenix going in for this one, wants his W back up, but may not even need it as the auto attacks are coming in. Ooh. Not going to tangle with the turret.
I called Dunzo too early.
Yeah, well. Also is going to be very difficult for Teemo to do any more work, as Holy Phoenix is going to have a level advantage throughout this entire game now that he's made it up towards this wave. And now, because he skilled that W, has a whole lot of extra sustain in this lane as well.
The more you think about it, Kindred just seems like the perfect champion for this map. The 1v1, she's very strong, has the sustenance, has the all-in potential as well. But beyond level 6, that's where she becomes weaker.
She's also got 2 laughs, which I think is complete overkill. Theak once again just going aggressive, but you can see that's the sustenance you were mentioning before. Because I believe that was the Thunderlord's proc that did a whole bunch of work.
I was really surprised Theak decided to go for the E instead of the blind. It feels like the blind should be the better option for these early trades and the early all-ins.
But you can't blind Wolf. He's still going to be partying.
That is true, but most of the damage she does.
That's a very good point. So, Theak still waiting for that level 2. He's going to get there relatively soon, but of course missing the first couple of creeps and of course not being in lane is going to hurt.
So the question is now, Holy Phoenix, will he manage to push this wave out until before the relic spawns? I think that's very, very important in this particular matchup, because Theak is falling behind on HP.
Oh my goodness, this is just getting scary here as Holy Phoenix is taking a little bit of poison damage, but the sustain advantage that you have on this Kindred is just being put on full display right now.
There's the relic.
Oh, they're going to go for it there, but takes a whole bunch of harassment as well. Holy Phoenix not quite able to skill up that E just yet. You can see, took a turret shot, so didn't want to go too deep.
The question is, should Holy Phoenix go for the all-in? I almost think that he potentially could here. Sure, we have the Ignite on the X side, but still should have the damage to kill him here.
Well, it's only 200 damage that he needs to put down. He's going for it here. The Ignite goes down into Holy Phoenix. Not going to take another auto attack, but Wolf, he finishes the job. The trusty companion of Holy Phoenix, and he dives the turret and picks up the victory. And Theak, oh, I thought theoretically the Teemo was a good idea, but once again, been proven wrong.
Well, history has proven not every idea on paper and theory doesn't have to be good in practice.
Very, very true. So did I.
Into 80 carry.
And I got excited about the Rise. I thought, genius, fantastic 1v1 pickup, but that's not going to work out either here as Holy Phoenix is going to be successful. That means that he is going to be facing Radier towards the end of our 1v1s this evening. We'll see
80 carry versus 80 carry.
80 versus 80, and we'll see whether Teemo is going to be picked up one more time. Radier says, haha, I'll teach you how to play Teemo, my friend. Not entirely sure whether that will happen. Isn't exactly known as a Teemo player, is Radier, but we'll see what he does decide to go for.
I don't know why, but my body and my mind tells me that we're going to see some Kindred mirrors happening.
Oh, yeah.
Because after these two games, Kindred seems very, very powerful in these 1v1s. The sustenance and everything just seems right for her on this map.
I have a feeling she could potentially just be banned away as well.
True,
we could just see her hitting that ban list time and time again, like the likes of Urgot and Caitlyn. Of course, Urgot going through the bans this time for the first time, but not going to be picked up by either player, instead going for Teemo. Not entirely sure what was going through Theak's mind there, but look, unable to pick up the victory. Holy Phoenix moving forward, and we'll see what happens in our next one as we hop forward. But we do have an interview with Holy Phoenix, so let's throw it down to Pulse. Noise.
Noise.
Thank you very much, Atlas. I have actually grown and changed my hairstyle. It's Quick Shot here in place of Pulse. Going to talk to Holy Phoenix after picking up a victory there against Theak. First of all, were you at all scared of the Teemo?
Not really. Like, it's small and scary, kinda, and it's evil, we know that, but I wasn't scared because I had Kindred, and I was like 2 people since I got Wolf, so I'm not scared.
Yeah, 2v1, definitely how you end up picking up a victory. It's actually the opposite of how you managed to beat CIS earlier today when you won a 4v5. Talk to me about the 5v5 and how it's so different to the 1v1 and, you know, how you're enjoying yourself at the end of this first day.
Well, the organization is really good. I'm having a great fun. Like the Bravery mode and stuff, it's really good. And 1v1 and 5v5 are completely different, of course. The only difference is actually you have teammates and you need to communicate and do some tactics. And 1v1, you don't think at all. You just see one guy and you need to kill him. Like, that's the difference.
Well, last question, I'm going to ask about some of the teamwork and the communication. Now that you guys have a couple games under your belt, some 1v1s that you've watched and talked about, what is the preparation like off the stage with a mixture of teams, of course, coming when you're actually rivals back from Turkey?
I played nearly all of the teammates, like in a same team, so I don't have any problems with that. We know each other. We played in same team and stuff. We just need to like practice more. We are practicing when we're not playing tournaments, so we just need to communicate each other better. I think we might win the Wildcard tournament and go to Los Angeles.
Well, big words. I wish you all the luck in your remaining games, Holy Phoenix. We'll be seeing a little bit more from you later in the week. For now, we're going to head back up to the caster desk, where we're going to be talking to, is it Spawn?
Thank you very much, Trevor. Of course, I thought Pulse may have just grown a little bit taller and become South African, but wasn't actually the case here, Yamato Cannon. But we are going to continue our 1v1s, ladies and gentlemen. Great to hear from Holy Phoenix there, of course, has played with the majority of the players on his team, of course, formerly for Dark Passage, of course, is what I remember. So definitely a couple of teammates there.
The confidence.
Yeah.
Even though 1-1 still thinks he's going to win the tournament, I like it.
Yeah, exactly. And, you know, picks up the Kindred and just says, well, I'm 2 champions. So that's going to be a way to win. So I have a feeling what we were talking about before with the bans, I mean, you knock down 2 birds with 1 stone by taking that one off the board. Same as Nunu.
Yeah, it's like one thing that I don't understand though is like the hype around Urgot. Usually, like without the tier, without the first base, like pre-level 4-5, he's very, very weak. And I feel like that is where the 1v1 matters. I think people are just banning Urgot because they don't like how he looks.
Aww.
Yeah.
That's so mean.
I know.
All right, well, I'm gonna campaign towards this now. We are going to have the top lane battle, though, as LJL's Evi and Tholdren from Turkey are going to be battling it out. Of course, Tholdren, we do remember him from MSI. This guy cheesed his way through a caster versus player match by picking up LeBlanc and going to town on people.
He wants to win something.
Exactly. This man is known to go try hard, so we'll see what he's going to pick up in this 1v1. Jax, Rengar, Pantheon gone, though. That's a lot of melee champions off the board.
I think the bans tell us a story already that there's 2 top laners in this game. For sure. Maybe we'll see the Caitlyn mirror finally. Yeah!
No, please, please, God, no. But Yorick going to be taken off the board. Not sure why that's banned. But I'm glad we're not going to see it.
Yeah,
so that's one thing. Kindred is, of course, still available. Nunu, still there. Caitlyn, still there. Nah, not there anymore. But not entirely sure.
Before we get to see some Malphite, Potato matchup with Grasp of the Undying, the mastery I flamed on the Analyst. That would be interesting.
See if it comes back to bite you. But Tholdren taking his time. 4 seconds to go now. Just find the Caitlyn. The Caitlyn button. Please press it, Tholdren. Ooh. Not going to. Aurelia going to be banned away. I feel like they've got a gentleman's agreement. Like, we're only going to play top laners as we take this one down. But, of course, Kindred, not necessarily known as a top laner, just known as pretty good in the 1v1. And it's going to be locked in here for Tholdren. Heavy just deciding that he wants to take his time.
There's a bunch of stuff open.
Yeah,
I can imagine Caitlyn doing really well against the Kindred because she's relatively low range. To be honest, I can imagine Caitlyn doing good against anything on the 1v map.
Yeah, that's the problem, I think, at this point. 20 seconds to go. Evie still can't find the Caitlyn button. Maybe no one. Maybe it's been disabled. I'm not sure.
I kind of hope so.
Yeah, so do I.
What about the champions that are open? We have Nunu, we have the AD Orianna that I hyped up.
The LeBlanc, of course, is there.
LeBlanc. We saw
Vladimir is available, a fantastic 1v1 champion in the early game.
Okay.
Cool.
I think it's interesting that we get to see the minds of players. It's very, very it's like jumping into the mind, and we get to see.
Please tell us about what's going through the mind of Evie when he picks up the Vladimir. Out of everything.
It's like when you think of Vladimir, oh, power spike at level 9. When have we seen anyone level 9 in a 1v1? Never. Good luck.
Yeah, that went through my mind as well. But Evie, he may just have found something. It's the first time that we've seen Vladimir here on this patch in a 1v1 ever. So
for a reason.
Wait, can you buy a revolver straight away?
Can you?
No, you just flat out can't. So it's just going to be really, really hard.
I think that's something that should be just given to Vladimir, like as a small handicap for him.
Well, actually, if we're going to talk seriously about Vladimir here, I mean, there are a lot of extra masteries that now give you a whole lot of extra sustain. Could there be something that he could do? Of course, he does have the Bloodlord Vladimir skin, which is, of course, legendary, making him far better out the gate.
I thought we were being serious.
No.
When it comes to Vladimir, like, the issue with Vladimir in a 1v1 is that his all-in is so weak. So whenever he uses his Q on the mini-wave to sustain some HP back, then he's just going to be zoned off the wave. And pushing is so important in the 1v1. Getting zoned off the wave is going to lose you the game eventually because you're going to lose relic control.
That's very true. And I mean, he's not going to be able to stack that Tides of Blood very easily as well, considering the fact that, look, it kills you. And Tholdren's going to be trying to do that too. And he's already 2 champions. And when you've got 3 champions trying to kill you, that's just not good news here for Evie, because it seems like no one's on his side.
It's like the one thing Vladimir had going on for him on the Summoner's Rift was the fact that people are running TP in the top lane, people are running TP in the mid lane, no Ignites. But in this scenario, you have the Ignite and the Exhaust. So Vladimir's going to have a bad time, no matter what.
Well, Evie looking to try and get a ward into this brush. No, he's not. He's going to face check it as Wolf's going to come down. Tholdren just saying, all right, I'll take my health back. Have a good time. Evie, though, already pops the pot. Woo! Okay.
He has a drinking problem.
He does. Most definitely. Just auto-attack some champions, man. Make use of that potion, which has definitely stopped working now that he's back to full health.
That's no good.
Yeah, well, he's picked up 1 CS. Even already. Oh, no.
As I said, it's all about the little things. And a potion, it is a little thing, but it's so important in this particular scenario.
That's, you know, it's 15 gold bigger now as well. think about it, it's not as little as it used to be.
That's true. Actually, kind of, like, in the past, I bought potions recklessly. I just bought them all the time. But now I kind of feel they're expensive.
Yeah, you consider it. You really do. Evie, though, not quite level 2 yet, taking a whole bunch of damage from Tholdren. We mentioned the fact that this guy likes to go try-hard mode. He's definitely playing well already. Evie down to very low health underneath this turret, but is going to be able to get a bunch of it back using that transfusion.
So instantly we saw the problem with Vladimir. He uses the Q and he has to go AFK for 12 seconds. That is very problematic.
Yeah. I think having to go AFK in a 1v1 probably not exactly the best move here. The 7-13 in that creep score has only translated to a 100 gold lead though, ladies and gentlemen. Evie's still in this one. Oh, and Tholdren is going to deny that relic.
I like how this particular map has some objectives too. Objective control, bam, take the relic. I like it.
Yeah, it's true. It's like a mini game of Summoner's Rift, you know? I guess that's what it is.
It's fast and fun.
Oh my goodness, it's Dominion. Who would have thought? We tricked everyone into watching Dominion.
Oh my goodness, don't remind me of Dominion map, man. All these Ramuses running around.
I really like that we already had Stress and Pulse talking about sweet Dominion tactics as well. I feel like I learned so much more. Zevi is going to head back to base. Wolf's Frenzy is going to be used here from Tholdren just to clear out this wave. Convinces Evie that he wants to hang around.
I'm kind of thinking like, these players, are they watching the other 1v1s? Because this feels like a flashback or like deja vu of what happened to the Rise. Eventually he's going to be forced to base, going to lose even more experience, more gold, and then eventually lose the game.
I think they just really loved Ultimate Bravery. And they're like, well, I can pick the silliest champion into this matchup. Haha! Nevi's trying to go for it here. So far, still alive. Is down half the CS here of Tholdren at this point, but still in it. And it could just be an all-in here as he's probably waiting for that revolver. Tholdren now going all in though. You can see lots of damage down. Just needed Wolf to throw down an auto attack, but the pull going to be used at fantastic timing.
So close.
Oh my gosh.
And he can't even afford the revolver at this point.
Oh wait.
It's so rough.
Oh yeah, you're right. Of course, because he spent money on the shield.
That is true. Yeah. No refunds.
Oh, exactly.
That's not either.
Well, if you do, I mean, you just don't get much value. Tholdren, though, going to get a free back as these minions die to the turret. That experience going completely to waste.
Can he afford the Hex Drinker? That's his question. No.
Oh, more Dolans, man. Oh, look at how many swords he's got. He was only throwing one sword around, now he has 4. I think if that isn't cheating, I don't know what is.
A book versus swords.
I know.
I'll pick sword every time.
I mean, I know the phrase, the pen is mightier than the sword, but Evie doesn't even have a pen. He can't even write in his book.
Yeah, it's rough. He has a shield, though.
Yeah.
But once again, Vladimir.
How many arms does he have, though? He's going to need 4 shields. But, yeah, he might be able to grab himself a relic here, but Tholdren is going to make him work for it now. The transfuse goes down, gets a bit of health back, but Wolf, man, that damage.
It's going to be very, very hard to kill the Vladimir. That's probably the difference between him and Rise. He can always pull away, also in this case flash away. So I'm kind of expecting the 100 CS game. So we better think of stuff to talk about.
We can just talk about items in real life more often. I think that one's working out quite well. Cannon going to go down for Tholdren here though as he jumps forward. Pull immediately used by Evie. He's playing very scared. Says goodbye to 20% of his health for that one.
It's like, now you kind of think that, oh my god, if Talon had Flash, okay, he would have killed the Vladimir. But in reality, if he had Flash in the other matchups, then he would have probably lost. Imagine like a 1v1 Kindred matchup. That's what he's expecting. But instead, his enemy wants to be very nice to him.
Yeah. Well, he's still able to stay in this one. Over half health, which is good. Putting himself back down to under using that Tides of Blood, but probably wants to get some spell vamp in this build in order to get his life sorted out.
I don't even feel like it's going to help him at this point, sadly.
Well, Hemo Plague's available.
That's true. But then again, the ult on Tholdren is also available.
Yep.
Which is probably the